live across Australia and around the world on the SEN network. Welcome to the Ashes on SEN Test Cricket.
Would we start with the maiden? Start to Crawley, edges, caught it. Stark strikes and the opening over. Crawley goes. Bowls here from the Langer end. Duckett hit on the pad. Big shout for leg before given. 99 in Ashes cricket, 2 this morning. In here, bowls to Joe Root, who squared up and it gets the third slip. That's his 100th Ashes wicket. What a moment for it. Joe Root caught in the cordon for a duck. Stark's on fire. Stark bowls to Stokes. He's bowling. What a brilliant ball that is from Mitch Stark. He has been thunderous here in Perth on day one. And he has split the England captain in half.
He's done it again. Absolutely brilliant here for Mitch Stark. Stumps flying. We have been pumping up Mitch Stark and he delivers.
This is one of the most significant days of his Test career, and he's had glorious days. Bowls to Atkinson on one. Edging and taking a second slip. Steve Smith over to his left. Mitchell Stark has bowled superbly today. A 5-wicket bag already. Stark up to the England keeper. First Ashes Test match. Pulls again. Out the deep square. It's in the air. It's hanging. It's gone as well. Oh dear. Stark the wood. Can he finish it here? First ball at the 11. He takes on the short ball. Skies it in the air. Under it is Carey. And it's taken. Dear oh dear. This has been quite the capitulation from England. They've been bowled out inside 33 overs for 172. Stark tremendous, 7 for 58.
In career best form for the last 3 or 4 years. It continues on and it's much needed.
Mitch Stark's finest hour. The veteran quick in a career best turn. Shouldering the attack and routing Bazball in near record time on its Australian debut. Archer tosses the ball from one hand to the other and motors him. Bowls to Weatherald, who's falling over. Pinned in front. Not out is the call.
Pitching in line, impact in line.
The ball's hitting, he's out. Weatherald's made a second ball duck on his Test debut. Archer to him, he bowled him. Labuschagne played on a ball that reared up. Nice bowls to Smith, who edges and he's caught at second slip. Cass takes the key wicket. Steve Smith goes for 17.
We saw 17 wickets on day one here last year. We're on track for that again here.
Cass arrives around the wicket to Kawaja, beats him with one that takes off, hits the edge as well, he's got him. Australia are collapsing at Perth again. Right on the crease, bowls here, head whips it straight to mid-wicket. Would you believe it? Catching practice. He's on 24. Stokes delivers to him in the shade and he's caught behind. Stokes again. Stark down the ground, straight to mid-on, holes out. Awful.
Talked about temperament before. We haven't seen a lot of it today, or application, because guys have just gifted their wickets.
Stokes to Carey. Oh, he's lifted it up to third, straight to the fielder. Disastrous. Disastrous late in the day. Stokes to Boland. Edges, short of second slip, on into Carey. Ben Stokes has 5. Has been a black Friday for Australia's batting. 9 for 123 at stumps as they hand the ascendancy back to England.
Yeah, I'm sure both teams probably want to bat a little bit or change the way perhaps of their approach. But sometimes you can sit there and say it's pretty good bowling from both teams.
It's a great start. The group of 6 or 7 fast bowlers that we have, we all offer different skills and attributes.
But Australia's batters suffered a worse fate, rattled by the fastest English attack ever deployed on these shores as the errors of last year repeated.
It's a little 1% advantage that England aren't starting at the Gabba, which is such a ferocious place to play and such a brilliant place for Australia.
Are you surprised that Australian cricket has given up that tradition?
I'm delighted, to be honest. I'm thrilled because, I think as an England player, whenever you arrived there, you knew you were walking into Australia's backyard. That has an amazing aura about it, the Gabba. And England has some scars there. So England will be delighted that first test isn't at the Gabba.
And has Australia given up its greatest historic advantage, forsaking the Gabatoir for the killing fields of Perth? We'll put that question to CA's Chief Executive, Todd Greenburg. This is day 2 of the Ashes on SEN Test Cricket.
For Host Plus and Octet, the Ashes on SEN Test Cricket.
Chaos, the crashes, West Side gory, Stark raving bad. The build-up had been such that the reactions were going to be wild. What hadn't been taken into account was the action would be so wild that the overreactions would seem all measured and prudent. Those are the headlines around the country after what we saw on day one. England all out for 172. Australia 9 for 123. Gerard Whateley with you. Simon Katich is alongside me. Hello to you, Kat.
Good morning, Gerard. Good morning, Flem. Good morning to all our listeners.
Have you made sense of it?
Oh, I'm still steaming from what I saw last night, Gerard. Maybe I'm too old school. Maybe I have to move on with the times because the modern game is played at such a different pace to what I was used to in Test cricket and what our generation played the game like, 20 years ago. So it's hard because it's just watching a different game now.
Who was prepared to fight the fight?
Look, to be fair, I thought a number of players applied themselves really well out there yesterday. I thought Duckett looked really dangerous. I thought Ollie Pope handled the situation really well, given that his record here in this country wasn't great leading in. I thought Harry Brook looked a class above. And then Jamie Smith looked threatening as well. So a number of players were out there in the middle there yesterday and made batting look pretty comfortable. And then from an Australian perspective, I don't think you can fault the top four in terms of their dismissals because they got pretty good balls. And rightly said, the England attack hit them hard, hit them with clear plans. They hammered the surface yesterday and they got good pace and bounce because they're good bowlers and they've been brought here for a reason. And that's to test the Australians on the back foot, and they did that. I think the last 5 wickets, that's where you need to be critical because at one stage yesterday, Australia were 4 for 31. And under pressure, Head and Green got together. And it's a dangerous pairing because we know Head gets on with it. He's been damaging over the last 5 or 6 years when he gets going. And he had a little bit of luck at times. There was a few off Atkinson that sort of skewed into gully region that on another day could have easily gone a hand. But he got through that. Cameron Green got through it. He was starting to flourish. But both of them got out to indiscriminate shots, to shots that weren't on to the ball that was bowled by Ben Stokes. And in the end, it then led to the tail losing wickets late. And Ben Stokes got gifted 5 wickets yesterday. Yeah, he bowled okay, but it wasn't anything out of the ordinary. The top 4 bowlers probably deserve the credit because, as Bharat said rightly yesterday, they roughed the Aussies up yesterday. And whether it's a psychological blow, only time will tell. But the Australians have got to fight back today and they've got to fight back hard. Otherwise, we'll see a replica of what happened last year against India.
Damien, Fleming, it was a day for bowlology. Welcome.
Yeah, it was a great day for the fast bowling cartel, wasn't it? Not so much for the batting, the Platinum Club. It wasn't there. I mean, even just being down the pitch, the curators are bemused. They can't believe 19 wickets were lost. They can't believe 17 was last year. I'm amazed. After day one, only one batsman didn't face a ball, and that was Brendan Doggett. All 21 other players faced a ball on day one. That's nuts in Australia. And we're bagging the Indian pitches and all that sort of stuff, and their pitches have got to do with it. I didn't see that yesterday. The lower order, I don't think England will play any different, their lower order, but I expect more from us, and to tough it out. I thought Smith and Labuschagne tried so hard and they just got battered. But you don't want to talk about soft fifers, but Stokes is right up there, wasn't it? He was just putting the ball in the play. There wasn't one where you said that was an unplayable ball, which he can deliver. Geez, I'd love to have been in the dressing rooms and to see what was said. Nothing so much post-match, wasn't it? Wait till the game's over and, what will come out fighting day 2. But, we should have been, I think we should have been 5 down. And then we're looking at a lead. It gives Mitchell Stark a rest. My problem today is, England were phenomenal, weren't they? It was a bowling partnership from both ends. Like Atkinson didn't get a wicket, 9 overs for 19. He could have got 4. Probably Wood was the least impressive, but how fast did he bowl 150 and he clocked Cameron Green? If he gets the opportunity, he'll run through our tail. So that's putting more pressure on our top order. But today's a big day for Scotty Boland, isn't it? England took him down in England 2023. And they talked about how they were going to... He was the weak link that they were going to try and expose. And we know Boland in Australian conditions, and he's done it in Shield cricket again this year. He just knocks them over for fun. But 10 overs for 62. He couldn't get a rhythm going, and they upset that rhythm. So, I think he's the key man. He needs to bowl at least as well as Stark for Australia to get back into this game.
All right, it's sticky and stormy here in Perth. The covers have been on and off. They are off for now. There was a slight shower. There's a forecast for storms at some point this morning. I don't quite know whether that will be around the stadium or not. But it sort of matches the mood of what's about to unfold. Let's get into the Bunnings build-up.
The Bunnings Build-Up for Bunnings Trade. Helping business is our trade.
The Bunnings Build-Up brought to you by Bunnings Trade. The lesson of last year, this is probably the bit that irked me most when we left. The lesson of last year was Australia gave up too many wickets at the end of day one, and when the batting conditions turned on day two, they handed them straight to India. So whatever happened yesterday, it couldn't be 17 wickets. Australia had to find a way to be 5 down, and it was worse. They're 9 down, and the feckless batting in the last 90 minutes when something else was required, that's the bit in the dressing room. That's what I'm interested in. They lived this last year, and they did even worse the second time around without the alibis, is my personal view.
Yeah, certainly. So, because we saw last year, by day two, KL Rahul, we talked about him last night, how resolute he was, and he blunted the Australian new ball. Once the ball gets a little bit old, day 2 and day 3 here, it's very good for batting because it comes on. You can play your shots, and your corridor of uncertainty gets smaller and smaller as the pitch gets flatter. So, and then from last year, they could see, as I said, even if they were 6 down, we could be looking to bat the whole first session and have a lead there. But, what have we learned from last year? 12 months on, I didn't see anything.
Yeah, the concern that I have is that, one of the basics of batting is you're under pressure when you first come to the crease. And look, I think part of why there was 19 wickets yesterday, people will say, yeah, the wicket had a part to play. I think it was a good wicket because there was enough that we saw yesterday where guys got set on.
But Baz Ball don't bat first. They batted first. That's how a big tick to the pitch, isn't it?
It is. And they were at a comfortable position at 3 for 90, 20 minutes before lunch. The concern that I saw was that, England have come here with a plan. They smashed the wicket. They bowled back of a length. They used the short ball well, and they had airspeed. What happened was a lot of the Australian batsmen looked rattled because their footwork was out. And they weren't using the depth in their crease. They were rushed. And the problem is, I think there was 19 wickets because there's been so much anticipation. We don't know what all these players have been going through in the last month. There's inexperience out there. There's guys on debut. There's young players in the England group that are playing here for the first time. You don't know what's going through their mind. And sometimes the hype and the pressure of this series can be too much. And you can cook yourself before you actually get to day one. And maybe that was part of what played out yesterday. There was a lot of nervous energy around and guys were trying to assert themselves into the contest, but they did it in a fashion that was reckless. And there was also a technical issue as well because a lot of the Australian batsmen got found out yesterday with the lack of footwork against the short ball, and it was shown in the dismissals. The amount of times Australian batsmen got hit yesterday, and yes, there was a few balls that reared up, but when you're facing blokes that bowl 140, you expect to be moving and you have to be sharp. And if you don't move your feet to nullify that length, then you get caught in no man's land and you're vulnerable. And that's what has to change in this second innings. We need to see some sharpness from the Australians. And I'm not saying going out there playing heaps of shots. You've got to be able to defend the ball when they bowl a good ball or let it go, or then counter-attack when it's in your area. And we saw it a little bit at times. Cameron Green's footwork looked good, but then on occasions, he got hit in the head. And when you look at the replay of that ball hitting him in the head, his back foot is in the air. Now, that is no way to play the short ball.
And low hands.
And a number of the players, when they get dismissed, you see the footwork. There's a lack of footwork and there's a lack of using the depth in their crease, which you have to do against 140k plus bowling.
Yeah, and I like the English bowling. There's real variety from the 5 right-handers. And, we were questioning, the resilience of Archer and Wood. Wood's going to go through the first innings by 5 overs. He's fine. But Atkinson and Cass, good quality bowlers. Even if they're just playing one out of Archer and Wood and you chuck in Tongue, they're going to be a threat. They're going to bowl well. And then you've got that bonus of Stokes always up your sleeve. So they shouldn't have even brought a spinner out here.
Just unrelenting speed.
Just unrelenting. Because Atkinson and Cass, they'd be Australia's second fastest bowler, at least, behind Stark. I just want to see, the Australians dig in. And if they get beaten, we say day 2, they were too far behind, but they had a crack. They fought so hard to get back into this contest. But, they're almost needing a miracle here.
One thing that stands out from last year, and in a way, we're probably guilty of it in the fact that, maybe there was an overreaction to the way the test played out. But, ultimately they came back and got in the series. But I think the difference between that test last year and this series this year, and it's only one day, and I know they'll be thinking that, it's one poor day of cricket, particularly with the bat, and they'll back themselves to get back into it. But I think the big difference is we saw a squadron of bowlers yesterday, whereas last year there was one, he was flying solo by himself, Bumrah. And the game is so different when there's a squadron of bowlers and they've got more to come. Josh Tongue can bowl. I've seen him in England, and he can bowl. He can bowl 140 Ks. He's 6'3", and he can move the ball around as well. He's got Smith out before in the past in England. So,
he knocked over Khawaja Warner from around the wicket against the slope at Lords.
So they've come with a plan. They executed it well yesterday. Their big question now is, can they keep doing it day in, day out? And I'm sure David Saker, who's worked with the Australians, has probably been able to fill them with plenty of good info on this Australian team, having worked with them. But I'm sure he will be saying to them, it's one good day, boys. Doesn't make an Ashes series. You've got more work to do. But that's where Australia failed, because their game plan should be right. We're getting Wood to bowl 3 spells a day. We're getting Archer to bowl 4 spells a day. And even if they are 3 or 4 over spells, we're getting miles in their legs because they will break. They're not durable. We've seen that. Archer's played 15 tests in 6 years. Got to make them break, and we didn't do that yesterday.
Usman Khawaja couldn't open the batting, back spasms. It was the formal diagnosis as the day progressed. The local media has reported that he played golf the day before. He played in a Stableford tournament. He's about to turn 39. How do you feel about that, Simon, and preparation for the first day of an Ashes series?
Once again, Gerard, maybe I'm stuck in the past and I'm an old school merchant, but I don't think I ever played golf the day before a test match, no matter what age I was. And I know you can look at it and go, yeah, that's been their routine for a number of years now. And I heard what Todd said before around the preparation and the relaxed nature of, the game is played between the ears and guys do need a breakaway, and that's their personal prerogative to do what they want to do. But you are taking massive risks at 38 years of age, and particularly in the heat. It was pretty warm the day before the test here, doing that sort of activity. Maybe I'm just old school, but...
Yeah, what do you play off? Handicap golf? So I'm off 6. I appreciate it. If he's hurt his back playing golf, that's a shocker.
So no one's saying that.
No one's saying that. And also
delineate.
Mitchell Stark played, and he just took 7 for.
Yep.
Okay? So, it's changed. The English, they play at every opportunity there. And there is a little bit, I wouldn't do it the day before, but I don't mind from the strength and conditioning guys encouraging the fast bowlers to walk courses, because that does mimic being in the field and you're having a bit of fun, team culture there. So that's something I could live with there. But it's just a shocker, isn't it, that poor Jake Weatherall, he might not have faced the first ball. Usman might have taken the first ball. Jake's down the other end. And there must have been chaos in there. There's enough. You'd be so nervous if you're Jake Weatherall. And all of a sudden, no, you're going out there with Marnus. And then all of a sudden, Stephen Smith's out there. It just set it up to fail.
It was too chaotic, and in the cold light of day, you've been thinking about this, Simon. Was there an alternative? They only had a couple of minutes to figure it out. But
I'm sure Steve Smith would have been thinking through it, because he would have been well aware of the situation out in the middle, because the umpires would have been saying to him, look, he's still got 10 minutes. He knew what was going on with the way the wickets were falling. So the only thing I'd thought of overnight was and it's easy with the value of hindsight, but do you consider someone like Alex Carey to not upset the rest of the order? Because he's at 7, everyone else then just obviously stays in their sort of same spot. But whether it would have made a difference, who knows? But that was the only thing, because the rest of when you look at the rest of the order, if they thought they were all capable of being openers, they would have picked them for that role in this test, given there was so much speculation about who was going to partner Khawaja. They've obviously done it in the past with Smith. They're not going back to that. You know, Green's been at 3, and there was so much conjecture about that being too high for him, so they're not going to do that if he's going to bowl during the summer. And then Head's never moving from 5. They've made that really clear in Australian conditions. So it really then means it's up to either Marnus, who did it, or Alex Carey.
And the problem too is, you know, Usman needs runs. So I thought coming out at that time, I went, oh, beauty, experienced player now and all that. And once again, troubled by the short ball, and whether his back had something to do with it. But, mate, you look at his figures, but, you know, you chuck out that 232 in Sri Lanka, his last 27 innings, he's scored one other 50.
Yeah. Look,
one other one.
We're in Bob Simpson territory with Khawaja. So I think there's been a close our eyes and cross our fingers. It'd be a miracle if he made runs in this series. A miracle. And it's not going to take hindsight for everyone to go, he should have retired or been retired 12 months ago. But it'll run its course for either one or two.
But I was stunned when I knew it hasn't been going well. My focus has been more on Marnus, who I think, you know, he would solve some problems if he could just get back to, he doesn't have to average 60. If he averaged 40 at number 3, that'd be great. And he should have been dropped earlier. See, the tough thing is, during the season now, if you get dropped years ago, you get shield runs and potentially force yourself back in. You go back to BBL, you're not getting back into the test team that way. But these numbers... So there's only 3 scores over 40, 4 scores over 40 in those 27 innings.
And whenever confronted by genuine pace, he looks exactly as you would expect it. There's no criticism. It's just the diminishment of age. It's the natural course of things.
You can just
he
feel
is past the point of no return.
Stuart Broad saying that they feel that he can't hurt them. And your corridor of uncertainty is like massive.
The conditions. So it is stormy. The Hessian is down again. I suspect there might be little interruptions through the first couple of hours of play. If we got away on time, this is the sort of conditions you can largely play through. What did you see downstairs? Just our final thoughts in the build-up.
If we were going to have the usual 35 degrees, it would have been a cracking nightmare back to the whacker. There's already significant cracks near the popping crease, but stump to stump on a good length, mate, it looks a good batting pitch. These overcast conditions might help swing bowling. Yesterday morning, it was the lowest swing ever recorded, CricViz in Perth. So that's a big thing for the Australians. Can we swing the ball? Because Bazball doesn't like that.
What did you see?
Yeah, it looked a good track. I don't think there's any issue with what was prepared. That was a good surface, and a number of players were able to master it yesterday. They didn't get cash in and go big, but they looked settled and comfortable. So to me, it was more around the occasion and potentially the nerves and anxiety around that, and then a little bit of the application later on with technique and application to bat longer.
See you for the first ball. Damien Fleming and Simon Katich in place, 9 for 123 when Australia resumes. We're going to hear from Stuart Broad, from Todd Greenburg, the Chief Executive of Cricket Australia, and next from Mitch Starc, who was quite brilliant in what he did yesterday. This is the Ashes on SEN Test Cricket, the Bunnings build-up, brought to you by Specrite Merbau Decking.
Live across Australia and around the world on the SEN network. The Bunnings Build-Up for Bunnings Trade. Helping business is our trade.
Afterpay is now accepted at Ampol Foodery. Fill your tank and tap to pay it in 4 interest-free payments. T's and C's apply. Australian Credit Licence 527911.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Did you know that Cobra Estate extra virgin olive oil supports heart health when consuming 2 or more 15ml serves per day as part of a balanced diet? Cobra Estate, premium quality, great tasting and the most awarded Australian extra virgin olive oil.
This summer, there are some things Liquorland can't guarantee. We can't promise the snags won't get burnt. or you'll get a peaceful sleep in. We can't help you hit a 6 or score a century. But there are some things we can help you score, like refreshing summer drinks to share with mates, a legendary backyard barbecue setup, cracking promos to keep the esky full, and great value with every shop. Score more this summer with Liquorland, official gold partner of Cricket Australia. Choose to drink wise.
Ready to scale your business or find the space to help you grow? Wilson Storage Business Hub makes it simple. From tradies, startups to growing enterprises, you'll find clean, secure, flexible warehouse storage with logistics and support designed to grow with you. Enjoy no lock-in contracts, 7-day access, built-in security, plus office and freight solutions under one roof. Right now, get 1 month free on every storage unit at every facility. Run your business from Melbourne's best business storage network, wilsonbusinesshub.com.au, because your business is our business.
The Toyota Tundra is all about hitting the road in the most enjoyable way possible. Combining supreme comfort, luxurious space, and backed by a 3.5-litre V6 twin-turbo engine, Tundra delivers exhilarating performance with seamless acceleration. It's our most powerful Toyota yet. But power like this can't be described. It has to be felt. And the feeling starts here at your local Toyota dealership. Book your Tundra test drive today. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Test cricketers can bat for hours in the hot sun. That's sustained performance, just like Host Plus, who have sustained strong long-term returns over 20 years. The top-performing super fund? That's a plus.
Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Host Plus balanced My Super investment option based on super ratings data as at September 2025. Consider the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Search Compare Host Plus today.
Are you a qualified tradie? Because you just need to show your licence at Air Conditioning Warehouse Sales to get super low trade prices on Australia's biggest brand air conditioners like Fujitsu, Panasonic and Mitsubishi. Plus, we have a huge range of splits, ducted and spare parts that's all in stock and ready to go. So you can grab one or a dozen. Air Conditioning Warehouse Sales, 7 Westwood Drive, Ravenhall. Or jump online at airwaresales.com.au.
G'day, Alex Carey here from Goodwee. With the warm weather and sun shining, I reckon there's two things on everyone's mind: cricket and solar power. The new Goodwee ESA battery system is packed with leading performance and safety features. It's a game changer that's perfect for Aussie households and small businesses. Until the end of March, you can get up to $500 off a battery install, on top of the federal rebate, exclusively with Solar Heart. Visit solarheart.com.au. T's and C's apply.
In the market for a quality Australian manufactured shed? From now until December 4, you can get 30% off at Best Shed's Black Friday sale event. They've got the best sheds in the business, including sheds of all shapes and sizes that come with a 20-year manufacturer's warranty. Choose from the standard range or customise the shed of your dreams. That's 30% off during Best Shed's Black Friday sale, on now until December 4. Visit bestsheds.com.au.
Live across Australia and around the world on the SEN network. The Bunnings Build-Up for Bunnings Trade. Helping business is our trade. The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket.
We're 50 minutes away from the start of day 2. Australia 9 for 123 when play resumes in reply to England's 172. The warm-ups have all been a bit half-hearted because there is weather around. The ground staff are holding vigil just the other side of the pitch. They put the Hessian down a few times, but the stumps are in for the time being, so we just need a little bit of luck with the weather. In all that happened yesterday, the pity was it should have been Mitch Stark's day to lead that attack without his 2 henchmen and to take 7 wickets, not just his best in an Ashes, but his career best. It needed longer to be appreciated and to be lionised, I think, but Australia's collapse saw short shrift to that. So it's our chance to pay homage here. Bharat Sundaresan is about to join Adam Collins downstairs, and they are with Mitch Stark.
Mitch Stark, thank you for joining SEN Test Cricket. A wild day yesterday. I suppose one that'll never be forgotten.
Happened quickly, yeah. I think this game's been fast forward, so obviously the wickets, but I think 2 pretty good bowling performances.
Career best figures. on the first day of the most highly anticipated Ashes series in 20 years. That has a nice ring to it.
No, it was nice to get a few right. Obviously trying to set the tone has been my role for a while with the first over, and was fortunate enough to sneak another one past in the first over. But I thought it was clearly an entertaining day for everyone at the ground. Certainly helped a skelter for both teams, but that's what you expect from a big series.
I mean, that's a wild record, right? 24 times in Test cricket now you've taken a wicket in the first over. I mean, it must provide you with immense confidence at the top of your mark at the start of a test. You've done this so often for Australia.
Don't really think about it, to be honest. The game plan doesn't change a whole lot. Still trying to search for wickets, still trying to be aggressive. I think I said last night, I've never been a bowler to worry about economy rates. I bowl faster, I bowl more aggressive. I'm always going to go for a few more runs than other people, but the one I probably look at is the strike rate. So if I can keep doing that role, that's essentially what I'm in the team to do.
And doing it without your great mates Pat Cummins and Josh Hazlewood not here this week, and really having to be the sole attack leader. I mean, that responsibility and earning the right to take those wickets early on, it must be so satisfying for you. Yeah,
there's a lot made, probably more outside the group than in the group. Obviously a big hole when you lose two of the best in the world. So, I mean, we know how good Scotty Boland is. Not his day yesterday, but we know how good he is. Really thrilled for Brendan Doggett to get his first crack and to show everyone the skills he has. So, he was fantastic in his first day out in Test cricket, a couple of wickets. And then for me, being the old head, I guess, to try and, use the experience, however you want to spin it. I don't think I had to change anything or feel anything different. I was pretty... it didn't really hit me, I guess, until we're out there for the anthems. The week's been pretty chilled. I've sort of approached it the same as the West Indies series or any other series. So you definitely get the sense of occasion, but it's business as usual.
And your evolution as a bowler as well. Yesterday, I think it was the least amount of swing we've ever seen in Perth or something like that, and yet you were still able to do it and do it in repeated spells and all the rest of it. Again, I mentioned satisfying before, knowing that you've come such a long way as a bowler that can be really depended upon by Australia in all conditions. Yeah, it's certainly something that I've added to the bow, if you like. I think having two of the best in the world as my best mates, and Josh and Pat, to learn from them, they do it so well. I used to be a bowler that had this airspeed, and I could swing the new ball, swing the old ball, but nothing in between. So kind of had to develop that if I wanted to be any good. And then yesterday we kind of had this ball that went out of shape pretty quickly. We're still getting through the rings, but we couldn't get on access, so had to find different ways to create opportunities. That little wobble seamer to go through Stokes, the ball that typifies what you're describing there. Yeah, it was a nice one to get through. Had some good battles with Stokesy, and we've probably gotten the better of one another at times, but that was a nice one to get through. Bharat's just jumped in, Baz.
Sorry if that has been asked already. Just on the Joe Root dismissal as well, it felt like the setup was as good as the outcome, the way you got him out. Yeah,
normally we just throw Josh into the match up there, and he nicks him off for fun and hits him on the pad. So had to do it a little bit differently yesterday. As I mentioned there, we found it hard to find any swing with the ball out of shape. So it was nice to get a bit of seam movement there to create the chance. We know how good a batter Joe is, and 13,000 plus runs. I think he's still number one in the world at the moment. So it's always going to be a good time when you get him out there fresh with a relatively hard new ball. So we made the most of that. It's only one innings. We're going to have to get him out 9 more times. So, but no, satisfying.
And what did you make of Brendan Doggett, Mitch? You would have played against him in Shield cricket over the years. It was a different kind of role he had to play in his second spell, but he did it really well.
Yeah, I haven't seen a lot of him. I think I've only played him once, but I was on that tour with him in 2018. So to sort of see his development since then, obviously making the move to South Australia, leading that attack, helping him to a Shield win last year, and to see him on Test debut, I was really thrilled for him to get a chance. I think for him to show everyone the skills that he's got and he's developed over the years. His first over in Test cricket was miles ahead of where I was. So, really thrilled for him to get his opportunity to get a couple of Test wickets. And I think he'll just get better now, being sort of getting that first innings out of the way and taking a breath and going again. A lot of attention around the country this morning about Usman Khawaja's back spasms, which meant that he couldn't
open the innings, and the link being drawn between playing golf the day before and what happened yesterday. How do you see that from your perspective? Do you think it's a reasonable link that has been made on front pages of newspapers today?
It's interesting that there's a lot of opinions from people that aren't in the change room, so we'll let the opinions be the opinions. We know what's going on in the change room. It was unfortunate that was the case. He had a back spasm. There's not much you can do about that. So yeah, look, it is what it is. That's the innings done now. He's assessed that overnight, and I think I've seen him this morning. He sounds like he's moving okay. So yeah, look, we'll have to take another 10 wickets before we bat again, and then yeah, I'm sure he'll be fine for the second innings.
So just to clarify, it's fairly common practice, right? You were playing with Uzi the day before that you guys would have a hit of golf the day before a test match?
I had 38 points, so I had a good day too, yeah.
Mitch, before I let you go, your first ball today, I mean, you haven't had much rest, but your first ball, you're on a hat-trick. Chance to reflect upon that last night, the precious test hat-trick, and rare as it is in an Ashes too?
Nah, it's all good. I've had a few chances to get one. If it happens, it happens. I'll still be... the approach will still be the same whether I'm on a hat-trick or not, so...
It'll be very exciting if you do well. Beautifully bowled yesterday, Mitch Starc, and thanks for joining us on SEN Test Cricket.
Thanks very much, guys.
Mitch Starc downstairs with Adam Collins and Bharat Sundaresan, part of our Bunnings build-up. So he will be bowling too soon, which is a real part of the problem from yesterday. He'll probably be bowling within the first half hour of the day. He'll be on a hat-trick when he does. 12.5 overs, 4 maidens, 7 for 58. It was terrific that he ended up with that 7th wicket, so it was career best figures. It deserved to be. It deserves to be enshrined, and it will be. I hope it's remembered as a big part of the Ashes opening. It was a day that we recounted the history of it all as it was chaotically unfolding. The shortest amount of time that a touring side had batted in a first innings since 1932, and the first time 19 wickets had fallen on a day of Test cricket in Australia since 1952. And then more outrageous than that, in Ashes cricket, you had to go back to Manchester in 1909. So 116 years since 19 wickets fell in a day. And had Australia managed to get themselves to stumps 5 or 6 down, there would have been more time to revel in what Mitch Starc was able to do. He'll have to do it again. And I think one of the questions that sits over yesterday with Scott Boland getting taken down the way that he did is, will Brendan Doggett take the new ball as Starc's partner and Boland come back to the first change bowler where he has had most of his success, and that success has been profound. So a lot of questions sit over the day's play. Australia trails by 49 runs. Is there a way back in to craft a scenario in which they can still win, or will England be able to bat them out of the contest? More broader than that is we start in Perth rather than the Gabba in this Ashes series, which has been the source of, I've heard Mike Atherton and Stuart Broad both amazed by that as a circumstance. Todd Greenburg is the Chief Executive of Cricket Australia. He is going to join us next. Record crowds, record carnage, and all that goes into that. Part of our Bunnings build-up, brought to you by Siteco, the Ashes on SEN Test Cricket.
Live across Australia and around the world on the SEN network. The Bunnings Build-Up for Bunnings Trade. Helping business is our trade.
At Bunnings Trade, no matter where you are, we're here to help. We have trade specialists in store dedicated to you and your trade, whether it's sourcing supplies, quoting on jobs, or arranging delivery direct to site. Come and see us at the trade desk. Bunnings Trade. Helping business is our trade.
Real people, real products, real fun. No matter who you are, Sexyland has something real sexy for everyone. With Australia's biggest range of sexy costumes, lingerie, couples toys and fun gifts and games for adults. Sexyland. 11 stores in Melbourne and Geelong, open till midnight 7 days a week. Or shop online for 2-hour delivery. Sexyland.com.au.
Just going to grab some more beers. Pause it for me?
No way, mate. We're not pausing live sport. He's about to get his ton.
Nah, it'll be all right. Oh, what? Oh, no. Did I miss it? Come on, mate. You've got to rewind it, please.
Oh, not a chance, mate. You can catch it on the highlights reel.
You won't miss a moment
if you drink wise.
Avoid being bowled over. It's time to stop paying your suppliers and pay.com.au it instead. You'll unlock rewards, improve cash flow, and simplify all your business payments. So, pay.com.au it and start earning rewards today.
On the lookout for some outstanding deals? Then take a peek at your local Chemist Warehouse now. Check out Blink Intensive Tears Protective Eye Drops, just $5.99. And Dermal Therapy Acne Spot Cream 30 gram, only $11.99. Try Kilo Coat Scar Treatment Gel 6 gram for just $23.49. And Restock Dimista Allergy Nasal Spray 120 dose, just $34.99. For great savings every day, come home to Chemist Warehouse.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. Homes with prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. The Henley Mainview Collection. The difference is everywhere.
Harvey Norman Black Friday sale. Unbeatable deal. 50% off Ecovacs D-Bot N20 Pro Plus RoboVac and Mop, now just $497. Save $180 on Westinghouse multifunction oven, now just $492. Save $68 on JBL Essential 2 Encore Party Box speaker, now just $277. And save $75 on Nespresso Virtuo Pop Capsule Coffee Machine with Milk Frother, now only $194. Best brands, best range, best prices. There's more in store at Harvey Norman Black Friday sale.
The Workside Portaloo. Okay. What better place to head to bizcover.com.au and check out all the ways you could be saving money on your business insurance.
Electrician.
Like your public liability. Because only BizCover lets you compare, save, and get instant cover online, on the go, in minutes.
I can save $400. Oh, woohoo!
You all right, Brad? Check how much a tradie like you could save on your business insurance. For on-the-go cover,
go BizCover.
If you're moving, packing or downsizing, make life easier with Wilson Storage. With clean, secure facilities across Melbourne and beyond, you'll find the perfect space at the right price. Enjoy no lock-in contracts, 7-day access and friendly, top-rated staff ready to help. The Box on the Run service has you covered. Order boxes and packing materials online for same-day delivery straight to your door. Right now, get a move on with 1 month free on every unit at every facility. For the best self-storage Melbourne has to offer, visit wilsonstorage.com.au.
G'day, it's Alex Carey. The new Goodwee ESA battery is a game changer with leading performance and safety. Until the end of March, you can get up to $500 off, on top of the federal rebate exclusively with Solar Heart. Visit solarheart.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Live across Australia and around the world on the SEN network. The Bunnings Build-Up for Bunnings Trade. Helping business is our trade. The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket.
Record crowd, record carnage. Day one of the Ashes. It'll be memorable. It'll be spoken about for years to come. Our Bunnings Build-Up for day two here at Perth Stadium. The Chief Executive of Cricket Australia, Todd Greenburg, is with us. Todd, welcome.
Good morning. Hell of a day, day one.
How did you take it in?
Oh, it's amazing. I didn't see 19 wickets coming, that's for sure. I mean,
19 wickets too many?
Look, first of all, I want to talk to you as a cricket fan rather than the CEO. Yeah. And yesterday was mesmerising. If you're a cricket fan, and you know, I've just spoken to both our broadcasters at Seven and Fox. It was record days for them. Expected only to be beaten probably today and tomorrow if we can get there. So, an amazing day of cricket. And to see England's fast bowlers taking us on was like, if you're a cricket fan, this is what you sign up for.
All right, as the Chief Executive, are you worried about the team? Are you worried about the team?
Well, of course I want our team to do well. I thought we bowled really well. I thought we bowled and caught well. I thought we batted poorly. But I did think both bowling attacks were at their best yesterday, and it was a day for bowlers. I actually thought the wicket was pretty good. I thought it was a good day one test wicket. So who knows what we're going to get today. Hopefully it's not 19 wickets though.
Talk to me about the economics of day four. If the test match, which is phenomenally popular, clearly doesn't reach day four, what does that mean?
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult for a number of different groups. Our broadcasters, first of all, certainly us on ticket sales and our partners and sponsors. So there's a big economic impact on this series. I'm actually worried about getting to day three before I get to day four, so I don't want to get too far ahead of myself. But look, I'm expecting today the pitch will flatten out a little bit. Although in saying that, the way both those batting groups played yesterday, they're going to be very attacking. So let's see how it unfolds.
In the popularity around the ticket sales, one of the phenomena that had been mentioned to me is there are a lot of tickets sold to day 4, which is quite unusual in prospect. Is that the case across the series?
It is. It's less so here in Perth. So certainly day 3 is all but full for tomorrow. Day 4, not as much. But when we get to, if I was to forecast now, Sydney, Adelaide, Brisbane, all well into ticket sales in day 4. So probably more important, those tests go the distance, whereas this one, probably 3 days, maybe 4 is probably a stretch.
So Mitch Stark did mention this in the weeks leading up, is the finances versus spicy pitches and the like. Did you get involved at any stage with state associations and curators as to what the ideal is?
No, not really. These things are baked in when I arrived. There's some long-term deals with government. I think it's hard to be critical of the first test here in Perth, huge record numbers, good cricket wicket. I know Mitch was sort of talking about the Gabba. I'm not sure if you want to take that back after his 7 for yesterday. So, it's a good place to start. The reality is we don't have long-term deals in place with these venues beyond next year. So that's a conversation we need to have. But, yesterday we were on the front page of the Courier Mail with Queensland wanting our content. So it's nice to be wanted.
So Mitch's point, it does resonate.
Yeah.
Who's to say what happens from here? Australia thrashed here by India last year and behind against England. One of Stuart Broad's premises is he can't believe that this series is not starting at the Gabba for the history. Has Australian cricket conceded one of its great historic advantages by abandoning the Gabba for what is the killing fields of Perth?
Yeah, it depends how you look at it. In a position like ours, we have to balance professional performance on the field with the commercial reality off the field and try to thread the needle. I think we've done that. But does the Gabba genuinely give us an advantage? I'm not sure. Particularly with the pace attacks of both these teams, I'm not sure if it is an advantage. But the reality is we start this season on broadcast in prime time with a Perth test, and then we go into a pink ball test in Brisbane, which will also be prime time. So for us, it's about getting as many kids, boys and girls, people all over the country to watch cricket. That's what's happening.
Even if the team itself would prefer things another way.
Yeah, and again, that's the balance, right? So I understand why the team would want certain things, and the team would understand why I would need certain things. Ultimately, it's my job then to thread the needle and make a decision that I think is best for Australian cricket, which is what we've done here.
We live in a limbo now until 2032 with what's going to happen in Brisbane, but at least we know what's going to happen. So you mentioned these are short-term deals. They've got one more year to run. So we start here next season.
Yes.
When we come back for the next Ashes, where will we start?
Well, that's the conversation we need to have with both Queensland Government and Western Australian Government. I've spent some time with the Premier and the Deputy Premier here. As you would imagine, they're pretty happy to have the first test here. But equally, I know the Queensland Premier has been talking at length about wanting it there as well. So, as I said, when you've got content like this, it's nice to be wanted. So we're going to have choice. And there's a commercial reality to get the best deal for the sport, but there's also a performance reality. And we're going to try to figure out the middle ground on that, and that won't appease everybody. But I've said this to you before, Gerard, if I was in the job of looking to make friends, this is not the job. You have to make what you think is the right decision for cricket.
How critical is the financial scenario of this summer, given what you revealed at the AGM with the $11.3 million deficit from the last
unashamedly season? Critical. Cricket has made deficits over the last few years out of COVID. And it's absolutely critical this year that we cash in and make as much as we can to put back into the sport. And we will. We announced a small forecast deficit at the AGM a couple of months ago, or last month. This time next year, it'll be a significant difference. And that's the way cricket works. It's different to the domestic sports. We have cycles where years will go up and down. We continue to distribute out to our stakeholders to ensure that they can continue to do the things in grassroots and participation and pay players, all those sort of things, so they don't feel the vagaries of the up and down. That's on us. But when it's up, we've got to make it while we can.
So the white ball series against India, which was so well attended by Indian fans in particular, failed your jeopardy test, I feel.
Yeah.
Met your fiscal needs.
Yeah.
I'm certain.
Yeah.
What was the balance of those matches?
Yeah, they are significant commercial outcomes for us, both in broadcast and in stadium. But you're right. Did they have real jeopardy and meaning? I think the conversations I've just come back from in the ICC were talking a lot about T20 bilateral cricket over time. I think will start to ladder up to the Olympics and their qualifications. So I think what you'll see in the next couple of years, every T20 game is going to have some impact, because there's only 6 teams that will qualify for the Olympics. That helps my jeopardy principle. ODI is still a challenge of how do we continue to play ODIs that matter. And of course they matter on the field. Players want to win and they want to do well, but for fans, they've got to see outcomes in jeopardy. So there is a balance there.
Is there a way? So it felt like a good entree to the Ashes.
Yeah, definitely.
And particularly because Indian fans were there. I covered that. They didn't pop. Is there a way to still get that white ball entree to pop? Or is that just what it is now?
No, I think there is a way. But that's a little bit on us, and it's a little bit on the touring teams to work together to feel how we make that part of cricket. I thought it was awesome to start with India. I mean, to be frank, we started with South Africa back in August, so we've been playing international cricket since we were in Darwin in August. So we're going to go right through to March when the girls play in Perth in the Test match. So it's a hell of a summer. There's a lot of cricket. But you're right. I mean, we've got to find a way of course, commercialising it, because, you know, I unashamedly talk about the fact that we have to make money in cricket, because that ultimately is the engine that drives everything else. Players need to be well paid. We want to bring boys and girls in. That costs money. So we have to do both. So I think we have to work creatively. We have to be really smart. We've got to be strategic. But we've also got to find ways to make those games really meaningful.
The Ashes is an undeniable event, and the influx of people. Just give me you told me this privately. What's the breakdown of who's here for the Test match?
Well, yesterday, day one, and here, day two, both sold out. 40% of the crowd will have come from interstate or overseas, which is an amazing number, which is why when you're standing next to the Premier, he's pretty happy, because the economic impact that sits in this city from this event is like no other. And, you know, the English are here, and their currency conversion's pretty good value for them, so they're having a great time. You know, I watched them yesterday sitting in the sun all day, singing, enjoying themselves. They add great vibrancy to the cricket. So it's a huge impact, and the same will happen when we get to Adelaide and Brisbane and Melbourne over the next part of the summer. So the tourism and the impact of people coming from all over the world and who are watching all over the world tells you that the Ashes as a brand is unbelievably strong.
And then the interstate travel as well as those who... So you go to your home test, and then it feels like there's a large population that goes to one other test, either as a boys' trip or a family trip or whatever it is.
Yeah.
What's the realities of that?
And that correlates to usually 2 to 2.5 nights of accommodation. Most of those nights will include restaurant bookings and those sorts of things. So the impact for the local host city is significant, which is why credit should be given to the WA government for the work they've done and the money they've invested. If you walk around the stadium today, you'll see enormous fan sites and live zones, and, you know, there'll be people watching the cricket outside because they can't get a ticket inside. Cricket's done a good job of that, building that up over time. You know, it was only 3 years ago this was, you know, a third full. And yes, England as an opposition helped, but it doesn't happen by chance. It has to happen over a long period of time with really good strategy and staff to execute it, and partnerships between government and the game.
There were always going to be big reactions to yesterday. It's just the action was even more than we would have imagined. The subsidiary issue, is it a wise decision for Usman Khawaja to have played golf the day before the series started? Well, he ended up suffering back spasms.
It's held him in good stead over the last couple of years. It's not uncommon for a lot of them to play golf day prior. A lot of people talk about cricket being played between the ears, and so getting some time away from, you know, being in your hotel or at training, I think is really important. I noticed Mitch Starc played golf with him, so it certainly didn't impact his performance. Did that correlate to any of the issues? I personally don't think so. I think Usman's a very seasoned campaigner. He knows his body well, and he knows how to get himself prepared for cricket, and he's done it over a long period of time. So I think that's drawing a long bow.
Yeah. So are you a believer that you look after your own personal preparation and we stay out of it?
And that's exactly how Andrew McDonald and the team have functioned over a long period of time, and they've been very successful on that. You know, the individual performance inside a team environment. And then ultimately you get held accountable for your performances. I think that's mature, and I think that's the current approach.
Do you know Josh Hazlewood's injury, the extent of it? Do you know, are we going to see him this summer?
I certainly hope so. I'd love to see him on the field.
We had 72 overs yesterday. So this is the English, are you not entertained? I don't think you could pack much more in, but 72 overs of 90 overs is a bit ridiculous. Where are you in the debate over rates?
Well, I mean, personally, I'd like to see us keep playing. Turn the lights on and keep playing. But, you know, we've got challenges with light. We've had this conversation before. But, I mean, there would have been no one who bought a ticket yesterday who walked away unfulfilled. So, you know, 19 wickets obviously creates issues with people getting on and off the field. And we had also a number of players who were struck yesterday, which held some time up. So I'd like to see us continue to push as hard as we can to get through the overs, because we're in the entertainment business. You've heard me say that before. So the more we play, the more entertaining we can get.
We had a clock on the scoreboard counting up between overs. Yeah. Should we live in a world where we actually count down between overs?
And again, that's a live conversation at the ICC about how we continue to push the over rates and help umpires between overs. It feels like it should be going down, not up, because it's the only way to create change of behaviour.
And what did you think of the electric guitarists in the lead up to the first ball?
I thought it was different. People trying. I'm not sure if it hit the mark perfectly yesterday, but it's again us looking at ways to bring entertainment into the business of cricket and trying to thread the needle between both.
Todd, it's good to see you. We'll see what today brings. Hope we see you again on Sunday.
I hope we do too.
Monday.
Let's fingers crossed. Thanks for your support, Gerard. Talk to you over summer.
Todd Greenburg is the Chief Executive of Cricket Australia. We are in the Bunnings build-up to day 2 of this Ashes series. The test moved in fast forward yesterday. 9 for 123 Australia when play resumes. Stuart Broad will join us next on SEN Test Cricket.
Live across Australia and around the world on the SEN network. The Bunnings Build-Up for Bunnings Trade. Helping business is our trade.
Real people, real products, real fun. No matter who you are, Sexyland has something real sexy for everyone. With Australia's biggest range of sexy costumes, lingerie, couples toys and fun gifts and games for adults. Sexyland. 11 stores in Melbourne and Geelong, open till midnight 7 days a week. Or shop online for 2-hour delivery. Sexyland.com.au.
The Toyota Tundra is all about hitting the road in the most enjoyable way possible. Combining supreme comfort, luxurious space, and backed by a 3.5-litre V6 twin-turbo engine, Tundra delivers exhilarating performance with seamless acceleration. It's our most powerful Toyota yet. But power like this can't be described. It has to be felt. And the feeling starts here at your local Toyota dealership. Book your Tundra test drive today. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Harvey Norman Black Friday sale. Unbeatable deals on all the big brands. Save up to 40% on monitors, gaming accessories and Android tablets. Up to a huge 35% off Windows 11 computers. Up to 30% off cricket cutting machines and presses. Up to 25% off printers and connected security. Up to 20% off headphones, digital cameras, networking and smartwatches. Up to 15% off DJI drones and MetaQuest 3S. Best brands, best range, best prices. There's more in store and online at Harvey Norman Black Friday sale.
At Capital.com, we know markets don't wait. They bounce, crash and soar, sometimes before the first innings is over. Markets move fast, so should you. Capital.com, a trading platform without delays.
Refer to Capital.com Australia's PDS and TMD, AFSL 513393.
Strong foundations need expert guidance. And with over 30 years of experience, Oldham Construction Lawyers are your trusted specialists in construction and property law. They provide tailored legal solutions to keep projects moving along with a personalised service and a proven track record that stands tall within the construction industry. If you're navigating a building dispute, Oldham Construction Lawyers offer expert guidance. Whether it's in VCAT, the courts, or you're dealing with the Building and Plumbing Commission, they'll support you every step of the way. Visit oclawyers.com.au.
Real cricket fans watch a test match for 5 days straight. That's sustained performance. Just like Host Plus, who have sustained strong long-term returns over 20 years. A top-performing super fund? That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Host Plus balanced My Super investment option based on super ratings data as at September 2025. Consider the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance. Search Compare Host Plus today.
Nothing says Aussie summer like an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Coupled with backyard barbecues, sunshine, and your mates. Bundaberg Ginger Beer is a true blue brew, a quintessential classic, craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger, and a traditional family recipe which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
Restock on your healthcare faves and save. Visit Chemist Warehouse now for incredible savings. This week, get Zantac Double Strength 24-hour 14 tablets for just $9.99. Go and grab Go Healthy, Go Restful Sleep 120 hard capsules, only $20.49. Try Caruso's Indigestion Ease Probiotic 50 capsules, just $33.99. And pick up Wanderlust High Strength Turmeric 100 capsules, only $34.99. For great savings every day, come home to Chemist Warehouse.
G'day, it's Alex Carey. The new Goodwee ESA battery is a game changer with leading performance and safety. Until the end of March, you can get up to $500 off, on top of the federal rebate exclusively with Solar Heart. Visit solarheart.com.au. T's and C's apply.
For Octet, fueling business growth with smart business solutions. And Host Plus, find as Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au. The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. The pre-match show for Beaumont Tiles. Black Friday deals on now. And Isuzu Adventure is everywhere. Test drive the new 2.2 litre Isuzu D-Max.
The atmosphere is stormy over Optus Stadium in Perth, but the pitch is set for action as matters stand. The ground staff are going nowhere, just in case we do get hit by this storm which is in the area. This is the pre-game show for Beaumont Tiles. Black Friday deals on now, and Isuzu Adventure is everywhere. Test drive the new 2.2 litre Isuzu D-Max. Australia 9 for 123 when play resumes on day 2. England all out yesterday, 172. At the England perspective, might have been a bit harsh on Stuart Broad after England were bowled out in 33 overs the way the day turned. He is downstairs with Adam Collins.
All right, got Stuart Broad with me down here, pitch side. Broady, what a staggering day of Test cricket that was. What did you think when you woke up this morning?
It was absolutely incredible, wasn't it? Do you know what I thought? I thought, well done the bowlers. A lot can be talked about conditions, but I thought the bowling was absolutely exceptional. Started by Mitchell Starc, one of the best Ashes spells you're going to see. Day one of an Ashes, all the tension involved in that. 2 big guns missing in Cummins and Hazelwood. That's been the talk. Responsibility on Mitchell Starc, and he went and delivered that. Absolutely incredible. Getting Joe Root for naught. And at the halfway stage, I'm thinking, oh dear, England fans, it's happened again. And then the England boys came out with exactly what Ben Stokes wanted when he picked his 5 seamers. Relentless energy, whacking the ball into the pitch at 90 miles an hour, 140 Ks. And didn't just cause the Aussie baddest damage in the fact that they got them out, but put a few scars in there as well. There was some body blows, there was a lot of player misses. Saw Steve Smith looked about as shaky as we've seen him for a long time. So it was a really impactful, driven bowling performance by the England team, and Ben Stokes ends up with the fifer, but it was actually the rest of the bowlers who sort of stamped the authority on the Test match.
It feels like this is the kind of day that England's wanted with their quicks in this country for years. I mean, you had to do so much work down here leading the attack, but they've wanted guys who are up towards 150, but injuries have prevented that. But yesterday it all comes together, and the average pace was so far up, it's off the scales as far as the way it's measured by CricViz. I mean, this is the dream come true, that they've got all their genuinely quick bowlers all available at the same time.
Yeah, and it's not by luck. I think we have to credit Rob Key, Luke Wright, chairman of selectors, Brendan McCullum, how he's looked after Mark Wood, Jofra Archer. I mean, Jofra Archer's whole plan for a 4-year injury-ravished period has been to get a wicket in his first over the Ashes. And he delivered that fantastically well yesterday. He's got brilliant attributes to be able to deliver on surfaces like that over here. And it's not by luck that these bowlers are ready to go, and they've introduced Bryden Carse into the group and Gus Atkinson. It's by judgment, and huge credit has to go to the guys for that.
And with Archer especially prioritising wanting to play long-form cricket again, a lot of criticism of him across the journey about his body, whether he could do it again, what his priorities were, but fundamentally this is what he wanted too.
Absolutely, and I know Joffa played a lot of cricket with Joff. He loves bowling. It's his absolute dream. Being injured is one of the most frustrating things that you can have. And anyone who's thinking about Test match cricket, you watched Jofra Archer yesterday. He's earned his millions in the IPL. He's a brilliant T20 bowler, but he runs in Ashes cricket at the Perth Stadium in front of 50,000 people, and you can see the sort of burning desire that he's got to go and make an impact for England. So huge credit to Jofra Archer. But it all sounds really positive at the moment. That's day one. That's day one. You look at today and you go, okay, well, if the Aussies now bowl England out for 200, they're still in the game and still got a great chance, even 250. So this game isn't over, and Australia will have that positive mindset, and England will certainly have that positive mindset. But we know there's wickets in this pitch.
Just coming back to the England quicks, there was a lot made when your great mate Jimmy Anderson retired 18 months ago now, whatever it was, about providing an opportunity for other bowlers to get test matches into them. Bryden Cass is a terrific example of that, and yesterday knocks over Usman Khawaja and Steve Smith in the space of a couple of overs. I mean, again, they'll take enormous amounts from that from a planning perspective, won't they?
They will, of course. I mean, I think Jimmy Anderson would be quite handy on that pitch as well with the bounce as well. But yeah, I think that tall, extra pace bowler in Australia has worked for many a year, and you're looking at that Australian group that's been so successful in Hazlewood, Cummins, Stark. They're all big guys, they all hit the pitch really hard. So I think England will have looked at what's been successful over here for a long period of time and wanted to bring a fast bowling group that can deliver that. And Josh Tunga, that didn't play here, Australians won't know a huge amount about him, but he's someone who can he's quicker than Carson and Atkinson. Maybe not consistent in the length he bowls, but he's someone who can have an impact as well. It's not just going to be reliant on the five guys that played in this test.
Just going back to the start of the day, the reality is England was still knocked over inside 33 overs for 172. They went at better than 5 and over, but I think it was 4 of the last 5 to short balls. And I mean, this is going to be a feature of the series, isn't it? Whether they can try and find a way to, whilst maintaining that carefree disposition, not end up falling into the trap of being careless.
Yeah, England is a very positive changing room, but I don't think anyone can sit there and go, that was a good batting display, winning the toss and batting first. Joe Root got a really good ball, Mitchell Starc bowled fantastically well, but particularly the back end, once Harry Brook got dismissed, it fell away pretty quickly into tactics that they would have expected, but didn't counteract very well at all. And I say that with some empathy, because it is really difficult in Australia with the big wide grounds. When someone's running in short with the field set, where do you score your runs? Where do you survive? Harry Brook tried to not play a shot and got out gloving it. Jamie Smith tried to play a shot, got out cast the same. So we'll see that tactic throughout probably the Gabba and the MCG, maybe not Adelaide, because you can close your eyes and swing square there and it might go for 6, but England will have to find a way to counteract that. But they'll be talking all the time about how they move the game forward, how they develop, and there'll be a few nervous guys. Remember Mitch Starc, is he on a hat-trick, am I right in thinking?
I was going to say, well, we'll start the innings with Crawley on a pair and Mitch Starc on a hat. You took a couple of test hat-tricks. The fact that Starc would have had a chance to have thought about that overnight and go again today.
Well, Zach Crawley would have had a chance to think about it as well on a pair at the first Ashes Test match. So yeah, there'll be some tension there, no doubt. And England will be well aware that they need to put some runs on this board. We've seen historically on this pitch, day 2 and day 3 are best times to bat. 200 might not be enough from England, even if the lead is 49 at the moment. They'll want Australia to have to chase over 350, I would have thought, although the slowness of the outfield makes that a lot more runs than it looks on the scoreboard. But it's a big day. We always say day 3 is moving day in Test match cricket. Well, we've brought that forward by the quality of the fast bowling, and it's today.
Great stuff, Stuart Broad. Thanks for joining us. We'll catch you upstairs through the day.
Thank you.
Stuart Broad and Adam Collins with us in our build-up. The warm-ups have been completed for Ream, Australia's favourite. That's steady, hot and strong. And the centre is being cleared for play in 12 minutes' time. Bharat, Sundaresan and Tom Morris, once they're finished being the new ballers, they bring us the good oil for Cobram Estates, Australian extra virgin olive oil. Hello to you, Bharat.
Good morning, Gerard.
Tom, welcome in.
Hello, Gerard.
Baz, you got some news for us this morning?
Well, news, I just bumped into Usman Khawaja literally 5 minutes ago on my way up, and he just cleared the air in terms of what he was going through yesterday. So he felt some back spasm during warm-ups before the start of play yesterday. Popped a couple of pills, went out there to field. It got worse, and at one point he felt like he was struggling to move, and that's when he went off the field and was getting his treatment, getting his stretches done. And that's around the time the English collapse happened. And like we were told, the clock ran out on him in a way. And then he also did say that he was still feeling the effects of that, but he did not want to take pills before going out to bat. For obvious reasons. He didn't want to feel a little dazed because these are strong pills that he was taking. So he still looks a bit stiff today, but he's confident that he will be, or he should be able to go out there and field. But you could see it, just the way he was walking towards me. He looked like someone whose back is stiff.
Did you ask him about the wisdom of playing golf the day before? Or did you leave that alone?
No, I mean, it's just something that these guys have done for, especially the likes of Fuzi, done for the last 5-6 years, I think. So it'll be one of those. If this doesn't happen, nobody brings it up, and he gets celebrated for winning that golf tournament. And it's become a thing for a lot of cricket teams around the world, hasn't it, Gerard? I mean, England obviously have made a thing out of it, but the Australians as well, don't seem to mind playing a round of golf. I mean, the other guy who played golf with Uzi took 7 wickets yesterday, so that'll be the team argument anyway if it comes down to that.
What have you learnt this morning, Tom?
I've learnt there's a bit of disquiet in the Australian team, and Mitchell Starc touched on it with the way that the ball lost shape yesterday when the Australians were bowling. So that's just a watch for the rest of the summer. There's been some quiet frustrations the last couple of years, more from the batters about how long the ball has swung for when they were batting. But yesterday was actually from the bowlers and how it lost its shape quite quickly. What was Mitchell Starc's exact quote? It was...
Call it a hockey puck.
A hockey puck, yeah. So that's just a watch for the rest of the summer. I tell you what else I'm watching today, and that's the Shield cricket. So Sam Constas is out. He's playing for New South Wales at the moment. In fact, New South Wales were none for 69 from 11 overs, and Sam Constas was dismissed for 43. The other games today, Cricket Australia 11, which has Josh Inglis open the batting, which is significant. If you read Ben Horn's piece in the Daily Telegraph, I think it was, he's suggesting that the selectors are not against a Josh Inglis or a Mitch Marsh potentially open the batting at some stage in this Ashes series. So he was dismissed for 40 from 37 balls. And then the other Shield games today that I'm keeping a very close eye on for obvious reasons are Queensland versus Victoria and South Australia versus Western Australia. It's that time now, and it was similar last year. If the batters are failing at the same time as Shield batters are performing, then there's a conversation, and I think we can have that conversation at the end of the Test match.
And it's the pink ball round, isn't it?
That's it, yeah.
Pink ball at the Gabba. So it's highly relevant.
That's it.
There is a tendency this morning to put the cart before the horse. I watched the text message throughout the new ball.
What did you think of the text machine?
Well, no, that's exactly. I felt like the reactions to day one, no matter what happened, were going to be massive overreactions. But what I hadn't counted on was that the action would demand overreaction. It made everything seem perfectly sound and reasonable, but it is what happens next. And today's enormous. This ball should swing this morning with the overcast conditions we're presented with. So if England are 4 for 20 and Stark's doing his thing and he's taken a hat-trick, then our conversations in an hour are a bit different. So there is just a little bit of calm the horses. There's judgment to be issued. Just let's let it unfold and then issue the judgment that's required.
And Baz, there's a very real, immediate conversation around Scott Boland, whether he opens the bowling or not, and how he goes after being largely ineffective yesterday against the England top order.
No, I think that's the first call. I'd be surprised if they don't take that call and give Brendan Doggett the new ball. Now that they've seen him in Test cricket as well. He looked a little nervous in that first spell, but like Mitch Starc said earlier downstairs, I think he looked like he belongs at this level. And they'll need him, and he swings the ball. That's not Scotty's biggest strength. So I think you should throw the ball to Brendan Doggett, and I think they will. But I'm with you, Gerard. Last year, the big judgment came after the loss, and I think we should at least hold on till the result of
make sure it's going to be a loss before we treat it as a loss. And Doggett will face the first ball of the day. That is coming up. We'll talk to you lads as the day unfolds. This is the pre-game for Beaumont Tiles. Black Friday deals on now. And Isuzu Adventure is everywhere. Test drive the new 2.2-litre Isuzu D-Max.
The Ashes on SEN for Octet, fueling business growth with smart business solutions. And Host Plus, Finder's Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Snooze Black Friday starts now. Up to 60% off selected mattresses and up to 40% off selected bed frames. On now. It's amazing what a little snooze can do.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
New cars, demos and near new. Quality used cars.
Great trade-in prices on all makes and models. Wow, they really do have it all at Car City. Up to 2,000 cars on site and even more online. Plus easy off-street parking. Finance available. Even a cafe. For new wheels, you know where to go. 415 Maroondah Highway, Ringwood.
In this new era of ChatGPT and AI, the tradies of Melbourne have spoken. Us blokes want the real robot.
Robots got it.
Carpentry, fencing, engineering projects and DIY. Robot building supplies can help you get the job done.
Robots got it.
The original robot since 1946. Find us in Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. We're robot, but we're human. Robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
Well, if you're in the market for a quality Australian manufactured shed from now until December 4, get this. You can get, I can't believe this, 30% off at Best Shed's Black Friday sale event. 30% off. Standard or customised, their banning lineup of sheds comes in all sorts of shapes and sizes. And in true blue Aussie fashion, Best Sheds gives you a 20-year manufacturer's warranty. 20 years, 2 decades. Visit bestsheds.com.au and get 30% off during Best Shed's Black Friday sale on now until December 4. Best Sheds, raise the bat.
You've been dreaming, planning, waiting for the right moment. Well, now is the time to build with Mimosa Homes. Take advantage of discounted upgrade packs, including evaporative cooling and enhanced home security, designed to make your new home complete from day one. With 55 display homes across Melbourne and Geelong and our 50-year structural warranty, build with confidence, knowing we're with you for the long haul. Now is the time to make it yours. Visit mimosahomes.com.au. Mimosa Homes.
When the makers of better beer asked themselves, how can we make beer better? They knew it had to be crisp and refreshing, but the best bit? It had to be zero carb, zero sugar, and low in calories. So the Better Beer Company was born, the healthier alternative that's become the dream beer of beer lovers around the country. Better Beer, the official, unofficial beer of the Ashes. Better Beer, proudly Australian made and owned and available from all good retailers. Find a store near you at betterbeer.com.au.
Ozito brushless power tools, tested by grit and built to work. When it comes to doing tough jobs, do it yourself. Ozito, home and garden brushless power tools. Do you. Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
Harvey Norman Black Friday sale. Unbeatable deal. 50% off Ecovacs D-Bot N20 Pro Plus RoboVac and Mop, now just $497. Save $180 on Westinghouse multifunction oven, now just $492. Save $68 on JBL Essential 2 Encore Party Box speaker, now just $277. And save $75 on Nespresso Virtuo Pop Capsule Coffee Machine with Milk Frother, now only $194. Best brands, best range, best prices. There's more in store at Harvey Norman Black Friday sale.
Picnics on the beach, pool days, backyard sport. Whatever your summer looks like, it's always better with a 4 and 20 in hand. Enjoy the classic taste of 100% Australian beef in delicious gravy wrapped in golden flaky pastry. Watching sports, playing sports, or just soaking up the summer sun. Biting into a 4 and 20 pie is the ultimate summer snack for whatever summer you're having. 4 and 20, Australia's original fan favourite.
For Octet, fueling business growth with smart business solutions. And Host Plus, find as Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au. The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. The first session for MEGT. Sign up your next apprentice with MEGT.
How do you follow a 19-wicket opening day here in Perth? We are about to find out. Day 2. Mark Wood has ball in hand, so the delivery of the first ball, Maccas loving the cricket. Brendan Doggett's. All 22 cricketers were out in the middle batting yesterday. Doggett didn't face a ball. That is about to unfold at the start of day 2. He's got a first-class average of 8 and a bit. So, not heralded as anything other than a number 11. Gerard, Whateley and Simon Katich and Damien Fleming all in for the first ball. Welcome back, lads.
Good morning, Gerard, Flem, all our listeners.
Simon, Gerard, listeners, what is going to happen today? How good? It's absolutely packed again. How many runs can this last wicket pair scrounge out? And then they're going to have to bowl like they've never bowled before, the Australian bowling lineup.
Australia trailing by 49 runs as players about to commence. It's 23 degrees here in Perth, heading for a top of 24. The cloud is much brighter than it has been. So we're going to be largely overcast for the first few hours of play, but brighter than it has been for Goodwee Batteries and Solar Heart Expertise, the perfect partnership. Pulls out, and Brendan Doggett pulled out as Wood was on the runway.
He had every right to, too, because the umpire had his arm out suggesting that we weren't ready to start play. But Mark Wood, he just wanted to storm in and take this last wicket.
I like the sheer aggression of giving Wood the first over to this pitch for Pope Gardening. Celebrate 100 summers together in 2025. Much discussion and inspection. All right, now formally underway, day 2. Wood hammers in and bowls to Doggett, who leaves outside the offside.
And you mentioned Mark Wood bowling the first over. And, you know, Ben Stokes could have picked any of the bowlers because, you know, they all bowled well yesterday. But part of leadership is trying to get guys into the series, but also sending a message to the opposition. And Mark Wood's been picked for a specific reason, just like Archer and the rest of the guys. Yes, they're going to try and knock the top order over, but when you've got guys in bowl 150 k's an hour, their job is to clean the tail and intimidate the tail. And that's what probably this decision's about.
2 slips, gully, a short leg in place. Wood, right arm over the wicket, bowls, Doggett, jumpy defends to the offside.
Let's get your first run in Test cricket, Brendan.
You never forget it. You got to remember where it scored, Flem, because you think about it a lot in the lead up to the innings, and he's had all night to think about it.
I got away first ball.
Did you?
Oh, I was so excited. It was Boxing Day too. Like, so there's 80,000 people, and Phil de Freitas just drifted on the middle leg.
Oh,
and when you're 2 after 1, but you do not care.
You lucky bugger.
What about
I had to wait like Brendan Doggett overnight because there was a wicket on the last over, and I had to wait.
The strains of Jerusalem, short ball, Doggett gets down underneath.
Headingley 0-1, and I think Mark Waugh got out in the last over of the day, or what was to end up being the last over of the day, so I had to stew on it all night.
Oh, no.
And I've been watching all series thinking, what am I going to get from Andy Katich next morning? And I'm thinking, is he going to bowl me a big full bunger first up, and I can just punch him through the covers?
And how long did it take?
He bowled me a big wide, like almost off the wicket one. And thankfully I went, no, I'll let that one go through. But first runs were a 4 off Alex Tudor. Straight down the ground. Yeah.
But it's as you said, you had blackouts throughout your career of what happened.
Wood to Doggett, jumpy, turning to leg, skewed out to off. Didn't know a whole lot about it.
At your first wicket, your first runs. I mean, what about Doggett's first wicket? It was like he didn't really appeal.
Yeah. And it was nearly in the first ball club too. That ball first up to Pope was an absolute beauty.
Yeah.
That only just went over the bails by millimetres.
Yeah, plenty of that with the ball. But, yeah, big job here. If they can just keep England out, keep the scoreboard ticking as well.
Sun's actually got through the heavy cloud overhead. Wood bowls, Doggett turns down leg. It's fielded down on the rope.
That was nicely played,
No, leg by.
Oh, wow, that looked like it was right off the bat.
Denied his first Test runs. 9 for 124. Okay. Poor old Jake Weatherall didn't get his first run yesterday. We still wait to see whether Doggett gets his chance. Instructions coming from Ben Stokes, ever busy at extra cover. He's pushed 2 back into the deep. Line does love to hook. Down, ready to go. Wood bowls to him full. He went the Yorker. Line met us. Kept it out. Good theatre in the first over. 9 for 124. Our scoreboard in this opening session. The Toyota scoreboard. Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today. Simon Katich and Damien Fleming on duty. They are our experts for UFI POE systems, professional grade security for complete home protection.
Geez, Nathan Lyon played that beautifully, that last ball. That was right on the money from Mark Wood. If Nathan Lyon gets his judgment wrong there, he's either getting bowled or his toe blown off. That was a beautiful Yorker first up.
They had an interesting duel. I've been thinking a lot about Hobart, the final test from the previous series where England had been shocking. And Wood took the 6 wickets and made Australia look just the way they did yesterday, jumpy. And then Lyon went the happy hooking and just kept putting him over the fence. He was the only player who really met the challenge in that innings. Doggett stays out of a bounce, which is way over his head. Atkinson has been handed the ball at the Langer stand end.
Yeah, and that's the other message too. Ben Stokes is rewarding Gus Atkinson for he didn't get any wickets yesterday, but I thought he was outstanding. The pressure he built up early on, particularly the Labuschagne, the line and length he bowled, gave them absolutely nothing, and he showed a lot yesterday without getting the reward for his work.
Still nice just to get that one little wicket in the innings.
Atkinson is striving away for that. Doggett cuts. It's a backward point, no run. Atkinson's after his first wicket in the innings, and Doggett's after his first run in Test cricket.
And it might not seem like much in the scheme of the Test, but even if these two can put on 10, it's just trying to make England work hard for this last wicket and just get some sort of momentum going into the bowling innings to get some positivity out there, because Australia have to show a lot of character today. They've got to fight back.
Corden readies itself. Atkinson bowls a bouncer down underneath Doggett. Saw it early.
And someone like Doggett's got a big role to play, because as a debutant, you can give the rest of the group energy. If you go out there and apply yourself and show something with Nathan Lyon, trust each other, get into partnership, something that Australia did at times yesterday but didn't capitalise on those partnerships. The best one being, I think, Travis Head and Cameron Green, who'd put on 45 but didn't maximise it. They were in, they were both set, and then they both gave their wickets away.
Atkinson flowing in. Doggett plays late, lifts it up over point, gets his first runs in Test cricket. He'll come back for his second. I'll just soothe the soul a little bit.
Yeah, he'll remember that too. But as a former tail ender, the other thing what happens is the crowd gets onto you. Like, what about the cheers there? The longer it goes on, so that gets a bit of momentum going your way. Another half an hour, 10 to 15 runs. It's all a bonus for the Australians here.
That was a high-quality shot too. That wasn't that bad a ball from Gus Atkinson, but Doggett played it beautifully.
On the follow-up, Doggett turns to leg. Found it well enough. Archie comes in and fields from mid-on.
For a long time in this country, Flem, we've seen opposition teams come here and get roughed up by the Australian quicks over the history of Test cricket. We've always had very, very good quick bowlers. But yesterday, it's one of the rare occasions that Australian batters have been roughed up on our home conditions.
Last ball of Atkinson's over. Doggett awaits, in behind defending. Australia have added 3 in the first couple of overs. 9 for 126. SEN Test cricket for Octet Smart Business Finance.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Nothing beats Black Friday at Harvey Norman with up to 35% off Windows 11 computers and up to 40% off monitors. And Henley Homes. Hard to beat. Ask other builders, then come back to us. henley.com.au.
When using a knife in the workplace, safety is critical. Martor provides top quality knives, blades and accessories for safer ways to cut, giving you peace of mind knowing your workers are in safe hands. Martor Australia, the safer way to cut. Visit martoraustralia.com.au.
Mark Wood starts the fresh over, pitches up to Nathan Lyon, who runs him away into the offsides. He'll take a run to cover and go to 4. 9 for 127. The Ashes on SEN for Henley Homes. 1800 64 64 64.
And he's talking about the Australians getting intimidated. Funny enough, it has been here at Perth Stadium. Like India have done it to us twice. Remember that first test, Shami Bumrah and all that. So it's not the fortress that it used to be for Australia here.
It's in his 7th over, 1 maiden, none for 19. He has third back fine leg. He's gone with the leg slip as well as bat pad. Woodview fancy will bowl at Doggett here, who turns him straight to Pope under the helmet, and he drops the catch. It's very hard to be stable, obviously, and there was a bit too much movement from Pope. If he'd just been able to sit there, he would have just clutched that catch and ended it.
He just was trying to go with the ball and position himself, opening up that hip. It would have been a sharp catch because it went pretty quickly to him, even though Doggett didn't absolutely nail it. Still, given he's only a couple of metres off the bat, they are hard because they come so quick. And it just dipped on him right at the end.
Although Doggett wanted to take him on.
Wood again, Doggett flicks to the legs.
And the other thing is for Doggett, he would never face someone with his pace. So you're doing it in a test match. So it's such a big challenge for the number 11. And he looks up and he only sees 3 fielders in front of him. Bat pad, mid-off and mid-on.
Pope's first reaction is human instinct. It's evasive action.
Yeah.
And they go, oh no, it's coming quite slowly. But he's already flinched away from it. The Chemist Warehouse replay screen. So instead of going forward, he's sort of turning. Not easily done. Wood tries again. Doggett beaten as he looked to play the drive.
I was waiting for that line. Mark Wood's pretty much been angling in and sort of peppering back of a length, but just felt like Doggett staying leg side of the ball and giving him a look at the stumps and also the channel, and just plays inside the line there. Good adjustment to the line there by Mark Wood.
It's in the low 140s. At the start of the day, he routinely tipped 150 yesterday. Doggett nervously tapping away. Wood is with him. He's ballooning the ball to the offside. It lands safely. So he got in behind it, took up near the shoulder of the bat. Just fell off the square, well short of cover.
Well, the one thing that saved Brendan Doggett a little bit there was he actually did get quite deep in his crease. He squared up, which didn't help the cause. Hence the reason why it sort of bobbed up on the offside. But in terms of getting deep, it's important against quick bowlers that you use that depth in your crease to give yourself time, because that's one thing you're searching for when you're facing fast bowling. You need to catch up that bit of time because you've only got half a second to react.
Just be careful, don't step on your stumps.
Last ball of the over. Doggett drives inside portion of the bat down to fine leg. Any which way will do. Doggett's to 3. It's 9 for 128 at the end of the over. This first session of play for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts.
The Toyota Tundra is all about hitting the road in the most enjoyable way possible. Combining supreme comfort, luxurious space, and backed by a 3.5-litre V6 twin-turbo engine, Tundra delivers exhilarating performance with seamless acceleration. It's our most powerful Toyota yet. But power like this can't be described. It has to be felt. And the feeling starts here at your local Toyota dealership. Book your Tundra test drive today. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
The Ashes on SEN for 4 and 20, Australia's original fan foods. Doggett 3, Lion 4. Australia trailing by 44 runs. The sun's got through now. Patchy cloud overhead at Optus Stadium, which must have high 30,000s in for the start of day 2. Doggett ducks a good bouncer from Atkinson. And followed him and was just at the right height.
Played pretty well, Cato.
He played that
he's ducked under, he's swayed. When he feels like he's been able to score, he's had a go at it. No, it's been a good little debut here.
What I love about that was the fact that, one, he kept his eye on the ball, and then the second part of it was he had the awareness to drop his hands. And that's something we saw yesterday. It didn't happen a lot from some of the top order. Usman Khawaja rode the bounce.
Atkinson over the wicket. Doggett tried the hook. Swing and a miss.
Good stuff. Have a crack at it.
Yeah, and I don't mind that either, because at least he committed to the shot. If he's going to go down, at least it's not been hesitant, and he's full-blooded at that. And if it flies for 6, it flies for 6. But there was a little bit of hesitancy yesterday with some of the footwork, and also just we saw so many body blows, which, that shouldn't probably be. Oh, yes, there's pace and bounce in this wicket, but, That's the reason your bat's out there.
Yeah, if he goes up, let's hit him back over his head, Brendan.
Doggett seen all of the strike. It is up and it is driven. Got it away through the leg side. Archer sets off from mid-on. He'll keep it to 2. Doggett's winning the crowd over here. He's 5. It's 9 for 130.
Yeah, these little tail-end innings, you know, they're good fun. The crowd love it. They get involved. And it does frustrate the bowling team. You know, the bouncer was swung at, so I'm going to go full. He didn't get out of the middle of bat, but, you know, he wants to score. So let's keep it going.
5 from 19 balls. Atkinson to Doggett, runs the ball to cover, takes a single. Growing in confidence with every ball, 9 for 131.
Lam, as much as I loved batting, this was one of my favourite parts of the game. Was if I had gotten out, which happened a lot, is you sit and watch the tail enders to support them, and I loved watching the boys bat at the end. That was one of my favourite things, and seeing them make runs, because it just gives you some momentum moving into your bowling innings, and you can take that with you and use it to your advantage.
If he bowls short, surely Gaz has taken it on.
Lions on 4. Atkinson does bowl short, right up to the grill and met in kind by the full face of the bat.
Well, and the other thing about it is it shows to the batters, boys, it's possible out here. If we get to the 40-odd over mark, this is what happens. This is what it looks like. And you start learning from that experience and say, well, okay, that's our game plan second time around. Yeah, we made some mistakes yesterday, but we got another opportunity. That's the beauty of 4-day cricket, 5-day cricket. You get a second opportunity to rectify the wrongs from the first innings. So hopefully there's some lessons here.
Last ball of Atkinson's over. Lyon stays out of a bouncer, which is well up over his head. 9 for 131. The Shark Bite scoreboard, plumbing perfected. Shark Bite Max.
Buying and selling goods here and overseas can be complex. Octet's Trade Finance provides a flexible line of credit to pay suppliers in over 70 countries at competitive FX rates with up to 60 days interest-free. Visit octet.com. Leading criteria and conditions may apply.
At capital.com, we know markets don't wait. They bounce, crash and soar, sometimes before the first innings is over. Markets move fast, so should you. Capital.com, a trading platform without delays.
Refer to capital.com, Australia's PDS and TMD. AFSL 513393.
SEN Test Cricket for Octet Smart Business Finance. Australia trailing by 41 runs. 9 for 131. Doggett 6, Lyon 4. Wood searching for the first wickets in his work. It's his 8th over. He bowls to Doggett, who's fending at a ball that goes past at a good pace.
It was a beauty, wasn't it?
But as you were saying in the pre-match, it's still getting overs into Wood, which England might go, oh, this would be good fitness-wise, but it's also because of his lack of resilience and high, you know, he doesn't play a lot of consecutive games. You know, you're just getting more balls to him from the Australian attack. You know, will he be a bit stiff going into the second innings?
His pace is nowhere near what it was yesterday. This is his 3rd over. Bowls to Doggett, tucked up on the pads and rolls away to Pope under the helmet.
There is something as well, like Australia 2 years in a row have set them, you know, when you bowl first, you obviously want to bowl the opposition out as quickly as possible, but they've bowled them out and then had to bat in an ugly session. The disappointing is, it happens once, but they had it, you know, it's a second time and it's happened again. They haven't been able to get through, but it's different when you start your innings during the day here at Perth Stadium, I reckon. And then you get into that last session, it's with an older ball.
Doggett set a ball down the leg side, had a spar, but missed.
Mark Wood's basically falling over every ball.
Yeah.
That can't be good for your body either. You know, you want a long follow through so your body gets to decelerate down the pitch. When you're suddenly just stopping and propelling yourself and then falling on the ground, you know, that's got to put, you know, so much stress on your body.
For 20 in his 7.5 overs. Now back for the top edges. 2 in the slips and 1 under the helmet. Wood to Doggett, drives. A bit hollow, but it goes through cover. He gets 1. 7, 9 for 132.
I'm surprised Wood hasn't come around the wicket and changed the angle. He's got the field to be able to do it and just really test whether he wants to get in line with the ball. Over the wicket's a little bit easier because he can stay leg side of it and access that cover region or point, but he's decided to stay over. Now, it looks like Ollie Pope's come to the offside after that ball in the previous over popped up. So Nathan Lyon has got that to contend with right in his eye line.
Wood in and out, Lyon lets the rising delivery go, and again Wood topples over. Back to suspiciously poor at the popping crease. Just doesn't have his rhythm. He's at 145.
Why does he slip over so much? Because it's done it throughout his whole career.
Well, the thing is, he doesn't leave anything in the bank. He's bowling 100% every time. And it's not so much that he's slipping, but because he closes himself off, he can't, because he jumps out, he can't get his back leg through.
Wood tosses the ball high in the air at the top of his mark. Tries to get right through. He bowls. Lyon, that's hit him as he tried to turn the leg. He's okay, and a bit disappointed he wasn't able to whip it away. 9 for 132. That's on the Toyota scoreboard. Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today.
Need a smarter way to manage business finance? Octet's innovative supply chain payments platform helps you power business transactions locally and overseas with a line of credit and flexible repayment terms. Visit octet.com, that's OCTET.com. Lending criteria and conditions may apply.
Secure your home with the Eufy PoE system. Its revolutionary dual-camera design delivers 24/7 monitoring with fixed wide-angle views plus automatic tracking. No blind spots, no missed details. Just reliable protection for true peace of mind. Visit eufy.com/au.
It's opening session for MEGT. Sign up your next apprentice with MEGT. The Australian tailenders have survived 20 minutes thus far. 9 for 132. Atkinson bowls to Doggett, who runs the ball to point. Can't find a run as Stokes is on duty. Where are we in the debate around Perth versus Brisbane? So the Courier Mail yesterday, front page, trying to reclaim the opening tests of a summer for the final ashes that'll come through while it's still a venue before they build the Olympic Stadium. Perth will be on good terms with itself yesterday. 40% tourists in a 51,000 crowd, where finally the West Test really did come of age. Doggett sways out of a well-placed bouncer from Atkinson.
Look, I think what Todd said was spot on. In terms of, a fortress, you could argue that the Gabba has lost a little bit of that, because we've lost twice there in the last, 4 years or something like that. Lost India and then lost the West Indies after absolutely hammering them here in Perth. And last year was the first time we've lost at this venue, so we've got a very good record at this venue, even though it is had its issues with crowds and stuff like that, but not this time around with the Ashes.
Doggett 7 from 26 balls. Atkinson bowls to him. Bouncer way too high. Surely has to be called a wide.
Give us a run.
That has to be a wide.
I don't understand that.
That has to be a wide. There's no way he can hit that.
Now, I'm a big fan, Perth Stadium. This is a magnificent stadium. I think the pitch has been very good. The Australians just need to get used to playing here more. Like the potential to get 60,000 for the first couple of days, something the Gabba can't do.
Atkinson to Doggett, swings across the line. He's hit it into himself. That's a nasty business. Ends up leaning on his bat in the aftermath.
It's just good intent, though. Atkinson hasn't bowled that many good deliveries to Doggett since he started being aggressive. He just needs to get a cut. Can he get one in the middle that goes for 4?
He actually pressed forward there. He probably needed to just be pressing back a bit, because Atkinson's just running in and smashing it in the wicket consistently in that sort of back of a length.
At him again, and Doggett popped it up past Pope. It lands safely and trickles to Archer wide mid-on. Yeah, so no sentiment here for the Gabba from you two?
Not for my end. Maybe the new.
When they can make their case after the 2032 Olympics.
That's over 50,000, the new one, isn't it?
Definitely.
Then I'm happy. I just think the potential to these crowds, this is a massive two crowds. And I know it's an Ashes year, but, I think we've still got to encourage the Western Australians in non-Ashes year to come.
Doggett just went to play outside the off stump, pulled the bat away. Dodd to finish the over. 9 for 132, and that is on the Shark Bite scoreboard. Fleming perfected Shark Bite mix.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Start your next innings with a career that gives you more. Search Police Careers, Victoria Police, and Oldham Construction Lawyers. Your experts in construction law, ensuring you're never caught out when pressure builds.
If delayed payments are straining your business, don't worry. Octet's tailored invoice finance solutions keep your business cash flow moving. Get quick access to up to 85% of your unpaid invoices as a cash advance without real estate security. Visit octet.com. Leading criteria and conditions may apply.
The Australian tail-enders for Australian made by Australia. Support Australians. Doggett 7 from 30. Lyon 4 from 19. 9 for 132. Mark Wood is off after his 3 overs. And Bryden Cass on the change of bowler to see if he can wrap this innings up. RSEA safety trusted by tradies across Australia. Cass starts his work. Lyon tried to lift him up over the cordon. It was a play and a miss. Cass has worked yesterday. It's 10 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 45.
And the big one for me was he knocked Smith over. He changed the course of yesterday afternoon. At that stage, Smith was digging in. He was applying himself beautifully. He had a couple of knocks on the elbow, but that was a beauty that got Smith.
Bounding in, Lyon edges straight to gully. Duckett takes the catch. Australia all out for 132. Cass does the business with his 3rd wicket. Lyon the last man out for 4. Australia trailing by 40 runs at what notionally is the halfway mark of the Test match early on day 2.
Yeah, good length again from Cass, just fractionally fuller. Nathan Lyon doesn't quite get his foot across the line of the ball and slices it to Duckett at gully, who took a comfortable catch. So some good fight shown by these two, Doggett and Lyon. Lyon will be disappointed to get out in that fashion. But Australia trailing by 40. It's a significant amount of runs given where England were at yesterday, being bowled out for 172. Australia would have been buoyant, but they haven't responded well with the bat. And now they've got some serious work to do now with the ball and then again with the bat in the second innings.
Let me give you the call of the card. The Toyota scoreboard Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today. England won the toss, batted first, 172 all out. Brooke top scored with 52 and Stark 7 for 58. In reply, Australia Weatherald, LBW Archer for 0, 1 for none. Labuschagne bowled Archer for 9, 2 for 28. Smith caught Brooke bowled Cass for 17, 3 for 30. Kawaja caught Smith bowled Cass for 2, 4 for 31. Head caught Cass bowled Stokes for 21, 5 for 76. Green caught Smith bowled Stokes for 24, 6 for 83. Stark caught Cass bowled Stokes for 12, 7 for 118. Carey caught Cass bowled Stokes for 26, 8 for 121. Boland caught Brooke bowled Stokes for 0, 9 for 121. Lyon caught Duckett bowled Cass for 4, 132 all out. Doggett not out, 7. The English bowlers, Archer 9 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 11. Gus Atkinson 12 overs, 5 maidens, none for 24. Mark Wood 8 overs, 1 maiden, none for 21. Bryden Cass 10.2 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 45. Ben Stokes 6 overs, 1 maiden, 5 for 23. The innings break here is for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. We'll bring Adam Collins in, and Mitch Stark will be on a hat-trick at Perth Stadium when the English second innings begins.
Buying and selling goods here and overseas can be complex. Octex Trade Finance provides a flexible line of credit to pay suppliers in over 70 countries at competitive FX rates with up to 60 days interest-free. Visit octet.com.
Leading criteria and conditions may apply.
Don't get caught out by skills shortages. Build a great team with MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. Offering local advice and ongoing support, they'll make sure your investment pays off. So speak to the experts at MEGT.com.au.
Apprentice Connect Australia providers are an Australian government-funded initiative.
At Capital.com, we know markets don't wait. They bounce, crash and soar, sometimes before the first innings is over. Markets move fast, so should you. Capital.com, a trading platform without delays.
Refer to Capital.com Australia's PDS and TMD, AFSL 513393.
At Bunnings Trade, no matter where you are, we're here to help. We have trade specialists in store dedicated to you and your trade, whether it's sourcing supplies, quoting on jobs or arranging delivery direct to site. Come and see us at the trade desk. Bunnings Trade. Helping business is our trade.
Hiya.
Hello.
The taxi ride between client meetings. The perfect opportunity to go to bizcover.com.au to switch and save on your business insurance.
Real estate agent.
Like your professional indemnity. Because only BizCover lets you compare, save, and get instant cover online, on the go, in minutes.
I can save $500. What's that? I can save $500. Okay.
Check how much a professional like you could save on your business insurance. For on-the-go cover, go BizCover.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Start your next innings with a career that gives you more. Search Police Careers, Victoria Police, and Oldham Construction Lawyers. Your experts in construction law, ensuring you're never caught out when pressure builds.
At Capital.com, we know markets don't wait. They bounce, crash and soar, sometimes before the first innings is over. Markets move fast, so should you. Capital.com, a trading platform without delays.
Refer to Capital.com Australia's PDS and TMD, AFSL 513393.
Gilly, KO Sports is the home of summer sport with the Ashes, F1, NBL and the Supercars, right?
Yes, Travis Head. And if you're new to KO Sports, get 1 month of KO Premium for just $1. Offer ends November 30.
Nice.
KO Sports. Get on board.
Need a new battery roadside? Holler for a Marshall. Marshall batteries come to you fast with the right battery and expert fitting. Serving Australia since 1935, choose the leading roadside battery replacement service. Holler for a Marshall, day or night. marshallbatteries.com.au.
Ready to scale your business or find the space to help you grow? Wilson Storage Business Hub makes it simple. From tradies, startups to growing enterprises, you'll find clean, secure, flexible warehouse storage with logistics and support designed to grow with you. Enjoy no lock-in contracts, 7-day access, built-in security, plus office and freight solutions under one roof. Right now, get 1 month free on every storage unit at every facility. Run your business from Melbourne's best business storage network. WilsonBusinessHub.com.au, because your business is our business.
Bounding in, line, edges, straight to gully. Duckett takes the catch. Australia all out for 132. Cast does the business with his third wicket. Australia trailing by 40 runs at what notionally is the halfway mark of the Test match early on day 2.
SEN Test Cricket for Octet Smart Business Finance. After batting for about half an hour this morning, Australia were bowled out for 132 in 45.2 overs, meaning they trailed by 40 runs on the first innings. The last man to fall there was Nathan Lyon for 4. The not-out man, Brendan Doggett, 7. And yes, the innings lasted 45.2 overs, which means that half the Test match is done in 78 overs, Simon Katich. Fast forward, we're in.
Certainly are. It's the modern game, isn't it, Colo? It's played at breakneck speed, and we know that England love to play it at a fast pace, so dare say they're going to come out all guns blazing in this second innings as well.
Interesting seeing beneath us here Bo Webster taking catches in the slips cordon.
I haven't seen Khawaja.
I wonder what's going on that front. So we heard from Mitchell Starc this morning saying that he'd seen Khawaja before play at the hotel and felt like he was okay, but can't see Khawaja, can see Brendan Doggett going through his paces, Scott Boland, and of course that man Mitchell Starc. I wonder whether there'll be a temptation to give the new ball to Brendan Doggett. I think, well, certainly according to Bharat's reporting and his information, he was going to take the new ball in this test match, and unexpectedly didn't. So I wonder whether there might be a recalibration after yesterday.
Yeah, I agree. I was surprised, just given how well Scott Boland's played that role previously, and whether Hazelwood's played or Cummins, one of the two who's been out. Generally one of those two and Stark have taken the new ball. Boland's first change. So I thought it would have been a good way too for Doggett to get into the test straight up, ease those nerves, and he was impressive yesterday. So hopefully he can get amongst it in the second innings and put some pressure on early, because I think it's going to be important that both he and Boland support Mitchell Stark so he doesn't feel like he's got to attack all the time. If they can keep building pressure, then Mitchell Stark will be way more effective today rather than if they just sit on him all day.
Very similar circumstances to last year's test match here, where Australia bowled out India for 150 and were bowled out for 104. So the lead there was 46 and the lead here is 40. So we know that batting first here has been a big advantage over the years, and this time last year it was the third innings of the match where India got busy and ended up winning the match by 295 runs. So that's the task for England. Can they put in a real shift here? Can they be batting, dare I say it, at stumps?
Yeah, and that's the challenge for them, is to try and force Australia into being out there for a long period of time. It looks like Khawaja is on the boundary line.
He just came out through the dugout, hasn't he? Stood with Alex Carey there over to our left. So he wasn't there with Webster Katich, no. So maybe Khawaja goes on. We'll know in a moment. Haven't crossed the rope yet. The England batsmen are being held as well. So not far away from the resumption. But yes, all the attention really does. Once we get beyond the first ball and the Stark hat-trick attempt, we'll move to just the way that England go about this. Do they try and change anything from yesterday? I mean, we saw Harry Brook literally charging Mitchell Stark over before lunch. It was an emblem of the way that they were thinking about the challenge. I wonder whether they will refine it in any way given the match situation, Simon.
I can't see it happening, to be honest. I think they'll play the same way. We saw it yesterday. They've played like that for a number of years now. And I think they'll want to put Australia under pressure, scoreboard pressure, and they do that by scoring quickly. So they'll want to apply themselves a little bit better with a few more bigger partnerships, because they had the chance to put Australia away yesterday with a couple of partnerships and didn't. So that's probably the one area they'll want, a couple of bigger ones.
What a great time to bring in Stuart Broad for AIA. Protect what matters, do it for life with AIA. One of 4 men in Test history to have 2 Test hat-tricks. So Mitchell Stark about to fire up and have a crack at one himself. G'day, Broady.
Oh, yeah. It's an exciting little ball, this, isn't it? I think it's one of those moments where Australia's mindset and the team talk that I'm sure they've just had there will be, if we bowl England out for 200, we're massively in this game. Even 250, we've still got a chance. And England's team talk, I know Brendan McCullum really well, Ben Stokes, they said this is all about runs. This is moving this scoreboard forward, taking the game on, do it in your way. Someone like Joe Root will just come out and settle in and try and build a big innings. I think I look at Duckett particularly. He'll play that sort of David Warner role where he'll look to really get this scoreboard moving as quickly as possible. So yeah, it feels like we say pretty much every day of Test match cricket, feels like a really big hour.
Tom Morris with us as well for Cobram Estate, Australia extra virgin olive oil. So the last hat-trick in Australia was Peter Siddle. Stuart Broad was clearly part of that. Sorry to bring it up. The last hat-trick in Perth was Glenn McGrath, 2001 against the West Indies. And before then it was Darren Gough, actually in 1999, yeah, first day of
Sydney.
That's Test at Sydney. That's it. And Stuart McGill was the third wicket. Was it not Cat, I seem to remember? Something like that. Yeah, it was Healy, McGill, Miller, that's right. Yeah. Middle stump out of the ground. That's it, yeah. Simon O'Donnell on TV. The things you remember as a kid. That's nostalgic stuff. So it's going to be Mitchell Stark, of course, taking the first over after bowling so magnificently yesterday, 7 for 58. Zach Crawley, who's on a pair. That's not for nothing either. He'll be facing the music. 3 slips the gully. Just being held here by umpire Holdstock. Nearly ready to roll. Second half of this Ashes Test match at Perth. All the crowd with Mitchell Stark. Still being held. The expectation around this ground. Will he be able to do something magical here, Stark? He was in that kind of form yesterday, Kat.
What ball's he going for here, Broady?
He'll be hoping it swings back towards the middle of middle. That's his best ball. Always try and beat Zach Crawley for pace.
There have been 49 Test hat-tricks
in the history of the game. 10 by Australian. Stark here. First ball to Crawley on a hat-trick, left alone into the gloves of Alex Carey. Thudded into the gloves as well at pace.
The only problem is his weapon in recent times has been that sort of three-quarter wobble seam ball.
Yeah, but you get greedy
he's
on a
always
hat-trick
swung
ball.
it back.
You get greedy on a hat-trick ball. Your number one goal is to hit the stumps. And now he can settle into a spell. I'm quite intrigued that he's changed ends. Just picked up 7 for one of the spells of his life. And he's changed ends for the second innings. I find that quite intriguing. Maybe it's due to the wind. Not sure.
Yeah, it's blowing from right to left from our members' end. It starts.
You look at those flags on the top of the Justin Langer stand end. You think that he's bowling from that end again.
It's blowing a gale as well. Into Crawley. Second ball. Stark here driving hard out to Marnus Labuschagne at widish mid-off. No run there. It's blowing a gale this morning. So I wonder whether that. Surely that can be the only factor. It's so broad. If you're on a roll, you're on a roll, right?
Well, to me, as Kat just mentioned, the wind is going from our right to left, so that would not help Mitchell Starc swing the ball back at all. So maybe he's tactically gone, do you know what, I want to move the ball across the right-handed batters. I want to move the ball back towards Ben Duckett and Ben Stokes as the left-handers. So I'm going to bowl with the wind that is not going to help me swing the ball back. It's going to help me move the ball across the right-handed batter.
Well, Chemist Warehouse replay screen, that did swing back, didn't it?
If we were at the Wacker, it looks like the Southwesters come in, the Doctors come in early. And that's traditionally where the left armers would bowl, from that end with the breeze behind and then the swing, as you say.
So Stark running away from the members' stand towards Zach Crawley. Gets to the crease and delivers here, and Crawley leaves alone on length. And again, Carey taking nice and high above his head. Tommy for the Cobra mistake, Australia extra virgin olive oil.
So Nathan Lyon's off the field. Cricket Australia says they're establishing the full facts, but he was struck just above the left hip when he was batting, which means Beau Webbs has gone to third slip and Jake Weatherall's at point. So we'll keep you updated with Nathan Lyon's fitness.
So just to confirm, Khawaja is out there at first slip. But Webster as well, the 12th man.
My understanding that with it being an external blow is that he can come on and bowl at any time, though.
Stark 7 for 58 yesterday. Can he get moving against Crawley? Yet to score in the test match. Bowls to him here, Crawley, middle stump line, leading edge but along the turf. Stark doesn't cut it off in his follow through, but Labuschagne does it mid off. Shaped it gently both ways in the over so far.
He's just wrestling with himself here, Zach Crawley, because he does have to set up and worry about that ball shaping back. But then the danger is he keeps that front foot, his left foot, two-leg side of the ball like he did in the first innings. And if he throws his hands at anything in the corridor, he'll feed those slips like he did to Mitchell Starc yesterday. It's a tricky part of getting your footwork right early against a swing ball.
He'll want to get down the other end. That's what he'll want to do.
Starc bowling in the low 140s. Super consistent on that measure yesterday. Left arm over bowls here, Crawley. Back to him and he's bowled. Crawley can't believe it. He's bagged the pair. Australia up and about. It's 1 for none.
Well, what a catch from Mitchell Starc. It just hung in the air for what felt like an eternity, and it didn't look like he was going to get near it, but the big fella just stuck that left juke out and reeled it in, which is not easy to do in his follow through. What an athlete. This was a fantastic catch from Mitchell Starc. He was trying to get off the wicket, and that was an absolute screamer.
They've gone upstairs here. They've gone upstairs for the catch.
So Crawley staying put. We're going to see the replay for Chemist Warehouse. The first one from the stump. And
TV umpire to director. We will umpire
goes down with
fair
the
catch.
ball.
I've checked the front foot's a fair delivery. Front of first place.
Now it is worth just going through how this will be presented, though, because we have gone through this before, as it happens with Mitchell Starc at Lords a couple of years ago. If the view is that he's used the ground to complete the catch, then he could be in strike. But first replay doesn't feel that way, Brody.
You can see he has taken the catch in the ear.
Watch it again. I mean, it goes in very cleanly. It's the most athletic
if you can
bit
zoom
of
that up. I've seen that the ball has made contact with the ground.
To me, that just looks like a fair catch, but does leather touch grass? I think the ball probably does strike the pitch at some point.
Hasn't bounced as it touched the ground.
Gosh,
yeah,
this
still
is a tricky
holding.
one.
Fingers are underneath.
Cat, I mean, he's going so far across his body. Umpire Sycat has referenced has the ball touched the ground. So
keep rolling.
That's of interest. It is checking for that.
Indeed.
as far as his deliberation process. We've got a few replays coming up here, make no mistake. Enormous pressure on the...
Now go back to the previous one.
What we're trying to determine is, has any part of that ball touched the pitch?
Which, if you were going from down to up, wouldn't be a factor, but up to down can be a factor. This is what we've seen. That's the interpretation in recent years, Simon.
My opinion on that is, sorry, Cats, my opinion on that is that the ground does not help that ball stay in Mitchell Stark's hand. That ball is in his hand.
I don't see that the ball has made contact. Fingers were underneath and ball has made it contact with the ground. Satisfied, my decision for the big screen is...
So it's going to be confirmed on the screen now. It's going to go the way of Mitchell Stark. Zach Crawley will now depart for a duck. And Stark, with the most athletic, brilliant return catch, is in the book in the first over of an innings for the 25th time in his Test career, the second time in 2 days. What a marvel, what a Test match. 8 wickets already for him.
That was quite remarkable, and I think good decision in the end, because it felt like his pinky and then the one next to it, what's that, the third, fourth? Third finger, right next to it. It felt like that was just wrapped underneath, protecting the ball from hitting the ground. So it's always tough when you see the slow-mo replays, but live it looked brilliant piece of work from Mitchell Stark. Zach Crawley would be disappointed, but wonderful athleticism there.
Catch like that. Classics for a cause, keeping Aussie classics alive while supporting our veterans. What a catch. That'll be replayed time and time again. The type of snaffle that goes down in Ashes folklore. First over of the innings, just when Australia needed it as well, having been knocked over for just 132. Stark, the standard bearer, gets a look at Pope in the first over. Away from us, into him here. Pope's first ball down the leg side, taken by Carey. A shout from Stark. He thinks there's something on it. Carey not that interested. I don't think Smith is either. We'll take a moment though, because Smith is walking over to his wicketkeeper. Just wants to satisfy himself. They're happy with that. So a wicket maiden to begin for Mitchell Stark. What a bowler, what a catch. That's all on the Toyota scoreboard. Tundra available now. Visit the Toyota dealer today, 1 for none.
Unmistakably BMW. For 3 days only this Black Friday, take advantage of exceptional offers on select models across the range. Visit your participating BMW dealer today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Landscapers and tradies need plants? Plantmark is your trusted wholesale nursery with a huge range at true trade prices. They supply landscape projects of all sizes, from quote to delivery. Open 6 days at 4 locations across Melbourne. Plantmark.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Octet Small Business Finance. Scott Boland will take the new ball from the Justin Langer end. We've had Cat jump out. Broadie's jumped into the front row for Eufy POE Systems, professional grade security for complete home protection. That pair for Zach Crawley, that's a nasty start to the series for him.
Nasty start. He'll be walked off very slowly. He'll be gutted with how he's gone about it there. I've got to say, we've seen a couple just chipped in the air, haven't we?
Yeah.
Now it's Travis Head to mid-on, Mitchell Stark himself to mid-on off Ben Stokes, and there were a couple that missed fielders, particularly when Travis Head was batting, guys that go hard at the ball. And that again, it's just not come out the surface, and it's hit the high on the bat and just chipped back forward towards the bowler in front of square. So that tells me it's in different bounce, it's two-paced and coming out slightly odd off the pitch, particularly with the newer, harder balls. So it's not a fantastic pitch to bat on from good length. I think if you over-pitch, it allows the batter's weight to get forward and hit the ball nice and true. But if you hold length, you can cause a lot of trouble. So, yeah, I think we're seeing again just that, Steve Smith, Marnus Labuschagne getting hit on the back elbow. It just bounced that the batters are not expecting.
So that's a test for bowling. Can he adjust after yesterday?
Well, he has to bowl better, doesn't he? He was on a day where bowlers dream of those sort of pitches, the start of Ashes cricket. He was the one disappointment in the day, really, that didn't get anything out the surface. He overpitched, he maybe chased it, gets that responsibility of the brand new ball that he's not had necessarily. He goes behind Hazelwood, Cummins, Stark a lot of the time. You're giving that added responsibility. I thought they might actually change it up a little bit today. I thought Doggett might get the new ball. I thought he bowled fantastically yesterday, but they've backed their senior player, their guy with an amazing record in Australia, to get it right today.
We'll start round the wicket, bowling to Ben Duckett, 21 yesterday. First ball balloons off a length. He takes one hand off the bat, deflects it to gully. So exactly what you're referring to there, Stuart Broad. From that length, there is stuff going on at both ends.
Stumped him straight on the glove.
Yep.
Straight on the bottom hand from slightly full of a length. It's just misbehaving, this pitch, a little bit. The batters are not adjusting particularly well. It's so difficult to do that, and that's why England was so brilliant with the ball, but they're all bowling 145s, so the batters don't have time to react. So it's a real test out there. Duckett's just taking his time here, just trying to settle himself. That's a hell of a blow onto his bottom left hand. As Australia do, they're fighting back.
It's a big part of the story last night, wasn't it, when reflecting on the lengths that England elected to bowl, and they were able to keep Australia pinned back, and it worked. Could Boland do the same? Up to Duckett for a second time. Delivers here, dances, edges, and goes through the hands of Webster on the bounce. Didn't quite reach him at third slip. It's worth noting, though, that, as I mentioned in the call, he's effectively danced at Boland's second ball there, Ben Duckett.
Yeah, England have to take positive options here. If you just sit there and wait for bad balls, in Test cricket they don't arrive very often, but there's a ball in this pitch that will get you. So I think with this ball misbehaving, this will make England go even harder. I think Pope will use the crease going across his stumps to work through the leg side, and Duckett will push forward.
Boland round the wicket once more, into Duckett, bit wider on the crease, bowls here on the hip, gets away with a tuck in front of the square leg umpire. Brendan Doggett does the fielding. England's first run, 1 for 1, lead 41. Ben Duckett, who's been one of the in-form openers in the world over the last couple of years, averaging 60 this year. Hundreds away from home, been an outstanding all-format player for England. They need him today in the absence of Crawley. Now Boland, let's nearly look at Ollie Pope as well.
Are we already at that stage where we're thinking, what's a big enough target, what's a big enough lead?
How would you see that, I wonder, given it's only the 4th session of the match? Remarkable. Boland in, closer to the stumps, over the wicket, hits Pope on the pad, albeit off an inside edge perhaps. We'll see. There were 2 noises. No, it wasn't a leg bye, so 1 for 2. Pope remains on naught.
My gut feeling is an absolute bare minimum. England will be wanting another 200 runs in this innings, which would take it to 240 plus, and that gives your bowling attack something to work with. It allows Australia to have a partnership. But if you're in the Australian camp there, you're thinking, okay, well, we play this like a 50-over game, and we chase this down. It feels quite a gettable score if someone gets in, someone like a Travis Head, where he can hit it all parts.
Boland back to Duckett. Round the wicket, 3 slips, bowls here, dances and nearly plays it back onto his stumps. It thudded into the turf and ballooned over the woodwork. So 2 times in a row now, well, 2 times in the over rather, Duckett is elected to dance at Scott Boland. Fascinating stuff.
It's going to be all action now. This is going to be all action. England have really, what we had now, 11 balls, and we've seen 4 or 5 of them misbehave already.
It's like they've made, as you say, they've made a decision. They're not going to be batting for a long time, so how many can they collect with England? Could be a great many at the rate they go. Boland again to Duckett to finish, and Duckett stays at home and defends down the pitch. That will complete the over. 1 for 2 after 2 overs, making the lead 42. Pope yet to score. Duckett on 1. That's on the Toyota scoreboard. Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Start your next innings with a career that gives you more. Search Police Careers, Victoria Police, and Oldham Construction Lawyers. Your experts in construction law, ensuring you're never caught out when pressure builds.
Avoid being bowled over. It's time to stop paying your suppliers and pay.com.au it instead. You'll unlock rewards, improve cash flow, and simplify all your business payments. So, pay.com.au it and start earning rewards today.
SEN Test Cricket for Octet Small Business Advice. Tom Morris with us as well. We'll come to him in a moment for Marshall Battery's Roadside Rescue with some remarkable Stark numbers. He'll continue in just a moment. It's being held again by umpire Holdstock. Don't know what's going on down our members' end of the ground. Clearly something. Anyway, set to go now on the runway. Stark, wicket maiden to begin. Bowls here at Ollie Pope over the wicket. Pope goes back and plays out to point from the crease. No run. Tommy.
So from Mitchell Stark's last 21.1 overs in Test cricket, he's taken 14 for 67. So he got his best figures in the second Test of the West Indies, and then he upped that here. So 8 for the match. His best ever is 11. Just on the pair that Zach Crawley made. Zach Crawley is the second player ever to make a pair in Perth. The first, John Crawley, 1995.
No relation.
No relation.
No relation. Same nickname, creepy, but no relation.
I've got another one for you here, Collo, that you're going to absolutely love.
Very good from you. Yeah. Thank you. Back after Stark bowls, as he does here, and Pope, inside part of the bat, skews out to backward square. There's a single for him to get off the mark, but it's not convincing. 1 for 3. Tom, Marshall Battery's roadside rescue, holler for a Marshall Battery.
So this is the first time in Test history the score's been 1 for 0 in each of the first 3 innings of the match.
First time in Test history?
First time in Test history.
Oh, I love that.
So it's happened 3 times before, but just not the first 3 innings of a match.
Be still my beating heart.
Imagine the first 4.
Dare to dream.
Collo, that would be just complete heaven for you.
Yeah, it would.
And me, to be
It's a nightmare for opening batters.
You'd love it. Big quick here, first over.
Yeah.
Taking out poles.
I thought you'd enjoy that one, Collo.
So Stark at Duckett for the first time. The left-hander's got 3 slips and a gully behind him. Stark to the crease, delivers. Duckett, middle stump line, treats him with respect defensively on the front foot. Questioning on the text, Webster in the field, does that mean Khawaja's off? No, he's not. Khawaja's at first slip. It's Nathan Lyon repeating that Lyon's off from a knock to the hip when he was batting. Webster in there at third slip, the 12th man at the moment. Just before we lose you, Brody, on hat-tricks, one of your Test hat-tricks that we were setting up before, you didn't know you took it, right?
No.
It happened and you found out after?
I don't think TV and radio knew either. It got announced, you know, the sort of announcer who announces the car park, someone needs to move their car. It got announced like that. I was like, oh, did I? Brilliant.
Was it spread over 2 overs or 2 innings to make it quirky? Here's Stark again, bowls to Duckett, who plays out through the cordon for, well, it's a boundary, but it's not a convincing one. It's gone between third slip, Webster and Gully. Steve Smith applauds his bowler. Stark moving it both ways. That's gone against the breeze, if you like. It shows the kind of form he's in.
Yeah, just to bring it back to my Test hat-trick, quite like talking about those if we've got 10 minutes on it. So yeah, it was Kumar Sangakkara. I got in with the last ball of 1 over, and then we had a drinks break, so a bit of time, and then picked up 2 with the first 2 balls of my next over, but it had felt sort of a 10-15 minute break in between, and just had no idea that it was a Test match hat-trick. But yeah, a bit of fun.
Love it. As I mentioned before, 1 of 4 to have 2. Stark not today, but he is in the book already. Bowls here to Duckett, who drives far more convincingly. Past Marnus Labuschagne. Square of him at extra cover. Gets a couple. Takes Duckett up to 7, and England 1 for 9. That leads 49. Australia got one in their previous Test with Boland, but not to be today. Stark. He made an interesting observation before Plated when we were interviewing him about how he's just improved in the bits when the ball's not swinging, that he's brought into his game all sorts of variety that he didn't possess before. Is that how you see it as well with him?
The wobble seam across the right-hander is an absolutely superb delivery he's developed. I'm actually surprised he didn't develop that 7-8 years ago. It's changed him, because you always just used to think, okay, we'll start swinging the ball back to the right-hander, but now he moves it across. It makes the in-swinger more dangerous.
He'll finish to Duckett on 7. Stark here. Duckett drives, but this time Labuschagne gets around in time. He pings it at the non-striker's stumps. Ollie Pope has to dive back into his ground and does so. Good cricket from all involved. 1 for 9 at the end of the over. That makes the lead 49 on the Toyota scoreboard. Tundra now available. Visit a Toyota dealer today. Pope 1, Duckett 7.
It's Young Members Night at Sandown Greyhounds for the 2025 Sportsbet Melbourne Cup Heats tonight. The Clubby Sports 200-plus live show lands trackside. Nick Butler, Charlie Comben and special guests bring 4 hours of laughs and giveaways backed up by DJ Checkers. Enjoy free GA entry, food trucks, arcade games with drink packages available. Plus, have a crack at the Ultimate Cricket Challenge with Brad Hodge for the chance to win cash. For more, visit dreamchasersfestival.com.au.
Our first session for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. Stuart Broad jumping out. All our experts for UFI POE systems, professional grade security for complete home protection.
And Boland towards us and towards Pope. Langer end, bowls here. Pope well forward in defence. Elbow high, knocking it down to mid-on where there won't be a single. Tommy Morris. So I've got my hands on the leaderboard from the golf the day before the test started. Of course you have. So Boland played. We know that. Khawaja won. So did the leadership. George Bailey had a hit. Andrew McDonald had a hit. Daniel Vittori had a hit. So it feels like that's just what they do, isn't it? I mean, context is worth providing. This is what they always do in England as well. So, yeah. Boland up, bowls here, Pope leaves alone. I suppose the question is, which has been thrashed out pretty extensively by now, is that should have Khawaja been, at his advanced stage, been taking any risks around his body? But that's the causal link between the injury or the spasm yesterday and the playing of golf was dismissed by Mitchell Stark when we interviewed him this morning. So the good news for Australia is that he is at first slip right now, as Damien Fleming jumps in with me as well. Hello, Flem. What a start from Stark.
Yeah, mate, I'm playing off 6, so we're talking golf.
What's your podcast called?
Only brief. Make me good at golf.
There you go. Here's Boland up here, bowls to Pope leading on length, but did come back off the seam.
Thanks, Tom.
As Stuart Broad was noting before, Flem, with the lengths on this pitch, being back of a length is where the ball's responded more than Fuller.
Yeah, and it's a big day for Bolo, isn't it? You know, he's a superhero over here in Melbourne, in Australia. You know, we absolutely love him. What a great man. And he's just constantly delivered in Australian conditions. Had a tough time in the last Ashes over there where the English, walked at him and targeted him a bit, which they did yesterday. So no doubt he's had a good think about this. He's got a plan A, B and C. And this bowling partnership between Stark and Boland is so crucial.
Pope facing Boland here. And Pope plays through the onside. Past the square leg umpire just behind him. Lots of room to work with and lots of work to do for Brendan Doggett. Collects it as it stops about 5 metres inside the rope. They return for an easy 3. So many threes out here at Perth Stadium. 1 for 12, lead up to 52. Pope up to 4.
I reckon we bowled too straight to Pope in the first innings as well. Like, he tries to cut too close to his body. So, and he got too many half volleys to whip through the leg side. I'll be actually bowling 4th or 5th stump because he keeps giving himself room to cut square, which we know here with the extra pace and bounce, that's not a big percentage shot, is it? I don't think we're bowled enough in the channel just outside of stump to Pope.
I mean, you're absolutely spot on about the way he gets out. In county cricket, that's his mode of dismissal.
I can
cutting
see
close to
how.
his body, caught in the cordon.
But I'm watching him just clip it through the leg side too much.
So around the wicket here, Boland, 2 left in the over, gets a crack here at Duckett, delivers here. Duckett plays him respectfully under his eyes, gliding it from the outside portion of the bat past Bo Webster, past Cameron Green, my apologies, at Gully. Turns for a couple. Duckett 9, 1 for 14.
Yeah, so, and it's working to England, having the left-hander, right-hander, so you've got to constantly adjust your line. But 2 very experienced bowlers, they should be able to do that.
The leaving of the ball thing with England was a big talking point when Pope went to number 3. As vice-captain and Stokes and McCullum took over. There's a big emphasis on bat on ball. And, of course it worked to an extent, but it has been a mode of dismissal for Pope a lot.
It just looks like a number 5, though, isn't it? He's had to bat there because they just don't have a natural number 3.
Boland to finish, delivers to Duckett. He dances and it skews out over the cordon. Out past backward point for 4. That's the 3rd time that Duckett has danced at Boland. A sign of what is clearly to come in this second innings for England. They're up to 1 for 18. They lead by 58 with Duckett 13, Pope 4 at the end of the over. That's all on the Toyota scoreboard. Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today. And we'll have Gerard Whateley replacing me.
Real people, real products, real fun. No matter who you are, Sexyland has something real sexy for everyone. With Australia's biggest range of sexy costumes, lingerie, couples toys and fun gifts and games for adults. Sexyland. 11 stores in Melbourne and Geelong, open till midnight 7 days a week. Or shop online for 2-hour delivery. Sexyland.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Octet, Smart Business Finance. Mitch Stark begins the fresh over. Ollie Pope has the strike. He's reaching for a wide ball, which he made some contact with, and it lands short of Carey on the sprawl away to his right. So England leads by 58. Australia batted for 6 and a bit overs this morning. and then Mitch Stark struck immediately. Damien Fleming, hello.
Hello, Gerard. What about the catch from Starkey? Wasn't it amazing? 35 years of age, the big, long arms outstretched. He's an underrated athlete, isn't he? Fantastic lower order batsman, excellent in the field, but we've needed him. 8 wickets out of the 11 so far for Mitchell Stark.
It's a remarkable performance. Who's to say how far that he might take it? He's over the wicket bowling. Pope, full face of the bat, finds a way through cover. And he'll be able to get a couple of runs. The slide is a tricky proposition on this surface. Weatherall tried it. You just get stuck in it and take a divot rather than sliding across it. 2 for Popey, 6. It's 1 for 20.
It must be hard to fight your instinct with the slide, though, isn't it? Like, particularly Weatherall's an excellent fielder, quick to the ball. But, certainly, Stark's ability to back up has been unbelievable, particularly just in that last 3 or 4 year period where probably the best period of his bowling life, and we're still in the middle of it at the moment, aren't we? But we need the pressure from both ends, and when there's bowling changes.
Stark sets in, bowls to Pope, defends to the offside.
I like that better. I want him to hit through the offside, Pope. He's been able to just whip it through the leg side too easy in the first innings and here. And interesting, just that last ball from Boland, who's you'd say he's bowling okay, but Duckett doesn't want to give him a win, and he goes down, and he didn't get in the middle of the bat, but it goes for 4. It's just another dint in your confidence.
9 from the over. Yeah. It's not Boland's way in Australia.
No.
So, it's a very deliberate ploy. It comes with an element of risk, but they are the right side of the risk-reward equation at the moment. Start to Pope, again defends. He plays tip and run this time. Rolls across the square, and Weatherall has to come in from point 1 for 21. Just on the catches, you always live in fear that the game has overcomplicated these things, and searching for, that was a catch, a clear catch. It wasn't aided in any way by a touch of the ground. And we're searching and searching and searching.
Yeah.
Is the game going to outsmart itself?
Yes.
Which we have seen from time to time.
Yeah, I was worried. I was worried it was going to get overturned.
Looking for the wrong thing, I think, at times.
Seeing a replay of it now. Absolutely brilliant.
1 for none again. This might end up being the historic marker of this test match.
It's never happened before.
21 now. Duckett is on strike. He's looked to pull. It goes past the leg side. Carey gathers it in.
And the Australians will really want to put the pressure on Duckett. He's going to score around a run of ball. He's so busy. He's got a lot of different shots. He's going to keep it ticking over. They're going to have to knock him over.
Yes, well, even in collapse, they scored at 5.5 and over. So England couldn't make fewer, you would think, as they couldn't bat for fewer than 33 overs. So you start to run your maths
even
on that.
Doubling how long they last in the first innings.
Yes.
Yeah, you're mid-300s.
It's at an absolute premium. Stark over the wicket to Duckett, who reaches for a ball that he should have left alone. Didn't make contact through to Carey. Stark, another excellent over. 1 for 21 at the end of it. The Toyota scoreboards. Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. Homes with prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. The Henley Mainview Collection. The difference is everywhere.
G'day, it's Alex Carey. The new Goodwee ESA battery is a game changer with leading performance and safety. Until the end of March, you can get up to $500 off, on top of the federal rebate, exclusively with Solar Heart. Visit solarheart.com.au. T's and C's apply.
The Ashes on SEN for Henley Holmes or 1-800 646464. Mitch Stark's just come off the ground between overs. All eyes to Scott Boland, who bowls to Ollie Pope. Clips from his pads and finds runs wide of mid-wickets. It'll be at least a couple as Doggett sets up in pursuits, and they'll turn for 3. Pope hurries back. Duckett has to scurry as the throw comes the long way to the keeper. The 3 successfully completed. It's 1 for 24.
Yeah, Scott Boland's just battling his natural line and length here. This is another time, I keep talking about it, Pope's getting too many balls to work through the leg side. He doesn't like hitting through the offside as much, and make him hit on the offside on the up. And it's the rotation of strike too. Scott Boland is having that inability to get one batsman down the end and work on them. Coming around the wicket to Duckett now. Last over, Duckett advanced, had a big swipe, thick edge for 4. There's a man at third man to catch that now.
Duckett just fends the ball to off, and you heard the loud call of no as it rolled too quickly to Marnus. So the 3 slips Gully, and the third, which is really a fly slip. Smith just really taking time and a bit of where to place him, about 12 metres in from the rope.
Yeah, he's coming in a little bit now.
It's the position that England was using for Head and for Carey, which ended up picking up that wicket late in the day. Duckett's 13 from 14 balls. Boland around the wicket term. He's running the ball past Green at Gully. He takes some pace off it. Whether it comes around the field, a single taken. Duckett's 14. It's 1 for 25.
Pope's 8 of his 10 runs have come through the leg side. Let's get the ball through to Alex Carey and see what Pope does. Just to get a bit of dot ball pressure as well, isn't it? Like we saw intense pressure from England from both ends. But it's the scoring rate, which is normally a strength of Scott Boland, even when he's not getting wickets. He's very miserly with his run rate. And he's been in terrific form in Shield cricket. And he's been playing Shield cricket.
He's in and bowling to Pope. Playing forward in defence.
Still a bit straight for me, Gerard. It's on off stump, middle and leg, moving in. It's got 3 slips in place. If he wants to play an expansive cover drive, allow him to have a go at it.
Very deliberate ploy from England on their home soil, and then it was well forecast how they would go against Boland in Australia, and successful thus far. It presents Australia with, they're going to have problems at the end of this test match if it goes a certain way, and he's one of them. Pope from his pads, placed straight back down the pitch, fielded in the follow through by Boland.
It certainly does. We're hoping the way that Pat Cummins, the vision in the nets, you'd think he's going to play the next test match. So there's still going to be either Boland or Doggett. And it may be who bowls better in this second innings, whereas before the series you just go, well, they'll just rotate the big 4, won't they?
Nisa's down below us, the pink at the Gabba.
And just his batting too.
Yep.
We missed that yesterday.
Last ball of Boland's over. Pope drops it to the leg and he's able to pinch a single. It's a shorter delivery played across the popping crease. 1 for 26 at the end of the over. The Toyota scoreboard. Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today.
Another wicket down, and no one wants to be caught out on a duck. Same goes for your 4-wheel drive. Don't settle for second best. With Razorback 4x4 seat covers, you'll get perfect protection, comfort and style. They're tailor-made to fit like a glove and easy to clean after making a bit of a mess. Thousands of Aussies have already given them 5 stars, and unlike some covers, there's no ducks here. Protect your pride and joy. Check out razorback4x4.com.au today.
The Ashes on SEN for 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food. 1 for 26, Pope 11, Duckett 14, Crawley the man out for naught. England's lead is 66. Full cloud cover again here in Perth. Stark begins his 4th over to Pope, back foot, cut straight to point. No run.
He wants to cut, doesn't he? See that back leg collapse? Yep. Where he gets into trouble when it's too close to the body and he can't control the stroke. That's where the slips will be hoping to get a catch. Hasn't been excessive swing again from the Australians. There was a lack of it early yesterday, but these look like perfect conditions. Humidity, clouds. And Mitchell Starc is normally the swing king, And his wobbled seam and his angle and his accuracy have been phenomenal. But he hasn't had too many shape back into the right-hander.
On the approach again, Stark to Pope from his pads, whips it away. Mid-wicket is protected, no run.
Yeah, that swung a little bit. It just started on middle and leg. But particularly for batsmen who are sweating on the cut shot, who cut too close to the body, who collapse the back leg when they're hitting through the off stump. For a left armer who's got an excellent in-swinger like Mitchell Stark, he'll be trying to just push him back a little bit and then go with that quicker in-swinger. There should be a big gap between bat and pad here from Pope.
23 degrees, 66% humidity. So stormy and sticky was the forecast, and that's how it's been
conditions.
So far. Yeah. Pope and Duckett just holding play up momentarily. Duckett at the non-striker's end. There's the focus there. Already, Stark to Pope. Oh, back foot whip. A ball that jagged at the stumps. Very lucky to survive.
That's exactly what I was talking about. That is an awful stroke from Pope. And beautiful ball from Stark. That could have just crashed into off stump. Swung late. Pope sweating on the cut shot again. Collapses. And the cricketing gods just haven't looked after Mitchell Stark there.
2 gasps.
It could have been an inside edge as well, couldn't it?
Chemist Warehouse replay screen. In fact, it's remarkable it didn't take the inside edge straight onto the stumps the way that he got cramped up. Stark is closing in and Pope turns him to leg. He'll get himself off strike. And a leg by adds to the lead. Just a bit of a reprieve for Pope.
I wouldn't mind him getting the away swinger to Duckett now, Mitchell Stark. So the ball is swinging nicely for him. Duckett doesn't have excessive footwork. He's got really quick hands and a great eye. A bit bothered by the flies at the moment, Ben Duckett.
Webster's moved from 3rd to 4th slip. So they've spread the cordon. Duckett faces up to Stark and he's edging into the ground away to green at gully.
Well bowled. Just a fraction fuller. We want a full-blooded drive from Duckett with that swing.
The bowler just sizing it all up.
He's bowling so well. Good speed as well, isn't it? He's still a very fast bowler. Nathan Lyon on the field and doing some warm-ups.
Just returning from the room as he got struck on the hip during the overs that he batted this morning. So a bit late to arrive for his fielding duties, but he'll be on after this ball. It's Stark to Duckett, who slices it away through points. Green has to set off from gully. They'll get a couple as Duckett advances to 16. England 1 for 29. Stark 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 12. The Toyota scoreboard Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Nothing beats Black Friday at Harvey Norman. Catch all the action on a new LG TV and save over $1,200. And unlock the impossible in Point Cook. Secure your Henley house and land package today.
Right now, Chadson Toyota, purchase any Toyota certified pre-owned vehicle and get an extra year of roadside assist absolutely free.
But hurry, this offer ends December 31.
T's and C's apply.
Visit chadsontoyota.com.au.
LMCT 8169.
Oh, what a feeling.
Toyota.
SEN Test Cricket for Octet Smart Business Finance. 1 for 29. Steve Smith is taking Scott Boland off at the Justin Langer stand end. So the change of bowling here for RSEA Safety. Trusted by tradies across Australia, Brendan Doggett. It's his first look, having taken 2 wickets yesterday in the first innings. A long time ago.
First runs
Galaxy
today.
Far, far away.
First runs today. So he won't be as nervous now, and just having a bowling average going into the second innings helps you a little bit here. So let's see if he can get his outswinger away from Pope's bat.
Doggett to Pope. Rising delivery played away to points.
Like the line. Let's just get it up a little bit more than that, please, Brendan. Nice action. He's a good athlete, isn't he, Brendan Doggett? Good run up, stays really upright throughout the crease. Nice high release. Natural outswinger. Pretty good bouncer as well. I wouldn't mind the Australians bowling a few more bounces in this innings.
Brendan Doggett rounds his mark. In and bowls to Pope, who's back to cuts. He won't. Oh, he does beat Lyon, who didn't quite get down to it around to his right. So that's just a little hint of his physical state. They'll get 3 out into the deep as a result, which the Perth sign painted on the turf at the western end. 1 for 32.
Yeah, he's holding it now too, Nathan Lyon, so he is very sore. And even when he bent down to get that ball, wasn't it? Yeah. And pain when he threw the ball. Ooh, this isn't good signs.
No, I'm not sure how much longer he'll be on for. As if he's just walked back and 2 balls in,
he's
that's his physical
now.
state.
And I don't know if he can field in those positions.
The Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Quite telling there. That sort of adds to a narrative, doesn't it? I know that's an impact injury. Duckett turns down to the leg. Stark comes in off the rope. A single taken. So that idea of this is an old team, that's undeniable. There's only one player who's not in his 30s. One has back spasms yesterday, which interrupts things. The reaction time of a few of the batters looked like older cricketers, and now you've got your spinner who's limping around in the field.
Yeah, it's not looking good, is it? Like the cast of The Walking Dead, isn't it? The zombies. I mean, even his warm-up isn't very expansive here, Nathan Lyon.
Hope from his pads, plays to mid-wicket.
And combine that with genuine pace.
Yep.
You know, there's not going to be too many teams that you can face that against, but great courage from England, wasn't it, to play Archer and Wood? And we'll see how the rest of the test match plays out. But particularly Archer, he looks like he's going to be a real threat to the Australians. And then even Mark Wood, if you save him up, he's going to run through the tail.
Yeah.
Atkinson cast, very handy. Stokes coming off a fifer.
The unrelenting nature of that pace attack was what revealed itself yesterday. Doggett back, cuts beautifully for 4. He's been sweating on it, got the length, got the width, and punished through backward points. Pope to 18, it's 1 for 37. The boundary struck furiously for Azito brushless power tools, do you?
Well, he nearly gave him one early in the over, so yeah, poor start here from Brendan Doggett. The Australians know this is the favoured shot from Pope. Can get him into trouble, as we keep saying, when he does it too close to him, but that was wide, there to be put away. That is the corridor of carnage.
Last ball of the over, Pope plonks forward to defend. 8 from Doggett's first over. The scoreboard is ticking along. The Toyota scoreboard, Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today. It's 1 for 37.
At Bunnings Trade, no matter where you are, we're here to help. We have trade specialists in store dedicated to you and your trade, whether it's sourcing supplies, quoting on jobs, or arranging delivery direct to site. Come and see us at the trade desk. Bunnings Trade. Helping business is our trade.
At Capital.com, we know markets don't wait. They bounce, crash and soar, sometimes before the first innings is over. Markets move fast, so should you. Capital.com, a trading platform without delays.
Refer to Capital.com Australia's PDS and TMD. AFSL 513393.
The session is for MEGT. Sign up your next apprentice with MEGT. England 1 for 37. That makes the lead 77. Pope's 18. Duckett is 17. Mitch Stark 1 for 12. Steve Smith has the fly slip, which is Nathan Lyon. 2 slips, 2 gullies now. He's really committed to that. And a point in place. Stark starts his 5th over. He's into Duckett, who plays it away to head. Comes out of mid-off to field. There's a lot of stuff to hear at the moment, inevitably, around the test match. One is that Josh Hazlewood's injury is worse than declared, and there's some uncertainty whether he plays at all in the series. None of that is verified, and Cricket Australia is keeping its powder dry there. The other was that the captain was pretty keen for Webster rather than Lyon in this test match, just for the matchup and the likelihood of the pitch and what the role of the spinner would be, despite the fact Lyon has a good record here. But
great record here.
Not in the last test match here.
Yeah.
And this owes a bit to that. Stark to Duckett. He does take on the field, which is set on the offside. Just opens the blade, runs it to backward point and picks up a single. Now, Lyon is hobbled in the field. It doesn't look like a pitcher. He's going to play a big role. Webster's on the field, but he's not part of the game. Would have, I think...
right now, it would sound like
Smith
a good alternative.
was worried by the look of the tail. And you could have had... It would have been an unconventional lineup, but Australia just did that in the West Indies when they left Lyon out for strategic purposes. Anyway, just one of the things that's been whispered.
Yes, but if we batted better, it wouldn't be as big a scenario, but also it just shows to me there's been so much uncertainty around the Australian team, not as much around England. I think they had this 11 penciled in early, England.
Stark to Pope, who's swishing and missing on the drive. That was angled across him, couldn't help himself. The pay.com.au stats, pay.com.au it, and earn points. Tom Morris.
So the last 3 first overs of an innings that Mitchell Stark has bowled, so the last 18 balls in the first over of an innings, he's taken 5 wickets for no runs. 5 for none from 18 balls.
Wow. What was a wicket? 1, 5 and 6 in the West Indies, was it?
2,
5,
6, and then this test match here.
Any bowler that looks threatening at the moment. And Pope, that rose on him. He wore it on the gloves. Gets away to the leg side. No run.
I wonder if that was a change of pace. No, it wasn't. No, just inconsistent bounce that we saw with the English bowlers that were battering Labuschagne and Smith. The problem I see here as well, and we keep saying a lot of problems, is how many overs has Mitchell Stark got left? And then who comes on next? Does Boland have another crack from this end? See how that goes? That's what they did in the first innings. Cameron Green obviously can bowl some quality overs. But if they're wearing him down, this is what they backed Nathan Lyon to get down one end and be economical, but also be able to pick up the odd wicket. But last year when they were behind the game, the Indians were able to just play him conservatively and obviously he didn't get many breakthroughs.
Pope, high back lifts on the back foot, nibbles it away to point as Lyon bends down to field, no run.
And for England, they'll be feeling so good because they're that head of game and Joe Root was out for a duck. Stokes missed out. That doesn't happen a lot in 2 innings in a test match. Root plays Nathan Lyon probably better than anyone in the world. So they've got big threats still to come. And Pope's looking like setting himself up for a big series at number 3 when his spot was questioned.
Faces up to Stark. Pope went the booming drive and missed the play and the miss. 1 for 38. Stark he's the threat. The Toyota scoreboard Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today.
Robot Building Supplies is a family-run business and understands the value of being home with the family.
Robots got it.
That's why they have supplies to help you build a man cave, a kid's game room, a tool shed.
Robots got it.
Helping build family time and man caves since 1946.
Robots got it.
Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. We're robot, but we're human. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
SEN Test Cricket for Octet. Smart Business Finance, 1 for 38. Pope 18, Duckett 18. Brendan Doggett is bowling from the Langer stand end here in Perth. Draws the leading edge from Duckett. It falls safely. The throw comes from head as they take the single. It'll cost an overthrow out into the deep. A Stark has to come around from fine leg. Don't think the run out was on. Bonus run given up. 1 for 40 as Duckett goes to 20. Our experts for UFI POE systems, professional grade security for complete home protection. Damien Fleming joined by Bharat Sundaresan. Hello, Bharat.
Morning, Joe.
Hey, Bharat.
How you seen it?
It's a bit like yesterday when these two were batting. It looked like batting wasn't that uncomfortable.
Duckett tried to turn to leg. Oh, they do go the single. Here's the throw. Wetherall misses and gives up 4 overthrows. Consecutive overthrows given up by the Australians in the fields. That was a cheekier single than the previous. And when you throw and you miss and the backup is not set, you pay the full price. 1 for 45. Well home Duckets.
Bowlers hate that. Took it on. Would he have been out if he hit? No.
So both the same as the run out wasn't on for either.
The run out, the run rate just keeps ticking over. 1 for 45 off 9.2.
Hope wrapped on the pads by Doggett. He's asking. He's denied. I love his appeal. He whips around and then arms up, back. And you can tell by how far back he comes as to how enthused he is by it. He stopped about mid-pitch yesterday when he really liked one. He was still appealing when he got to the popping crease at the other end.
He reminds me of someone with that appeal. I can't remember who it is. What I like about this, it's full. It was swinging out and seamed in. He's obviously got an inside edge there. But he's bowling full enough to hit the pads.
Doggett to Pope, full, given the treatment, out through cover. It's a long chase for the wounded lion. They'll turn for 3 as he gets there. That's as far as they'll get. Pope's 21, 1 for 48. Sorry, Bharat, give us your opening thoughts.
Yeah, and just like Flem said there, they've not done anything outrageous, Duckett or Pope. That's just how this English batting lineup operates. They score quickly because they're looking to score off every ball. It is very difficult to stop them. We saw this in the first innings yesterday as well, before Mitchell Starc took out Ben Duckett.
Lead is 88. Duckett defends to mid-off, doesn't go. His head comes around to field.
And if memory serves me right, last year, yes, India went big in the third innings, but batting still was challenging at the start of their second innings. It took a proper rearguard, old school openers knock from KL Rahul to set the foundation for Jaiswal and Kohli and all those guys to go big. Seems to have eased out a little more today.
To Duckett, he plays in the air safely to cover. He was through his shot, it prodded up. The cover is vacant and a single taken. 1 for 49 at the end of the over. The Ashes on SEN for Henley Holmes, 1800 64 64 64. Adam Collins is coming in for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew.
Your machinery shouldn't sound like a drop catch. Keep it in top form with Cinepec Premium Lubricants. Whether you're running trucks, tractors or anything in between, visit Cinepec's new warehouse at 1 Rosebride Place, Truganina. Hit performance for 6 with Cinepec Premium Lubricants. Visit cinepeconline.com.au.
Got a skid steer, excavator or other special plant that needs a trailer? Rogers Willex has been manufacturing quality Australian machinery and plant trailers for over 50 years. With branches in Brisbane, Sydney, Melbourne and Perth, there's a trailer solution for you. Visit rogerswillex.com.au.
The Ashes on SEN for 4 and 20, Australia's original fan-fed. Change of bowler from our members end. Scott Boland swung around Flem. Hello.
Yeah, hello, Colour. We might need you to get a wicket here.
Feels that way, doesn't it?
This is a big spell for Scott Boland too. You know, if he continues to go at a ball, no pressure, the rotation of bowlers is going to be plentiful from Stephen Smith.
So Boland starts to spell round the wicket to Duckett, 2 slips to gully. He walks at him, then plays him into the onside awkwardly, gets a single to Mitchell Starc at mid-wicket. So Duckett up to 22, the lead up to 90. They're 1 for 50, thus the applause. Every milestone in a low-scoring game recognised by the crowd.
Yeah, and it is very English. A lot of English fans who travel from there, but a lot of them living here as well. But I do wonder, I know it's just the first test, but the ramifications on how many tests Boland gets after this, if they do continue going after him and he doesn't have answers.
Yeah, we're just mentioning it looks like Cummins will play the next test, but Hazelwood's definitely out, so they're going to have to play one of Boland, Doggett, maybe Neeser at home. You know, England might be changing their team.
Yeah, life moves pretty fast for a fast bowler when you're at 36 years of age. Boland bowls here, pushing into the onside, no run.
Sorry, England only changed their team to maybe rotate a Wood or Archer, but then they've got Tongue and Potts and who'll look like they'll be suited for Australian conditions as well.
Yeah. I mean, I'd be surprised if they don't play Tongue next week for Wood, just on the basis that they're very mindful of Wood's body.
There's good breaks, isn't there, though,
yes,
for the early tests?
And this could, well, in all probability, it'll be more like an 8-day.
Oh, yeah.
The speed this test match is going at. Boland, and Pope on 21, over the wicket bowls here. Pope plays and misses. In that channel that you were advocating for before, Flem, that Pope, 4th, 5th stump line, that is historically where he's vulnerable. I mean, sure, he's a player of some ability. He's got 8 test centuries at number 3. The Hyderabad Miracle, 196 a couple of years ago. He can do it.
He can play.
However, I mean, that's where he is vulnerable. They know that.
But for me, that his biggest weakness is what should be a stock ball in test match cricket. And that's a ball on off stump or 4th or 5th stump about bail height.
And on 50 from 58 this pair. Boland up, delivers here. Back of a length, pushed into the onside. Collected by Wetherill, no run. Mid-wicket.
Now, you certainly can't bowl short and wide to him. He nails those cut shots. Neat off his toes. But there's a big area between that you can bowl.
Interestingly, he was...
Which is normally Boland's stock ball, isn't it?
I think you called yesterday, you called it really nicely. You called for Cam Green to come on, and he got Pope in his first over with a quick, full delivery that blew his boot off. I wonder whether that might be in the back of the mind of the skipper as well, as we work through the rotations you're referring to. We've got 25 minutes until lunch. To pick up the point you made before, Baz, India did not do it quickly in the second innings last year. They went at 2.8 and over in that long partnership to start. Boland delivers here, leaving line in the channel. Good bowling from Boland.
Don't get bored of that. You know, that's what he's made his mark on. You come at me. Because if you do, they have been coming at him. Mainly Duckett, it hasn't been Pope. But if Pope has a go at that, I reckon that's going to be an outside edge.
So again, sight screen dramas at our members' end. I think that's what they're pointing out. There was some advertising that flashed up there a couple of overs ago. Pope's getting it all sorted out. Maybe it's someone above the screen.
Just above, yeah.
Yeah, Baz, your point from before. I mean, the enormous partnership KL Rahul put on with Jaiswal. They batted for 63 over, but not even 3 and over. So there is more than one way to do this. Boland in, delivering to Pope on the hip, takes a single round the corner. Keep the strike. He's 22, so's Duckett. 1 for 51, making the lead 91. That is on the Shark Bite scoreboard. Plumbing perfected Shark Bite Max.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Start your next innings with a career that gives you more. Search Police Careers, Victoria Police, and Oldham Construction Lawyers. Your experts in construction law, ensuring you're never caught out when pressure builds.
Introducing the world's first NVR with a local AI agent. Type keywords for instant search results to find specific moments in seconds. Your data stays private and is processed locally. 24/7 protection that's both smart and secure. Visit ufi.com/au.
SEN Test Cricket for Octet Smart Business Finance. Brief pause as they get a drink and a change of gloves, the England batsman. We're on a little radio row here. BBC to our left, ABC to our right, and SEN right in the middle. And what do you know, Flem? It's your bowling cartel all on radio at the same time.
Yeah, I'm not going to say it wasn't planned. The Fast Bowling Cartel podcast, McGrath, Gillespie and myself. I think Mitchell Johnson's just floating around here as well. Yes. So, yeah, no, we're pretty much just spreading ourselves around now and taking over the world. But we can't get a wicket for our team.
Here's Doggett. His third over begins. Langer end bowls here. Pope leaves alone in the channel. Good. On that length too, Flem, that you and Brody have been big on as this test match has matured, that it's been there. And you can see Pope immediately goes and does some gardening. So they're mindful of that, 7 metres, something like that, 8 metres possibly.
Yeah, you certainly don't want to be any shorter than that. Actually, Hazelwood talked about it, that in Perth, they know that 7-8 metres if you bowl into that consistently in Test cricket. The runs are dried up and you get wickets, but they were saying here that they want that 5.5 metres.
Oh, right.
So it's actually another metre and a metre and a half fuller than normal.
Doggett charging in, lovely approach. Bowls here, Pope. Fishes at one and misses. That is I tell you, Clem, I watched this guy bat a lot back in England. That is the quintessential, that is the classic Ollie Pope get-out shot. Usually caught at second slip, and he's missed it, but that is got to be where they're at.
Well, what saved him was it swung too much. It swung past the bat. But we've already seen half a dozen of those in this innings alone.
He just does not have, for whatever reason.
You should be letting those go.
He doesn't have that
number
bit.
3.
He likes to touch the ball with his bat at every available opportunity out there. Doggett up, bowls to Pope, closer to the stumps. Flies it in there, deep backward point, but doesn't have the carry. For a moment, it was aerial. I thought Nathan Lyon might have been in the frame, but it landed about 8 metres in front of him. 1 for 52 with the single. Pope playing adventurously. He's 23, 92 the lead. And even that shot.
Yeah, just so loose.
He loves any room, doesn't he? But the thing is, he tries to create his own room. And that's going to lead to other edges. Play-ons, I reckon he'd have a lot of inside edges onto the stumps.
He wasn't like this when he first arrived as a Test cricketer. I mean, it's the energy of this particular team about trying to score at 4s and 5s and 6 and over, which is, he's changed his game to meet the expectations of what's going on at the top, I reckon. It's my instinct watching him play over a long stretch of time. Here's Doggett over the wicket, bowls to Duckett, who drives through cover. Drives really well past Travis Head, who was in that position not far away, adds a couple. Duckett looking pretty good, up to 24. They need him today, 1 for 54.
Oh, yeah, and need him to continue. Like yesterday when Stark got him out just when he looked like at the cusp of breaking free. It's just, he does it, and he does it so often in the first test of a series where he sets up series for England. Did it in India a couple of years ago. Not that won them the series. He just looks like a better batter than what we saw even 2.5 years ago when we were there in England.
2 centuries in the England summer. Duckett facing Doggett here in behind it defensively. One of those was an outrageous 4th innings 100.
But even that shot there, it also says to me he can defend when he wants to.
Yep.
Like that was right in the middle of the bat. I think he's a very good player. I thought this would be his worst venue. I thought we might be able to with the extra bounce, and he plays at every ball, nick behind, which he hasn't really yet. But I was expecting big runs from him going forward, particularly Adelaide, Melbourne, Sydney.
Low centre of gravity. Duckett bends his knees and waits for Doggett. Bowls here down the leg side. Thought about flirting with it and pulled the gloves out. The end of the over as well. So on the Shark Bite scoreboard, Plumbing perfected Shark Bite Max. 1 for 54, 94 the lead, with Pope on 23 and Duckett on 24.
Avoid being bowled over. It's time to stop paying your suppliers and pay.com.au it instead. You'll unlock rewards, improve cash flow, and simplify all your business payments. So, pay.com.au it and start earning rewards today.
Trusted, knowledgeable industry leaders, Fosrock are helping build a bright future for the construction industry. Sign up for a personalised account on Fosrock's online portal for tailored solutions and exclusive pricing. Ready to future-proof? Then choose Fosrock. Fosrock.com.au.
For the first time since the second half of this test match began, we can see the thumper out there bashing down the turf. The thumper, not the thumper. As I welcome Simon Katich in for Eufy POE Systems, professional grade security for complete home protection. Hello, Kat.
Good afternoon, Colo, Bharat, Tom, all our listeners.
And Scott Boland extract something from this Perth pitch as others have. Bowls here to Pope. It's full and he plays outside the line of the off stump and misses again. So it's very obvious that England are just going to try and rack up as many runs as they can, as quickly as they can, Kat. The question is, can Australia make the most of the opportunities?
Well, they don't have to score as quickly as they can because they've got plenty of time left in this test match, but that's how they play. But Ollie Pope is, or has been, quite lucky in these last few overs from what I've seen. That's the perfect area from Scott Boland. Just hang it out there. He can't help himself. He just wants to feel the ball on the bat. And there's still just enough happening with the new ball.
Boland away from us, gets to the crease, delivers to Pope, who leaves. That's better, albeit a delivery that was back of a length. Next in for England, Harry Brook, who highest score in the Test match so far. That's for Bendix Breaks. Put your foot down with confidence, Bendix Breaks.
Joe Root?
Oh, you forgot about him. Yeah, he's pretty good.
Yeah.
Joe Root will come before Harry Brook.
He's on him as well.
He is on him. Yeah.
There's a few on him at the tip.
Yeah, that's right.
Whenever you get knocked over in the first innings, that's the first thing. You know you're on him. And it's a nervous wait for the second innings.
Did you ever get sung to in county cricket? He's halfway there.
That's one thing in Macquarie, never got to bag him.
Boland up delivering here. Pope plays and misses again, albeit that was defensively and that was a seed.
I was on him plenty of times, but never bagged them. So that was a proud moment to get through a full career without that happening.
I'm just worried about Jake Weather also.
Oh.
2-ball duck and overthrows. He's conceded 4 runs, so he's on -4 to start with.
How will that start playing on his mind out there on debut, do you reckon, Kat?
Well, the thing is, if Australia don't bat again until tomorrow, or even longer, hopefully not, but hopefully he is batting later today, from their perspective, yeah, it weighs on the mind. But you've just got to, you can't focus on it too much, because if you go searching for something that's not on, that's where you end up proving to be the downfall. You've got to just play the ball and play on instinct.
Boland started this over really well. Up in the mid-130s. Bowls here to Pope, who leaves alone. Again, the line's better, though, as Flem's been touching on. He's sort of working from fourth stump. He's not bowling too straight. He's making Pope make good decisions.
Yeah, it's an interesting field position, the deep square, because maybe it's just to get in his mind that Boland might throw in the odd bouncer, but I don't think he really needs to at this point in time, because he can work him over in that channel. And the only problem is, I get why the deep point's out, because he probably wants Ollie Pope to just knock it in there for one, and that's a chance to maybe not get it right and nick it. So I get that, but it makes it hard for Boland to get closer to off stump with the deep square leg out.
All good dots. Bowls here. Pope gets bat on ball, wants to drive it past cover, ends up at mid-off, no run.
But if a bowler can still attack that just around the top of off stump, even with the deep square leg, then that's credit to them, because it's a lot of bowlers get spooked by having the sweeper back, and then they just bowl even wider, and sometimes that's what the batter wants, particularly against a new ball.
The deep square leg that you referred to before, I mean, it remains a catching position, weirdly, doesn't it? I mean, that they haven't been using the short ball too often in the innings, but Boland has got that club in the bag. We have seen that at Test level. Last ball of the over, being clapped in. Boland, all dots so far, rare as it is to England. Delivers here and he leaves close to the off stump, over the middle stump. Jag back off the scene. That's Boland's best over of the Test match, a maiden. 1 for 54, Shark Bite scoreboard, Plumbing perfected, Shark Bite max. Duck at 24 and Pope 23.
What's better than winning the match? Winning the series. Host Plus has been named Finder's Super Provider of the Year, judged on strong performance, low fees and great investment options. That's a plus. Awards and ratings are only one factor to consider. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance. Consider the PDS and TMD on our website before deciding. Search Compare Host Plus today.
Tom Morris keeps all the stats for us, the pay.com.au stat sheet, pay.com.au it and earn points. Tommy, to you in a moment after Doggett bowls here. Over the wicket to Duckett, who defends. So Brendan Doggett to Ben Duckett. That's going to be fun across the series. My colleague from The Guardian, Ali Martin, has been teeing this up since February, saying this will happen. Brendan Doggett to Ben Duckett, and here we are. Tommy.
Talking about pairs, specifically for Test openers. So Zach Crawley is the first England opener to bag a pair in a Test in the 21st century. The last, Michael Atherton versus South Africa in 1999.
So that means that Atherton's got that pairs twice in 99. He got one at Melbourne to start. Oh, sorry, it was the end of 98, wasn't it? My apologies. Here's Doggett, bowls to Duckett.
But within a year of each other.
To the offside, no run.
Right, 12 months.
12 months, yeah. Atherton, who's floating about. Riding for the Times as ever. Everyone's here this week. This is the epicenter of the cricketing universe, right? This week. Incredible.
They're not here, they're in the crowd.
And talking about the British press, what's been the sort of reaction to what they saw yesterday out in the middle?
they're just riding the roller coaster like everybody else, I think, at this stage. I mean, the fans last night in central Perth, I mean, Tommy would have had a better handle of it than I would have. It was pumping. Here is Doggett up, bowling to Duckett, over the wicket, drives straight, drives beautifully. He's a real cricketer, Ben Duckett. That races across the Perth turf. 4 for him, 1 for 58. Duckett, 28 from 31. He's going to have a real presence this summer, Simon Katich.
Yeah, he looks like a man that feels like he left a few out there yesterday. He looked dangerous yesterday. It was a big wicket. Mitchell Starc getting him out, LBW. But the beauty of Test cricket is you get that second opportunity, and he is making the most of it now. He looks very composed. Just 31 balls for his 28, and this is the danger. You get it slightly wrong to him, both full or short, and he pounces. Loves scoring quickly. Good intent. Beautiful shot.
It's the leading run scorer for Beaumont Tiles. Black Friday deals on now. Dog it up to him again. 3 catches in the cordon. Down the leg side, doesn't catch up with it. Tried to. Bit of interest from Smith, but there always is. Baz.
Well, not to make comparisons, but this is like watching David Warner at his absolute pomp. Just the way he drove that ball down the ground, and what he just said, Cat, you can't miss your line or your length in terms of width, because he'll whip you or he'll pull you. And I think that's what has been so impressive about Duckett in the last 2 years, his defense. Because he keeps the good balls out, which is what David Warner did so well all around the world. But then when he finds even a bit of room to put a boundary away, he does that.
Doggett to Duckett. Ducks. There we go.
And the one area, in a way, is quite similar to David Warner in the way he plays too, because that second last ball after the boundary, Doggett realised he got just too full and not too wide, but it was enough width. And these sort of players, if you give them anything around middle, because they stay leg side of the ball, that's width. So he made the adjustment and went down leg. It's not a bad way to miss. If you're going to miss down leg, because he nearly got one little feather through to Alex Carey. And in the same sort of vein, that's how teams would bowl to David Warner. You've got to almost pitch the ball and leg stump to them.
Doggett finishes to Duckett, the over here, and he plays and misses. It's good delivery. On that 4th stump line, not far away from feathering it. So just the boundary from the over. 1 for 58 on the Shark Bite scoreboard. Plumbing perfected. Shark Bite. Max Duckett, 28. Pope, 23. Our player of the match so far is Mitchell Starc for RWC. Ray White's commercial property specialists. He's also the leading wicket taker for Programs Commercial Painting, Hit Painting Maintenance for 6. It was in Perth 8 years ago where Duckett got himself into a little bit of trouble at a night spot called The Avenue. Talk about the British press. I was with the British press in 2017, and we were deployed to do a nightclub review of The Avenue with my colleague Will McPherson, who's a couple of boxes over. Ended up taking a photograph of him with a couple of rum and cokes in his hand, and it made it into the pages of the Times. How Ben Duckett and others got in trouble at that particular pub here. New over starts from Boland, left alone there by Ollie Pope after he had poured a pint over Jimmy Anderson's head. This is what Duckett had done in the Lions squad, and they banned him and they sent him home, and it was brutal for Duckett. He ended up, I did an interview with him a couple of years ago, and it took him a long time to kind of forgive, and never really forgot the way he was treated by the England hierarchy when he was a junior member of the Lions squad, and he was suddenly finding himself in a lot of strife for what he interpreted at the time as a fairly playful kind of night out when they were all being a bit silly, and somehow he copped the rap. He's got prize in this city. Pope facing bowl and delivers here, beating the outside edge. I'll never forget ending up at that at the Avenue in wherever it is. You probably went there when you were playing here, Kat.
The Avenues, I was probably too old for that by that stage, Colo. But in terms of great seed, that last one from Scotty Boland. If he keeps hammering away there, he deserved a nick there. That was a beautiful ball.
Much better spell.
But, yeah, I mean, brave move pouring a beer over Sir Jimmy Anderson's head. Look, what was he thinking?
Well, the suggestion is that Jimmy might have been involved in similar behaviour at the same time, you see. But, you know, Boland up here, bowls over the wicket and trying to drive his Pope. He clunks it to mid-on, does get one. Good diving stop there at mid-on by the man of the moment, Starc. Pope advances to 24 with the single. 1 for 59, the lead's 99.
Can I just say, and this whole myth around beer being great for your hairs, not true. just on Ollie Pope and just the way he's batting. I remember when he burst onto the scene, there were so many comparisons made between him and Ian Bell. Every time you see him bat, He looks lesser and lesser and lesser like Ian Bell.
He has changed, hasn't he, Baz? I'm not imagining that, am I? That he was a different cricketer 4 or 5 years ago. Very high ceiling, there's no doubt about it. He's still there on 24. Duck at 28, Boland ran the wicket to him. Got a fly slip. Oh, and he wafts at one way wide of the off stump. You can see he was trying to cut it away. He's frustrated not to make contact, but does look something of a get-out shot as well. So 2 slips of gully and a fly slip when operating round the wicket to the left-hander.
Well, it was almost exactly like the ball that was bowled to Alex Carey late yesterday.
Yeah.
Where he guided it straight down to that man, and it almost looks like the fielding position is the same angle. Scotty Boland knows he just wants to score quickly and feels like that's a good way to get him out, and he nearly fed it.
So Boland in again. Good spell this. Bowls the duck, it nearly chops on. He went leg side of the ball, got big on him on the angle from round the wicket. Got a bit lost, hit him on the arm, I reckon.
That's
right.
right.
He has. He's dropped the bat, he's thrown the glove off. We'll see what it's made contact. It wasn't wood. Whatever it was wasn't wood, but it nearly went back towards the off stump as well.
He's in pain.
It's messy. Messy cricket, and they're going to need to come out and check him out, I think, because we'll wait for a slightly better replay than the one we've seen to see what it's made contact with.
Bottom forearm,
Bottom
bit like
forearm.
Smith yesterday, and it depends where it gets you, but if it gets you in the right spot, they can be nasty, and he looks like he's in a bit of pain here. That'll teach him for charging down the wicket. I'm surprised Scotty Boland, but it's not his style to get in his face and give it to him, but in days gone by, there would have been a few Aussie quicks that would have let him know about it. You're not running down the wicket to me, champ.
He's trying to get the feeling back into that arm. It looked like just whether it missed his forearm and hit the bottom of his elbow.
Oh, look at that.
It's blowing
Massive
up
bruise.
quick.
Yeah. Now that it's going to require some. I mean, they'll be getting the spray out and the anti-inflammatories, won't they, Kat?
The problem is not so much now. It's like, yeah, he'll be stinging now and be sore. It'll be in the next sort of 30 minutes, hour, once it starts to really swell and you get a restriction in the movement. It feels like you can't grip the bat because that's his bottom hand, and we know he's a strong bottom-handed player. Looks like it's got him in a nasty spot.
We're sort of the outside of it as well, if you imagine where the bottom hand would be. So a pause in play with 4.5 minutes until the scheduled lunch break. He has been going nicely, Duck, at 28 from 36 balls, running hot for Ream, Australia's favourite, that's steady, hot and strong. But 1 wicket to fall in this innings. A reminder, if you weren't with us before, Australia were all out earlier today for 132, and then Mitchell Starc immediately struck. Zach Crawley caught and bowled a brilliant diving one-handed caught and bowled chance, snaffled his 8th wicket of the match. All those numbers on the pay.com.au stat sheet, pay.com.au and earn points.
But just credit to Scott Boland as well. It felt like in the last 2 overs, the first time in this game, which is gone on for only 4 sessions, but it feels like it's been longer, that he's been able to get into the game, bowl more like Scott Boland. Yesterday, it just felt like either he was a bit unwell or he psyched himself up to a point. He's spoken so much about this Ashes that he lost himself in it. I've never seen him bowl so many half volleys in Australia.
That was a real surprise. You very rarely see him bowl so many loose deliveries the way he did yesterday.
It looks like he's done what's needed. There'll be no consideration of retiring hurt. And they didn't play for lunch at all yesterday, Kat. Different circumstances, but Harry Brook was dancing at Mitchell Starc all the way to the break. This will mean that Boland will only get 1 more ball before lunch, and there'll be 1 more over after that. But it has been a far more convincing stretch here from Boland compared to when he was operating at the Langerstand end.
Oh, he could have had Ollie Pope out a number of times already in this spell. He's gotten away with a bit, Ollie Pope. Yes, he's moved to 24 and he's played well both innings, but he's had a bit of luck. The amount of times he's just played and missed, he could easily on another day have nicked any of those.
So still being held. Bit of gardening from Duckett. He'll change angle here, Boland, as well, interestingly. So he hit him from round the wicket. He'll go over the wicket with his last ball of the spell. Duckett waits, Boland delivers. And he gets hit on the pad, sharp for leg before, on the knee roll and given. Scott That's a fine piece of bowling. Changed the angle after hitting Duckett on the arm. Goes far fuller, trapped on the crease. Up went the finger of Adrian Holdstock, and now upstairs England go to review it.
Brilliant from Scotty Boland.
TV umpire to director will have a clear review for LBW.
You could see it coming. There was something coming in this spell.
I've checked the fit landing and the fair delivery.
Hitting the more Scott Boland blends that we're used to. So I'm sure Duckett's still feeling the blow that he just copped the previous delivery. Stayed back in his crease.
It doesn't appear to be any bat. Can I have
first replay showing it's the back leg is hit on, and it's sort of in
I
that
need to check
awkward
that with
spot underneath the thigh pad. The third umpire for IMAR, Trusted Tradies Insurance, call 1-3 IMAR. We yet to get the front on, yet to get the snicko. Here's the snicko. That's going to be fine for Australia.
Any other
height could height maybe.
It might be the only thing, but he is wearing kids' pads.
Yes.
Yeah, he is.
It only needs to touch the top of the bails, of course. It was given out on field.
Yeah, just to put that into perspective, any other batter, when you hit there, the umpire doesn't give you out. Yeah. It's the size of the pads.
Just clear gap.
And this, because it's coming up to 20 past 12, will become the last ball of the session as well, I reckon.
Missing off, maybe.
Such a big moment as we round out the session here. Has it hit the stumps soon? No, pitching outside leg. Now that I did not anticipate. We were looking at height, we were looking at impacts, but it is pitched outside leg. So the review is successful for England. It remains 1 for 59, and the review has taken us right to the cusp of lunch. Will they get around in time? They've got a few seconds. How are the umpires going to manage this? Because it actually is 20 past 12. The confusion of the DRS there. Leg before shout for Liquorland. Score more this summer with Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. And, yep, they're not in position. So that last over, which took about 12 minutes with the delay and the subsequent review, is the final one. As they go to lunch, 99 runs in the black England. They're 1 for 59. Pope's got 24 of those. And Duckett, who's been reprieved on the stroke of the break, is 28 from 37. Duckett, 3 boundaries for Azito. Brushless power tools do you. Simon Katich, how are you seeing things after 4 sessions of a most eventful test match here at Perth?
Yeah, well, I mean, what a start it was again from Mitchell Starc, getting Zach Crawley for a pair. You can't fault the energy that he's brought to the table for Australia. He's tried his absolute hardest with the ball, but unfortunately, England have been able to weather that new ball storm, and these two, Pope and Duckett, have done a wonderful job. I think they've applied themselves well. Yes, Pope's had a little bit of luck playing and missing at times, and Duckett survived a close call there, but they're both not out at lunch, and that's all you have to do in Test cricket, survive to the break and get a chance afterwards to try and put more pressure on Australia. You know, the lead of 99 gives them a good buffer already, and they're only 1 down, so Australia have got their work cut out here. England in a very commanding position.
And Baz, I'll get your thoughts as well. We saw Scott Boland's last spell there, his best of the match. He was running hot for Ream, steady, hot and strong.
Yeah, they'll take some confidence from that, the Australians, because Scott Boland was surprisingly the weakest link in their bowling attack yesterday. So just the last 2-3 overs where it felt like Australia were finally able to build some sort of pressure on this pair, because before then they were scoring very freely, Ollie Pope included. So they've just pulled things back a little bit, Australia. They'll take something from it, but they have a long task ahead here. England are well in front in this game, and they are calling the shots at the moment.
And the 1 wicket to fall was that of Mitchell Starc. 8 for the match. All the numbers on the pay.com.au stat sheet. Pay.com.au and points. Bharat, thank you very much for your company over the last half an hour. Kat, you stay put. You'll be talking with Gerard Whateley after the break. So after 4 sessions here, we're already well and truly into the second half of the test match. England, who started their second innings with a lead of 40, is now up to 99 at 1 for 59. Crawley out for a duck, bagging a pair. Duckett still there on 28 and Pope there on 24. Stick with us through the lunch break. This is SEN Test Cricket for Octet Smart Business Finance.
The Ashes on SEN for Octet, fueling business growth with smart business solutions. And Host Plus, Finder's Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Say
yes to a day of batting that finishes with a 2 a.m. battered Sav. Say yes to cheap trips so you can do more. Say yes, I Dee.
Yes, I Dee. For 100 summers, Pope has been in the backyards of Aussie homes, keeping lawns lush and gardens thriving. And just like Trade Radio asks who'll grow your team the most this season, we're celebrating how Pope has helped grow gardens for generations. From hoses, sprinklers, reels and carts to tap timers and irrigation, Pope's got the gear to keep your patch going strong. Pope, celebrating 100 summers together. Available at selected hardware and garden stores. Find out more at gardeningwithpope.com.au.
Gilly, KO Sports is the home of summer sport with the Ashes, F1, NBL and the Supercars, right?
Yes, Travis Head. And if you're new to KO Sports, get 1 month of KO Premium for just $1. Offer ends November 30.
Nice.
KO Sports. Get on board.
Cars with tyres, cars with wheels, all kinds of cars. And the very best deals only at Car City. Cars for nanas, cars for tradies, and the busy mums with 3 babies. Only at Car City. Cars galore, far as the eye can see. They've got the car for you.
And the car for me?
Only at Car City. Don't forget the jingle. 415 Maroondah Highway, Ringwood.
Running out of those well-being faves? Then run to Chemist Warehouse and save. Grab Colgate Toothpaste Sensitive Pro Relief Multi-Protection or Whitening, 110 gram, $5.49 each. Try Travacalm Travel Band, just $13.59. Pick up Telfast 180 milligram 100 tablets exclusive size, $36.99. And Nicotinell Chewing Gum 4 milligram Fruit 384 exclusive size, just $46.99. Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
At Capital.com, we know markets don't wait. They bounce, crash and soar, sometimes before the first innings is over. Markets move fast, so should you. Capital.com, a trading platform without delays.
Refer to Capital.com Australia's PDS and TMD. AFSL 513393.
It's Black Friday at It's Black Friday at up to 40% off tiles. Black Friday. Beaumont Tiles in-store and online.
Did you know that Cobra Estate extra virgin olive oil supports heart health when consuming 2 or more 15ml serves per day as part of a balanced diet? Cobra Estate, premium quality, great tasting and the most awarded Australian extra virgin olive oil.
At AIA, we're for the doers. Doer who volunteers at their local cricket club, who makes dubious umpire decisions in the morning and dubious potato salads for the lunch break. Doer who pads up and packs up and next weekend does it all over again. So, whatever your do is and why ever you do it, AIA wants to help you do it for life. AIA, health insurance, life insurance, financial advice.
Avoid being bowled over. It's time to stop paying your suppliers and pay.com.au it instead. You'll unlock rewards, improve cash flow, and simplify all your business payments. So, pay.com.au it and start earning rewards today.
G'day, Alex Carey here from Goodwee. With the warm weather and sun shining, I reckon there's 2 things on everyone's mind: cricket and solar power. The new Goodwee ESA battery system is packed with leading performance and safety features. It's a game changer that's perfect for Aussie households and small businesses. Until the end of March, you can get up to $500 off a battery install, on top of the federal rebate, exclusively with Solar Heart. Visit solarheart.com.au. T's and C's apply.
For Octet, fueling business growth with smart business solutions. And Host Plus, find as Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au. The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket.
Left arm over bowls here, Crawley. Back to him and he's bowled. It's a brilliant cover. Stark again in the first over of an innings. Crawley can't believe it. He's bagged the pair. Dogged back, cuts beautifully for 4. He's been sweating on it. Got the length, got the width. Dogged up, bowling to Duckett over the wicket. Drives straight, drives beautifully. He's a real cricketer, Ben Duckett. Duckett waits, bowl and delivers. He gets hit on the pad, sharply before, on the knee roll and give it. Such a big moment as we round out the session here. Hasn't hit the stuff soon. No, pitching outside leg.
The Lunch Break for robot building supplies. Robots got it and deliver. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
This interruption is proudly brought to you by Macca's new Grinch meal.
The Ducat reprieve, the final act of the opening session on day 2. England 1 for 59. The lead is 99. Ducat survives on 28 and Pope is on 24. It is the lunch break for Robot Building Supplies, helping you get the right products for the job at a better price. And Macca's loving the cricket. Today, Australia all out for 132, batted for 6.2 overs, added 9 runs. Crawley, the man, dismissed Courtney bowled Stark for naught. It was 1 for none for the third time in this Test match. And now England's out to 1 for 59. Simon Katich, what are you thinking?
Oh, I'm worried because England have scored at a good clip again in the second innings, and it's just going to be putting so much pressure on Steve Smith with his decision-making around how he uses Mitchell Stark, because there's the short-term effect of this test and trying to stay in the test, but then there's also the long-term effect with it being a 5-test series and the fact that two of his other experienced bowlers, Cummins and Hazelwood, are on the sidelines. So the last thing Australia need is to add a third one to that with the amount of overs that Mitchell Stark bowls in this situation now. So I think he'll start up with him after the break, but then how he uses the rest of the bowlers, like Cameron Green's only bowled 1 over in this test, and I think at some point he's got a role to play. You know, 1 over yesterday, got the wicket, and yeah, he might go for a few runs and England might attack him, but he's the one that can get some steep bounce on this wicket. So I don't know what sort of restrictions he's on, but they need to get him into the action, I think, just to change the trajectory of the ball at these two in particular, because they are shorter batters. So I wouldn't mind seeing that dynamic after the break. Straight after a break, use that to the advantage to try and go bang, bang, get 3 down, and then you get a chance to get potentially Root and Brook with a newish ball and then try and get back in the test. But at the moment, England are going on their merry way.
We're about an hour away from Australia being completely at the mercy of England. So it's still 15 overs, hold the ball. But once England is through the next Stark spell, it's where is it coming from? The Australian side of things for Australian made by Australian support Australians. Let's just hear from Mitch Stark here on Channel 7 with Alison Mitchell on the Courtney bowled that he took and the state of the game.
Yeah, well, Mitch, what an amazing grab you took there. Can you recall ever quite taking a one-handed catch just like that?
No, I don't think I've ever moved that well. No, it was one of those ones that just sticks, yeah.
I mean, reaction times, your body weight's going in the other direction, wasn't it?
Yeah, lucky having an off-season to get moving, I guess. Yeah, it's just reaction. I'm not sure there's much skill in it, it's just luck.
Look, was your heart in your mouth a little bit when the replays came up, the umpires checking, and did your mind go back to that Lord's catch in the Ashes a few years ago?
No, I actually didn't, at the first instance, I didn't know they were having a look at it, so no, it felt like it went straight in and my fingers were underneath it, so maybe a bit of justice for Lords.
Hey, what about the way you as a unit have bowled during this morning session today?
Yeah, it's obviously, it's probably a bit firmer than yesterday. We saw with the sun on it throughout the day yesterday, it's probably firmed up a little bit, got a little bit quicker. You can probably feel that underfoot at the bowling crease. So we've got a better ball this innings. It seems like it's swinging and doing a little bit more. So yeah, we know we're going to create some chances with the way England are going to be aggressive. So I think it's just throughout things and the chances will come. We've just got to make sure we hang on to them.
Brilliant grab. Well done. Good luck.
Thank you.
Player of the day contender for RWC Ray White's commercial property specialist. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 13 to go with his 7 for 58 in the first innings. He's a monumental figure in this test match.
Oh, he's been superb. And I think a lot of it stems from the fact that he knew he had to lead this attack, and he's taken it upon himself to really keep Australia in it, particularly yesterday where there were times where England looked like they were going to get control of the test. Ducat looked dangerous and he knocked him over before lunch, and then obviously did the damage getting Ben Stokes out, which was a big blow given that he was batting with Harry Brook, and those two together for any length of time could have been damaging from Australia's perspective. So he stood up beautifully, and then again today, Zach Crawley early on for a pair in this match. He just needs some support. Now, I thought Scotty Boland and Doggett have supported well. It's just they need to be able to strike and then get in a partnership and build pressure at the other end so that it just doesn't feel like the only time we look like getting in wickets when Mitchell Stark's got the ball in his hand.
The dig for Sherlock wheelbarrows and carts available at Bunnings Warehouse. So Zach Crawley's made a pair, which is just an awful fate for any cricketer, particularly at the start of a series. England haven't brought a reserve opener, but he is making himself expendable at the moment, Crawley.
Yeah, but if you look at his career, Gerard, I completely agree with you. Most guys would feel like they're on the edge, but you look at his career, he feels like he probably doesn't feel under any threat at all because he's had the golden run of all golden runs. When you look at career average, and yes, he can win your test matches, and that's how they view him. They just view him as a match winner, a bit like Travis Head, except he doesn't do it as regularly as Travis Head. And I just think he's being picked basically on what he brings to the table from an aggression point of view. So I don't think he'll feel under any pressure at all because this hierarchy backs him to the hilt. And it's shown in the fact that he's played 59 tests now, averaging just over 31, which probably is 30 now after a pair.
Yep. He's got to find a way to get through Stark's first over, doesn't he?
Yeah. No, look, and it's not easy because in these conditions it is a challenge for English batters that are used to batting on lower, slower pitches with less pace. So, but he has had time here playing for the Scorchers 2 seasons ago. So it's not like he's not accustomed to these conditions. So, and he would have had decent preparation, even though they're a Lilac Hill, which is a completely different wicket. They would have practiced on the nets here for the few days leading in.
Sherlock wheelbarrows, tough loads made easy. The England batting mode, so it's got its inventiveness and all, but this is the more nuanced version of Bazball, isn't it? There is a strategic edge to be gained on a few different fronts here, and it hasn't been a blaze-a-thon.
Yeah, it's been perfect. It's been measured, tempered, and it's basically around what's been bowled. I don't think they've gone searching for too much. There's been the odd rash shot. And as I mentioned before, Pope's probably searching for the ball a little bit in the channel. Australia got to be wary of that and just, I think, be a little bit boring to him and make him come to them. They probably get a little bit, the modern game is frenetic. So, they'll bowl a couple of balls out there and play and miss, but then they come into the stumps and it's like, well, no, let's hang it out there for a while and see if he wants to keep playing that game and eventually nick one. But I guess that's the hard part, is that they don't want to waste the new ball, so they don't want to just keep throwing it out in the channel and waste that hard ball. So they're caught in two minds, but he'll come to them. He can't help himself from what I've seen.
And for Pope, so 24 to add to his, 46. So having really struggled on the previous tour of Australia when he's a younger cricketer, he was the last man in a split run for 3. He's making the most of it.
Yeah, he needed to fire early because he knew that Jacob Bethel was here for a reason. He'd played in New Zealand and did well. I think he averaged over 50 in that series. A good young player, plus he can bowl some part-time left-arm spin. So given that they're not playing a spinner in this series and they've already shown their hand in what they think is the right attack to nullify this Australian batting lineup, there's every chance that somewhere else they might think, okay, we'll get someone else in to add a little bit more of variety instead of just Joe Root. So he knows he's under pressure and he's responded well. I thought he played well yesterday, applied himself well. And he's looked to be proactive at the crease. So his footwork looks pretty good. He's just got to be careful he doesn't play at balls he doesn't need to, particularly on this sort of surface, because at the moment it just looks like he's going to nick off. And he's worked too hard to get to 20-odd now after getting a good 40-odd yesterday to just throw it away, a bit like Cameron Green did yesterday. He played beautifully and then undid all the good work with just a little bit of rashness, playing at a ball he didn't have to.
Are we a little bit worried about Nathan Lyon? He got the blow on the hip. He missed the first 6 or 7 overs. He came out and he could barely trot and was just trying to warm himself up. Australia's got a few issues. The impact injury would be a bad one.
It would be, particularly for, potentially later in the series. I think, if we expect Gabba to be how it normally is, and that is a good place to bowl spin because of the bounce there, but generally the pink ball has favoured Mitchell Stark and the quicks, so that'll be interesting to see how that plays and then how Nathan Lyon pulls up from this, because nothing worse than copping one up on the top of the sort of hip and it bruises up and then you feel stiff and sore. And he is 37, so he's a good athlete. He still moves well for a 37-year-old, but at some point Steve Smith's going to need him here, and I dare say England are going to put him to the sword. I don't think they're going to sit on him unless he bowls to maybe Duckett and Stokes. But even then the other day, Stokes looked pretty comfortable facing him.
Yeah. All right, give me Australia's best case scenario after the lunch break.
They go bang bang and knock these two over and have Root and Brook at the crease against 20 overall ball, and that's what they have to be thinking. Early wickets, get those two exposed, and then bowl the same plan as to Root yesterday, exactly the same today. He's going to want to field bat on ball. He's on a pair, so early on, I think Mitchell Starc, if he's on, he's the prime candidate to just keep running that ball across him and then eventually try and attack the stumps, because that was a perfect plan to him yesterday.
Starting to get to sort of now or never territory. It does put a high stakes on the first hour after the lunch break. Our lunch break is for Robot Building Supplies, helping you get the right products for the job at a better price. And Macca's loving the cricket. It's butter chicken today, Kat, so you get down there. England 1 for 59 with a lead of 99. Pope and Duckett are in occupation. We're going to head inside the Barmy Army next. We've deployed Tom Morris out into the terraces. We'll take you there on SEN Test Cricket next.
The Ashes on SEN for Octet, fueling business growth with smart business solutions. And Host Plus, Finder's Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
On the lookout for some outstanding deals? Then take a peek at your local Chemist Warehouse now. Check out Blink Intensive Tears Protective Eye Drops, just $5.99. And Dermal Therapy Acne Spot Cream 30 gram, only $11.99. Try Kilo Coat Scar Treatment Gel 6 gram for just $23.49. And restock Dimista Allergy Nasal Spray 120 dose, just $34.99. For great savings every day, come home to Chemist Warehouse.
The Boss's Treat Coffee Run.
Okay, let's see then.
The perfect time to head to bizcover.com.au and check out a whole range of business insurance options for your shop.
Loading retailer.
Because only BizCover lets you compare, save, and get instant cover online, on the go, in minutes.
$300 saving? Oh, 4 large caps and a chocolate cake, please.
Check how much a retailer like you could save on your business insurance. For on-the-go cover,
go BizCover.
When you buy Australian made, you're choosing more than a product. You're supporting a stronger economy and creating local jobs. So look for the Australian made green and gold kangaroo and buy Australian. Visit australianmade.com.au.
At capital.com, we know markets don't wait. They bounce, crash and soar, sometimes before the first innings is over. Markets move fast, so should you. Capital.com, a trading platform without delays.
Refer to capital.com Australia's PDS and TMD. AFSL 513393.
Harvey Norman Black Friday sale. Unbeatable deals on all the big brands. Save up to 40% on monitors, gaming accessories and Android tablets. Up to a huge 35% off Windows 11 computers. Up to 30% off cricket cutting machines and presses. Up to 25% off printers and connected security. Up to 20% off headphones, digital cameras, networking and smartwatches. Up to 15% off DJI drones and MetaQuest 3S. Best brands, best range, best prices. There's more in store and online at Harvey Norman Black Friday sale.
This Christmas, Trojan is the ultimate stocking stuffer. Just like a consistent fast bowler, Trojan hits the right areas with practical and affordable gifts that DIY legends will use time and time again. How's that? And Trojan has a wide range of options available for under $20. So there's a Trojan gift for every DIYer and every budget. No ideas, no excuses. This year, hit a 6 with Trojan under the tree. Trojan, tools built tough. Available in-store or online at Bunnings Warehouse.
Everything grows better. Rainbird's TM2 irrigation controller is now at Nutrient Water. The TM2 is easy to program and easy to use with a large backlit screen and multiple station models available. Plus, it can be converted into a Wi-Fi controller by adding the LNK2 Wi-Fi module. Brought to you by Rainbird, the world's most experienced irrigation company. 92 years in the making and still going strong. Visit nutrientwaterstore.com.au.
With Nutrient Water.
G'day, Alex Carey here from Goodwee. With the warm weather and sun shining, I reckon there's 2 things on everyone's mind: cricket and solar power. The new Goodwee ESA battery system is packed with leading performance and safety features. It's a game changer that's perfect for Aussie households and small businesses. Until the end of March, you can get up to $500 off a battery install, on top of the federal rebate, exclusively with Solar Heart. Visit solarheart.com.au. T's and C's apply.
New cars, demos and near new. Quality used cars. Great trade-in prices on all makes and models. Wow, they really do have it all at Car City. Up to 2,000 cars on site and even more online. Plus easy off-street parking. Finance available. Even a cafe. For new wheels, you know where to go. 415 Maroondah Highway, Ringwood.
For Octet, fueling business growth with smart business solutions. And Host Plus, find as Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au. The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket.
The lunch break on day 2 is brought to you by Robot Building Supplies. Robots got it and deliver. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au. And Macca's loving the cricket. 1 for 59 England with a lead of 99. And thus the Barmies have been getting more bullish by the hour, it seems, since yesterday afternoon. Tom Morris is our roadside reporter for Marshall Batteries. Holler for a Marshall. He's headed into the terraces to catch up with Chris Millard, the head of the Barmy Army.
Chris, welcome to SEN Cricket and welcome to Australia. How's it treated you so far?
Very well, actually, yeah. People from the Barmy Army often give misquotes about how we get treated in Australia. So far, so good.
So what does it mean to be, I don't know what your official title is, the leader of the Barmy Army, the CEO of the Barmy Army? What's involved in that job?
Yeah, there's a lot of logistics, a lot of planning, a lot of preparation. I mean, we've been working on this project for probably about 4 years now, so it's been a hell of a project. And to see it all come together yesterday and here Jerusalem for the first ball, it was pretty special, pretty emotional. We've got to organise everything, so right from the travel programme, so the flights, the hotels, the excursions, what people do when the cricket's not on, the cricket tickets, of course, and making sure that everyone gets here safely and is able to have a good time.
So is this a part-time job for you, or how does it fit in with the rest of your life?
No, it's absolutely not. It's a full-time job. We've got 23 people in the UK that are full-time, so it's a lot bigger than people think.
You've got 23 people who work full-time for the Barmy Army.
Yeah, exactly right. That's so awesome. We've got behind the brand and behind the social media, we've got an events team, a merchandise team, operations, and obviously the marketing stuff we do as well. So it's often bigger than people think. We've got 52 staff out here on this tour, so we've had to nick staff from other sports travel businesses and make sure they're all here having a good time and hopefully seeing something fairly special.
What made you want to be in this position at the Barmy Army as a kid growing up?
Look, I've been a cricket fan, played cricket all my life, been a cricket fan all my life, and always watched the Barmy Army and thought, oh, it's fun. What's that all about? And a little friend of mine told me that there was an opportunity to actually work for the Barmy Army before I knew it was a business, and there we go. I pursued it, and here I am now.
Quite incredible. That's actually amazing. What an operation and what a business it is. And they go all around the world. You go all around the world, the Barmy Army as well. Yeah. So you said you started planning for this 4 years ago. What does that sort of planning look like?
Yeah, I mean, we were devastated when the tour didn't happen over here. So obviously there was the Ashes was on, but we don't talk about that. But we weren't able to travel as a group from the UK because of COVID, and that for us was massive. I mean, the Ashes is our golden goose as a business. It's something that we can build on and we can grow and develop what we do. So right from when we knew we weren't coming out here, we were like, okay, what does the next tour look like? So we start looking at venues, working with partners. The events we do are off the scale. So we've been working with the Camfield for a couple of years to get that right, and also things like Christmas Day in Melbourne, got 1,500 people in Crown. So these things take a lot of planning, and you have to start a long way out. So the merchandise, getting that shipped into Australia, made in Australia, and we've got a distribution warehouse in Sydney that looks after all the stock levels and works for us. So yeah, there's a lot to it.
So everyone that wants to be part of the Barmy Army, can they be part of the Barmy Army, or is there some sort of selection process?
The Barmy Army is open to anyone. It's welcome to anyone who wants to have one shared goal of supporting the England cricket team. It's all about being inclusive and trying to make it as big as possible. Because look, it doesn't matter if you're our youngest member on this tour, which is 3 years old, or our oldest, which is 85 years old. Yeah. The Barmy Army's for everyone. And it really, we don't try and legislate that. It's just as long as you sign up to our code of conduct that we have fun, we have banter, we enjoy the time here, but we never ever step the mark. It's never abusive, it's never aggressive, and that's the line for us.
So has that changed over the years? I mean, I remember the Barmy Army being a really fun part of the game 20 years ago, but I remember he bowls to the left, he bowls to the right, all that sort of stuff as well. Yeah. So what is that line, and how do you make sure that everyone swims between the flags?
I mean, look, it's hard, isn't it? Because cricket's an emotional sport, and things happen, and the stuff on the pitch ignites emotion from the players, and we've got to make sure that we try and don't over-legislate that, because we're not the fun police. Yeah. We want to make sure everyone starts a good time, but ultimately cricketers are humans as well, and we know that it does affect them personally. So you never want that to really affect anything other than the cricket. So if we can have a positive impact on the England team at a cricket match, fantastic. And if that means a little bit of banter to the opposition, fine. But if it's abusive or it's personal, then there's no time for that, really.
Yeah, and I think we as Australians really respect that as well, because we understand that there's room for a bit of back and forth, but you're not here to abuse cricketers for the sake of it as well, which I think is a fantastic attribute that you guys have as part of your overall philosophy. Can I ask about the Barmy Army's history? When did it start, and how much has it grown since it was first became a thing?
Yeah, so this is the 30th anniversary tour. So it started.
Congratulations!
Yeah, I clearly didn't start it. It started.
How old are you?
I'm 31. So it started in 94, 95 in Australia in Adelaide, and then it's grown into what it is today. And look, it was very much a supporters club for many years, and in the latter parts of the 2000s, it had more structure and became more of a business. And since then, it's grown and grown, and we've taken it on with the management team I've got now, and we've tried to really put some energy behind it, some youthfulness, and drive it into a digital age. And it's been a really organic growth business, a supporter club, 3 guys on a hill who start singing songs and selling some T-shirts right the way through to employing 23 people.
Who comes up with the songs and the words to the various chants?
Anyone can come up with a song for a chant, as long as you've got the confidence to go over to Finchy, the trumpet player, and say, look, I've got a song, I think it'll go, can you play this for me? He'll say yes, because he's a magician. He can play absolutely anything. And if you've got the confidence, sing it, and people might start joining in, then we have a hit.
How many people out here? 3,500, did you say?
Yeah, we got 3,500 across the travel programme, and then the staff as well on top of that.
So how many of those 3,500 were on that 94-95 tour of Australia?
There's a few. One of the founders is actually here. Yeah. So one of the founders is sat with us right now. They're still involved. They still love it. They're not involved in the operation or anything like that anymore, but they still love the fact that they created it and they're part of the future. And you know, it's for, like I say, it's for everyone. And the guys, okay, they're not in their 30s anymore like they were. They're in the mid-60s, but they're having a good time still.
Yeah. And they still enjoy a drink as well, I imagine. That's part of the tour as well.
They're actually better than the youngsters. So, they've just got a skill for it. So we were in the Camfield earlier, and they had sold a record number of pints last night and yesterday, and that's our HQ for the tour, and that's what we do.
So I imagine that you get a choice. You can come for 1 test or 2 tests or 5 tests. Tell us financially how much it would set back the average punter that's looking to come out for 5 test matches and be part of the Barmy Army from England.
Yeah, so the packages are available right the way from an entry-level package, which would be like a low-end 3-star hotel and a ticket just to get you here. That'd be as cheap as £900. Right the way through to if you want a business class flight or the events included and you're after it, then you're looking at about 20 grand probably. So it's a real difference. But you know what? The best thing about the Barmy Army is that £20,000 customer and the £900 customer, they sit next to each other and they sing songs and they get involved together. So you've got a decorator on this tour sat next to a BA pilot having a great day together, and there's no boundaries. It's awesome.
And just tell us about the event that you had before the start of the first test. I heard it got pretty raucous there.
It did get pretty raucous. We had an event at the Camfield again, just over 1,000 people in, and it was there was a feeling of intense atmosphere, anticipation. We had Darren Lehman, Alistair Cook and Graham Swan come down to the venue and do a little talk, and then we got on to Barmy Bingo, which is the Barmy Army's take on bingo, where basically cricket song bingo, and everyone gets stuck in and has a good time. And you know what? They left. A few people were looking a bit worse for wear, but they were here. Awesome. 9:30 the next day.
Great. Chris, really appreciate having you in chat. I'll have a new appreciation of what the Barmy Army does for cricket and sport as well in your country. So well done, and enjoy the rest of the tour. Not too much enjoyment though.
Thanks for having me on. Appreciate it.
Such a vivid part of an Ashes summer, and you can see everywhere in Perth that we have been the influence of the English tourists and the Barmy Army in that instance. Tom Morris, our roadside reporter, with Chris Miller, the head of the Barmy Army. Thanks to Marshall Batteries Roadside Rescue. Holla for a Marshall. Ream is steady, hot and strong, but you can take the heat out of summer in a corporate box at the Ashes. Hurry, register now for your chance to win at iCanWin.com.au. England 1 for 59 with play set to resume in 8 minutes' time. This has been the lunch break for Robot Building Supplies and Maccas.
The Ashes on SEN for Octet, fueling business growth with smart business solutions. And Host Plus, Finder's Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
At Bunnings Trade, no matter where you are, we're here to help. We have trade specialists in store dedicated to you and your trade, whether it's sourcing supplies, quoting on jobs, or arranging delivery direct to site. Come and see us at the trade desk. Bunnings Trade. Helping business is our trade.
Restock on your healthcare faves and save. Visit Chemist Warehouse now for incredible savings. This week, get Zantac Double Strength 24-hour 14 tablets for just $9.99. Go and grab Go Healthy, Go Restful Sleep 120 hard capsules, only $20.49. Try Caruso's Indigestionase Probiotic 50 capsules, just $33.99. And pick up Wanderlust High Strength Turmeric 100 capsules, only $34.99. For great savings every day, come home to Chemist Warehouse.
Cars with tyres, cars with wheels, all kinds of cars. And the very best deals only at Car City. Cars for nanas, cars for tradies, and the busy mums with 3 babies. Only at Car City. Cars galore, far as the eye can see. They've got the car for you.
And the car for me?
Only at Car City. Don't forget the jingle. 415 Maroondah Highway, Ringwood.
Harvey Norman Black Friday sale. Unbeatable deal. 50% off Ecovacs D-Bot N20 Pro Plus RoboVac and Mop, now just $497. Save $180 on Westinghouse multifunction oven, now just $492. Save $68 on JBL Essential 2 Encore Party Box speaker, now just $277. And save $75 on Nespresso Virtuo Pop Capsule Coffee Machine with Milk Frother, now only $194. Best brands, best range, best prices. There's more in store at Harvey Norman Black Friday sale.
In the market for a quality Australian manufactured shed? From now until December 4, you can get 30% off at Best Shed's Black Friday sale event. They've got the best sheds in the business, including sheds of all shapes and sizes that come with a 20-year manufacturer's warranty. Choose from the standard range or customise the shed of your dreams. That's 30% off during Best Shed's Black Friday sale, on now until December 4. Visit bestsheds.com.au.
There's more for you at Victoria Police. The freedom to go on more holidays with a job that gives you 9 weeks annual leave. More connection with your community, where you'll make a difference every day. The chance to meet more people, where workmates become your best mates. More opportunity for change with hundreds of career choices. You can have all of this and more with a career at Victoria Police. Search Police Careers. Authorised by the Victorian Government, Melbourne.
At Capital.com, we know markets don't wait. They bounce, crash and soar, sometimes before the first innings is over. Markets move fast, so should you. Capital.com, a trading platform without delays.
Refer to Capital.com Australia's PDS and TMD. AFSL 513393.
SEN's test cricket coverage of the Ashes is powered by Octet Finance. Discover how Octet's innovative supply chain payments platform helps power your business transactions locally and overseas. The Ashes, right here on SEN and the SEN app, thanks to Octet.
Looking for your next fishing weapon? Bar Crusher is Australia's leading fishing boat builder and lead the industry in design excellence and quality. For the most advanced plate aluminium fishing boats or to build your dream boat online, visit barcrusher.com.au.
At Robot Building Supplies, ChatGPT doesn't get a look in. We ask our own robot.
Robot's got it.
Got Merbu decking and timber sleepers?
Robot's got it.
Steel framing and building supplies within 24 hours?
Robot's got it.
The original robot since 1946. Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. We're robot, but we're human. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
For Octet, fueling business growth with smart business solutions. And Host Plus, find us Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au. The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. The second session for Rogers Willex. Trusted Trailer Solutions.
Pretty solid cloud cover here at Optus Stadium, but it is bright enough overhead. We've reached our maximum of 24 degrees, and that's largely where it will stay over the next couple of hours. The weather is for Goodwee Batteries and Solar Heart Expertise, the perfect partnership. Tomorrow's weather is a top of 20 with a 50% chance of rain. That comes in the form of storms, but we're talking in the morning, in the early morning, perhaps before play starts. There's a round of Shield cricket which is underway, so we should keep an eye there. it's more pertinent all the time. Tom Morris.
G'day, Gerard. Yes, New South Wales versus Tasmania. Watching Sam Constas closely. He was trapped LBW by Riley Meredith for 43 from 39 deliveries. Ryan Hicks at the other end made 50. But the one sort of the forgotten man of Australian cricket, Gerard, Curtis Patterson's 53 not out. Debuted against Sri Lanka 6 years ago. New South Wales 2 for 173 after Tasmania won the toss there. Victoria 1 for 38 against Queensland. That's also a pink ball game. Interesting, Sam Harper opened this innings for Victoria. So Campbell Kellaway was dismissed for 2. Harper's 24 not out. Marcus Harris, also a forgotten man in some respects, is 10 not out. And the third Shield game that should be taking place right now but isn't is South Australia versus Western Australia. That start's been delayed due to rain. I'm also watching the Cricket Australia men's 11 against the England Lions, where Josh Inglis was dismissed for 40. And now it's just Tegan Wiley and Liam Blackfoot are 7 and 40 not out. Jake Fraser-McGurk is in next. So a bit of cricket happening around Australia today.
And around the world in India, the second test between South Africa and India. South Africa won the toss, and after 18 overs none for 58. So I think she's a bit of a different pitch in Guwahati than was the case in Eden Gardens. Rickleton and Markram showing the way there. So Cam Green, this is what Simon Katich called for during the lunch break. If he's going to play, he has to bowl. And he is the man with the trajectory and the pace, perhaps, to unsettle this pair of Englishmen, Pope and Duckett. The bowlologist is in. Hello, Damien Fleming.
I wanted that last appeal to be out.
Yes.
I thought it was moving in and then sort of pitched outside leg, and then, he wouldn't have appeared. Make the stumps wider,
as it turns out. So Cam Green bowled the 1 over at the start of the, this time yesterday, really. Just before lunch, wasn't it, where he got his wickets? Chimed in.
He was all over the place, but the wicket was a good delivery. It was full and it was straight, Gerard.
He got Ollie Pope for 46. So Australia turns its eyes to its all-rounder. Cam Green in from the Langer stand end. Pope has the strike. He's reaching for a wide delivery. A play and a miss to open.
If he bowls there, Gerard, he's going to nick Pope off. Isn't it?
It's hard to reach that far out.
80%, yeah, but he's going to have a crack at it.
He is, yes, you're right.
He can't help himself, Pope, can he?
It's deeply ingrained in them. The lead is 99. This hour is the hour, isn't it, Flem? This is the hour. 2 slips and a gully in place. Deep backward points. Green bowls to Pope, who stays out of the short ball.
There's that extra bounce you were talking about. Good pace as well. 138. I think you can hit into the 140s, but 6'7", high release, back bowling, which is great to see. Been working on running in a little bit straighter and getting his left leg a little bit more down, straight down the wicket, so he doesn't side flex as much. So when you side flex, it really puts a lot of strain on your back. So he's trying to minimise that as much as possible.
2 in the deep on the leg side. Green to Pope. He slashes the ball through point and spanks it to the boundary. Absolutely launched Ollie Pope. That was hit. Boundary front Zito, brushless power tools, do you, 1 for 63.
That is the corridor of carnage. That is an area you can't bowl to Ollie Pope. He just sweats on anything short and a fraction wide. He has nailed that. You don't see a lot of cutters these days, do you, Gerard? A lot more back foot punches, but that's like a traditional cut shot for 4.
Green on the follow-up, straight at Pope. Tip and run to the offside. The slide from Green, he misses the ball on the edge of the square. It was a well-judged single regardless. Pope is 29. It's 1 for 64. That's good. Plot me away back in for Australia from here. The lead is now 104.
Oh, geez. Oh, well, just wickets, because if we don't get it, they're going to go. This could be a session they go really hard. And I could see they wouldn't be afraid to send us in for an ugly session, because they could go at a run of ball. For normal teams, you go, well, they'll just bat till whenever and get them out. They score that quickly that I don't know how many overs we can bowl there, but it could be 300 and something, couldn't it?
It could. Green around the wicket when he bowls to Duckett. Leaves. So if you run this through, there'll be 24, 25 overs max in the session. That makes the ball 40 overs old. And if they go run a ball, the lead's 240. My worry is that the 2 hours after tea with the soft ball, if Australia hasn't taken wickets, and that is Brooks, Stokes, Smith, then your scenario has them leading by 360 with half an hour to go.
And those shadows coming across the field.
Duckett, rising delivery, got it down. It was an awkward one coming straight at him. 5 from the over. The Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life. I actually did ask you to give me an Australian scenario back into it. We've painted the doomsday scenario, haven't we?
Well, one thing they've got to do is build pressure from both ends, which is the way that we've always gone about it. Consecutive maidens, hard to do against Bazball, but if you have consecutive overs that are only off 2 or 3 off the over, they won't like that. They'll want their urgency. They want to keep it ticking. So constant pressure from both ends is the only way we'll go about it, unless one individual like Mitchell Starc gets going again. It's a big ask to get Starc to do it again. I think it's going to be a team effort. You know, I can't see Nathan Lyon coming on and just spinning a ball.
So this will be Scott Boland from the members' end. This session is for Rogers Willicks Manufacturing since 1896. Boland 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 18. So not quite suffering the same fate as yesterday. He had the LBW shout against Duckett, which was given and then overturned on the DRS. 1 for 64, Pope is 29, Duckett is 28. It's Pope who's on strike. He's clipping from his pads wide of mid-on. Starc ambles around the field and they take a run.
And a feature of Scott Boland's bowling in Australia has been he's been able to get wickets in bunches. It hasn't looked like it in this test so far. But, you know, if you can get one and then get a second, what he does to incoming batsmen, he bowls that ugly length that forces him to play and he nibbles it about. So big ask for Doggett on debut. You know, hopefully he can contribute. But besides Starc, I mean, Boland's the one that we need, isn't it?
Put a backward square in. Who's sort of hedging his bets. He's outside the infield, but not quite in the outfield either. Edging, second slip, taken low down by Smith. Boland's made the breakthrough. Duckett is asking Smith whether it carried.
I think the umpires will check, won't they?
Smith said it has, but this is not gentlemanly anymore. It all goes to review. Boland, at face value, has struck. And having missed Duckett on the way to lunch, he's got him on the way back out the door.
Director, who have an umpire review for fair catch. I've checked the field placement. It's a fair delivery. Front and first, please.
Sweat on this for Imar. Trusted Tradies Insurance, call 13 Imar. Here's our first view. Outside edge, high up on the bat. Flies to Smith, hands low.
It looks to me that the fingers are underneath the ball. Do you have any other angle?
And Duckett has seen the first replay and taken matters into his own hands as he departs for 28, and the fight back is on, Flem.
Here we
just
go.
hold it once again.
Named Bolo, and mate, that was a pretty good ball. Wasn't it? Angle, bit of pace, left Duckett, who actually
I can see the ball gets into the hands and the fingers are underneath the ball. Satisfied. My decision for the big screen is
cricket field in the world that would have carried. It would have dropped. He dropped his hands, but well done, Stephen Smith. He didn't come up too early, did he? He stayed late. He stayed low.
Confirmation on the boards. Catch taken. Classics for a cause. Keep Aussie classics alive while supporting our veterans. Duckett departs for 28.
Yep, well, here we go. Can he double up here, Scott Boland? Confidence up. Definitely his rhythm's been a lot better in this innings. Actually, it's been better from this end, hasn't it? He's enjoyed it from the members' end a bit more. Got his first wicket. And here's something for the Australians. Can they... Joe Root is on a pair. A #1 ranked test batter in the world. Can they send him back for a pair? and get his Ashes series off to a shocker.
Number 2 run scorer all time in Test cricket. Concerningly, Nathan Lyon has left the field down below us. Bo Webster has returned. He's in a bit of a state line. He's hobbled from the ground, and this is only 8 balls after the lunch break. So it does make you wonder about his future in this innings. Joe Root with Scott Boland coming at him. Root's on the move and he's turning the leg, gets straight off the pair. Proactive, dynamic. He was feeling it. It doesn't matter how many test matches you've played. They all feel it. He gets 2. It's 2 for 67.
Joe Root's not doing that on the previous tour.
No.
When he's captain and Silverwood would coach and they're getting thrashed. That's the Bazball influence on arguably England's greatest test batter of all time. Jeez, that was proactive.
Yes. He was not hanging around on 0.
Yeah, because I thought, watch out for the ball that jags in. Well, he took that out of the equation.
3 slips in a gully. Boland to Root. Rides the bounce. Plays it away to Point. Oh, they made a bit of a mess of it. Green and Weatherall, but they don't give up a single.
Well bowled again from Bolo. He is starting to build pressure. Wicket off, hitting the splice of the bat. Just getting a replay of that dismissal. That was a beautiful delivery from Boland.
It was, and Duckett having take it, he dropped the hands. He did everything that he could. And your point's well made on the Smith technique. Stayed low, gave himself every chance, wrapped the fingers around it. Boland to Roots, tucked up in defence.
And that's one of the characteristics. You talk about bowling at the Wacker in Perth Stadium with that extra pace and bounce. You know, when you're batting, sometimes it'd hit your bat. And common sense from years of playing, you just felt like that's not going to carry. And you'd look behind and it'd almost start to go on the incline instead of the decline.
Yes.
And you'd get caught behind low and just go, how did that carry?
203 test catches for Stephen Smith. Roots drives one hand off the bats. Slews away to Labuschagne at mid-off. A successful over for Scott Boland. England 2 for 67. The Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Nothing beats Black Friday at Harvey Norman with up to 35% off Windows 11 computers and up to 40% off monitors. And Henley Homes. Hard to beat. Ask other builders, then come back to us. henley.com.au.
Combining supreme comfort with serious strength, the Tundra is our most powerful Toyota yet. But power like this can't be described. It has to be felt. And the feeling starts here at your local Toyota dealership. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
SEN Test Cricket for Octet. Smart Business Finance. 2 for 67. Duckett's the man gone. Pope's on 30. Cam Green begins the fresh over down the leg side. He turned to spar. Smith is always up. He hears more than most, but even the supersonic ears of Steve Smith deceive him. There was no brush on the bat at that time. Eufy POE Systems, our experts, professional grade security for complete home protection. Damien Fleming joined by Simon Katich, whose captaincy as he left us at lunch. Bring Green on, get an early wicket through Boland at the other end. And Australia are back in the game.
Well, I didn't say Boland, Gerard. Good afternoon, Flem, Gerard, all our listeners. I thought it'd Stark to be back in the attack.
Pope, full toss, clips away, wide of mid-on. I'll get a couple and 3, I imagine, as Doggett overhauls it. 3 metres in from the rope. 3 for Pope, he's 33, 2 for 70.
But I am wondering if Steve Smith will pull a quick change and get Stark back on now that Root's out there, given the way he bowled to him yesterday, and he will be able to execute that plan again. Root's looking busy already. I was disappointed with Boland's first ball to him. Yeah. You know, he's on a pair. He's going to want to face and feel bat on ball. He just needed to hang it in the channel like they did so well to him yesterday, and he just got too straight and got picked off, and that just relieved a bit of pressure on Root.
Green gets a look at Roots. That's down the leg side. Scramble from Carey to haul it in.
He's very, very erratic at the moment, Ken Green, but that doesn't mean you're not out of the game against baseball. They sweat on people bowling predictably, don't they?
Yep. But I like...
Bolo can keep this rhythm and nail him on the crease. You know, maybe this could be the bowling partnership we've been searching for.
Green turns from the top of his mark. Patchy cloud overhead. Sun peeping through. Root defends back down the pitch.
But I like the fact that Steve Smith has changed and given Green an opportunity, because he's a different trajectory. He's going to get bounce. Yes, there's going to be a little bit of inconsistency, but sometimes that's what you need after a break to be able to get that wicket. We saw it before the break the other day, and maybe also they think that he's a good matchup to Pope, because he knocked him over the other day with that Yorker, and now he's got a chance to try and get rid of Root early.
Green hits the crease, short, dragged out into the deep by Roots. He hit it crisply, forward of square for 4. The swivel pull perfectly executed. An early boundary for Azito. Brushless power tools do you. Root is 6.
Good shot. He was onto that so quickly. One thing the Australian bowlers have struggled to do is bowl a good bouncer. They haven't bowled a lot of them, but they've either been half trackers that haven't got high enough, or they've been wide down the leg side, and that just didn't get high enough.
Try again. Driving Roots wide of mid-off. Didn't get all of it, so we'll have to settle for 1. His head hurries around to do the fielding. 2 for 75. Root is 7. The over is done on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
Running out of those well-being faves? Then run to Chemist Warehouse and save. Grab Colgate Toothpaste Sensitive Pro Relief Multi-Protection or Whitening, 110 gram, $5.49 each. Try Travacalm Travel Band, just $13.59. Pick up Telfast 180 milligram 100 tablets exclusive size, $36.99. And Nicotinell Chewing Gum 4 milligram Fruit 384 exclusive size, just $46.99. Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
The Ashes on SEN for Henley Holmes. Scott Boland, having taken a wicket, is going to continue from the members' end. 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 21. Joe Root faces up, turns from his pads, picks up runs to backward square, head gets around and keeps it to a single. Root 8 from 9. Careful, don't let him get away here, Kat.
And this is the thing. I know it might sound pedantic, but you've got to be right on the money when someone's on a pair and you know, under a bit of pressure because of his record here in the past. And the game plan yesterday was clear. It was clear. Get it out into the corridor early on and make him feel for the ball, because he knows he wants to score square of the wicket. And Stark did it beautifully. And then the very first ball he bowls in line with the stumps, he gets the nick because Joe Root's not ready for it. He's expecting it to be in the channel because that's what he's seen for the past couple of overs. Boland's got 2 straight to him here.
Pope on strike, beaten, beautiful ball. That's the one from Boland's. Pitched up past the outside edge.
And these two, the plan's pretty much identical. Yeah. Just like that very ball that Boland's bowled. It's just around outside off stump. And that was perfect. That deserved a nick. Didn't get it. What's interesting, though, is that Steve Smith had 3 slips in for Joe Root. And now he's spread the field a little bit, got the deep backward point, and he got the cover in for Pope. But I actually wouldn't mind seeing him have the 3rd slip in for Pope as well.
Boland to Pope, big drive edge, caught behind. Boland has gone bang bang after lunch. Pope couldn't resist, nicked that time, straight into the gloves of Carey. England 3 for 76 as Pope departs for 33.
Well, there's that full channel delivery from Scott Boland. Unlucky in the previous ball not to nick him off. And Pope cannot help himself. And an easy catch by Carey behind. But a bit of luck for the Australians. Boland's come out after lunch and bowled a fair bit better, a lot of rhythm, and he's been rewarded with his second ball. But surely the Australians are going to learn a bit about that, about Ollie Pope. You can't get too straight to him. You don't want to get really wide, but you've got plenty of room on that third, fourth, fifth stump line, and he's going to have a go at it. And watching on the replay, that was very wide. Very wide.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed with that. Ollie Pope's done all the hard work, got himself to 30. That ball is not there to cover drive on this wicket. With the pace and bounce, it is just not there. It was like Cameron Green's yesterday. When it's not there, you've got to either let it go or not go at big, expansive drive.
But for the Aussie bowlers, you can afford to bowl there because they're going to have a go at it.
That's what I mean.
They're not going to leave it.
Like, it actually is a simple game plan because you know these guys want to score at 4, 5 and over. So you can actually bowl aggressively by being defensive in terms of the line and length you bowl. Yeah, you don't have to over-attack these guys. They come to you. And on this surface, if you want to keep cover driving like that on the up, good luck to you.
Well, this will be interesting because Brook straight away sort of backed away to Boland to take him on. Boland's actually charging in and bowling quite well now. So I'm interested to see Brook's tactics. He did it second ball, I think.
The lead is 116. Boland 2 for 22. Harry Brook marking out his guard and doing a bit of farming. Before we get to it, matters have taken a turn. The Ashes on SEN for 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food. 2 slips a gully. There's a backward point on the fly and long off, which was the tactic we saw yesterday. Boland to Brook, defends the first ball. Remember after lunch yesterday, he got beaten neck and crop by the first ball, and second ball he walked at it and smashed it for 6 over long off.
Yeah.
So red alert here.
But I do like long off out to Brook because you got to make sure you hit in the middle of the bat.
Stark is warming up.
He has to while Roots knew he's got to knock him over. If they get 2 more here, Australia back in it. And this is a great time. Both vulnerable, both early.
Boland looking to group his wickets. He bowls. Brook runs the ball to gully, knocked down by Green. A run.
We just keep... Now he's blocked 2 balls. He's still waiting. There's so much anticipation, isn't it? That what will he do this ball?
This is where the game's changed, Flem. Like a deep mid-off and a deep backward point, and he's on naught.
Yeah.
On a wicket that is carrying through, new ball. It's amazing.
Out of the place, I'd actually want deep point in the slips. I don't mind long off to Brook.
Last ball of a successful over. Brook edges, caught it for a slip. Boland's doing the business. 3 after lunch, 2 in the over. Brook gone for naught. This is the Scott Boland we know and love on Australian soil.
Well, they're addicted, these England batters. They're addicted to the thrill of scoring 5, 6 and over. They just can't help themselves. Unbelievable. Harry Brook, third ball. Massive drive outside off stump. It's not there either. No feet, no head movement towards the line of the ball. And Khawaja gets a gift at first slip. And England, this is the big knock on them. When they've got a team down and out, they don't put them away. And are they letting Australia back into the contest here? Brilliant from Boland. England now 4 for 76.
Oh, there's a lot to dissect here. The Glencore scoreboard advance in everyday life has taken a turn. The captain's on his way to the middle, end of the over, 4 for 76.
G'day, Flem here. If Program Commercial Painting were a test bowler, they'd take every painting maintenance job's wicket. Repaints, bowled. Graffiti, caught behind. From schools to local businesses, hospitals and beyond, get them bowling for you. Visit programcommercialpainting.com.au.
It's Black Friday at Boat. It's Black Friday at up to 40% off tiles. Black Friday. Beaumont Tiles in-store and online.
Middle session on day 2 is shaping as decisive for Rogers Willock's trusted trailer solutions. England was sitting pretty at the break, 1 for 59. Boland's got Duckett for 28, Pope for 33, and Brook for a 3-ball duck. Damien Fleming is on duty for Eufy POE Systems, professional grade security for complete home protection. Scott Boland is headed into the deep to the adoration of the Australian fans.
He's back, baby. But it's also blowing my mind a bit. They're actually, in a traditional sense, he's bowling too wide. But to Bazball, this is their kryptonite, because if they see a wide length ball, they try and smash it over cover. And if there's any extra bounce or nibble, they're nicking behind. They are deliveries they could just let go and make bowl and bowl to him. But they're trying to hit him over cover for a boundary, and Bolo's got 3 quick ones.
Now is the time. So Mitch Starc has been given the ball at the Langer stand end. He has Joe Root in his sights as he begins the fresh spell. Starc to Root, runs the ball past Gully to backward point. Good fielding, Weatherald. They just had a look at each other near mid-pitch, Root and Stokes, and made the decisive decision to return in the nick of time.
I love this from Smith. Not just the fact he's brought Mitchell Starc back, because he got Root out yesterday for a globe, but just the field as well. He's got Jake Weatherall hovering in a no-man's land position almost at backward point. So Root's thinking of getting off strike there. It just went past Cameron Green at Gully, and there was a little bit of confusion. Stokes didn't want a bar of it, but Root was trying to get down the other end.
Starc is with Root. Yeah! And this game has flipped dramatically. What an environment in the stadium. First Boland, now Starc. England reeling, 5 for 76.
You know, I was saying about wide length balls. They've worked again, this time an inside edge onto the stumps. 4 years ago, Joe Root's letting that ball go, but Bazball, the intent is to score off every ball, and if you're not getting in the middle of the bat today, outside edges are in play. Now inside edges are on play. Root, a duck in the first innings, out for 8. England, 5 for 76.
Fall of wicket, 3 for 76, 4 for 76, 5 for 76. It is a litany of disaster for England, whose lead still sits at 116.
The modern game doesn't believe in partnerships, Gerard. It's just scoring quickly, and that ball had no right to be cover-driven. Once again, it was wide on a back of a length, and Joe Root doesn't get across the line of the ball, driving on the up. Inside edges it back onto his stumps. They're imploding here, England. This is exactly what Australia needed after the break. Credit to Steve Smith for the way he's marshalled the troops. And they're back in this now, Australia. They get this next half an hour right, they could win the Test match tonight.
Running hot for Ream, Australia's favourite. That's steady, hot and strong. Jamie Smith joins Ben Stokes. Starc has 9 for the Test match. And Smith is taking his time. He's going to go with 2 slips at Gully. He's pushing point out of the infield. He'll have a wide mid-off, a mid-on, and 3 in the deep on the leg side. Deep mid-wicket, deep backward square and fine leg. Feed the Bazballers. Marnus Labuschagne is trying to stir the crowd down in the deep. Well, the crowd is stirred all right. Starc is in, bowls to Smith. He leaves. A de rigueur of him. Shoulder arms outside the off stump.
That was that wide. If he didn't leave that, they're not leaving anything. Oh, how the game just changes. And from now we've got pressure from both ends. Starc already with 2 cheap wickets, 9 in the game. And Stokes and Smith now. Can they change momentum? How do they go about it? And generally, we know they only go one way, and that's hard.
Jamie Smith, crouched in his stance, taps away the flowing figure of Starc. Smith nearly nicked it. He played and missed. He was looking to block, nothing expansive. The angle across him.
No need to leave there. Mitchell Starc using all of his experience here. He knows this is the big partnership now. He gets a nick here, and Stokes is batting with the tail, and it's game on. Baz Ball's built on ego, and at the moment, ego's getting the better of England. They're perishing, playing big shots to balls that aren't on, not respecting the conditions.
The Ashes on SEN for Henley Holmes. All the Ashes. Hey, Starc bowls. Smith edges. Kawaja dropped him at first slip. Bats have dropped everywhere as well. Stokes is running. Jeez. Goodness me. And Kawaja will look towards the screen to see the replay, the Chemist Warehouse replay screen.
That would
regulation edge, low down. We know he's inhibited in his movement space. Back at the moment, it's ankle high. It's a big miss. It should have been 6 for 76 and 4 wickets would have fallen on that score.
And Gerard, if he's inhibited by his movements, he should not be at first slip, because on this sort of track, with this sort of pace from Mitchell Starc, they come quick, and it doesn't matter which, whether it's waist tight, chest tight, low, they're all tough chances at that sort of pace.
Last ball of Stark's over. Stokes to see it. He's forward defending. Head right over the ball. 5 for 77 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
In the market for a quality Australian manufactured shed? From now until December 4, get 30% off during Best Shed's Black Friday sale event. Be bowled over on the best quality sheds and get a 20-year manufacturer's warranty. Visit bestsheds.com.au.
Take control with Sylvan Pro Grade sprayers. Tough, reliable and made for serious spraying. Viton seals, reinforced hoses, multiple nozzles, plus a 5-year warranty for peace of mind. Sylvan Pro Grade sprayers. Built for the job by Sylvan, the spraying specialists. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
SEN Test Cricket for Octet Smart Business Finance, my apologies. Adam Collins jumping in, Damien, Fleming and Cat with me. My oh my, what a half an hour play that was. Beautifully called by Gerard Whateley. Here's Scott Boland in, bowling back of a length, deflected into the cordon by Smith. My oh my. I know you.
This is the thing now, boys, though. Momentum going Australia's way. The incoming batsmen are under the pump, and they're 1 wicket away from the tail. They could just nick off in 2 overs.
Well, what did we see in the first innings? 5 for 12.
In 19 balls.
So they're 1 away, Australia here, and England are still a long way from safety. They're only 117 in front. So this test match has just been turned on its head in a matter of 10 minutes.
Boland to Smith, already given a life. Boland's got 3 bowls here. Smith inside part of the bat to Whitey, Schmidt on. No run to dog it. That Ollie Pope drive, to say he was set, he's not going to get much more set than that. The partnership was a match high 65 at that juncture. You know, 1 brings 2, 1 brings 3, and Pope again.
But he played a miss at about 6 like that. I just can't believe how wide the line of the balls are that they play at. And they're not half volleys. A wide half volley you smash, but they're length balls.
The lack of discipline is unbelievable. And Harry Brook came out like he was already on 50.
So Boland approaches again, close to the stumps of Smith. Bowls here, and he beats the edge. Did loads as well. It's all come to life. Boland from this member's end. Since that switch happened about 15 minutes before lunch, he's been terrific.
He's been a lot better. Just back to Brook, he would have been better, that back away shot he does. If he just says, I'm slogging this ball, you're better off doing that. You know, at least, then it's even wider and you can extend your arms. Or you can't reach it so you don't play a shot. Wow.
Out goes the 12th man, Bo Webster. It's a deep square leg. He's on for Nathan Lyon, not on for Usman Khawaja, who put that catch down at first slip. Well, he looked creaky going down to it, didn't he?
Well, he shouldn't be there if he can't move forward. It's a hot spot, particularly with the way it's going at the moment.
Boland delivers. Smith plays again to mid-on. Off the front foot.
And just interesting seeing that great Stephen Smith catch, when he kept low and didn't come up. Usman was up, going down and couldn't get down any further.
Way too upright. He needs to be more bent like Smith. Smith's technique for that was superb, and that's why he was able to execute the catch. Those ones are difficult when they're starting to die and You've got to reach forward with the fingers on the ground. He did it beautifully. Usman was way too upright.
Port Brook just a couple of overs ago put down Smith, who's on one. The lead's just 117. Boland, 3 wickets in the session. Bowls here. Smith off the hip, plays it well, does that so nicely. That short arm punch, not the complete follow through, but it still gets most of the way to the rope, and they'll return for an easy 3. Smith 4, 5 for 80.
It's a unique shot he plays, doesn't it?
It's a lot.
It's an amazing shot because it's not really that short to be playing a cross-bat shot to, but because he's quite a tall man, he manages to ride the bounce and keep his elbow quite high with the shot. But I think Australia don't need to go away from what's worked so well. Just keep being patient in the corridor, bowling that back of a length, so you're not too full, not too short. And these guys don't know how to just bat time. They're just trying to score and put pressure on. Australia will have them come to them here.
Extra catcher in the cordon. 3 slips in a gully. Boland gets 1 opportunity at Stokes. Yet to score over the wicket. Bowles here, leaves alone in the channel. 5 for 80 at the end of the over on the Glencore scoreboard. Advancing everyday life. Stokes 0, Smith 4. The lead's 120.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Nothing beats Black Friday at Harvey Norman. Catch all the action on a new LG TV and save over $1,200. And unlock the impossible in Point Cook. Secure your Henley house and land package today.
In the market for a quality Australian manufactured shed? From now until December 4, get 30% off during Best Shed's Black Friday sale event. Be bowled over on the best quality sheds and get a 20-year manufacturer's warranty. Visit bestsheds.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Octet Smart Business Finance. Mitchell Starc has picked up 9 wickets in the Test match. His first over of the spell saw him knock over Joe Root for 8. It's over the wicket to Smith here, new over, 2-man back, but he drives straight and it deflects off Starc in his follow through, and it ends up spilling out to square leg. They'll get 1, 5 for 81. At least I think it hit Starc. It went a long way. Maybe it was a non-striker. Bumped it. Lead 121.
Yeah, he's grimacing a bit there.
That's gone a long way off whatever it's hitting. Where is it? Oh, yeah. Seeing the replay here.
Oh, man, that's close to shin.
He's got to kicked it with his shin, hasn't he? Booted it about 30 metres, we're seeing on the Chemist
Warehouse replay. Leave our big quick alone. I mean, he's...
Ouch.
9 wickets in the game. There's still 5 wickets left. He can get a big haul. And there's a... Oh, it's right on the shin.
Made it tough stuff, Mitchell Starc. Back to the top of his mark.
He deserves a wicket here, Colo.
He's got Stokes in his sights. He knocked him over with a glorious wobble seam delivery yesterday. Picked him up often in Test cricket. Bowls here, Stokes leaves alone.
A little bit different with Stokes, isn't there? That he can adjust his game, that he'll respect the bowling, get himself in. And if he can mount a rearguard action here, it wouldn't be for the first time. We've seen Headingley 2019, we've seen Lords 2023, and bats very well with the tail.
It's often when he thrives. Stark's got him 10 times in Test cricket, as recently as this time yesterday. Starc approaches from the Langer end, left arm over to Stokes bowls and leaves alone in the channel through to the gloves of Carey.
So he is just keeping it into that 5th, 6th stump line here, Mitchell Starc. I wonder when he'll try that wobbled seam, the one that just moves into Stokes. Knocked him over in the first innings.
Stuart Broad with us as well. Stuart for AIA. Protect what matters, do it for life with AIA. Hello, Broady.
Well, an amazing little 20-minute spell we've had there.
Yep.
It's hard work being an England fan.
It's a couple of those dismissals. People who are staying up all night, they'll be battling through it. It's just after 5:30 in London. Here is Starc up to the crease, bowls here. Stokes turns around the corner, down to long leg. Boland there. He gets 1. He's off the mark. 5 for 82. So it was 3 for naught after the Ollie Pope misadventure, followed by Harry Brook and then Joe Root. How'd you see the Pope innings in totality, as Flem notes? He could have been out that way multiple times.
Poor shot. Poor shot. Good planning from Australia. I think that they've had a chat at lunch to go a little bit wider to the English batters. I think Duckett got a good ball. and it sort of opened it up a bit, and then Pope and Brook, two really poor shots. You can't do that in Australia with the extra bounce, no feet. Really opened the game up. And then great captaincy to bring Mitchell Starc back into the attack to Joe Root.
Yeah. In both cases, looked careless rather than carefree. Starc up. Bowling again to Smith, who gets underneath the bumper, although not by far. The periscope was up as well.
I'll tell you what England need to do now is just slow it all down. Ben Stokes will use all that experience. Everything, you just think to that changing room with pads going everywhere and everyone's scrambling to try and find helmets to get out to the middle. Everything just needs to be slower. Just watching Ben Stokes now, he's tapping the middle of that surface. He's taking his time. He's just trying to drag some of the energy out these Aussie bowlers, out the Aussie fielders.
So for the Aussies, for me, I would change the game plan. I'd bowl straighter to Stokes now because he is trying to just slow down the momentum, get himself in.
So there are 3 men back, 2 on the leg side. Make that 3 on the leg side and a deep backward point. Starc up, bowls here. Smith goes back and rides the bounce out to point where there's cover point. There's a gap anyway. Gets 1. Moves to 6. Takes England to 5 for 83 at the end of the over. Lead of 123 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
When you buy Australian made, you're choosing more than a product. You're supporting a stronger economy and creating local jobs. So look for the Australian made green and gold kangaroo and buy Australian. Visit australianmade.com.au.
Need a new battery roadside? Holler for a Marshall. Marshall batteries come to you fast with the right battery and expert fitting. Serving Australia since 1935, choose the leading roadside battery replacement service. Holler for a Marshall, day or night. marshallbatteries.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Octet Smart Business Finance. It's Scott Boland, the man who opened them up, who exposed England. A couple of poor shots, leading by 123. Massive opportunity for the home side. Boland away from us, bowls to Smith. Smith plays with one hand off the bat, squirts it out to square leg, no single.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? And those 3 dismissals, Stu, years ago you go, that's too wide, make them play. But for this type of batting, that's actually the best ball. A wide corridor that's good to short length, not half volleys, because Bazball's going to take it on.
Well, credit to Scotty Boland. I think yesterday when he bowled in the first innings with 2 full, got driven straight down the ground, so he's adjusted his length. And we've seen patterns now to this England batting group. A bit wider and short.
Yeah. Boland up, 2 slips the gully, delivers to Smith, and Smith plays with soft hands out to backward point. No run. It's been a frequent criticism of this England team, Brody, that they haven't been ruthless enough, that they've got themselves into situations in test matches and series when they've had the chance to really bury a side, and they have consistently found ways to let teams back in. It's history repeating.
They have. And just to explain that last one, I don't mean short and wide bowling. I mean there's 2 separate plans to this group that's showing up now. That slightly good, holding good length wide to bring the edge into play, and then that full that short pitch bowling with the field set for short pitch bowling. So there's 2 patterns of play that are emerging.
Boland delivers. Smith beaten. Good delivery, moving away. Considerable movement.
And good adjustment here. Now they're batting defensively. You can go back to traditional. Bowl straighter. The outside edge is very much into play, playing defensively here. You see Bolo, he just gets that to shape away a little bit, a spar. So now we're seeing a total change in philosophy. But as I said earlier, Stokes has done this before against the Australians and bats very well with the tail.
Looks like they've done their planning, this bowling group. They've made those adjustments at the right time. Boland up, delivers here, Smith leaves. Carrying well over the stumps, left on length.
We're in that situation now, such a low-scoring test match. The 20s and 30s count for a lot, don't they? So everyone to come, anyone coming in from this England batting line has the ability to get a 20 or a 30. And suddenly that can stretch the game a bit further back into your favour.
Just partnerships too, isn't it?
Yeah.
Being tail enders, momentum's going against them, a 10, 20, 30 run partnership. The crowd gets behind the tail. It does get a bit of momentum your way, and, it's been very low scoring. So also, what can the Australians chase in the 4th innings?
The Barmy Army trying to lift to the moment as well, roaring to our left. All on their feet, willing Jamie Smith to something here. Boland to him. Smith hit on the pad by perhaps the inside edge. It nearly carries to Big Bo Webster and Cam Green are floating around in the court and doesn't quite make it either way. How does that feed in with this particular... I mean, England are unique as far as the overseas support they receive around the world, Brody, from the Barmy Army primarily, but other tour groups. What does this do for you as an England team, knowing there are this many people here who so desperately want it for you?
It's amazing. It's absolutely incredible. You can hear them singing. Now, even when you're under pressure as a team, they lift and they bring you energy, they bring you support. It's incredible. And this week has been extremely special to see the amount of English that have flown over to be here in Perth.
Boland to Smith, 2 left in the over, leaves in the channel, 5th stump line that time.
Were you the official on-field conductor to the Barmy Army?
Yeah.
I did see you a lot go that way.
The sort of underarm waving of my right arm to
Is that
get
on your
the crowd
business
going.
card? Are we Barmy Army conductor?
That was just... The players would come to me and say, we need a bit here. We need a bit of energy. Do you want to go? And I was like, yeah, let's go.
My apologies, that was the end of the over. I was looking over at you, Brody. That's on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing to everyday life, 5 for 83.
Everything grows better. iPlex No Water. And with over 80 years experience, iPlex understands the challenges the water industry faces. They're committed to providing safe, secure and innovative water solutions today and well into the future. iPlex supply a large range of quality pipeline products and solutions that support urban agriculture, residential and urban subdivisions to civil and mining infrastructure Australia-wide. Visit nutrientwaterstore.com.au.
With Nutrient Water.
There is a bowling change for Australia for RSEA safety, trusted by tradies across Australia. Brendan Doggett bowled 4 overs earlier. First change done for 21. Change in the chair to my right as well. Bharat Sundaresan jumping in for Flem. Brody sticking around with me too. G'day, Baz.
Good afternoon, Brody. Good to see you.
Great to see it. You're in the hot seat. It's all happening.
Doggett over the wicket. 2 slips bowls to Stokes, who leaves alone. Back of a length, well wide of the off stump.
I'm always fascinated with the way Ben Stokes plays in this era of baseball cricket or whatever you want to call it. He takes a different route most times, doesn't he, Brody? It almost feels like everybody else around him plays the way they want to, with freedom, but whereas he still looks more traditional now than maybe he was before.
He's the best situational cricketer I've seen.
Doggett up. Langer end. Bowls to Stokes, forward, couple of noises, spills into the onside, must have been an inside edge, so bail out of the appeal.
He figures out what's going on out there. There's times where he's gone out and been really expressive when he knows his team's on top, and there's times where he really soaks up pressure as much as he can. He will not be unhappy in this situation if he's 5 or 45 balls. And he's just puts a few more miles in the legs of the Australians. He knows he's got Jamie Smith with it. I was thinking, is this the most pressurised situation Jamie Smith's ever been in? Yes, most likely, but he had a moment against India in the summer, which I'll mention after this ball.
Indeed he did. Doggett up, bowls, here Stokes leaves, again wide of the off stump.
He came in, England were 5 for 84, India absolutely all over England. And he soaked it up, and he got 184 not out. Different type of pitch, different type of atmosphere. Obviously, when you're playing at home, it's a little bit easier, but he has been in a situation where England are in a lot of trouble, and he's managed to drag them out of it. So, you know, the hope is not lost from an England point of view, and actually the Australians will know how big a wicket, not just Ben Stokes is, Jamie Smith is as well.
He's given a life on Nort, dropped by Khawaja. Here's Doggett bowling to Stokes, who plays and misses in the channel. Went defensively, went with his hands, through to the gloves of Carey. Good bowling.
And this is Ashes cricket, and if you're Jamie Smith, like, what a moment to become a hero. And the stage is set for you. Like you said, he's done it before from a similar situation against India. To do it in an Ashes test, your first ever Ashes test away from home, would just set him up for, you know, the rest
and doesn't require 184.
No,
he could get 40 and it'd be as valuable.
It's a beautiful ball from Doggett. Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Bowls again here. Stokes takes on the short ball. They're a 2-man back, but he helps it to deep backward square for 1. Well played. Moves to 2, 5 for 84.
Yeah, the rate at which this game has gone, you're right. Even a good 40-45. If you can just hang around with Ben Stokes, that's all they need at the moment.
It's kind of your point, Brody, that Smith possesses the ability to score quickly, and you talk about useful 20s or 30s.
I'll tell you what, an interesting tactic to him right now would be 3 men out on the hook, a short leg, and a third man and bowl short, and see what he does.
Well, they're going close. They did it yesterday. It was caught at deep backward square. yesterday. So 3 are back on the leg side, including that catcher 15 metres inside the rope and a deep backward point for a miscue in that direction. Doggett to Smith, bowls here, short ball, gloves it round the corner to where leg gully isn't. Carey does the tidying up. 1 for Smith, moves to 7, 5 for 84. It'll complete the over as well. So England leading by 125 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
Another wicket down, and no one wants to be caught out on a duck. Same goes for your four-wheel drive. Don't settle for second best. With Razorback 4x4 seat covers, you'll get perfect protection, comfort and style. They're tailor-made to fit like a glove and easy to clean after making a bit of a mess. Thousands of Aussies have already given them 5 stars, and unlike some covers, there's no ducks here. Protect your pride and joy. Check out razorback4x4.com.au today.
Australia have been running hot for Ream since lunch. Australia's favourite, it's steady, hot and strong. A collapse of 3 for 0 or 4 for 11. And Mitchell Starc was part of that. And now with Doggett bowling from the Langer end, Starc back to where he started at our members' end. Tommy Morris is with us as well. Cobram Estate, Australia extra virgin olive oil. Tommy.
He's playing his 101st test, Mitchell Starc, and for the first time in his test career, his average has dropped below 27. It's 26.61. He's in this rich vein of form in his mid-30s.
It tells a story. Such a good bowler. Peak of his powers. Over the wicket, Smith, new spell. Plays him out to mid-off. Plays him well. Straight at mid-off. There'll be at least 2. Work to do for Travis Head. Collects beneath us. Smith to 9, 5 for 87.
The Starc numbers tells a couple of stories. He's developed as a bowler fantastically, and actually, when you get into your mid-30s, you have to keep developing it. And this wobble seam across the right-hander is a superb delivery. But also how Australian pitches have changed. This is the spiciest surface I've seen in Australia. Maybe the MCG in 2021 was pretty tasty, but he's definitely getting more bowler-friendly conditions in the last couple of years than he'd have grown up with.
It's a different sport compared to 17-18, my apologies. That long Ashes tour 2 cycles ago. Starc bowls here to Smith, who thinks about playing well wide of the off stump and pulls out of the stroke. There are a number of factors in that. More grass on the pitch, the different evolving Kookaburra ball, an improvement in drop-in technology. I mean, it's all worked to bring the balance between bat and ball, well, you could say closer together, but now well and truly in favour of ball.
Yeah, there was that Ashes series you mentioned, 17-18, I think Steve Smith got 239 at the Wacker. And we thought we'd done all right. We got 400 first innings, and I actually played for the Hobart Hurricanes later, I think a year later, and chatted to Tim Payne. Apparently Smith came in to Payne at tea on 29 and went, I can't get out on this pitch.
Starc up to Smith over the wicket. He plays late, plays well, beats the man in the gully. That takes some doing when it's Cameron Green. They get through for a single. Smith into double figures, 5 for 88.
Yeah, and every single ball I bowled, I felt hit the middle of the bat. Just one of those games for me where I wasn't necessarily in great rhythm. Steve Smith was just outrageous. From memory, I think Mitchell Marsh came in and whacked 100 as well.
Yeah, 181 not out.
Did he?
Yep.
Oh gosh, yeah, he did then.
He replaced Peter Hanscom in the team for that test, after the Adelaide test. He just went bang at home.
Proved a shrewd selection, 2 tons for Mitch Marsh in that series. But yeah, of its time as well, wasn't it? Those pitches were flatter than flat.
Yeah.
Perth, Melbourne, Sydney especially. Here's Starc away from us to Stokes. Bowls here. Stokes edging and taking a second slip. He gets Stokes for the second time in 2 days. He's got the wood over the England captain. Stokes gone for 2. The collapse continues. England in a world of pain at 6 for 88. And 10 for the match as well, Broady.
Just incredible, Mitchell Starc. Absolutely incredible. Brilliant delivery yet again. Bit of extra bounce. The England players have all struggled with this bounce and this surface. Into length, pushes Stokes onto the back foot. And a simple catch to Steve Smith at second slip.
Well, it was the inside edge that he beat in the first innings to smash into middle stump. This time it's the outside edge that he's grabbed. And it was that extra bounce that just got the splice of the bat almost. Ben Stokes just, his reaction told you, he said, I didn't do too much wrong there. It was just the quality of the ball. Mitch Starc is just probably in the form of his life at 36. He's coming off that amazing test performance in Jamaica with the pink Duke's ball. He's really got this red ball to talk as well.
10 for 78 in his match analysis so far. Still 4 to go as well as Gus Atkinson makes his way to the middle. England have lost 5 for 33, 4 for 22. It could have been worse had Jamie Smith been pouched on naught. This has been a real statement hour from Australia. Just when this was drifting away from them, a lead of 99 at lunch, which grew yet further after the break. Once that partnership was broken between Duckett and Pope, it's been carnage at Perth.
And we spoke about it earlier, didn't we, Adam, about how differently India did it last year, where they soaked up the first 60 overs almost.
Stark to Atkinson, leads 128 on the charge. 3 slips the gully. He bowls and he has an outlandish, lavish drive well wide of the off stump and he misses it.
England are going to try and score some quick runs here. I think what lead are we at now? 128-ish, I think. They're going to try and get to 150 and hope that that's enough. I think they've decided that just poking around on this surface is a ball that's got your name on it, so they're going to try and put the bowlers off their lengths. It's much easier said than done. And Mitchell Starc is charging in here. This is fast. This is as quick as Gus Atkinson would have faced in his life.
1 left in the over. Starc once again striking at the start of a spell. It's freakish. He bowls to Atkinson, who gets runs, leg buys. It's very fine. It could run away for 4. Work to do it will be 4. They all count at this stage double, it feels like, in such a low-scoring game. 132 the lead. Another successful Starc over, though. It's 6 for 92. Atkinson yet to score. Smith's on 10. And that's all on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Start your next innings with a career that gives you more. Search Police Careers, Victoria Police and Oldham Construction Lawyers. Your experts in construction law, ensuring you're never caught out when pressure builds.
When you buy Australian made, you're choosing more than a product. You're supporting a stronger economy and creating local jobs. So look for the Australian made green and gold kangaroo and buy Australian. Visit australianmade.com.au.
The Ashes on SEN for Henley Holmes. Stuart, Broad, Bharat, Sundaresan with me. Tom Morris as well for Cobram Estate Australia extra virgin olive oil. Tommy?
So Mitchell Starc's now taken 10 wickets in a match 3 times in his career. The time before this, 10 for 100 against Sri Lanka in Canberra, 2019. Also, Australia had 2 debutants in that game. And 11 for 94 against Sri Lanka in Gaul in 2016. He's got more to come. He could take another 4.
Indeed he could. Thank you, Tom Morris. Marshall Batteries, roadside rescue. And now with Jamie Smith batting with the bowlers, just as it was yesterday, poor old Jamie Smith having to do a lot of the heavy lifting. 4 back on the leg side, 3 back on the offside. We're playing the milk to strike game. How will he respond?
Well, I think it's going to happen very quickly here. He won't duck 6 in a row, that is for sure.
Short leg in as well, telegraphing the punch. Here comes Doggett, the man on debut. Bowls to Smith. Short ball, short leg, not far away. In the end, he actually played it quite well to fine leg, but he thought he was in the game, lunging to his right. Single to get off the mark, or not off the mark, rather, to get off strike. He's 11, 6 for 93, lead 133, giving Atkinson a strike after 1 ball.
This is just really different to what Gus Atkinson has had in his Test match career. Australia are well known on Australian grounds to come in, set this field and bowl short. Pat Cummins was best in the world at doing it, in my opinion. He's not here, but Gus Atkinson hasn't faced this in his Test match career. He got a fine 100 at Lord's against Sri Lanka, but virtually every ball was pitched up for him to have a little drive. So this is going to be an interesting little tactic for him. They have actually put 3 slips in, so they will go a bit fuller to him.
6-3, nicked off yesterday. Hit on the pad by Doggett, but it's going down the leg side. So yesterday Atkinson wasn't there for long. It was a 2-ball performance. Got 1 before he edged to Smith and second slip from the bowling of Starc.
And if you're not faced Doggett before, he can rush you with the bouncer. We saw that with Bryden Cars. He's just so skiddy. Just going back to Mitchell Starc, but he's just within 2 wickets of going past Wasim Akram now.
Which would make him the most prolific left armer in Test history.
Isn't that?
Doggett towards us, towards Atkinson. Bowls here and he plays away from his body, thrashing at it. Not yet set, but with that gap, he's trying to make whatever's there through to the gloves of Carey.
And I know, sorry, stats are your thing, Tommy.
Also yours, Baz, all good.
But just looking at comparing Wasim Akram and Mitch Starc. And Mitch Starc has a better strike rate, even if Wasim Akram for now has a better average. And it feels like Starc's numbers have crept up on him in the last couple of years.
He's incredible. Honestly, he's a superb bowler.
Doggett up to Atkinson, hits him on the thigh pad, doesn't go anywhere. The short leg's no longer there.
He goes as far as saying the best, when Trent Boult was at his peak as well, that left arm swing back, but the best new ball bowler that you could get really brings the stumps into play. So batters are so cautious of looking out for their stumps and their front pad that then it actually brings the edge into play because he gets people playing at balls that they don't need to play at.
Not that long ago, since that 2019 Ashes, that you had such a prolific series in that Starc was barely used. He played at Manchester and that's it, which again really goes to how well he's evolved since that turning point in his career. Doggett up, bowls here. Atkinson takes on the short ball, doesn't beat square leg though, where Labuschagne's positioned. Broadie's jumping out. Tom Morris is sticking with us for Marshall Battery's roadside rescue. Holler for a Marshall Battery. Tommy?
So it's a great matchup. Stokes, for Australia, it's a great matchup. Starc v Stokes. He's now got him 11 times in Test cricket, and Stokes averages 19 against Starc. So compare that to other bowlers. Stokes averages 35.8 against Cummins and 57 against Hazelwood, 42 against Boland.
Wow. And there was a graphic on our Chemist Warehouse replay screen a moment ago which showed the ball that dismissed him yesterday and the ball that dismissed him today landed on the same part of the pitch. Subtle variations, terrific stuff. Doggett up, field spread to an extent, and Atkinson makes the most of that, turning out to the onside. Big gap at deep mid-wicket. Labuschagne spins and collects and throws and keeps it to 2. So Atkinson will move England's lead onto 135 at the end of the over. 6 for 95, a test match in fast forward. That's all on the Glencore scoreboard. As drinks are coming onto the field as well. Yes, they are. They're going a snifter early. So the drinks break comes after an outrageous hour. Australia breaking the partnership of Duckett and Pope with the score on 65. And after that, Ollie Pope and Brook nicking off with the score on 76. 2 poor shots. Pope 33, Brook a duck. Root bowled by Starc for 8. And Stokes, the captain, caught by Smith in the cordon. 4-2 also from the bowling of Mitchell Starc. So the game is perfectly positioned for Australia at this stage to run through England again. The drinks break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. After it, Gerard Whateley taking over from me.
For 100 summers, Pope has been in the backyards of Aussie homes, keeping lawns lush and gardens thriving. And just like Trade Radio asks who'll grow your team the most this season, we're celebrating how Pope has helped grow gardens for generations. From hoses, sprinklers, reels and carts to tap timers and irrigation, Pope's got the gear to keep your patch going strong. Pope, celebrating 100 summers together. Available at selected hardware and garden stores. Find out more at gardeningwithpope.com.au.
Summer's here, and that means one thing. Whether you're on the road, at home or cheering from the stands, there's nothing better than a 4 and 20 pie. Whether your favourite bowler's taken 5 wickets or our best batter's been trapped LBW, any break in the day's play is your chance to enjoy the classic taste of 100% Australian beef in delicious gravy wrapped in golden flaky pastry. Pie's so good they'll have you cheering with every single bite. 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food.
Quite the outfield either. Edging, second slip, taken low down by Smith. Boland's made the breakthrough. Boland to Pope, big drive, edge, caught behind. Boland has gone bang bang after lunch. Last ball of a successful over. Brook edges, caught for a slip. Boland's doing the business. 2 in the over. Brook gone for naught. Starc is with Root. Yes! Root perishes. Starc strikes immediately. After lunch, it's been 5 for 36. England's lead is a precarious 135. The drinks break taken for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. Treat yourself this summer with an ice-cold Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. Duckett, Pope, Brook, Root, Stokes, all gone. 3 for Boland, 2 for Starc. Starc has 10 for the match. And the minds are ticking. Minds are ticking as to what's possible and what timeline we are working towards. Eufy PoE Systems, professional grade security for complete home protection. Our experts, Bharat is joined by Simon Katich. Kat, welcome back.
Good afternoon, Gerard, Bharat, all our listeners.
Your mind is working more feverishly than most, Dave. feel. Keep in mind that Jamie Smith was dropped before he scored in that flurry on 76. He is 11, Atkinson is 2, and Mitch Starc 8 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 20. 2 slips in a gully, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the deep. 6 in the deep. Starc bowls to Smith, who edges over the top of Khawaja at first slip and down to the boundary for 4.
Said it earlier, Gerard, and if Cameron Green's standing at first slip, he's snaffling that. Bo Webster's at first slip, he's snaffling that. It's going to come quick. It could come low, it could come high, and we know he can't move.
He's holding his lower back in the aftermath. Feels like such a flawed strategy from Australia. I know what they're getting at with him opening the batting, but that's 2 edges from Smith now. 1 high, 1 low. Smith swishes the ball down the leg side. Carey dives, parries it away. The bye will be taken. It brings up the 100 for England for the loss of 6 wickets. It comes in the 27th over. And the boundary in the previous was for Zito Brushless Power Tools Juniors.
I wonder how England are going to play this. I mean, the kind of team they are, they'll think 20, 30 more runs, just the way the bowlers went yesterday. We are in the game.
They just keep doubling down. They are gamblers. They are glorified gamblers. They just keep betting until they win. And if they keep losing, they'll just keep betting, doubling down, doubling down.
There's a couple of strategic pieces that they are completely missing in this game too. Lyon is off the field and really he's not going to be bowling. Atkinson faces up to Starc, big swing and a miss. Green's on restricted overs. So Australia are operating with 3 bowlers. They are not getting any overs into Starc for either this game or this series. Boland's bowled himself back into it. Doggett is bowling like a debutant. He's feeling his way. And they won't wait to open an end up.
They've just left that back door open for Australia. And then
massively. But this is what comes with the territory, because they've lost tests. We talked about it before the series started. That India test, they should have won that series. They were all over India.
Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life. 6 for 100. Starc strides in, bowls to Atkinson with the Yorker. Atkinson was able to meet it with the toe of the bat.
They might be thinking they've already got enough.
Yeah.
Because of what they saw in the first innings. They might feel like this Australian batting is vulnerable. And Australia's still going to have to bat well to get 140 runs. But you can really put it with out of reach by burying them with some ruthless partnerships, and they haven't done that.
I mean, there's been so much talk about Joe Root and how he's evolved in the last 2 or 3 years since Bazball. I mean, his shot was up there with being among the worst that we've seen today.
Atkinson just got down to that, watching the replay. The bat turned in his hands. Just denied Starc an 11th wicket. Onto the pads, flicked in the air, over square and out to the boundary for 4. Atkinson with a crisp blow. He moves to 6. England 6 for 104. The boundary for Zito Brushless Power Tools Do You.
We've seen he doesn't really enjoy it anywhere above his waist. But this one was a leg side half volley, so he's very happy to just help it over square leg for 4.
He's got a test 100. So he's no mug with the bat. He's dangerous. And they can't afford to give these two, 30, 40 runs in a partnership, because then it frees up the rest of them. And then Archer and Wood can swing a bit more freely.
Khawaja is leaving the field here. Steve Smith went over to speak with the umpire, and he looks about 80 as he leaves, nursing these back issues. So it was an issue yesterday in the batting order. It has been an issue today at first slip, with Jamie Smith missed twice. And now he has to leave the field anyway, which doesn't leave you much hope that he'll be opening the batting.
This is what he looked like when I popped into him this morning, Gerard. It's taking him a while to even leave the ground. I'm not sure how he is going to open the batting. How is he going to run between the wickets?
He's a break in case of emergency now, and Australia are going to have to put some thought into reconfiguring their order, whether they go with what they did yesterday or think about what Simon said with Carey opening.
Gerard, look who's at first slip now.
So Webster's gone there. He would have taken the catch earlier in the over. Atkinson's on 6. Stark bowls to him. Nearly nicked him off. Played and misses. Lovely delivery. 9 overs, 1 maiden at 3 for 28. Stark. England 6 for 104. The Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life.
Navigating a building dispute? With over 30 years of experience, Oldham Construction Lawyers are your trusted specialists in construction and property law. So whether it's VCAT, the courts, or the Building and Plumbing Commission, Oldham Construction Lawyers can provide you with expert legal solutions. Visit oclawyers.com.au.
Ring-a-ding-ding! Welcome to Tasman Butchers, the freshest cuts and the largest variety. Don't settle for the other stuff. Eat better meat with Tasman Butchers.
Tasman Butchers, the meat specialists.
SEN Test Cricket for Octet. Smart Business Finance. England's lead is 144. 6 wickets down. Smith 15, Atkinson 6. Doggett is bowling from the Langer stand ends, and the field is spread when Jamie Smith is on strike. Bat pad, and Smith has gone to gully, really leaving the slip cordon open. They've got fly slip, deep backward point, long off, long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square, and fine leg. All points of the compass. Smith swings the ball down the leg side. Now Carey thinks he's clipped it. The umpire disagrees. Carey's pretty adamant here, and Smith has sent it straight upstairs. Has Doggett got Jamie Smith?
Travis Head was all over that. He went up probably before anyone. He's at short leg. He was adamant.
TV umpire to director will have a player review for court.
Yeah, you could hear him go, yeah, take it. Yeah, he heard it before anyone else did.
Can I start with frontal, please?
Looking very confident.
It's a huge moment, the last of the recognised batters. The lead is 144. It's away from his body, so if there's a noise, it's bad.
Can I have the RTS, please?
So it can't be anything other than bats.
I can see a little rumblings. Yeah, keep rolling.
Yes, there. A snick.
Little rumbling.
Yes, there is.
Can I have the replay from the backside?
Jamie Smith knows his fate. He's departing. England is 7 down and this game is rollicking along.
As the ball passes the bat, there's nothing.
What? Have another look.
Once again, slowly.
Have another look.
You can have the split screen with that mixing with the RTS.
All right. Umpire
go back to Snicko. There it is.
As the ball passes, there's nothing there.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Just roll back.
So this is on the sync up of the image with the Snicko, which we have been instructed
already
that it doesn't matter where in the visual if there's a spike, and it can only have been the bat.
Can I have the,
it's the bat.
replay from the backside, please? I saw that there's a gap there.
This is going to be a pretty big error.
And then mix that with the RTS, please.
He's one of the more thorough third umpires. He likes to use everything at his disposal, but this could be a big moment.
So the visuals suggest
the deflection. Mix that with the RTS, please. This one and the front
on
piece.
spike is there.
And he started with little rumbling.
Roll it slowly, frame by frame. Could you please frame by frame there?
Bottom of the bat.
Yeah, looks like the bottom of the bat.
So the frame rate is one out with the audio, that the lack of synchronization. But we have been instructed on this before. The ball is on the bat and then passed, and Snicko shows a spike. Typically this is out, and this umpire is about to rule this not out.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Something similar last year in Sydney with Jaiswal. That was complete opposite of that. There was no spike, but it looked like there was a deflection.
What about the ball, though?
Yeah.
You look at the way the ball and the seam is spinning. It looks like it changes direction after it passes the underneath edge.
I don't see any deflection of there on that replay.
Oh, wow. This is a big call.
Just mix that with me, RTS.
Could it be anything else? That little rumbling?
Okay, just roll back once again. I can see slowly. Could you please roll it frame by frame there?
I've seen this given out over and over and over.
And we've seen this.
Just roll it there.
Use this replay.
Just freeze it on the frame back, on one frame behind. Just slowly move it from there. Roll back, and freeze it from freeze it as the roll it 2 from backs, 2 frame, one more. One more frame back. Freeze it there. Okay, I can see a spike as the ball has just gone past the bat. Satisfied, the ball has made contact with the bat. My decision, Nitin, you need to change your decision from not out to out. I can see a clear spike as the ball has just passed. Thank you.
Well, he got there in the end. It magnifies the controversy of the decision. It is correct. Jamie Smith knew he was out from the first time he saw Snicko. It took our umpire longer than it takes to play Cluedo. But 7 down England is. 7 for 104. Smith has gone for 15. Doggett has taken a wicket. And the lead is 144.
Look, where we come from in South Asia, Gerard, we like to make the most of everything that is offered to us. And that is umpire Saikat in a nutshell. We saw it with the Mitchell Starc cotton ball as well. It looked very clear in one replay that he had fingers under the ball.
Well, if you're making a decision based on the reaction of the fielder that's closest to the batter, the one that was closest, Travis Head's only a couple of metres away, he went up immediately and he was convinced that it hit something. And then when you look at the replay, it can't have hit anything but the bottom edge of the bat, and there's a spike. So it's amazing it took as long as it did to get to that decision. I know there was obviously sinking issues and stuff like that, but the right decision's been made there.
The big wicket for Doggett on debut.
Brighton casts next into the middle. England 3 wickets in hand. Doggett in, short ball down the leg side. Cast stayed inside it. Mimic appealing being done in the stands. The sport is rich inside and outside right at the moment. SEN Test Cricket for Octet Smart Business Finance. That was just the first ball of the over that the wicket fell. Short run away by cast into the deep at backward point for a single. 7 for 105. So just Kat, talk to me around Smith's thinking here. He has left the field out. So preying on what happened yesterday.
Yep. He's just, in a way, a bit like what England did to Australia late yesterday as well, in terms of with Alex Carey, you know, having that field bowling and knowing that the modern player just wants to take the game on. And you know, in this situation here, what he saw yesterday, England's tail it was poor batting at the end of their innings.
Doggett into Atkinson, bang, straight past head under the helmet. Oh, that was hiking. Danger money required. Out into the deep for a single. 7 for 106. The Ashes on SEN for 4 and 20. Australia's original fan food. A couple left in the over.
And given that England were effectively 1 for 99 at lunch, You know, they've lost 6 for 47 since the break. Steve Smith would have taken that every day of the week. So now it's just about trying to make sure they can clean these last 3.
Cast, top edge, flies the keeper, flies the rope. It's gone for 6. Under the side screen. 7 for 112. The lead is 152.
Yeah, he didn't look too happy ducking bouncers in the first innings. Copped a painful blow to his grill. This time he just decided to throw his bat at every bouncer that he gets. What a lot of batting.
I think he needs to get his line a little bit wider of off stump here. If he's going to swing like that, he needs to be able to get it high and wide so that Cast hits it straight up the chimney.
Cast backs away, trying to nibble it over the top. He misses. 7 for 112, an eventful over. The Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Nothing beats Black Friday at Harvey Norman with up to 35% off Windows 11 computers and up to 40% off monitors. And Henley Homes, hard to beat. Ask other builders, then come back to us. Henley.com.au.
When you buy Australian made, you're choosing more than a product. You're supporting a stronger economy and creating local jobs. So look for the Australian made green and gold kangaroo and buy Australian. Visit australianmade.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Octet. Smart Business Finance. A session this is Rogers Willex, manufacturing since 1896. England 1 for 59 at lunch, 7 for 112 now. Mitch Starc has 10 for the match. He's the leading wicket taker. Programmed commercial painting, hit painting maintenance for 6. And he's after Atkinson. Playing the ball dead to the offside, which is left wide open for a single. So would you do this, Simon, or would you hunt the wicket now with the field up?
Still 7 down, so these two can bat. Like Cast is capable as well. He's capable of getting 20. Atkinson's capable of getting runs. So, another 30, 40 runs, and it swings it back in England's favour, given how Australia batted in that first innings. So, I like the fact now he's bringing the field up, to be honest. Yeah, I like this. It sort of sends a message. Look, you want to play a big shot. You can score runs, but we've got catches, and
this is much more like a 2 in the deep on the leg side, and that's it. The more conventional field with 2 slips and a gully in place. Starc bowls to Cast. It's full. He tried to drive rather than just keep it out of the stumps and chopped it into his own pads.
Amazing to think that we're just halfway through day 2. Just thinking about the last ball of the last over, number 9 batter, the 3rd innings of the Test match is trying to make room, and we're thinking it's the middle of day 2.
And the fact is, if England get bowled out in the next half an hour or so, Australia could potentially win the Test tonight if they bat well. But they could also, could also be in trouble like they saw yesterday. And England will still feel like they're in the game. So both teams will feel like they're a chance to win this Test at this point in time.
Starc bowls to Cast, tries to run the ball again, and just plays and misses. We were walking back to the hotel last night with some dads who I think their kids were going to play at lunch on day 3, and they were looking for reassurance. No worries. On day 4 you're in strife. You're going to have to find those dads and apologise. I'm not sure there's any junior cricket at lunch tomorrow.
Or senior cricket.
The Ashes on SEN for Henley Holmes. What a taster this is for the series that's ahead. It's cricket in fast forward as was forecast, but even more, you could never have imagined it would be quite as hyper speed as this. Cast defends. Well pitched delivery from Starc.
I just wonder how many more Stark's got in him here. It's been a great effort across these 2 days. Who does he go to next? Does he use Cameron Green? Just with that extra bounce, knowing that they do want to go upstairs. Does he go back to Boland and try and keep bowling that sort of wide channel and know that England are going to come hard at him and potentially get a couple of nicks, like we saw from Pope and Brook.
Holland and Stark duking it out for the player of the day for RWC, Ray White's commercial property specialists. Stark to Cass, plays and misses. Just trying to run everything through backward point. Seems to be his only shot at the moment.
Cam Green has been used in the past as the cat to bowl the bouncers, but he was asked, I think maybe of months before, whether that's a role he expects to play, and he wasn't so sure with the issues he's had with his back.
They push out for the last ball of the over. Only the cordon in the infield. Stark bowls to Cass, who drives to the long off. That's Travis Head. He'll keep it to a single. 7 for 114. The Glencore scoreboard advancing to Everyday Life. We're going to bring Tom in here for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew.
If you're moving, packing or downsizing, make life easier with Wilson Storage. With clean, secure facilities across Melbourne and beyond, you'll find the perfect space at the right price. Enjoy no lock-in contracts, 7-day access and friendly top-rated staff ready to help. The Box on the Run service has you covered. Order boxes and packing materials online for same-day delivery straight to your door. Right now, get a move on with 1 month free on every unit at every facility. For the best self-storage Melbourne has to offer, visit wilsonstorage.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Octet, Smart Business Finance. England 7 for 114, Simon Katich. A lead of 154 and a change of bowling. Scott Boland comes in. This Test match, 107 overs, 417 runs, 27 wickets. That's a wicket every 3.9 overs.
We're in the entertainment business now, Tommy. It's not cricket anymore. This is just pure entertainment. That's how the boys play Test cricket now. It's action aplenty for the crowd, and that's why the crowds are here. They love it. Absolutely love it.
What do they call it? Content.
Yep.
Unbelievable content. It probably won't last beyond tomorrow. It might even be done today. Boland bowls to Cass. Cass defends down the pitch for no run. So 2 slips and a gully in place. There's a third man as well. Usman Khawaja's off the field. Nathan Lyon is off the field. Both are injured. It's a concern in itself for the Australians.
Yep. And the whole dynamic around the order, I think they will have had a good discussion around it last night. Will have learnt from what happened and the chaos that it can create with that uncertainty around who's going to open, and they will have had some thoughts, I reckon, and come up with a better plan than potentially what we saw yesterday.
Boland charges in again. He has 3. Cass is down the pitch, straight over the bowler's head for 6. Cass isn't going to hang around. We know he can hold the bat, and he's gone the whole way. He moves to 14. England 7 for 120 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing Everyday Life.
Yeah, that was as you'd expect. They've done this to Scott Boland repeatedly. They know what sort of length he's going to try and bowl, and as a result, just shimmies down the wicket leg side of the ball and launches it over mid-off for 6. So Scott Boland, what's he going to come back with now? Deep mid-off goes back. Travis Head. What's he going to do with his line and length now?
That was a golf swing. Golf is the flavour of the day. Boland to Cass. This time he's playing and missing outside the off stump. So the men out deep forward square, fine leg, third man, and it looks like long off has come in. What do you do with the batting order if you're Stephen Smith and Usman Khawaja can't open them? Do you shuffle everyone up, or do you catapult someone like Alex Carey up to the top?
Yeah, we discussed that this morning. I mentioned it to Gerard as a thought, purely because then it leaves the rest of them in there. I know he's the one that bats out, but then rather than everyone shuffling up, it keeps the rest of them in their set positions, and it gives him a challenge as well. That's something that he wants to take on.
Boland delivers to Cass. Back foot guides it to the offside. You have to be quick, and they are. Cameron Green fields a gully. They pinch a single. Then there's Gus Atkinson on strike, 7 for 121.
Because it feels like all those scenarios would have been discussed in the last month, because they've been presented with that opening spot. Obviously, Whateley's taken it, but now there's the other spot with Khawaja being off that they know, if they thought Labuschagne was going to open because of his form, then he probably would have done the role, but he didn't. they wanted him at 3. Smith stayed at 4. He tried that a few years ago in New Zealand. Same with Cameron Green, moved up to 3. All the talk was, no, if he's going to be an all-rounder, he probably bats at 6. So in my mind, that's the only real option, is probably Carey to move up.
5th ball of Boland's over. Delivers. Atkinson punches down to long off for 1. With authority, it must be said. He moves to 9. And this lead is now 162 with 3 wickets in hand for England.
But then they have to weigh up, is his game suited to playing that role? Is that what they want? And can he handle what's the threat of Archer and Atkinson and these guys? Or is he going to be more benefit batting in his normal role at 7, where he looked good yesterday until he played that shot, which no doubt he regretted. You could hear it in the stump mic as soon as he hit it. He couldn't believe he played that shot with a fly slip down there waiting for the catch.
Cast is 15. He's facing Boland with 2 slips and a gully in place. Off the back foot, he's mistiming it to cover for no run. So 8 runs from Boland's 11th over, 3 for 33 he has. And England a 7 for 122 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
Secure your home with the Eufy PoE system. Its revolutionary dual-camera design delivers 24/7 monitoring with fixed wide-angle views plus automatic tracking. No blind spots, no missed details. Just reliable protection for true peace of mind. Visit eufy.com/au.
At Capital.com, we know markets don't wait. They bounce, crash and soar, sometimes before the first innings is over. Markets move fast, so should you. Capital.com, a trading platform without delays. Refer to Capital.com Australia's PDS and TMD, AFSL 513393.
SEN Test Cricket for Octet, Smart Business Finance. I'm here for Cobram Estate, Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil. Mitchell Starc has 10 wickets for the match, the 3rd time in his career. 3 for 30 from 10. Could take another 3. If he plays his cards right, he's bowling to Gus Atkinson, who does have a first-class century and a Test century. Starc bowls to Atkinson. He drives through the covers, the vacant covers. Travis Head has to move around for mid-off. There's a big area of space there for the batters to find. And they pick up a couple. 7 for 124.
And this is the period in the Test that both teams haven't really maximised. The ball's now 30 overs old. We saw it a little bit this morning. You know, it actually looked pretty good against the older ball because Australia got it to, I think, the 40 over mark. So that's where England's tactics after lunch have been questionable, because all they needed to do was win half an hour of cricket and get to this stage with 2 of their batters set, and then Australia would have been under all sorts of pressure with an older ball and a tiring attack.
This partnership's now 20, building. Starc bowls to Atkinson, and Atkinson slashes backward of point. Did he get it well enough? There's a long chase in the field. He won't go for 4. He'll come back for 3. Third man comes around and picks it up. Brings Bryden Cast on strike. How many does Mitchell Starc bowl here?
This is the danger, getting towards the end of his spell. He's been brilliant, had very little rest given the short first innings from Australia. He's had to back up again today, been superb. But there's still work to be done here. These guys are capable and they're dangerous. 23 runs now off just 19 balls. It's a dangerous partnership, this.
2 slips in a gully, an extra cover and a mid-on. They're the only men in the ring, the imaginary one-day ring. Starc bowls to Cast, who drives through the covers beautifully. He loves some width. It's a long chase for Travis Head, and he won't get there. Right in front of the Barmy Army. They're enjoying it. This is a handy partnership for the English.
Yeah, that was class from Cast. Beautiful cover drive. Great position, and didn't try and overhit it. Just beautiful hands through the line of the ball. And that was probably a great example to the rest of the England batters of not throwing the hands too hard at the ball, just letting it come and letting the angle and the pace of the ball do the rest of the work for him. Got himself in a great position too.
So they're changing the field, Steve Smith. He's moved from the cordon to halfway back to the fence at mid-wicket. There's a gully and a cover and a mid-on as well. And there's a man at third man. He's so fine, he's almost a deep first slip. Starc bowls to Cast, and he ducks it awkwardly. Gets away with it. Yeah. Bizarre field cut.
Yeah, but I also think maybe Steve Smith's thinking, look, if they're going to score their runs, they're going to have to take some risks and go upstairs and try and keep the ball down, because they're not keeping the ball down from there. That's nearly taking his head off. And then the other part of this is if there's a stray blow. So one of these two gets one in the ribs or the shoulder, and all of a sudden then that impacts their ability to bowl fast if they get a decent blow. So it's a twofold attack here from Steve Smith.
Excellent bumper.
Right on the money.
So Travis Head at short leg. Bo Webster's on the line of first slip on the boundary. Stark approaches. He bowls now down the leg side. Safely through to Carey. One ball remaining in the over. 9 runs from it for England. It seems like they play this way no matter what. And any time they're under pressure, they don't dial it down, they dial it up.
Yeah, and that's, as I said, it's just gambling at its best, because it's just going to go all guns blazing. We're either going to go down swinging or we win swinging.
So it's 100 on red and you fail, and we put 200 on
correct,
red.
and then you just keep going until you win.
27 wickets so far this test match. It's not even tea time on day 2. Last ball, Stark's over. He bowls short again down the leg side. No glove on this one. Carey moves well. End of the over. 7 for 131 England. This is SEN Test Cricket for Octet, Smart Business Finance. And that's on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
Harvey Norman Black Friday sale. Unbeatable deals on all the big brands. Save up to 40% on monitors, gaming accessories and Android tablets. Up to a huge 35% off Windows 11 computers. Up to 30% off cricket cutting machines and presses. Up to 25% off printers and connected security. Up to 20% off headphones, digital cameras, networking and smartwatches. Up to 15% off DJI drones and MetaQuest 3S. Best brands, best range, best prices. There's more in store and online at Harvey Norman Black Friday sale.
SEN Test Cricket for Octet, Smart Business Finance. England 7 for 131. Their lead is now 171. A change in bowling. Brendan Doggett, the debutant, is back on. He picked up Jamie Smith 20 minutes or so ago. Well, what some pundits are calling in a controversial fashion. Simon Torfall, the former umpires on Channel 7, said that the Smith review decision was correct. Spike on Sticko after 1 frame past the bat. The batter has got to go, he said. Doggett bowls short, pulled away by Atkinson really well for 4. Mitchell Stark only had to move a couple of metres to his left, and he couldn't reel it in. A loosener from the debutant.
Yeah, real loosener. And the key here was he didn't get the height right. Atkinson's a tall man, 6'2", doesn't get it up, and he just swivel pulls that wide of fine leg. He probably just needed to get maybe half a foot higher, and then that becomes dangerous because he can't keep it down. But that one there probably just got to his shoulder height, and he's got quick hands, Atkinson. He was all over it.
His bowling change for RSEA safety, trusted by tradies across Australia. Doggett bowls to Atkinson, short again. It's a short arm jab to mid-on for a single. Brings Bryden Cast on strike, who's looked very accomplished so far.
Yeah, they're both capable, as I said earlier. These two dangerous players. They're going to look to score, and now the field's spread. There's plenty of singles out there. It's just whether Doggett now can get this ball high enough and probably wide enough so that if he is going to try and play a pull shot to those 3 men in the deep on the leg side, it goes straight up rather than over the top of Alex Carey.
Doggett delivers. Cast it short. Pulled away to mid-on. Has it found it? No, not quite. Didn't quite land in the hands of the fielder who was coming in, Scott Boland, and he survives.
Yeah, he didn't quite read the flight of that ball. As soon as it was hit, it was from wide of off stump, so Doggett makes the adjustment, gets the line right. Cast has to drag it, and in the end, he didn't collect it nicely because he couldn't quite get his hands through the ball quick enough. Scotty Boland just took a fraction of a second to pick that up. Not easy in these sort of crowds where there's so much colour and movement. Just fell short.
Doggett bowls. Atkinson pulls away straight to mid-wicket. No run. Stephen Smith, one of the 3 fielders, saving a single. We were laughing before about the win viz. Australia ahead. This lead is now 177. What's your cat viz?
Oh, I think it's still 50-50 at this point in time.
Yep.
Yeah, look, I think both teams will feel like they can win the test. Australia will feel like if they can get one substantial partnership, they could really crack England. But England will feel they'll be all over Australia in the second innings if they bowl like they did yesterday.
Doggett bowls. Atkinson mistimes another pull shot straight to that man, Stephen Smith, at mid-wicket.
But in these sorts of games, if it is a sort of lowish chase, and when I say lowish, maybe around the 200 mark, they can get these last 3 wickets for 20-odd runs. You know, if you can get one 50 or 60-run partnership, particularly early, whether it's an opening partnership or first wicket down, it can just settle the rest of the dressing room. Obviously, it gets slightly easier as the ball gets softer. We're seeing that now, but both teams haven't got to that point.
Last ball of Doggett's over. He bowls short, pulled away beautifully by Gus Atkinson, but there's men in the deep that are protecting that boundary. Cameron Green on that occasion. 7 for 138. SEN Test Cricket for Octet, Smart Business Finance.
Ready to scale your business or find the space to help you grow? Wilson Storage Business Hub makes it simple. From tradies, startups to growing enterprises, you'll find clean, secure, flexible warehouse storage with logistics and support designed to grow with you. Enjoy no lock-in contracts, 7-day access, built-in security, plus office and freight solutions under one roof. Right now, get 1 month free on every storage unit at every facility. Run your business from Melbourne's best business storage network, wilsonbusinesshub.com.au, because your business is our business.
England 7 for 138 from 32 overs. Their lead is 178. That's all on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life. The top run scorer in this innings, Ollie Pope, made 33 from 57 balls before Alex Carey caught him behind off the bowling of Scott Boland. As for Beaumont Tiles, Black Friday deals on now. Mitchell Starc will continue his previous over win for 9. He is 3 for 39 from 11, 10 for the match. Bowling to Gus Atkinson. And the field is spread. Predominantly short stuff, would suggest. He leaps in now, Mitchell Starc. It is short, and it's pulled away over fine leg for 6. He helped it along its way. Excellent batting from Gus Atkinson. He just picked it up when it went flat all the way for 6. 7 for 144.
To be fair to Mitchell Starc, that was on the money. That's a very, very good shot from Gus Atkinson. Particularly to have the hand speed, and he's got good hand speed. That's why this guy's got a test 100. He can bat, and he got that fine enough. Bo Webster's trying to come as fine as he possibly can so that he's not the third man behind square on the leg side. But they could always move those leg side fielders finer.
How does Starc play this? Sun's out, bowls now. It's a pull shot that ends up going through to Alex Carey. He ended up ducking it, if anything, as well. It's all short stuff from Mitchell Starc.
And the danger here is that's the shortest boundary is back over the keeper down that end. And because of Mitchell Starc's pace, any sort of top edge is just going to fly into the crowd. So he's going to have to hope that it catches a fair part of the bat and just goes straight up or skews up to fine leg.
I've ever seen a field. He's essentially a backstop by Webster.
Yep. You see it in junior cricket on the weekend.
Not your team.
No, thankfully not.
Not your under 15s. 4 from 4, was it?
6 from 6.
Starc to Atkinson.
Doesn't
bowl. He held the ball to some jeers from the Barmy Army. Just lost his footing as he passed the umpire.
Johnny would have been in his crease.
Yes. Just a false start. And Bryden Cast was in the crease in the non-striker's end. These stats today for pay.com.au stats, pay.com.au and earn points. Here comes Starc. 6 dot, false start. Starc bowls. That's pulled away again. Has it gone far enough? It has. It's nothing more than a short arm jab. Over the man, a deep backward square leg. I think it's Marnus Labuschagne down there. That is superb timing from Gus Atkinson, and it brings up the 150 for England. Their lead is 190.
Yeah, that is a fantastic cricket shot. It just didn't get up, and Mitchell Starc just tiring a fraction. Gus Atkinson has absolutely launched that. That's a big hit out there. It was only at hip height, and he managed to get up and under it and shovel it down over that man who at one stage I think it's Labuschagne out there, deep backward square. He thought it was coming straight down his throat, but it went into the crowd. Atkinson loves it. This is danger time for Australia now. England leading by 190.
His partnership for the 8th wicket is 46 runs from 5.2 overs. Why should we be so surprised? Every time you think we know it's going to happen, the opposite applies. So just tinkering with the field now, Mitchell Starc. He wants a catcher. He's going to get a backward point. So Cameron Green rolling around. There's 4 men on the offside, which includes essentially a backstop, and 5 on the onside. Starc to Atkinson. He bowls now. It's full and works it to the offside for at least one. They want a couple. Cameron Green fields. It's going to be tight at the non-striker's end. Had to be direct hit. Excellent running from Bryden Cass. 7 for 152.
Yeah, superb running. There was no real right to be getting 2 there, but Cameron Green couldn't reel it in. Probably just placed it perfectly. It was probably on the edge of the ring for a one-day game into cover, and Cameron Green's behind point, so couldn't quite get over there quickly enough. Mitchell Starc was barking at him, not happy.
He was frustrated, Mitchell Starc. He thought it should have been just one. He keeps Gus Atkinson on strike. He's 34 from 25. 14 from the over. Starc bowls. Outside edge. Down to deep backward point. Gus Atkinson wants 2, and he'll come back for 2, which will bring up the 50 partnership. Excellent running from the English. Mitchell Starc has shouldered much of the burden for the last day and a half. Is being made to earn it now. 50 runs, the partnership, from 5.4 overs.
Man, don't the English fans here at Perth Stadium love it? They're all on their feet. They're going, they're vocal now. And the momentum swings once again in this test match. Just when Australia thought that they were all over England, England get the 50-run partnership they were desperate for in quick time. Well, you come to expect that. Nothing's done slowly by this England team.
This is what can happen when the ball gets old, Cat. The batters find it easier. Starc bowls now down the pitch. Gus Atkinson, big swing, straight through to Carey. Now that is a good over for the English. 7 for 154 from 33 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life. Adam Collins will be the next voice you hear.
Strong foundations need expert guidance. And with over 30 years of experience, Oldham Construction Lawyers are your trusted specialists in construction and property law. They provide tailored legal solutions to keep projects moving along with a personalised service and a proven track record that stands tall within the construction industry. If you're navigating a building dispute, Oldham Construction Lawyers offer expert guidance. Whether it's in VCAT, the courts, or you're dealing with the Building and Plumbing Commission, they'll support you every step of the way. Visit oclawyers.com.au.
This is the Ashes on SEN for 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food. What a test match this is turning into. Twists and turns when you least expect them. In the best tradition of this rivalry. This partnership swelling to 50 from 35 balls from nowhere after Jamie Smith was given out caught behind. Here's Doggett, what will he do? Arrives and bowls and trying to lap his Carson. Has he made contact? He has his out. A little feather through to Carey. So that partnership that promised so much for England in the context of the game is brought to an end by Brendan Doggett. Gets his 2nd wicket of the innings. Cass does so well to reach 20. 8 for 154 becomes the score as I welcome Damien Fleming. Hello, Flem.
Yeah, bonus for the Australians. I mean, that is a crucial 50-run partnership, and they thumped it to all parts, didn't they, Cass and Atkinson? Cass actually going with a bit of innovation. I think he was better when he was just planting that back foot, opening up the front leg and just slogging hard, but a crucial runnable 20 for Cass. Doggett will take the wicket, taken 4 now on debut. But the Australians will want to, finish this as quickly as possible. They're going to have to make the biggest innings total of the game if they're going to win this match.
Doesn't happen too often where the highest score of the game to win is in the 4th innings. Very relevant point. Leads 194, remembering it started at 40. And this session, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 wickets England have lost. The first batch in a calamitous clump, and then that partnership of 50 from, as I said before, basically nowhere. Now, Jofra Archer, who didn't fancy it yesterday, He'll walk in at number 10. And
he
Mark
hasn't
Wood at 11.
realised his potential at Test level, isn't he? Like, he's been a handy county batsman.
It's a funny one where he doesn't bat in four-day cricket anymore because he doesn't play county cricket
Yeah, I
anymore.
suppose that doesn't help. But even in that 2019 Ashes, he was built on as a bit of a bowling all-rounder, and he didn't get going at all. Technically, he looks pretty good.
So Doggett to Archer, his first ball, field spread, going to go short, does, and he manages to get something on it, down the third man for 4. No, it doesn't, my apologies. Nathan Lyons of Stuart by the
I can see why you said that, though.
Right in my line of sight. Didn't realise I had the fly slip. I'll wear that one. 8 for 155 with the single, Archer off strike. Forgive me, it's been a very busy session. 36 is
Well, he is hidden from us, isn't he, down there?
Could not be more obscure from where we are. Anyway.
I know it's not Bazball, but if these two Thailand batsmen just actually want to drop and run or look to just hit the gaps, there's plenty of runs out here with this field. It's just spread.
6 back. Doggett bowls and pulling hard out towards deep mid-wicket is Atkinson for 1. He hit it down like a...
It was a good shot because, what is there, 5 men out? 6 men out?
Tennis forehand. The way he dragged it down from high to low.
If you just think purely defensively here, it's pretty hard not to get a run, isn't it? If you block it, there's a run.
This is the modern game, isn't it, Flem? We saw loads of it when we were commentating on the 23 Ashes, where it gets to a stage like this, they bang a short leg in, spread the field and wait. Doggett bowling with that field to Archer. Delivers here, goes short, and he's carved out through the offside, makes great contact, out to the rope for 4. It takes the lead up to the cusp of 200. Indeed, it goes 200 exactly. 8 for 160. Another psychological barrier clear.
These are horrible tactics by the Australians. If Archer, if you put 3 slips in with a ring field, is he going to hit a 4? And you try and nick him off. If he's good enough to come straight out in the middle with no form and take you apart, why have we got a field like this to Archer? I can understand for Atkinson the way he's played.
It was the aerial route, but it didn't matter. There's no catcher in that direction. Field remains 4 out on the leg side. Doggett bowls, Archer up and under, 2 mid on, and it's taken, running back with the flight. That is a really good bit of cricket by the captain. Stephen Smith had work to do to drag it in. Hauled after it and gets there. So, 2 wickets in the over, 9 down. The lead's exactly 200 at 9 for 160. A brief stay of 5 for Archer. It's moving so rapidly, this test match.
Great catch, horrible shot, Jofra Archer. There are so many runs out there with that field, and it's just a half tracker. It's a nothing ball. And he's tried to smash it from outside off stump over long on. Yeah, that's an excellent catch by Stephen Smith. So we know with Mark Wood, he basically plays like a baseballer these days. He'll clear that front leg and slog as hard as he can.
Then when it comes off, it's successful, it's effective. But
and are we early enough they'll take tea, is it?
Well, I mean, yeah, I guess they will. We're at 2:50 local time, 10 minutes away from the scheduled tea break. You're spot on. Now we're inside that window. So Wood has got a test 50 back in Port Elizabeth in 2020. He made that very quickly, that 52, and just nailed it there as far as the way he'll play. The first ball he was out to yesterday was a bouncer to try to put on the moon and top edge to carry.
Unless he hits 4s and 6s, I can't see him lasting this 10 minutes.
So all those numbers on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life. Doggett doing a fine job for the Australian team. For Australia made, by Australia, support Australians. He's picked up 3 for 47. Expensive wickets, again, in the frame that we're viewing it. But he managed to make the breakthrough at the start of this over to break up the partnership of 50. And now can he finish it and make it 3 in the over? You wouldn't put it past him. Field spread. Wood's first ball. Doggett in. Langer end, bowls here. Short ball does take it on. Out towards Smith, but he finds the gap, goes for 4. To where the Barmy Army are on their feet cheering every run. So an over where there are a couple of boundaries and a couple of wickets at 9 for 164. It makes the lead 204. And that's on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Nothing beats Black Friday at Harvey Norman. Catch all the action on a new LG TV and save over $1,200. And unlock the impossible in Point Cook. Secure your Henley house and land package today.
Need a smarter way to manage business finance? Octet's innovative supply chain payments platform helps you power business transactions locally and overseas with a line of credit and flexible repayment terms. Visit octet.com, that's OCTET.com. Lending criteria and conditions may apply.
Well, a session where 8 wickets have fallen. England started at 1 for 59. They're now 9 for 164. They lead by 204, those numbers on the pay.com.au stat sheet, pay.com.au and earn points. Scotty Boland, who picked up the first 3 of that sequence, operating from our members' end, where he's done his finest work in the match. Back in the attack.
Yeah, he's been impressive, hasn't he, Scotty Boland? And he needed to be. You know, they were all over him in the first innings, but Boland back to his boulevard of bewilderment in this middle session. And Atkinson, who's been excellent, 37 off 28. He'll continue to try and find the boundary. It's harder. The gaps are over cover, maybe out to mid-wicket.
Boland up away from us, bowls to Atkinson, field spread, plays it into the offside, declines the single to beat backward point. Might get Tommy to find out for us how often in Test cricket the highest score of the match has been the chase in the 4th innings. Doesn't happen. Happened at Lord's in the World Test final this year, but it's it doesn't happen too often at all, which will reinforce the fact that the Aussies are going to have to bat really well.
Yeah, the pitch is still... the only thing that is in their favour is last night, you know, when it's sunny conditions and the shade comes across, it's an ugly time to bat, but because it's clouded over, I think the seeing conditions are better.
Certainly felt that way for Boland in particular. So swinging around, he got the ball to genuinely move, which wasn't the case yesterday. Up here, bowling to Atkinson on 37, dancing and slapping, down to long off. Not quite Travis Head, not quite. It felt like for a moment, with him charging off the rope, he could have dived forward, but he was about 3 or 4 metres short of that. No single taken.
I wonder if he'll give himself room and try and hit it over cover. That's where the gap is.
Loves going over deep mid-wicket when he can, but it's a bit different doing it here at Perth Stadium with these massive boundaries.
Yeah, and there's 3 men out there, although, you know, mid-wicket and long on, they'd have to be 50, 60 metres apart.
So Boland up and bowls, making room for himself, going leg side, swinging and missing is Atkinson.
Yeah, just went a bit early. I think if he's just going to keep going, I don't mind him going to leg. There's only 2 men out.
So it being 9 down, T will be extended anyway.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So if they were to get to 3 o'clock local time, that is. So it seems destined that England are going to be bowled out for T on day 2 for a second time, unless they were able to bat for another 35 minutes. Boland operating from our members' end. Bowls here. Swinging hard over towards deep fine leg. It goes and it's taken on the rope. Nice piece of fielding down there, Brendan Doggett. Had to do well moving to his left. Got into position, dragged it in. Atkinson, the last man to go for 37. Scott Boland picks up 4 wickets in an insane session, really. 4 for 33 for the Victorian, back on top form. England all out inside 35 overs. It was 33 overs yesterday. Just 164 this time after 172 then. Australia will require 205 to win the Test match, Damien Fleming.
Wow, that was such a good shot. He basically swept Scott Boland from outside off stump and nearly hit him for 6. Caught on the boundary. Yeah, that was a good catch from Doggett. That would have been hard to pick up there, but my God, wickets, runs, it's exhilarating cricket. Good luck to the Australians going out. It's again another ugly session where the England fast bowlers can just bowl flat out.
Flem, all those numbers on the pay.com.au stat sheet, pay.com.au and earn points. Have you ever seen a Test match like this?
No. This is obviously day 1 last year mimicked this.
Yeah.
But then it played back to tradition day 2. No, this is amazing because they just accelerate the game, don't they? There was no, we'll bat to tee and then have a bit of a strike, or let's leave them in the field for another session to wear them down. No, they just want to finish this game as quickly as possible. As Mitchell Starc leads the Aussies off, 10-wicket haul. You know, he's the reason the Australians do have some chance in this Test match. But, I feel like they're going to have to be a couple of crucial partnerships here. And they've got to get through that first 10 overs to start.
Yeah, in ordinary circumstances, 205 to win would feel one way. Here it feels another entirely. Boland 4 for 33, Doggett 3 for 51, Starc 3 for 55. They've done the job. They've bowled out England for 164. Over to the batters, 205 to win. That is Australia's target as we go to tea on day 2 on SEN Test Cricket for Octet, Smart Business Finance.
Ring-a-ding-ding! Welcome to Tasman Butchers, the freshest cuts and the largest variety. Don't settle for the other stuff. Eat better meat with Tasman Butchers.
Tasman Butchers, the meat specialists.
Need a new battery roadside? Holler for a Marshall. Marshall batteries come to you fast with the right battery and expert fitting. Serving Australia since 1935, choose the leading roadside battery replacement service. Holler for a Marshall, day or night. marshallbatteries.com.au.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. Homes with prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. The Healy Mainview Collection. The difference is everywhere.
When using a knife in the workplace, safety is critical. Martel provides top quality knives, blades and accessories for safer ways to cut, giving you peace of mind knowing your workers are in safe hands. Martel Australia, the safer way to cut. Visit martelaustralia.com.au.
Test cricketers can bat for hours in the hot sun. That's sustained performance, just like Host Plus, who have sustained strong long-term returns over 20 years. The top-performing super fund? That's a plus.
Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Host Plus balanced My Super investment option based on super ratings data as at September 2025. Consider the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Search Compare Host Plus today.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Nothing beats Black Friday at Harvey Norman with up to 35% off Windows 11 computers and up to 40% off monitors. And Henley Homes. Hard to beat. Ask other builders, then come back to us. henley.com.au.
Did you know Steve Smith has an oat milk brand? No. Yeah, it's Aussie made with Aussie oats and no seed oils.
OMG, what's it called?
Well, that's it.
Huh?
OMG oat milk goodness for everyday Aussie champions. Get yours in the fridge at Woolworths.
The Grinch is at Macca's, getting out of hand, filling some snow globes with golden sand. Collect all 4 with the Grinch meal. Ba-da-ba-ba-dum. Trademark and copyright 2025 Dr. Seuss, available for a limited time at participating Macca's.
Engines feeling like they've been bowled out? Step up to the crease with Sinopec Premium Lubricants, delivering smooth performance that hits for 6. Visit them at 1 Rosebride Place, Truganina, or sinopeconline.com.au. Sinopec Premium Lubricants. Keep your engines in winning form.
The Ashes on SEN for Octet, fueling business growth with smart business solutions. And Host Plus, Finder's Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Say yes to a day of batting that finishes with a 2 a.m. battered Sav. Say yes to cheap trips so you can do more. Say yes, Ididi.
Yes, Ididi.
Avoid being bowled over. It's time to stop paying your suppliers and pay.com.au it instead. You'll unlock rewards, improve cash flow, and simplify all your business payments. So, pay.com.au it and start earning rewards today.
At Bunnings Trade, no matter where you are, we're here to help. We have trade specialists in store dedicated to you and your trade, whether it's sourcing supplies, quoting on jobs, or arranging delivery direct to site. Come and see us at the trade desk. Bunnings Trade. Helping business is our trade.
52 weekends a year. That's all you've got. 104 days of freedom. 104 days to explore this beautiful country. Go on great adventures and follow wherever the impulse takes you. 2,496 hours of beach, bush, country, off-roading, getaways, holidays and road tripping. Nearly 15,000 minutes of irreplaceable family memories. So don't waste a single minute. Conquer your weekends in the Ford Everest.
If you drive a European car, make it stop as well as it goes. Bendix's Euro Plus disc brake rotors are designed specifically for European vehicles and feature high carbon metallurgy for superior braking. Their SwiftFit protective coating also inhibits corrosion, so rotors will look great for longer. A direct replacement for OE rotors and tested to strict European standards. Bendix's Euro Plus disc brake rotors are the perfect choice for discerning owners. Bendix. Put your foot down with confidence.
When the makers of better beer asked themselves, how can we make beer better? They knew it had to be crisp and refreshing, but the best bit? It had to be zero carb, zero sugar, and low in calories. So the Better Beer Company was born, the healthier alternative that's become the dream beer of beer lovers around the country. Better Beer, the official, unofficial beer of the Ashes. Better Beer, proudly Australian made and owned and available from all good retailers. Find a store near you at betterbeer.com.au.
G'day, it's Alex Carey. The new Goodwee ESA battery is a game changer with leading performance and safety. Until the end of March, you can get up to $500 off, on top of the federal rebate exclusively with Solar Heart. Visit solarheart.com.au. T's and C's apply.
On the lookout for some outstanding deals? Then take a peek at your local Chemist Warehouse now. Check out Blink Intensive Tears Protective Eye Drops, just $5.99. And Dermal Therapy Acne Spot Cream 30 gram, only $11.99. Try Kilo Coat Scar Treatment Gel 6 gram for just $23.49. And restock Dimista Allergy Nasal Spray 120 dose, just $34.99. For great savings every day, come home to Chemist Warehouse.
There's more for you at Victoria Police. The freedom to go on more holidays with a job that gives you 9 weeks annual leave. More connection with your community, where you'll make a difference every day. The chance to meet more people, where workmates become your best mates. More opportunity for change with hundreds of career choices. You can have all of this and more with a career at Victoria Police. Search Police Careers. Authorised by the Victorian Government, Melbourne.
In the market for a quality Australian manufactured shed? From now until December 4, get 30% off during Best Shed's Black Friday sale event. Be bowled over on the best quality sheds and get a 20-year manufacturer's warranty. Visit bestsheds.com.au.
If delayed payments are straining your business, don't worry. Octet's tailored invoice finance solutions keep your business cash flow moving. Get quick access to up to 85% of your unpaid invoices as a cash advance without real estate security. Visit octet.com. Lending criteria and conditions may apply.
For Octet, fueling business growth with smart business solutions. And Host Plus, find as Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au. The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. The Tea Break. Treat yourself this summer with an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer, the great Australian brew.
Yes, this is the tea break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew, the Australian side of things for Australian made by Australian. Support Australians. Damien Fleming, the Aussies need 205 runs to win, and it is tea on day 2. So far this test match, 113 overs, 30 wickets, 468 runs. That's a wicket every 22 balls. We have a game of kamikaze, chaotic, wild cricket ahead of us.
Yeah, it's test cricket like we've never seen before, is it? Like it's in full speed. What'd you say, 113 overs? And in reality, we should be bowling 90. So really, we should be in the first session of day 2.
Yeah, we should be.
Is that right?
Yes. Yeah, that's right. We should be. We should be just nearing lunch on day 2.
What's going on? And the Aussies have to score more than any team has so far in this test match. So, I think England are the favourites. The only thing I will say, as opposed to batting in the last session at Perth Stadium, and we saw it last night, sunny conditions, and the shade just gradually goes across the outfield onto the pitch, and that's got to be off-putting when you're batting. Today, because it's cloudy, I think it's actually better batting conditions. But the new ball, the speed of Archer and Wood, the skill of Atkinson and Carson Stokes, they used a word unrelenting. And that's a word the old Australian teams used to use. So this is going to be an ugly session for Australia. If they can get through, obviously with wickets in hand, yes, they can win the game. But if they bat the way they batted last night, it could be over tonight.
And the man pulling the strings from a bowling perspective for England is a former teammate of yours, David Saker.
Yeah, the great man, Saker, one of the most enjoyable teammates to play with, always gave 100%. St Kilda fan, but he was the coach in 2010 and 11 with the English winning that 3-1.
3-1,
So he knows the conditions. He knows how to crank the guys up. He'll be telling them to go hard.
So confirmation from Cricket Australia that Usman Khawaja, who left the field, it was about an hour and a half ago with back spasms, won't open the batting. More updates to come there. So who would you open, Flem? Would you send Alex Carey or Travis Head up, or would you just shuffle everyone up like the first innings?
My gut feeling would be the same. But I wouldn't mind maybe Marnus taking the first ball. Just get Jake down the other end, unless Jake really wants to take it. So, no, I wouldn't be mixing it up too much. I just think we need our best defensive batsman up the top at the moment. And hopefully those stroke players come in with a deadened Kookaburra ball and they can play their strokes.
The Player of the Day contender, thanks to RWC, Ray White's commercial property specialist. Flem, there's a few to pick from, and no one has absolutely dominated. Even Mitchell Starc got hit around at the end. But to your mind, who's the Player of the Day across the first two sessions?
No, it's Mitchell Starc again. I mean, he got the 3 early wickets, and to get a 10-wicket haul. Batting-wise, there's just not enough to. I mean, what could be? What I think's really crucial is the Atkinson and Cast partnership. Those extra 50 runs may prove crucial in the end. And once again, it was that just bowl bounces, spread the field. But that's quicker than a run-a-ball 50-run partnership. I'm still not sold on that tactic against tail enders on a pitch that's been hard to score on. Wouldn't your best ball with catches behind the wicket be the best opportunity to get wickets?
Well, they go straight to it, don't they? Steve Smith sets the field deep, and he would argue that he got a few wickets doing that, but it did cost them some runs as well.
Yes, particularly when runs are crucial. So, I'm not sure about that tactic, but for me, Mitchell Starc, but I was very pleased for Scott Boland as well. I said at the start of the day, it's a big day for Bolo. I mean, if they got after him again, is he going to keep his spot in the team? But particularly bowling at the members' end, I thought he bowled beautifully.
So Australia needs 205 runs to win. We've got a full session coming up with Simon Katich and Stuart Broad, yourself, Fleming, Bharat, Sundaresan, Adam Collins, and also Gerard Whateley leading the team. That Player of the Day, RWC, Ray White's commercial property specialist. This has been the tea break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. Flem, who knows what's going to happen in this last session, but one thing's for sure, it will be a wild ride because that's what we've had across the first 5 sessions.
It won't be boring.
No, there's no such thing anymore.
This is Mission Impossible 28. There's no Tommy Cruise. But hopefully, I want Travis Head to play Tommy Cruise. Get us home.
That'd be nice. Waiting to see who opens the batting alongside Jake Weatherald. The first ball of Australia's chase is not far away. The next voice you'll hear will be Gerard Whateley, who'll be leading the team in this last session. Australia required 205 runs to win.
The Ashes on SEN for Octet, fueling business growth with smart business solutions. And Host Plus, Finder's Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
The Toyota Tundra is all about hitting the road in the most enjoyable way possible. Combining supreme comfort, luxurious space, and backed by a 3.5-litre V6 twin-turbo engine, Tundra delivers exhilarating performance with seamless acceleration. It's our most powerful Toyota yet. But power like this can't be described. It has to be felt. And the feeling starts here at your local Toyota dealership. Book your Tundra test drive today. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
One weekend, 2 leagues, everything basketball and culture. Hoops Fest is coming back to Perth. The ultimate celebration of basketball is back in WA for the 2nd straight year. Don't miss blockbuster Hungry Jacks, NBL and WNBL matchups across 4 unforgettable days. Hoops Fest, the ultimate fusion of sport, culture, music and entertainment. January 15 to 18, 2026 in Perth. Tickets available now at hoopsfest.com.au.
This interruption in play is proudly brought to you by Macca's new Grinch meal. Here to ruin the festive season with your choice of a Big Mac, Chicken Big Mac or 10-piece nugs. A frozen sour drink with pearls that pop and turn it green. Plus, you'll get one of 4 collectible gifts. ruining the season never tasted so good. So whether you're a Grinch yourself or a big festive fan, you'll love Macca's new Grinch meal. Get yours today. Available for a limited time at participating Macca's.
This summer, there are some things Liquorland can't guarantee. We can't promise the snags won't get burnt. Or you'll get a peaceful sleep in. We can't help you hit a 6 or score a century. But there are some things we can help you score, like refreshing summer drinks to share with mates, a legendary backyard barbecue setup, cracking promos to keep the esky full, and great value with every shop. Score more this summer with Liquorland, official gold partner of Cricket Australia. Choose to drink wise.
For 100 summers, Pope has been in the backyards of Aussie homes, keeping lawns lush and gardens thriving. And just like Trade Radio asks who'll grow your team the most this season, we're celebrating how Pope has helped grow gardens for generations. From hoses, sprinklers, reels and carts to tap timers and irrigation, Pope's got the gear to keep your patch going strong. Pope, celebrating 100 summers together. Available at selected hardware and garden stores. Find out more at gardeningwithpope.com.au.
Hi, Jamie Dury here with a hot tip for you to survive this summer. Even on the hottest days, you can still stay cool at home with My Dear Air Conditioning. You won't be afraid to run a My Dear air conditioner for longer thanks to an energy rating of up to 7 stars and a 7-year warranty for added peace of mind. My Dear Air Conditioners, your cool summer choice. Request a quote from your local AC installer or visit the My Dear website to learn more. T's and C's apply.
Road trips, holidays and family. That's what you call a great top 3. And Tyre Power agree. Their holiday getaway sale is on now. Get 4 for the price of 3 on selected Falcon, passenger and SUV tyres. To find your Aussie-owned local independent Tyre Power dealer, visit tyrepower.com.au.
The Workside Portaloo. Okay. What better place to head to bizcover.com.au and check out all the ways you could be saving money on your business insurance.
Electrician.
Like your public liability. Because only BizCover lets you compare, save, and get instant cover online, on the go, in minutes.
I can save $400. Oh, woohoo!
You all right, Brad? Check how much a tradie like you could save on your business insurance. For on-the-go cover,
go BizCover.
G'day, it's Alex Carey. The new Goodwee ESA battery is a game changer with leading performance and safety. Until the end of March, you can get up to $500 off, on top of the federal rebate exclusively with Solar Heart. Visit solarheart.com.au. T's and C's apply.
For Octet, fueling business growth with smart business solutions. And Host Plus, find as Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au. The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. The Liquorland last session. Score more this summer with Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
It was a moment worthy of entrance music. We watched Jake Weatherall, spent 5 minutes in our sight. He was opening, but who would open with him? And then the curtains pulled back and out came Travis. Yes! Bharat Sundaresan.
Well, I heard the glass shatter, Gerard. I heard the glass shatter. It had to be something, a trick they were going to pull out of the bag. It wasn't going to be Manas again. And Travis Head is just not stormed out there. He's also ready to take strike. Ben Stokes got immediately stuck into Jake Weatherall. No guesses, no prices for guessing what he was telling Jake.
Head did not look at all comfortable against the heat yesterday, the extreme speed. I wonder if they drew lots. I wonder if they took volunteers. I wonder whose idea this is. And Australia will pick up the chase at a rapid rate with Travis Head in the middle. Jofra Archer stands under the Langer stands. The chase is for 205. This is the final session of day 2. We have seen so much already. And so to the final phase of it. Archer in, bowls to Head down the leg side. It moved a lot and Jamie Smith had to come back to his left to take it. What's your... Give me Bazviz here. So Australia are overwhelming favourites, which I could not be more shocked by. What's your balance of probabilities?
No, I think I'm sticking with that as well, Gerard. I think Australia are favourites. Yes, they were shocked by England yesterday. It was just a bizarre day of cricket yesterday.
3 in the deep behind square, a bat pad in place. Archer bowls to Head, who's beaten as he looks to defend.
It's not going to be easy against this new ball, but we've seen already there have been patches during this test, even going back this morning when Duckett and Pope were batting, but it's not that difficult to bat, as the scores would suggest. So I think England just rocked Australia, and even I expect them to bowl as well as they did yesterday. But now that Australia know what they're chasing or what they need to score, which is more than anything that any of the teams have done so far, I think they'll back themselves.
Fly slip down below us. A fine leg. A backward square. Jofra Archer bowls and Head flicks down the leg side. And
I guess that explains the strategy to open with Travis Head. Just get them off to a flyer.
There's 2 ways to go about this, isn't there? It's to snatch at it, as Robert Craddock would describe, and get some runs quickly. The other way would be simply to bat for stumps here across 25 overs and be 2 down and come back tomorrow as the ball softens and actually chase then. Because no one's given themselves a chance, but we know that overs 40 to 80 on this pitch, that's when you make hay. England changing the field on every ball. The bat pad has come out and gone to points. Archer sizing up, Head fends the ball to cover right in behind us. Finally feels back on the ball.
But this is almost, you often see it in the subcontinent when teams go into that mentality of, oh, every ball, one ball has your name on it. So best is to just score as quickly as you can and get to a point from where the middle order can just do what they do. So they've taken what has become more the traditional route these days, Gerard.
Archer over the wickets. Head leaves the rising delivery.
Because in any other era of Test cricket, to chase 205 with 3 and a bit days left, you'd think, well, what's the hurry? I mean, there is no hurry. Whatever you do, there's no way the game's going into day 4. So you can just use as much of day 3 as you want. Just use this evening to, like you said, blunt the new ball. But they just don't think like that these days. Like Katich said, they're all sports entertainers.
Last ball of Jofra Archer's opening over. Head sees it, clips off his toes and gets it away through backward square. It'll be saved against the rope. They'll get 2. And so the sequence is broken. 1 for none. 1 for none. 1 for none. None for 2. That is the scoreboard. The Capital.com scoreboard. Fast, smart, seamless. The sun is out, so there's patchy cloud overhead. The weather for Goodwee batteries and Solar Heart expertise. The perfect partnership. There is a bit of storm weather forecast for tomorrow, but it's early. So it doesn't look to me like a forecast that's threatening any of the day's play, but we'll see. One presumes we will be here tomorrow.
What a big moment this for Jake Weatherall. Gerard looked really out of his depth in the 2 balls he faced from Jofra Archer in the first innings. He was rushed by the first one, length delivery. Didn't play it very well outside off stump. And then the searing full delivery knocked him off his feet.
Gus Atkinson with ball in hand in from the members' ends. Jake Weatherall takes guard, leaves outside the off stump. Flying through SEN Test cricket for Octet, smart business and finance. It's hard to believe that when we gathered for the first ball after lunch at 1 for 59, we would gather for the first ball after tea and be watching Australia bat.
I was just telling a few of the press guys over there, Gerard. I think, you always used to start, right? How do you describe Test cricket? Yeah, it's a game played over 5 days. That's dead.
Weatherall crouched down low in his stance. Leaves tight to the off stump. Not nearly as tight as the English would have you believe, but that's part of the theatre of a debutant on a pair.
Safe to say Test cricket is a game that's played over 3 days. At times we go to day 4. Not this time. One thing you will notice with Jake Weatherall is he does have his routines. Every ball he'll walk away, that square towards that square leg region, and then walk back.
You'll see a third ball this time. Weatherall defends the ball to Gully. Can't find a run.
I think that's the first time he's laid bat on ball in Test cricket. He's taken him 5 balls. Even that will give him some confidence. The English are really getting stuck into him here. Like I said, Ben Stokes made a beeline for him as soon as they realized he's not taking strike. Walked up to him towards the non-strikers end, and you just guess what he would have said. Oh, you know, taking the strike. You don't fancy Jofra Archer? Again, mate?
3 slips Gully, bat pads. England praying on the new opener. Atkinson around the wicket to edges, short of backward points. The run is saved. As Cast comes across and England look to build their pressure.
Just for a second, Jake Weatherall thought, that's my first Test run. Just couldn't find the gap. Wouldn't mind the fact that Travis had faced the entirety of the Jofra Archer over, just getting a bit of a sighter at the other end against Gus Atkinson. Not that Atkinson is any less of a bowler.
They're all tapping away. The 31-year-old who's seen so much in his life is leaving outside the off stumps. He sees this ball go by.
I met Jake yesterday, Gerard, just before the toss. He's downstairs, nervous, but he was just walking onto the field, and I just congratulated him. And I said, look, you know who your idols are. Jimi Hendrix, Jimmy Page, Mark Knopfler. Just think Jimi Hendrix, just think Voodoo Child, and walk out the back. And he said, mate, I've written Jimi Hendrix on my glove.
Last ball of Atkinson's over. He delivers to Weatherall, who leaves. Plays out a maiden. Australia none for 2. The Capital.com scoreboard, fast, smart, seamless.
Combining supreme comfort with serious strength, the Tundra is our most powerful Toyota yet. But power like this can't be described. It has to be felt. And the feeling starts here at your local Toyota dealership. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Your machinery shouldn't sound like a drop catch. Keep it in top form with Sinopec Premium Lubricants. Whether you're running trucks, tractors or anything in between, visit Sinopec's new warehouse at 1 Rosebride Place, Truganina. Hit performance for 6 with Sinopec Premium Lubricants. Visit sinopeconline.com.au.
Jofra Archer steams in, bowls to Travis Head, back foot defending down the pitch. SEN Test cricket for Octet, smart business finance. Colin reminds us, Bharat, in totally different circumstances, but Weatherall and Head opened together in the 2017 BBL final. Weatherall made 100.
Guess who was opening the bowling for the Hobart Hurricanes?
Jofra Archer.
Jofra Archer, indeed. Wow.
It's all happened before, Bharat. Archer bowls to Head, plays from the stumps out to backward points. Heard the call of no run.
No, it's a little thing, but I think Jake Weatherall wouldn't mind having Travis Head out there in the middle just to calm him down. Did play a lot of cricket with him. And Jake, we've spoken a lot about his battles against or with mental health and how he's overcome that. But he is he's an excitable character. He can just, have that edge to him. And Usman Khawaja has been trying to just calm him down over the last few days leading into this Test match.
Travis Head stands ready for action. Archer bowls to him. Head runs the ball. He'll just beat Duckett on the dive. He took the pace of it, but couldn't stop it. Healy comes up from the deep to field. Head gets the single, none for 3. We'll watch the scoreboard with great intent. The Capital.com scoreboard, fast, smart, seamless. The chase is for 205.
And here is Jake Weatherall's big challenge. Just didn't look good enough against Jofra Archer, the 2 balls he faced from him in his debut innings. But he's just spent, 10 minutes out there. Maybe the nerves are settled a little more. He'll still want that first run. He's
see Archer this time. I fancy he wouldn't have spotted them yesterday. They came sizzling down at him. Weatherall tried to swing across the line, the under edge, or off the body perhaps more particularly. Slews away, no run.
And Jofra just stood there for that extra moment just to see if you could make eye contact with Jake Weatherall. He just looked away. You can see Travis Head has walked down as well. I think this is a good thing for Jake. Someone he can relate with. He's got his arm, didn't it? Yeah. His shoulder.
Yeah, the back elbow. That's where Australia wore them yesterday consistently. Through the shot. Getting struck on the arm underneath the backs. Archer's softened him up. Weatherall believes outside the off stump. Graphic replays, the Chemist Warehouse replay screens. Part of this test match. You described it best. Australian batters got roughed up. Now how do they respond to the relentless pace attack that England has brought?
Yeah, and I think they sort of just drew battle lines, didn't they, Gerard, in that first innings? This is what England have wanted to do for so long, for decades, to have a pace attack with which they can fight fire with fire on Australian conditions.
Last ball of Archer's over. Weatherall leaves. Seen 9 balls without scoring. Archer just to follow through in the aftermath. It is spirited in the middle. SEN Test Cricket for Octet. Smart Business Finance.
Ozito brushless power tools. Tested by Grit and built to work. When it comes to doing tough jobs, do it yourself. Ozito. Home and garden brushless power tools. Do you. Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
Landscapers and tradies need plants? Plantmark is your trusted wholesale nursery with a huge range at true trade prices. They supply landscape projects of all sizes, from quote to delivery. Open 6 days at 4 locations across Melbourne. Plantmark.com.au.
The Liquorland last session. Score more this summer with Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. Australia none for 3. Travis Head has those and he has the strike. Gus Atkinson is bowling to him and Head cuts. Doesn't beat points. It's knocked down. Fielded cleanly, but enough to make sure there's no run.
A little disappointed with himself, Travis Head. That was in the Travis Head zone. He cut through that gap for 4, something he does so often across formats. For once, just found the fielder.
Cast at point, Duckett at backward point rather than gully, and Crawley's at the fly gully. All want to be aware. Atkinson bowls, Head turns. Oh, it got stuck. Ballooned for a moment and then fell at his feet. He was checking whether he should pick it up. Decided to let him come in field.
Best not to in an Ashes contest. But like they did in the first innings, they're basically telling Travis Head, we know what your strength is. You're going to put fielders there. We know you'll still take us on. And then it's up to you if you can get the better of our fielders.
Atkinson operating around the wickets. Goes to Head, defence. Just a little jumpy on the back foot. Tom Morris with the good oil for Cobram Estates. Australian extra virgin olive oil.
We're all a little bit jumpy for Jake Weatherall here. He's yet to get off the mark. He's on a pair. Australians with pairs on test debut. Chad Sayers, Mike Whitney, and Peter McIntyre. Let's hope he doesn't join that club.
2 South Australians in there.
Yeah.
Jake still lives in Adelaide, but doesn't play for South Australia anymore, so...
There's a better club to be a part of than the one Tom's just put the frighteners up all of us with.
Sorry.
Atkinson to Head, opens the blade, but only finds the backward point. So Dave Warner faced 3 balls on debut. Philip Hughes faced 4 balls on debut. Jake Weatherall faced 2 balls on debut. So let's hope that he has prolific days ahead that those 2 did.
I'm just a bit nervous for him. Sorry, Gerard.
We all are. So sort of sit still. Don't say it out loud. Just let him get started. Travis Head is keeping it all pretty compact at the moment. He's 3 from 13. Atkinson bowls to him and Head is forward defending out to point. Throughout the the 2 years of who should open is I get a constant flurry of emails and texts from those who wanted to be Travis Head, the natural successor to Dave Warner. He's done it on the subcontinent. The trouble is he hasn't had the technique for it. You see him get bowled early in his innings far too often to be the first choice open. If he bats Australia to victory here, look out. They might answer their own question. Head clips off his toes. A wide open expanse on the leg side. Through mid-wicket to the rope now. A nerve settler. Travis Head with the opening boundary. Azito brushless power tools do you. It's the end of the over. None for 7 on the Capital.com scoreboard. Fast, smart, seamless.
In the market for a quality Australian manufactured shed? From now until December 4, get 30% off during Best Shed's Black Friday sale event. Be bowled over on the best quality sheds and get a 20-year manufacturer's warranty. Visit bestsheds.com.au.
Buying and selling goods here and overseas can be complex. Octex Trade Finance provides a flexible line of credit to pay suppliers in over 70 countries at competitive FX rates with up to 60 days interest-free. Visit octet.com. Lending criteria and conditions may apply.
The Ashes on SEN for Henley Homes. Hard to beat. Ask other builders, then come back to us. Henley.com.au. We pick up the vigil with Jake Witherall, who's 0 from 9. Jofra Archer is in from the Langer stand end. He bowls to the newbie, and Witherall high with the bat lift. Gets out of the way. Carries through to the keeper. He's a seasoned pro. That's part of what we like about him, Bharat. He's 31. He knows his game. He was the leading run scorer in the Sheffield Shield last season with more than 900 runs, 3 centuries on the way there. 301 in his 8 digs so far this season at 37.5. It's not the 4 years of work, but it is honouring the pecking order through. If we value Shield cricket, then he was the man who had to be picked. And then he gets to test himself at the international level. Witherall turns to leg. He's away! Through backward square. A well-timed glance. He has 2, and they'll come back for a 3rd. Throw comes into the keeper. Jake Witherall, may you build your pile today and beyond.
And he's happy. He's just pumped the air, Jake Witherall. That is nothing but relief. Nicely done as well. He left 8 consecutive deliveries from Jofra Archer, made him come to him, and then just clipped it off his hips. And his wife Rachel, she'll be sitting in one of the corporate boxes. She will be giving a huge sigh of relief as well. And good on you for smiling.
Little grin, nod of the heads. We're all with you. A lovely image. Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Head 7, Witherall 3, Australia none for 10. Archer is coming around the wicket to Head, who's tucked up in defence, drops it to mid-wicket and scrambles a run.
And to your point, Gerard, every opener that Australia have picked since David Warner's retirement, whether it's pushing someone up the order or someone they brought from the outside, there have been very legitimate reasons to question that decision. This time they've gone with the old tried and tested method of pick the best opener in Shield cricket. So you can't question his selection. Now it's up to him what he does off it.
That's right. It's the logical choice. He will either make it or he won't. Archer to him, Witherall edges into the turf and through the cordon and down to the boundary for 4. Well controlled from Witherall. He's 7. The boundaries for Azito brushless power tools do you.
Well, it took him 12 balls to get his first run in Test cricket. He's got 7 in 2. Soft hands, so the ball went to ground and just sped through that gap of Jofra Archer's pace.
3 slips in the gully. Head is pointed out. There's a deep backward square who's been put in position. Archer bowls. Witherall cut in half. He's nicked it. He's out. Now what will he do? No, he immediately reviews. He says no bat, all thigh pad. So through to Jamie Smith. Umpire was quick to raise the finger, but Weatherall just stood there and gave the tee.
TV umpire to director will have a player review for court.
Confirmation from Travis Head at the other end as well. Both of them seem to point towards the pocket. He seems pretty confident. Umpire Nathan Menon's finger went up straight away.
And Weatherall knew. So our previous DRS took 4 minutes and 57 seconds and confused two countries.
Looks like there is a gap between the bat and ball. Need to check that with RTS.
Well, umpire Sackett likes to start with looks like there is a gap. If you're Jake Weatherall or...
Clear gap as the ball passes the bat, satisfied. I'm going to check
this
that whether there's an LBW. Can I have the ball tracking, please? Impact outside. Nathan, you need to change your decision from... your screen signal now.
Not out. Carry on. Calm down and carry on.
You have to feel for the umpires out there in the middle as well. This test match, the pace at which it's gone, they've had to make decisions at breakneck speed. It's an odd part of that tie pad. It often can sound woody. So some sympathies for Nathan Menon.
Weatherall faces up again. Archer to him. He pulls out into the deep, but lands safely adjacent to the square leg umpire and trickles out for a single. Weatherall is 8. Head the same. Australia none for 16 on the Capital.com scoreboard. Fast, smart, seamless.
When you buy Australian made, you're choosing more than a product. You're supporting a stronger economy and creating local jobs. So look for the Australian made green and gold kangaroo and buy Australian. Visit australianmade.com.au.
Did you know Steve Smith has an oat milk brand? No. Yeah, it's Aussie made with Aussie oats and no seed oils.
OMG, what's it called?
Well, that's it.
Huh?
OMG oat milk goodness for everyday Aussie champions. Get yours in the fridge at Woolworths.
The Ashes on SEN for 4 and 20. Australia's original fan food. Australia none for 16, not without incidents. Atkinson to Weatherall, who leaves the angled delivery in. Bharat, day 2, Saturday. A lot of dress-ups goes on around the stadium. This is a crowd of near on 50,000. The Where's Wallies are very visible. The Australians in the absolute gold of the Bill Lawry era. Not canary yellow, that's Australian gold, my friend. And the Bharats are here in the top deck. About a dozen.
There are 15 of them. 15. Put in all the effort. They brought themselves wigs and funky clothes.
Atkinson to Weatherall. Pulls well into the outfield. Timed it sweetly. The race is on. The dive saves the boundary. Pope covered the ground well and kept it to 3. Weatherall's 11. It's none for 19.
Yeah, so I went and met them. I actually got a message from this lovely lady called Alison 2 or 3 weeks ago saying, hey, we're big fans of you. So 15 of us are buying wigs and funky clothes and we're going to get dressed up as you and go to the stadium on day 2. Is that okay? Yeah, that sounds very sweet. So I went and met them. Did a bit of a feature for Channel 7 as well. Speaking to them, Gerard, and yeah, they even got the semantics right, like just generally the way I don't button up my shirt. Yes. So, and the wigs, and on hair wash day as well, Gerard, I was very, very proud of them.
We'll check that it wasn't a boundary. Confirmed. Heads, drives, gets it through extra cover, and again the race to the rope. It'll overhaul Cass. 10 metres in, and they come back for 3. Australia have it ticking. Both batters 11. None for 22. Tom Morris, just bedazzle us with some numbers, if you would. The pay.com.au stat sheet, pay.com.au it, and earn points.
Well, England's 2 innings lasted a grand total of 67.5 overs. And the last time they were bowled out twice in a test so quickly was 1904.
Sticky wickets, I imagine. Weatherall leaves outside the off stump.
Also, just looking at Travis Head's numbers opening the batting. So he's opened the batting in India twice, Baz, across 2 test matches. He opened the batting in Gaul. got a couple of half centuries doing so, but he's never opened the batting in Australia until today. It's his 9th innings in this position.
In one of those innings where he opened in India was in Indore, where he played a huge role in that small run chase on that absolute joke of a pitch.
Atkinson bowls to Wetherell in behind defending.
And that was quite the knock. Usman Khawaja was trapped in front. First ball of the day. It's Travis Head's knock. He swept and reverse swept and slog swept. Took Australia home. Different kind of circumstances here. It's just a small sample size so far, Gerard. Just sort of 6 overs of these two. Because of just their natural tendency, the way they bat, already feels like there's more flow to Australia at the top of the order.
Wetherell forward defending, out to points. Loud call of no. 6 overs in, the chasers for 205 Australia. None for 22. SEN Test Cricket for Octet Smart Business Finance.
Landscapers and tradies need plants? Plantmark is your trusted wholesale nursery with a huge range at true trade prices. They supply landscape projects of all sizes, from quote to delivery. Open 6 days at 4 locations across Melbourne. Plantmark.com.au.
Macca's new Grinch meal is ruining Christmas. It comes with a Big Mac, or Chicken Big Mac, or 10-piece nugs, and one of 4 collectible sand globes. Ba-da-ba-ba-dum. Available for a limited time at participating restaurants. Trademark and copyright 2025, Dr. Seuss.
The Liquorland last session. Score more this summer with Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. Jofra Archer is in operation. Travis Head is on 11. And Head turns him away to mid-on. Firmly struck, but straight to the field. No run. None for 22. Eufy POE Systems, our experts. Professional grade security with complete home protection. Bharat Sundaresan is joined by Damien Fleming. Hello to you, Flem.
Gerard, all right, listeners, good start. So happy for Jake to get off the mark, and he's played a couple of really good shots as well. And Trav Head's looking very, very solid, as usual.
11 from 18, Head, as he faces up to Archer. Head plays the ball out through cover. And it's Stokes who has to go in pursuit this time. Out into the deep, they'll only get 2 on this occasion. 13 for Head, none for 24 Australia.
And this is the flow that Australia have not had at the top of the order in Test cricket for the last 18 months across conditions. And even though this partnership is so new, it's only gone on for 6.2 overs, already you feel like it's not just that they're hitting boundaries, they're rotating the strike, there's energy.
Archer in, Head drives through mid-off, that's the one. He got that sweetly off the blade. It'll come up a metre short as it's overhauled at the last. And another 3. So in one ways is the favoured way on this ground. 16 for Head and none for 27.
Good batting, isn't it? Provided a full face of the bat. He didn't get it in the middle, just a little punch, but he didn't need to. There's just a big gap out there.
At the start of the chase, where were you in the balance of probabilities, Flem?
I think England were favourites.
Okay. Bharat was the other way. Everyone faces it. Archer defends to the offside. The consequence that hangs on this, so England haven't won a first Ashes test in an Australian summer since 1986. And to have Australia absolutely pinned in the corner at lunch on day 2, if they are to blow this, if Australia is to hunt this down, the ramifications, the ripple effect through the series, the condemnation, the second guessing that will go on, this is a big blow that Australia can strike here.
Yeah, and they're batting, and we talk about their shots and collapses. That's the way they play. That's their DNA.
Wetherell believes ball shaping in at the off stump.
And probably as good a conditions as their fast bowling unit will get. You know, maybe the Gabba, day, night, if, you know, weather conditions don't allow great preparation for the pitch. And Australians have had more troubles. You know, Kawaja's injury, a well-targeted assault on Boland in the first innings, but he come back. Doggett in his first test, Weatherald in his first test. So Australia have had to battle different type of conditions to England, whereas everything's sort of gone their way, and they've thrown it away twice with the bat.
Last ball of Archer's over. Weatherald forward defending. He'll take the single wide of mid-off. Proactive stuff. He's 12. Australia none for 28 at the end of the over. The Capital.com scoreboard. Fast, smart, seamless.
Need a smarter way to manage business finance? Octet's innovative supply chain payments platform helps you power business transactions locally and overseas with a line of credit and flexible repayment terms. Visit octet.com, that's OCTET.com. Lending criteria and conditions may apply.
Plumbers, want more time for the cricket, camping or a cheeky fish? Introducing SharkBite Max, the next generation of plumbing fittings. Smarter, faster and stronger. Get in, get out with SharkBite Max. Available now at leading hardware and plumbing suppliers.
First bowling change here for RSEA Safety, trusted by tradies across Australia. Atkinson bowled 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 10. Is going to be replaced by Bryden Cass from this members' end. The Ashes on SEN for Henley Holmes. Hard to beat. Ask other builders, then come back to us, henley.com.au. Australia none for 28. Head 16. Weatherald has the strike on 12. Damien, Fleming and Bharat Sundaresan are with you. 2 in the deep on the leg side. 2 slips in place. Cass around the wicket, bowls. Weatherald drops it to leg. Tip and run. Getting singles routinely to move to 13.
They're annoying, aren't they, for the bowler and also the opposition captain, and Weatherald's been so good at that so far. And I think they would never have batted before together, but the running between the wickets has seemed pretty seamless, hasn't it?
There's this funky little piece of history which Colin and Bharat remind us of. They batted together in a BBL final. Opening
that's right.
For for what are they called?
Strikers.
Cass to head. Oh, he rides it, lifts it up over the keeper, clears the rope. I fancy 6. Let right back on the limbo and just helped it on its way. Travis Head to 22. He looks a danger, doesn't he? Azito brushless power tools do you.
Well, he is the man that inspired Bazball after the last tour, so it's almost like he's showing him how to do it properly. That is the corridor of carnage when you bowled a Travis Head. How easy did he do that?
They've taken out the fly slip. It had been in place for him as well. Cast ahead on the follow-up. Happy to defend from the stumps.
Just looks good seeing conditions compared to this time last night, wasn't it? Like the sun was out and the shadows were all across the pitch and the field and slowly getting onto the pitch. It just looks so much better.
The target is 205. Australia is none for 35. Defining phase of this first test. Cass bowls to head, back cuts furiously. Oh, what a shot that is! It scurries to the boundary for 4. Travis Head is in a mood. Look out! He's 26.
This is unreal, isn't it? Unreal. There's no foot movement whatsoever, but he just collapses that bat leg, swing of the bat, that's hit right out of the screws. Welcome back to the bowling crease, Cass. None for 11 off 4. Balls.
Happy to put it over the top of point. What's the follow-up now? Head full face of the bat, defends to mid-off. It's part of being the opener. And go after all of them.
You're right, Gerard. If this comes off and he takes Australia home, playing a classic Travis Head innings, how are you going to move him out of there?
Well, Kawaja's injury might be enough.
Yeah.
And you just put Webster in and everyone stays in their spot. Yeah. And it gives us another bowling option as well. And good in the field.
A vision of the future.
Yeah.
Going at 5 and over. Cast bowls to heads, in behind defending. None for 39 after 8 overs. The Australian confidence starts to grow right the way around the country. It's the Capital.com scoreboard, fast, smart and seamless. And Adam Collins is coming in for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew.
Gilly, KO Sports is the home of summer sport with the Ashes, F1, NBL and the Supercars, right?
Yes, Travis Head. And if you're new to KO Sports, get 1 month of KO Premium for just $1. Offer ends November 30.
Nice.
KO Sports. Get on board.
The Grinches at Macca's putting hotcake syrup with wings. Surely no one will like such horrible things. Now available at Macca's. Ba-da-ba-ba-dum. Trademark and copyright 2025 Dr. Zeus. Available from 10:30am at participating Macca's.
The Ashes on SEN for 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food. I don't think until about half an hour ago anyone was really mounting the case for Travis Head to open in this series. How quickly this game can change. Australia 166 away from victory. None for 39. Wow, what a start. Mark Wood's going to come into the attack and try and shake things up as well. A change of bowler for RSEA safety, trusted by tradies across Australia.
And I think Head's presence has definitely had a role in just calming Jake Weatherall down. Probably the one guy he knows best in this team. Head's played a role in even taking him around and introducing him to the various Australian players who are not so familiar with Jake.
So Weatherall on 13, facing Wood. New challenge here. Charging in. Bowles here, first ball worked off the hip. Knows the call. Positive footwork though.
And the other positive for Australia is Weatherall scores quickly. You know, we haven't had 2 openers that go hard for a long time. So, if you don't get it wrong to Jakey Weatherall, particularly square of the wicket, he's a fine hitter of the ball.
It's felt like since David Warner's retirement, whoever they've tried with Usman Khwaja except the Sam Constas experiment, the innings have been stuck, whether it's Steve Smith or even Marnus, the 2 or 3 times he's opened.
Woods over the wicket. In for the Langer stand end. Bowles to Weatherall leaving. Not far from the off stump. Through Smith though. Towards the rope it runs for Byers. How many will it be? The diving stop. Well, not quite the dive. Carr's had enough time to collect by his toes. It will be, Byers didn't hit anything on the way through. So Australia none for 40, adding 1 to the score. 165 away from their victory target.
So, Usman Khwaja injury have opened a door that Australia never thought existed. Or I've been sort of reluctant to go to. Maybe firstly because how successful Travis Head has been at number 5. A number of times he's bailed Australia out from tricky situations, but if it allows them, like you said, Flem, to bring Bo Webster into the side, it makes a lot of sense.
Does present unusual options for the day-night test match at Brisbane next week, pending what's going on with Usman Khwaja, which is entirely unclear at this stage. Travis Head, of course, he's open to the subcontinent, but Australia have said for a long time now they want him at 5 at home, but right now they're loving what he's doing at the top of the list on 26. Back on strike to Wood for the first time. He bowls here, goes back, rides the bounce to backward point, no run to duck it. Day-night test match. We have seen the argument made before for not needing a specialist spinner in those circumstances, as recently as Jamaica. Nathan Lyons had that hip issue today with the ball that hit him when batting. Didn't bowl in the second innings, so there's another subset of this there about where Webster, pending what happens here, could have a couple of avenues back into the Aussie team for Brisbane. Long way to go. That's how quickly this has changed, with Wood bowling to Head here and going back and carving away as he loves to do. Didn't quite get all of it. Out towards the cover rope, but won't get there. They'll consider a third. Weatherall wants it. Head's coming as well. Good cricket. Many threes this week at Perth. There always is. None for 43. Head up to 29.
It's a classic Travis Head stroke, isn't it? Just a little flick at the end. And if you get a fraction outside off stump, a right-hand bowler bowling over the wicket, that's in his sweet zone. Didn't try to overhit that at all. Jumping back, but swinging hard with his hands. There's a big gap between point and extra cover.
So happy playing with both feet off the ground, isn't he? Head. Wood to him here. Head goes back and plays it through the cordon beautifully. Deft to the left of Gully. Between that fielder and Crawley at backward point. Didn't have much room to work with, but that's the type of touch that you're seeing right now as Weatherall moves himself to 17, none for 47.
This is class from Jake Weatherall. He's always looking to score runs, and that's why he's been picked in this side. The form he's been in. And that was done very deftly, like you said, Colo.
That'll build the confidence of the man on debut. Played a lot of cricket, 31 years of age. Wood in the sun bowls here. Weatherall hit on the pad, but not a lot of interest other than from Root at second slip. They bail out of the appeal. 7 runs from the over. Such a positive start for Australia. Their target's 205. They're none for 47. That's on the capital.com scoreboard. Fast, smart, seamless. Weatherall 17, head 29.
Engines feeling like they've been bowled out? Step up to the crease with Sinopec Premium Lubricants, delivering smooth performance that hits for 6. Visit them at 1 Rosebride Place, Truganina, or sinopeconline.com.au. Sinopec Premium Lubricants. Keep your engines in winning form.
It's Black Friday at Boat. It's Black Friday at up to 40% off tiles. Black Friday. Beaumont Tiles, in-store and online.
SEN Test Cricket for Octet Smart Business Finance. Yesterday, Australia, after 10 overs, were 1 for 15. Today, after 9, they're none for 47. Ryden Cass was so influential then. Had 11 taken from his first over. Away from us here. Bowls to head on 29. He's whipping him through the onside. Big gap there at mid-wicket. Locates it. They'll take 2 and they'll be satisfied with that. We'll move into the 30s. None for 49.
This is what has made Travis Head an even more dangerous batter. The fact that he can now hit balls through mid-wicket as well. For the longest time in his career, whether it was in Shield cricket or even in international cricket, you could block him. In the last 18 months or so, you see it in white ball cricket as well. He has the ability to just whip balls through mid-wicket. Just added another scoring zone for him.
So Cass round the wicket. 2 head here. Head goes back and no run. It's a point where there is a fielder now position. Gus Atkinson.
Cass is struggling to get his perfect line and length now, isn't he? And getting scored off doesn't help. He can't just settle into his natural length just outside off stump. He's feeling under pressure, charging in a little bit more than normal.
It's probably the one thing, Fleming, isn't it? Yesterday, at no point were their bowlers under pressure in the first innings, were they? Dictated terms. Well, none for 49, different story. Cass away from us, bowls here. And flying it through the offside, down to third man, Travis Head. He's got so much of that. It's gone all the way for 6. Well, he's just motoring along, none for 55. Already an influential partnership in the context of a low-scoring game. They've put on 50. And Head, he played that with his knees bent. Great contact. Didn't get all of it, but it didn't need to get all of it. Heading towards third man, who was briefly in the frame, or so it looks, but it went too far. Travis Head.
Which has made them revert to body line. Everyone spreads now. Different tactic. There is so many gaps.
Oh.
There is so many gaps for the Australian players now.
Gosh, this is Larwood clapping the hands.
On the
Three out on the
defensive.
leg side. The fly slit, the deep backward point. The cordon is vacant other than gully or backward point. Cass halfway through the over, bowls the head, goes short on the hip.
Yeah, easy.
And bunts it into the onside for the easiest of singles. Now that is good batting. He made so much over the years of Head being caught in that third man twice in a test match here in 2018, so that was not without risk, but when it comes off, so look at beaut, and that's what Travis Head is making them change the game so quickly, playing on his terms out of nowhere. 1:49 to go.
This is such a win for the Australian batsmen here. And even a little bit more aggressive against Weatherall, but there is still plenty of gaps.
So they're
and 4s through the offside.
So they're going to do, as you say, sort of a similar play for Weatherall too. So we've seen it for Head, but they've just decided that usually this takes place after the maybe 20, 30 overs in, if not much is going on. So there'll be a short leg for Weatheralls, but in addition to that, 3 back on the leg side, 2 other fielders on the onside, and a fly slip, bowling with a 3-6. Cass in, bowls here, Weatherall down the leg side, doesn't catch up with it. Now Test cricket's changed, Flem.
Yeah, this is the way the Australians went against the tail, didn't it? It certainly didn't work when Cass and Atkinson were taking him on, but it's almost saying that you're relying on the batsman playing a poor shot. And for the Australian bats, let's be ruthless, unrelenting ourselves here. It's almost like if you play a defensive shot, you're going to score.
Last ball of the over, 9 runs from it so far. Cass delivers, bouncer left alone, would have nothing to do with it. Good batting and a wide. Wow, ballooned over the top. Good decision from umpire Holdstock.
Gee, I thought that rule had gone. I thought the Aussies were a little bit fortunate not to be called for wides today.
Surely should happen more often. We're seeing the replay side on. It's ballooned about a metre over his head. That's on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. 148 to win. Feeling more manageable by the minute. Cass to finish. Bowls to Weatheralls here. Leg stump line tucks well. Confidently as well. Moves to 18. Retains the strike again. None for 58. Australia. 147 to go. Weatherall up to 18. Head 38. And that's on the capital.com scoreboard. Fast, smart, seamless.
Gilly, KO Sports is the home of summer sport with the Ashes, F1, NBL and the Supercars, right?
Yes, Travis Head. And if you're new to KO Sports, get 1 month of KO Premium for just $1. Offer ends November 30.
Nice.
KO Sports. Get on board.
At Capital.com, we know markets don't wait. They bounce, crash and soar, sometimes before the first innings is over. Markets move fast, so should you. Capital.com, a trading platform without delays. Refer to Capital.com Australia's PDS and TMD. AFSL 513393.
The Ashes on SEN for 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food. 147 to go. Theoretically, 36 overs left. They might get 28, 29 of them. But I'll tell you what, if Australia continue to go at roughly a run a ball, I mean, it's not outside the realms of possibility. They could chase this down tonight. As wild as it is to say that, Wood here, 7 from his first over the wicket, bowls to Weatherall, gets around the corner, shovels it, doesn't go far, does get 1. Simon Katich jumping in as Weatherall boosts to 19, none for 59 the score. Kat and Flynn here for UFI POE Systems, professional grade security for complete home protection. Hello, Kat.
Good afternoon, Colo, Flem, all our listeners. Well, what a magnificent opening partnership this has been. Great to see young Jake Weatherall get off the mark in Test cricket. And he's looked nice and composed. Some good shot selection, good intent. And he's looked nice and calm now. He's in this partnership with Travis Head.
Back to Travis Head now. 38 from 31. Opening in the absence of Khawaja. Wood here. And Head underneath the short ball. Just got out the way of it. I mean, there was a push for Head to open last summer, which they sort of cut off at the pass when deciding to recalibrate for about the 4th time. But the way he's played today, it'll be an idea that might have its time again. So dynamic.
Well, particularly if these two double it up and go none for 100, that's, you know, makes it hard to knock back. Particularly being a senior player too, experienced. It's a big role, and you can set the tone early, as these two have just done, under some pressure.
Wood up to him. He's operating over the wicket to Head, delivers here. Head this time takes on the shorter ball, almost off his ribs down to fine leg. One of 3 men set back on the leg side. The fly slip on the offside on the rope as well. Head's 39, it's done for 60.
It's so different to yesterday, isn't it? Like England bowling in partnerships, unrelenting pressure from both ends. And now it's sort of going back to that purely defensive, waiting for the batsman to play a poor shot, hoping to get a wicket instead of creating one.
There must be some sheepish batsmen out there in the field for England, given the position they were in at lunchtime.
That shot from Ollie Pope. Wood bowls here. Oh, no, indeed, it's not near short leg at all. I thought it was heading in the direction of Ollie Pope, but it's spilled down to backward square for 1. Weatherall, it's not run though, it's a leg by off his thigh pad. That's why it ballooned. None for 61.
And the danger with that, you see it a lot. Batters, if a number of batters play bad shots and are thinking about what they've just done earlier in the day, and then they don't give any energy to the bowling group, they become a really flat fielding unit. I reckon we're seeing that out there at the moment. England just hoping for a wicket here. They've imploded today. They were all over Australia after lunch. They've blown a chance to bury Australia when they had them on the rope, and now they're under the pump.
Wood bowls here. Head getting inside the line, down towards it goes over the top of Cass. Clears the fine leg for 6. His second big one in 2 overs. Head to 45. Wood has his hands on his mouth. He thought he nearly had him, but he didn't. None for 67, 138 away.
Mate, he got so inside the line there. It wasn't a full-on really pull shot. It was more a scoop, and he helped it on its way. And another 6. Is that his third 6 of the innings? Maybe the first one through the leg side.
Boundaries for Azito. Brushless power tools do you.
There is still a big gap between fine leg and backward square leg.
3 6s for Travis Head and a couple of 4s for him. So Wood, 1 ball left here, bowls to Head once more, goes back and cuts through backward point. That's got plenty of legs as well. 4 more. Travis Head to 49 from 35. What an innings this has already been. None for 71 at the end of another big over for Australia. 1:34 to go. That's all on the Sharkbite scoreboard. Plumbing perfected. Sharkbite Max.
When you buy Australian made, you're choosing more than a product. You're supporting a stronger economy and creating local jobs. So look for the Australian made green and gold kangaroo and buy Australian. Visit australianmade.com.au.
Plumbers, want more time for the cricket, camping or a cheeky fish? Introducing Sharkbite Max, the next generation of plumbing fittings. Smarter, faster and stronger. Get in, get out with Sharkbite Max. Available now at leading hardware and plumbing suppliers.
Our coverage at Perth Stadium for Octet Smart Business Finance. At one stage today, not long after lunch, England had pushed their lead up to 105, and they had 9 wickets in hand, with a partnership that at the time was sitting on 65 between Pope and Duckett. And since then, well, they have been bossed by Australia, initially by their bowlers, Boland and Stark and Doggett working in sync, and now by Travis Head on 49 and Weatherald on 19. Just 134 away from victory late on day 2. I say late on day 2.
It's like we're seeing, isn't it? It's like we're seeing a different bowling lineup. They're 71 off 11 overs.
We spoke about this yesterday. The key for this series is to get miles into these English bowlers' legs, because they haven't played a lot of Test cricket.
Yeah. There's been no spark.
Jofra, and they've had to back up, and they'll be flat after that batting performance today. There'd be a few of their England bowlers there. They'd be livid with what they saw from the bat from England.
That 3 for none collapse in the middle of all of that. Pope and Brook, the first 2, the 2 most guilty. Here is Cass, round the wicket, bowls here, Head. I make that Weatherall, my apologies, pulling through the onside. His turn to whack it out towards the boundary. Smacking it for 4, Jake Weatherall. Jake Weatherall, 23, none for 75, 130 away. They are motoring, going at better than a run of ball. They're trying to score off everything. They're taking full advantage.
But that is a feature shot of Jake Weatherall, though. You know, he loves hitting through square of the wicket on both sides. On that occasion, plenty of bottom hand. And really, you're going to be unlucky to be caught with this sort of field. So, excellent batting. So, they can't just dry up one end, because both lefties are going hard.
Got a 5-4-2 slips here. Cass bowling to Weatherall, who plays off the front foot to mid-on, no run. So, they've ditched the short-pitched attack to Weatherall when Cass is bowling.
Yeah, they're going hard, but he's done it in a really controlled and measured fashion.
This has been the best partnership to watch easily in the Test match, because it's been controlled aggression.
Yeah, and they're just playing the ball with intent, and that's what it's all about.
And plenty of singles too, Cato.
Well, Ben Stokes is allowing that because he's under the pump now and he's warming up. He has to come on here, because they need something to change quickly, otherwise this is going to be all over tonight.
Comfortably now the biggest partnership of the Test match. Cass bowls, Weatherall pulls. Oh, it balloons up in the air. Off a leading edge, caught at cover. Wow. Just when Australia were bossing this, Weatherall's fallen. Got tangled up, was trying to place it through mid-wicket. Off the leading edge, it ballooned. The partnership of 75 comes to an end. Cass gets in the book. 1 for 75 the score.
I'm just trying to look at the length of this ball again. To the naked eye, it just looked like it was a fraction too full to be playing that pull shot, even though it's probably his trademark shot. Maybe just tad full.
Hit him in the helmet.
Yeah.
He hit it onto his helmet, I reckon.
Yeah, top edge, back of the bat, straight up.
So Jake Weatherall's played his role in that partnership, make no mistake. 23 from 34. In the context of what we've seen, he's not for nothing at all. But he's walking off here. England have the first of 10 they need. 130 to play with from here. Marnus Labuschagne back at number 3, where he was selected. Didn't bat there yesterday. Walked out to open in Khawaja's absence. But now in the position where he's been at his best for Australia over the years.
We talk about the England attack and how good they were yesterday. Well, we saw an average speed of 143.7 k's an hour with average movement, swing and seam of 1.49 degrees. But today, backing up, the average speed has dropped to 139 and the average movement's dropped to 1.04 degrees. So, and that's only one day and it hasn't even been that hot. So
I'd love to see their pitch map too. They still haven't bowled as good a line and length as they did yesterday.
Well, the other thing too is Australia have realised what the plan is after seeing what happened yesterday, and they've been ready and waiting for it. So they've been ready to get back on the back foot and play a lot more aggressively off the back foot.
So Labuschagne, 59th Test match, plenty of experience now. Occupied the crease for a decent amount of time yesterday. 41 balls rather for his 9 before he had one deflect off his arm onto the stumps. I wonder whether there might be a call for Archer to return. I know it would be a short break for him, but given what happened yesterday, Stokes as well, as you mentioned, warming up. That's clear. He'll be in the attack soon. Can they get a couple in a hurry? It's been a test match of twists and turns. Here is Cast. Labuschagne's first ball, plays late under his eyes, waits the call. It goes to backward point along the turf, no run.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Marnus plays this, because I thought he battled hard yesterday. There was some very, very good bowling early on. And then the way he got out, I'm disappointed because he didn't really get himself in a great position on the back foot to be able to defend that ball and end up coming off his back elbow and onto the stump. So it just needs to be a bit sharper if he's pushing back onto the back foot.
I'd like to see a few singles.
Yeah.
Get Trav on strike.
Two slips of gully. The catch is behind the wicket for Cast, bowling to Labuschagne here, and he beats him with a gem. That's the fuller length. It's seamed away a long way.
Ripper.
Beautiful bowling, seeing it again on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen.
That's a cracker. Isn't it interesting? It's often been the fuller ball that's deceived the batsman, and Cast has been banging short of a length to the lefties. Marnus can't believe it, but he never overreacts at all.
Yeah, and his footwork there was, he's caught on the crease, overbalances. It was a good length ball, but look where his feet are. Nowhere. Absolutely nowhere.
And squared up.
Just under 140 kilometres an hour, Cast. Sun's out at Perth again. Bowls here, Labuschagne. Late onto the call after defending. Back to the bowler and Cast straight up to him with the ball. He loves the contest. The big English quick. A successful over for him. 1 for 75. Weatherall gone for 23. 130 away Australia. Head still there on 49. That's all on the Capital.com scoreboard. Fast, smart, seamless.
Want to hit a 6 for your business? Sign up an apprentice with MEGT. Their local teams come to you, offering free advice and ongoing support that helps you and your apprentice succeed. So sign up today at MEGT.com.au. Apprentice Connect Australia providers are an Australian government-funded initiative.
This gotta go by. It's the sound of someone realising they deserve a little McCafe treat. I deserve it! Specifically, the Iced Latte Deluxe from McCafe. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Available at participating restaurants.
The Ashes on SEN for Henley Homes. Hard to beat. Ask other builders, then come back to us. Henley.com.au. Mark Wood back on the runway at the Langer stand end. Can he have an influence on this test match? 19 runs taken from his first 2 overs.
Interesting, he's coming round the wicket now to Travis Head, previously over the wicket, and they've got a little bit more protection offside now with that deep backward point.
Third man remains. Bowls here. Travis Head full and whipped out to deep backward square for 1, and the applause you hear is because he's already reached 50. Travis Head, 50 from 36 balls. This has been some innings. 3 4s and 3 6s along the way. Recognised by the Australian fans who love the man. A couple of centuries last year against India. One against India when they were right under the pump. Well, here chasing 205, they needed someone to stand up against the flow of the game, and so far, so good for Travis Head.
Yeah, it's been a seriously good knock under huge pressure, chasing this total that is well under what we thought it would be at lunchtime when England were cruising at 1 for 99, but Australia now in a dominant position.
Wood to Labuschagne, the new man bowls here. Goes forward, then defends. Placing it out to backward point where there isn't a run. Tom Morris has tapped me on the shoulder. He's done so for Marshall Batteries Roadside Rescue. Tom.
No players have made more runs here at Perth Stadium than Travis Head and Marnus Labuschagne. So Travis Head now averages 50 plus here. Marnus Labuschagne averages 60 here with 3 centuries and a half century. So in its short history, this stadium has produced the best for these 2 batters more than anyone else.
Highest score here of 99 for Head. Wood bowls to Labuschagne. He pulls as well. Good contacts. Lovely way to get off the mark. Deep backward square it goes. It stops before reaching the rope, as has been the form over these couple of days. They want a third, but in the end they pull it off and play it safe. 2 for Labuschagne nevertheless. 1 for 78. 127 away from the 205 they're set.
Yeah, there was definitely 3 there. I think Marnus Labuschagne was wanting to come back for 3, but whether Travis Head had slipped at one of the ends, he was just ambling through, and in the end probably missed an extra run there. Might have been the Mark Wood factor. It's been known to happen to a few batters over the time.
It stands to reason. Can he do something here? Bowls to Labuschagne, who leaves a ball that comes back off the seam over the top of the off stump. Better from him. Would only bowled the 8 overs yesterday. His 3rd here, so he's not been overworked as such.
Yeah, neither he or Archie could tell yesterday they were used in short, sharp bursts. I think Archie's first spell was only 3 overs, and Ben Stokes to be wanting to get as much out of them throughout that series. That last ball's jagged back appreciably off the seam, so there's still enough happening on this surface, but if you apply yourself as we've seen in this Australian innings, it's still a good batting surface. Ball coming on the bat, you can still score runs freely.
127 to win. Wood bowls. Labuschagne plays into the onside 2 men back, so that becomes an easy single to the man racing in from deep backward square. Labuschagne 3, 1 for 79. 1 left in the Wood over.
I'm not sure about those tactics from Ben Stokes. You know, Marnus Labuschagne's faced 6 balls prior to that ball, and yeah, he's played 1 good shot out deep square, but it was probably a bit too short. I didn't think he needed to drop the deep square leg out, because Mark Wood then can't attack the stumps, which is where the game's being played at the moment, in that sort of corridor of uncertainty, and now he gets picked off for an easy single. You want to have Labuschagne on strike as much as possible, frustrate Travis Head so that when he finally does get the strike, he might play a rash shot and then you open up both ends.
So Wood to finish the over. Into Head, round the wicket, 2 slips it back, and Head plays it to mid-on where there won't be a single, so that'll complete the Wood over. 50 for Head, 3 for Labuschagne at 1 for 79 in the Liquorland last session. Cheers, Liquorland. It's going to be a change in commentary. Gerard, Whateley and Stuart Broad jumping in just a moment. And that's with 13 overs gone here at Perth Stadium.
Now is the time to build with Mimosa Homes. Enjoy discounted upgrades, a 50-year structural warranty, and explore over 55 display homes across Melbourne and Geelong. Build with confidence, build with Mimosa Homes. Visit mimosahomes.com.au today.
Ring-a-ding-ding! Welcome to Tasman Butchers. The freshest cuts and the largest variety. Don't settle for the other stuff. Eat better meat with Tasman Butchers.
Tasman Butchers, the meat specialists.
Australia 1 for 79, requiring a further 126 runs for victory. Cast bowls to Labuschagne, who's in behind, defending SEN Test Cricket for Octet, Smart Business Finance. Joining Simon Katich and Stuart Broad is with us for AIA, Protect What Matters, Do It for Life with AIA. Stuart, welcome back.
Thank you. Yeah, it's all been happening, hasn't it? Really remarkable, and a brilliant decision from the Australian management to put Travis Head to the top of the order, keeping Labuschagne, Smith, where they were designed to bat in the Test match, and he's come out and been superb.
Pass to Labuschagne, it's full, it's punched away to mid-off. Archer, good piece of fielding, low down on his right.
Saw some footage of you earlier, Broady, on comms for 7 when the wickets fell just after lunch. Can you explain?
Well, I just closed my eyes.
Yes,
yeah, that was when Joe Root chopped on, and we lost sort of 3 wickets in the space of 7 minutes, and went from saying a very dominant position to having the middle order ripped out of us by the Aussie bowling attack.
Labuschagne clips off his pads, got it crisply as well, wide of mid-on, it'll get to the rope. Labuschagne's first boundary. Australia 1 for 83 at the gallop after 13 and a half overs.
Yeah, that's what Australia do so well. You just give them a little sniff and they just leap all over you. A crucial time in this Test match was when Ollie Pope chased that wide one. Bit of a feather through, opens up the game. Harry Brook comes in and plays a lazy shot as well. And then it's felt all Australia since then, really. You get that sense now, watching the pitch isn't really doing much. The body language from the English bowlers and fielders seems to have disappeared a little bit.
Pass, balls again, Labuschagne forward defence.
Yeah, I was saying earlier that in these situations where a couple of the batters have played poor shots to get out, and if they're thinking internally about that and stewing on it, you get this situation in the field where 2 or 3 or 4 of them are flat, and then that affects the bowling group because they don't have the energy they need from the fielders running around, creating some tension, and that's what it's felt like pretty much right from the word go here, apart from maybe the first over or 2.
Absolutely. And we've not seen the ball zip past the outside edge particularly. The short balls that have been dug in have been dealt with pretty comfortably.
Pass over the wickets. Labuschagne swings across the line. Just chopped it through mid-wicket. Won't quite have the legs this time. They'll turn for 3 as it's fielded in the deep. Ed is happy to amble back for that. Labuschagne scurries along to 10. Australia 1 for 86.
And it also looks a little bit from an Australian perspective that they've learnt the lessons from yesterday in terms of their footwork and being ready for more short pitch bowling, because they would have seen the pitch maps overnight. I think there was a stat going around that England had bowled 66% of balls to Australia on the back foot. And while they got caught short a little bit yesterday, it feels like they've been a little bit more proactive with their footwork and been ready and waiting, which is great learning from the day before. And that's what Test cricket is all about, learning from the previous day and making amends if you have made an error.
Sometimes pitches look like they're doing less, but Travis Head is backing away, slicing it away, getting across the stumps, flicking it over fine legs. So it's his style of play that has actually taken the pitch out of the equation a bit.
Last ball of Castle's over, it's full, it's driven to mid-off, no run. 1 for 86 after 14. That is on the Capital.com scoreboard. Fast, smart, seamless.
Navigating a building dispute? With over 30 years of experience, Oldham Construction Lawyers are your trusted specialists in construction and property law. So whether it's VCAT, the courts, or the Building and Plumbing Commission, Oldham Construction Lawyers can provide you with expert legal solutions. Visit oclawyers.com.au.
At Capital.com, we know markets don't wait. They bounce, crash and soar, sometimes before the first innings is over. Markets move fast, so should you. Capital.com, a trading platform without delays. Refer to Capital.com Australia's PDS and TMD. AFSL 513393.
SEN Test cricket for Octet Smart Business Finance. 1 for 86. Australia. Labuschagne 10. Head has led the way. 50 off 38 balls, and Ben Stokes, who took 5 in the first innings, has taken the ball at the Langer stand end. So a critical change of bowling. This England look to alter their fortunes. Alongside Simon Katich for UFI POE Systems, professional grade security for complete home protection. That phase you spoke about after lunch, so 1 wicket down and 99 runs in front. It's unfathomable that they left Australia only 205 to chase, and Australia are zeroing in on being halfway there. Labuschagne's got rid of the sweat up that doesn't quite carry through on the leave. Jamie takes it low down. Just how disappointing is it for England to be in this position when they haven't won the first test on this in a series like this here since 1986?
have to look at the England players' body language right now to know the opportunity that they've let slip in a sense. It doesn't matter whether they win or lose from this position. They've let an opportunity slip to put this game to bed. They could have gone and got a runs this afternoon and given Australia no chance.
Stokes to Labuschagne. Back to Cuts. Point is wide open. He sends it down to third.
Well, you have to give a huge amount of credit to the Australian bowlers. I think at lunch they came in, had a chat about bowling a bit wider and led to the mistakes of Ollie Pope and Harry Brook. And then once they got that sniff, they were just relentless. Mitchell Starc talked at length about how brilliant he's been over the last period of time, but particularly the last 2 days. But England will be very, very disappointed with how their batting went after Ben Duckett nicked it to second slip.
Boland took 3 wickets in 11 balls, and then 2 balls later Starc chimed in. In all, it was 4 wickets in 19 balls. They changed the course of the Test match. Headers forward and pushing to extra cover. There's no single there.
Brody, you've played in this regime, and obviously it's had its moments, good and bad. Has there ever been a time where it's been questioned because when it hasn't quite gone to plan, and there has been a little bit of friction between potentially the batting and bowling around not giving the bowlers enough time off, or indiscriminate shots like today? Has that ever come to a head at any stage?
No, but I think when they review that batting display this afternoon, they'll say they weren't positive enough.
Stokes around the wicket, head back foot punch, no run.
You lean into that, maybe some soft shots, and Pope, it was a soft shot. Harry Brook, a lazy shot. That was a shot of a guy coming off the back of a massive score in the first innings. You know, it's like he'd already batted it outside off stump, didn't move his feet at all. Bounce in WA especially, fraught with danger when you play a shot like that outside the off stump. And Root didn't have a great time of it in the ODIs in New Zealand. Hasn't had much time at the crease, and Mitchell Starc has had his number in this Test match. So you start sort of building a little bit of pressure around that.
Head on strike, has a big swish at a wide ball.
But I guarantee you, whatever this result is, the post-match chat will be, we need to double down on our thought process. We need to go harder. We need to take the bowlers for more runs per over. Need to commit much more to our style of batting, because even if the bowlers get the team out of jail here now, the batting performances over the last 2 days have not been what Brendan McCullum will require from his group.
Last ball of Stokes' first over. Head sees it, so it was full. He chopped it away to mid-on. 1 from the over, 1 for 87. The Capital.com scoreboard, fast, smart and seamless. We're going to have a drinks break here. So 15 overs into the chase. The target was 205. It leaves Australia needing 118. Weatherald Court Duckett bowled cast for 23 is the man out. Heads 50. Labuschagne is 11. And the drinks break here is for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the Great Australian Brew.
At Tyre Power, the holiday getaway sale is on now, and you can get the power of Tyre Power Pro Fleet, proudly supporting fleet across Australia. If your vehicle is fleet managed, chances are that Tyre Power can look after you for all your tyre needs. Visit tyrepower.com.au.
Ozito brushless power tools, tested by grit and built to work. When it comes to doing tough jobs, do it yourself. Ozito, home and garden brushless power tools. Do you. Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
It's Black Friday at It's Black Friday at up to 40% off tiles. Black Friday. Beaumont Tiles in-store and online.
Avoid being bowled over. It's time to stop paying your suppliers and pay.com.au it instead. You'll unlock rewards, improve cash flow and simplify all your business payments. So, pay.com.au it and start earning rewards today.
He gets to test himself at the international level. Weatherall turns to leg. He's away! through backward square. Pass to head. Oh, he rides it, lifts it up over the keeper, clears the rope. I fancy 6. Pass bowls to head, back cuts furiously. Oh, what a shot that is. Pass bowls, Weatherall pulls. Oh, it balloons up in the air off the leading edge corner cover. Just when Australia were bossing this, Weatherall's fallen. Her name remains. Bowls here, Travis Head full and whipped. And the applause you hear is because he's already reached 50. Drinks break in the middle of the final session of day 2. Bundaberg Ginger Beer. Treat yourself this summer with an ice-cold Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. Australia 1 for 87. Bowled England out for 164. Leading wicket taker, programmed commercial painting, hit painting maintenance for 6. Scott Boland took 4 for 33. Changed the match after lunch. Stark finished with 10 for the match. And the leading run scorer for Beaumont Tiles Black Friday deals on now. Gus Atkinson with a rapid-fire 37 as England pushed a chase from sort of 140 out to 205, which for the moment, Travis Head in particular, is making light of. But Stuart Broad put us inside the England huddle at drinks.
Well, the language would have been positive. It would have been, we've still got 118 runs to play with. 118 runs on this surface over the past 2 days has not been easy to come by. Yes, Travis Head, 50 off 42, is making it look easy at the moment. But if we get rid of him and Steve Smith quickly, then the Aussie crowd, the Aussie change room will start going, okay, where are these runs coming from? So it feels like the next half hour is absolutely crucial in this game. If Travis Head takes his score from 50 to 75, it feels like the game is done. If they get him and Smith comes out and just feathers one through to the keeper early, then the question marks still come. So it would have been positive, it would have been directed at getting wickets.
Atkinson to Labuschagne, who defends the first ball and takes off. Fielding done by Stokes, throws at the striker's end. Head probably had it covered. It was as tight a single as you would want to take, though. 1 for 88.
Good piece of work there. That was sharp at mid-off from Ben Stokes. Travis Head was safe, but only just. It's the last thing Australia need now is a mix-up, and particularly with it being Travis Head, who's taking this deficit down quickly. That's what England need to do. They need to be able to shut the scoreboard down for a little period of time. They haven't been able to do that, and that's the danger with Travis Head at the crease. He's bringing it down so quickly that it takes the pressure off the next guy.
So this leg side field has been put in place for Head, or the offside field, I beg your pardon. So slip, third, backward point, cover, deep extra cover, mid-off. There's a deep square, a fine leg and a mid-on. Atkinson around the wicket, bowls to Head, who leans back under edge off to cover, fielded by Root No Run.
Odd field for me. Travis Head, we know how strong he is through the offside, but you're trying to sort of protect his super strength. I would say you go the other way and go over the wicket, bowl over leg stump, pack a leg side field and say hit me through the leg side. At the moment we've got a slip, third man deep point, backward point in circle, extra cover and mid off, and we're bowling round the wicket into the channel really, and he's backing away and trying to carve it over the offside. So unless he's hoping to get a call in the ring.
Heads, punches out to the deep cover. Takes a single, he's 51.
The other thing they might be thinking is, okay, we're very happy with Travis Head getting 1. We're going to try and go through a little half an hour period where he faces 1 ball and over, see if he tries something silly and daft and gets a bit bored and gets out the flow of finding the boundary, and let's try and create pressure on Marnus Labuschagne, who we know faces a lot of dot balls. That might have been the discussion.
Yeah, absolutely spot on with both. I think I'd probably prefer to go the first way you talked about, going out, even outside leg stump. You did it to him in Hobart a few years ago in the second innings, and he perished down the leg side, and that's probably the one thing. I think if England will win this test, they have to knock him over in the next half an hour.
Johnson over the wicket, Labuschagne lets it pass.
Because I think if he bats for any length of time, the test is either over tonight or Australia will win in Canada. So I think the aggressive option is to go that, as you say rightly, over the wicket into the blind spot, even leg stump or even outside, and hopefully get one to clip a glove.
Or 22 short over leg stump. So I think Yeah, it does seem like a bit of a weakness, doesn't it? Even caught down the leg side to Travis Head is actually a pretty fair dismissal as a bowler.
Atkinson is in his 4th over. Bowls to Labuschagne, who pushes to point. Sent back by Head. Would have been just a bit too sharp as Duckett closed.
And you see it a lot in white ball cricket, trying to take the hands out of play, particularly for those guys that are so hands-like players. Like Travis Head doesn't really rely on footwork as such. He's just got great hand-eye, and as soon as you can sort of take that swing out and cramp him in that sort of rib cage area, or even up sort of the right shoulder region, that's the region that, takes his hands out of play.
Atkinson to Labuschagne. Forward defending to the leg side. 2 singles from the over. 1 for 89 this session for the Liquorland last session. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
Say yes to a day of batting that finishes with a 2 a.m. battered sav. Say yes to cheap trips so you can do more. Say yes, I did. Yes, I did.
G'day, it's Alex Carey. The new Goodwee ESA battery is a game changer with leading performance and safety. Until the end of March, you can get up to $500 off, on top of the federal rebate, exclusively with Solar Heart. Visit solarheart.com.au. T's and C's apply.
The Ashes on SEN for 4 and 20. Australia's original fan food. 1 for 89, Head 51, Labuschagne 12. The target is 205. And the sun is out, so the crescent shadow presents just off the square at the moment. Stokes is bowling to Head, who's playing wide of his body and out through extra cover for 4. England have tried to keep him off strike, but there is no repressing Travis Head at the moment. He is 55. It is his 7th boundary and all for Azito brushless power tools. Do you?
Well, that's right in his wheelhouse there. It's width and just freeze those hands through the line of the ball. See what Ben Stokes is trying to do. He's trying to feed the ball out to that sweeper at deep point, but Travis Head got it way in front of point in cover.
Stokes around the wicket. Head pulls. It's aerial. It lands safely out at wide mid-wicket and runs to the boundary for 4. Back-to-back boundaries for Head, who launches another assault. He's 59. It's hung in the air. They all started to move, searching for it, but it was into the wide open spaces.
Well, the rate this is going, this is a 2-day test. It's unbelievable. It's been an unbelievable 2 days of cricket. If Travis Head gets through this next 20 minutes, umpires are going to be calling for maybe not even the extra half an hour tonight, the way he's going.
2 boundaries in a row. Head drives. He beats mid off. 3 in a row. Oh, look out. 63 for Head. He has moved to warp speed.
I don't get the plan, Kat. I don't get it. No. I don't really understand this plan. We know he's got a weakness with the short ball over leg stump, but Stokes has bowled a wide full one that was driven through extra cover, a short wide one that slapped over straight mid-wicket, and now just a full straight one. So I'm trying to get him off strike, but 3 boundaries in a row. It hasn't worked.
Captain to Head. He defends and ends the sequence.
Well, if he really wants to get him off strike, he may as well just throw all the fielders back on the fence and just say, we'll have one, see if we want one.
Yeah.
If he doesn't think that he's a chance to get him out.
I think we're quite close to getting near to using Jofra Archer. It's one of those we've talked for months in England about how you get the quicks through 5 tests. If they're going to be 2 days, pretty easily.
Correct. Would have loved to have played 2-day test, Brody.
He'd still be going.
He'd still be playing at 50.
Stokes to Head, pulls out into the deep again. Head will get to the boundary. 4 fours in the over. Australia beyond the halfway mark of the chase, and the blazing blade of Travis Head. He's 67 from 49.
The ramifications are large now. This is going to hurt England. well on top of this test match. Only a couple of hours ago, they imploded after lunch, and now they're watching this man assert himself into the series.
And taking down the captain. Head to finish with a cut, out to the sweeper and a single. 17 from the over. Travis Head running hot for Ream, Australia's favourite. That's steady, hot and strong, 1 for 106.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. Homes with prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. The Henley Mainview Collection. The difference is everywhere.
Ozito brushless power tools. Tested by Grit and built to work. When it comes to doing tough jobs, do it yourself. Ozito. Home and garden brushless power tools. Do you. Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
The Ashes on SEN for Henley Homes. Hard to beat. Ask other builders, then come back to us. Henley.com.au. From 17 overs, Australia is 1 for 106. Travis Head is 68 from 50 balls. Marnus Labuschagne 12 from 18. Our experts of Eufy PoE Systems, professional grade security for complete home protection. Bharat Sundaresan comes in to join Stuart Broad. Told you, Bharat, when he came out through the curtain that it was worthy of entrance music.
It was.
That's how it's panned out. Gus Atkinson, England hapless under this attack at the moment. Head lays back on the cut and misses.
Yeah, I don't know how much of a wrestling fan you were growing up, Stuart Broad, but it did feel like it was Stone Cold Steve Austin coming out, the glass shattered, and I mean, he's done this so often in the last 4 years, ever since you guys were here for last Ashes series. He just breaks games, and you speak to those who played junior cricket with him, Marnus Labuschagne included. That's what he's done throughout his life. He just comes and changes and breaks games.
Atkinson bowling to him, head back, blunts the ball to mid-off, no run.
Can I ask you a question? With all the question marks that since David Warner's retired of who should open the batting, and has Travis Head not been in that conversation?
The only reason he hasn't been in that conversation to open in Australia is A, how successful he's been at number 5.
Yeah.
And for the longest time, he's been the most dependable and most destructive batter for Australia in Test cricket.
Atkinson around the wicket, head flashes to cover, bounced before it reached.
So they've been very reluctant to move him out of that position to start with. And then there have always been question marks around his technique against the moving ball. And I think as someone, I've been fortunate to see a lot of him through the years in Adelaide. I think he's become such a good problem solver. So a lot of his innings in the last few years, even in the 3 Test matches in the Caribbean, there was really difficult pitches to bat on, but he's found ways of doing that.
Atkinson to heads, drives, found the gap at extra cover. My goodness, Tramble has taken hold. 72 from 54. Just say it under your breath. There's 100 in a session on offer here.
There is, and
when you bowl at Travis Head, very easy from the commentary box, I must say. But your number 1 goal is to avoid his cover drive. He's one of the best cover drives in the world.
1,000 Test runs in Ashes cricket for Travis Head. Got his mind on loftier goals right now. He's nibbling the ball down the third and helping himself to his 73rd run.
So you avoid his cover drive at all costs. And since the drinks break, England seem to have this plan with an offside field to pitch it up, get him driving. But it's proved pretty fruitful for him, and he's finding the boundary, finds the middle of his bat. He's 73 off 55. It's certainly not keeping him quiet, and if they were trying to get him off strike, that's not working either, because he's faced more since the drinks break. So, yeah, he's such a dangerous cricketer, and he's taking this Australian batting unit forward.
Labuschagne, last ball of the over. He tried to remove the bat. It was the Pleave. It lands safely in front of Brook at second slip. 1 for 111. The Capital.com scoreboard. Fast, smart, seamless.
Introducing the world's first NVR with a local AI agent. Type keywords for instant search results to find specific moments in seconds. Your data stays private and is processed locally. 24/7 protection that's both smart and secure. Visit eufy.com/au.
Since Ray White opened their door over 120 years ago, they've helped their clients open thousands of doors of their own. When you're ready to open the door to commercial real estate, no one's better than Ray White Commercial. Learn more. Visit raywhitecommercial.com.
SEN Test Cricket for Octet, Smart Business Finance. Stuart Broad said it from the broadcast box. It's exactly what England have felt. The last gasp here is Jofra Archer, and he's come to replace Ben Stokes, who was taken down viciously by Travis Head in the previous over. So Archer 4 overs, no maidens, none for 18, with Head on 73. This is it.
This is it. Absolutely. I'm really intrigued as to what field they're going with. Currently only one slip in place. Joe Root just wandering from first slip to mid-wicket. It's a 50-over field, really. One-day field. Feels like England are not necessarily trying to get Travis Head out. They're hoping for him to make a mistake.
Jofra Archer bowls Head, flicks him away to the leg side. Happy to take a single. To deep square, 74 from 56.
And your question, Stuart, that's one of the reasons they haven't wanted to move him. And in the subcontinent, they feel that his technique may be tested if he comes in the middle order. The first 1 or 2 tests he did play in the middle order, he had no idea against Ashwin and co. So they pushed him up to open in Indore. He won them the game, a very narrow run chase on a big test again, which finished in 2 days. So they've always kept him as an opener for the subcontinent, and they said, no, we'll stick with you for 5. But this changes everything.
Archer to Labuschagne. He lifts it up on the uppercut. Soft hands down to the boundary for 4. There's a third down there. Labuschagne just placed it ever so carefully. And he joins the scoring spree on 16.
This is why everyone in this Australian batting lineup loves batting with Travis Head. You speak to Steve Smith, Manas, just takes the pressure completely off you. You kind of feed off it. That was done very delicately by Manas.
Liquorland last session. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. Prime time on a Saturday night. Being dominated by this run chase. 89 to go. Labuschagne tried to get out of the way. Dropped to the leg side. Adds 1 to the total, which stands at 117. The glove on it. Labuschagne checks his fingers in the aftermath.
And the other advantage that opens up if they stick with Travis Head as opener is Australia, if you look at the Shield numbers in the last few seasons, because the pitches have been pretty sporting, not too many top 3 batters have averaged much, which is why there's been the struggle to find an opener. But there are a lot of middle order batters coming through, young and seasoned.
Archer gets another look at Heads. Bowls to him, or Heads was going to let it pass and then just tried to flick it up over the top. A little gasp in the aftermath. Just got to be smart here. This is the test match. Yes. Just don't go out in the 3 overs from Archer.
Well, that's where the mind plays wonderful tricks, because Travis Head has been playing so beautifully, finding the boundary at ease. If he tries to change his tempo now and just see Archer off and nicked one, he'll be absolutely livid with himself. So maybe in his mind he's thinking, do you know what, keep the same tempo, keep playing the way I'm playing, keep putting the English bowlers under pressure.
Crawley moves a bit finer at third. Head swings across the line, found the gap at mid-wickets, and hammers Archer relentlessly to the fence for 4. He's 78 as the short arm jab.
Just like you said, Stuart Broad. Yeah, just continue going, doing what you're doing. Follow your instincts. That's what he's done throughout his career. This ball just didn't get up. So he had to adjust at the last second, but he did it really well. Those quick hands of his coming into play. He's within 22 runs now of that 100 in a session, Gerard.
And he's still got an hour to go.
You'd have to say this would be one of his best Test match centuries, wouldn't you, on a pitch like this when no other batter has really middled the ball. He's come out at 78 off 58 with the game on the line.
It'll be one of Australia's finest ever Ashes centuries, bar none, given the circumstances that you've spoken of and the fact that he's not the opener. Bit between the teeth. Show the way. Stirring day for Australia. Still 84 runs to go. An hour's left in the day's play. Archer's got one left to bowl. He's gone for 10 so far. Head smacks him straight down the ground. That is pure, brutal strength. It goes for 6. If you are not around a radio or a television, or you fear someone might not be, spread the word. Travis Head is leading the nation. 84, 1 for 127, as Archer suffers the same fate as many before. Adam Collins is coming in.
Cricket season's in full swing and Alex Scott and staff are stepping up to bat for you. Servicing Gippsland since 1886, they're your local experts in livestock, rural property and real estate. Alex Scott and staff. Gippsland born and bred. Visit alexscott.com.au.
Don't get caught out by skills shortages. Build a great team with MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. Offering local advice and ongoing support, they'll make sure your investment pays off. So speak to the experts at MEGT.com.au. Apprentice Connect Australia providers are an Australian government-funded initiative.
SEN Test Cricket for Octet, Smart Business Finance. That is one of the most outrageous shots I think I've ever seen in a Test match. Stuart Broad.
Absolutely incredible. Off Jofra Archer. It's one of those shots that drags the soul out of your fast bowling unit, to be honest. It just back of a leg, well, short ball really, and it's, I don't know to describe it, sort of pulled straight back over Jofra Archer's head for 6.
78 from victory. Atkinson bowls, Labuschagne tucks, doesn't get one. So Adam Collins joining Bharat, Sundaresan and Stuart Broad. There are so many things to play with here statistically as well. Tommy will come in and tell us about the shortest Test matches ever. This will be in the running for that in terms of balls bowled. The time-honoured century in a session, which for whatever reason is that quirk with Perth. 3 Australians have made centuries in a session at Perth, of course across the road at the Wacker, after tea. Walters in 74, Gilchrist in 2006, Warner in 2012. Can Head join that list today in this city? Bowling here, Atkinson, round the corner, goes Labuschagne for 1 for 128.
Going back to that 6 from Travis Head, it's amazing what a difference a day can make. Around this time yesterday, the English bowlers were bullying Australia and hitting them everywhere. And it felt like they were setting the tone for the rest of the series. How are Australia going to get out of this? It's like a different game today.
Yeah, and isn't that what makes, I want to say Test cricket on a whole, but Ashes cricket particularly, how your emotions can just change every single hour. It's quite incredible, really. And I'm genuinely believing if Travis Head gets 100 here, this goes into one of the top-tier Ashes centuries.
Yeah, for sure. He's got a knack. There are 5 men back, Head facing, and he's flaying him, going leg side. It's going to be 4 more. He's crunched it. He's given it everything behind point. 4 more for Head. He's up to 88 from 60 balls. This is wondrous. 1 for 132, 73 to go. He's trying to hit every ball to or over the ropes.
It's poor bowling, actually. I have to be honest there. That's at the sponsor's logo at the chest. You have to be in at the shoulder. You can't miss too far leg side at the minute. Travis Head is moving around so much. Got to get the ball higher where he can't control it.
Atkinson, what does he do? He goes short again. Head helps it down to fine leg. Has it gone all the way? Oh, you better believe it has. 4 more. Getting it fine leg. Every ball is getting the treatment. He's 92 from 61. 69 to go. Forget about the extra half an hour. Getting this done in regulation. 1 for 136.
Yeah, the England bowlers are now feeding him. Yeah, you said Stuart, the previous ball as well just didn't get up. This one was offline as well. Travis had just helped it along.
It's the height. You have to be up at the shoulder, just below the shoulder. It's a skill to bowl accurate short pitch bowling. Gus Atkinson just isn't getting the ball short enough at the moment. Do you know what's an option here? A slow ball bouncer, because Travis Head is in the 90s. He's absolutely flying.
Atkinson over the wicket, Head, short ball. He goes leg side of it. He's followed by the ball, and at the last minute has to duck out the way. Performative booing from the crowd. They want more. They want more. The implications, Stuart. I mean, England needed to win this week anyway, right? We've both spoken about it at great length. And to get a stranglehold on this test match, a lead of 105 in the second dig with 9 wickets in hand, only for this to happen?
That's a shock. It's a shocker from England's point of view, but it's what Australia do. They're incredible at dragging themselves.
Last ball of the over, Atkinson to Head, who drives to extra cover. He won't beat Mark Wood, who pings at the non-striker stumps. Completes the Atkinson over. Another expensive one. 1 for 136, 69 to go. Head 92 from 63. Labuschagne 18. That's all on the Capital.com scoreboard. Fast, smart, seamless.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. Homes with prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. The Healy Mainview Collection. The difference is everywhere.
Want to hit a 6 for your business? Sign up and apprentice with MEGT. Their local teams come to you, offering free advice and ongoing support that helps you and your apprentice succeed. So sign up today at MEGT.com.au. Apprentice Connect Australia providers are an Australian government-funded initiative.
The Australian team are cruising. They're here for Australia Made, by Australia, support Australians. Stuart Broad with us for one more over. Archer's going to bowl it. Just to let you finish that point about what this will do for the psyche of the English team being beaten up this way in a decisive second day.
It's just what Australia do. They're incredible at grabbing the game back in their favour when they're under the pump and struggling, particularly at home, but actually all over the world. They've got an amazing competitive mentality as a collective.
Archer, a couple of slips when bowling to Labuschagne, and leaves alone on length.
And you could feel it as soon as Harry Brook got out, and they could sense, okay, we've got 2 and 2 it, we're going to go. And then they just gave no bad balls away. They squeezed, they brought the best bowler back on in Mitchell Stark. The crowd was up, and just watching it, I mean, I felt that in the middle. But actually, sat in the stands, you could feel it even more. You're like, okay, well, this is what Australia does. As a country, this is what Australia does. And this English team, yes, some have experienced it before, some haven't. Just weren't able to cope with it, as England haven't been able to cope with it since 2010-11. So England will be really frustrated in the fact they got themselves in such a brilliant position.
Archer to Labuschagne. Langeran bowls here. Labuschagne helps it out to square leg, deep square leg, where there'll be 1, and the crowd will be happy with that, because that means more Travis Head. 1 for 137, 68 to go.
Well, I also guarantee that England will be looking at that sort of positive side of it. Okay, we got ourselves in that position. So what do we learn from the feelings that we had? We got ourselves in a position where the win vid was saying 75% England. Well, that's not been the case for a long time in Australia. So you drag every bit of positive you can out of it. And even defending 200, you thought, okay, Australia are going to have to go and score the highest score of the game to win. And a freakish innings like Travis Head has played, 92 off 63 now, is just outrageous skill. He's going to get some bounces here. He's got every chance to bring his 100 up with 2 back-to-back sixes.
Look at that field. I mean, field is unbelievable. 4 back on the leg side, 3 other men there with him. Archer over the wicket, 2 Head. He goes back and rides the bounce defensively. No one saw that coming. Back down the pitch, and Archer collects it with the feet of the batter.
We used to see some funky fields for Neil Wagner, but this is something else.
But 68 to win.
How deflating is it, Brody, on the Ashes, 5 test matches, but to lose that first one, like, you've been in this dressing room, you've been in multiple dressing rooms, but to lose that first one in an Ashes series.
Yeah, it's hard. I mean, they'll have a few extra days to get over it. Interested to see what they do for that bit of a break in between test matches.
So many men back for the short ball. Archer bowls to Head, makes room for a fuller one, and it goes between him and leg stump after going leg side of the ball and trying to pump it over long on for another 6, but doesn't make contact for once. Nearly bowled him. That's on the leg side, that's 4th stump line, if you like. Weird as it is to say. So nearly on target from Archer.
Mention that slow ball. Jofra Archer's got an amazing knuckleball. Wonder whether, with the tempo that Travis Head's showing, trying to hit every ball for 6, whether his little knuckleball could go straight up in the air to Ben Stokes at mid-on.
Archer in, bowls to Head, stays at home. Yorker length, tucked out to mid-wicket for 193 from 66. 1 for 138. Leaving 67 to win. Get one more go at Labuschagne. He's playing his part here. He's up to 19.
Yeah, they have to find a way. Yeah, you're right. There will be a big gap between now and the pink ball test. I wonder how many of them will play in the game in Canberra. Something like a warm-up.
It was meant to be basically a Lions team, as we heard in the press box a couple of days ago.
I think the team were even going to Canberra, to be honest. But
I think they're going to Queensland for a bit of time off. I wonder if that changes. That question will be asked. It has to be. Archer in the shadows, running in, bowls here to Labuschagne, finishing the over, plays late under his eyes to backward point, no run. Ends the over, head back on strike. He's 93, Labuschagne 19. We say goodbye to Brody. But 1 for 138, 67 to win. Capital.com scoreboard, fast, smart, seamless.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Start your next innings with a career that gives you more. Search Police Careers, Victoria Police, and Oldham Construction Lawyers, your experts in construction law, ensuring you're never caught out when pressure builds.
Navigating a building dispute? With over 30 years of experience, Oldham Construction Lawyers are your trusted specialists in construction and property law. So whether it's VCAT, the courts, or the Building and Plumbing Commission, Oldham Construction Lawyers can provide you with expert legal solutions. Visit oclawyers.com.au.
You better believe he's the leading run scorer. Travis Head's on 93 for Beaumont Tiles. Black Friday deals on now. Text in here. Stuart Broad has been brilliant. Great get, SEN. Couldn't agree more. A shame that only 2 days with him this week, but he'll be with us at Brisbane next week as well. Gus Atkinson to continue 2 head as they spread the field once more, Baz.
Yeah, I'm a little disappointed with the crowd. There was a sign which went, don't throw things. Throwing is prohibited. If you throw, you go, and immediately everybody's been throwing debris all around.
Field spread everywhere. Atkinson bowls. Head makes room. Out through point it goes. One man to beat won't beat him. They'll come back for 2, I reckon, yet they will. So Head within 1 strike of a century. He's 95. 1 for 140.
So if he scores 5 runs this ball, or reaches 100 off this ball, he'll better David Warner's 69 ball ton, which will mean it'll be the 2nd quickest century for an Australian of all time in Test cricket.
Wow. 2nd quickest, you say?
Yeah, for an Aussie.
Stunning for an Aussie. Here he is, Atkinson, bowling to Head, and he leaves the bumper that comes a signalled wide. That won't count to his ball tally. For those who are statistically minded, it remains 67. 1 run added to the score. 1 for 141. Partnerships up to 67 from 58. 64 left for them to knock off.
We're talking about a different game now. It's all about when Travis Head gets to his century. We're not even talking about Australia needing 64 more runs for victory.
So Travis Head, there are 4 men back for the short ball. Atkinson bowls to him on 95, and he goes out through the offside, over cover. He's got plenty of it, and it runs away for 4 again. Had all the space in the world to work with. Went leg side, as he does so often. Up to 99, 60 to go.
Yeah, he's just playing with the field now. He's playing with England. They have all these fielders on the onside. He says, okay, I'll make some room. I'll hit you over cover.
Will this prompt any change from Stokes? I mean, 1 run for the 100 in conventional terms. As I welcome Cat, why wouldn't I at this point in time? Normally the captain would go, at least ring him up a little bit.
Yeah.
No. I mean, how can you? How can you when he's batting like this? Deep square, deep backward square, fine leg, fly slip. Another mid-wicket. Deepish mid-on. Atkinson into Travis Head on 99. On the way, and Head goes back and plays it through to backward point for a single, and it completes what is truly one of the greatest Ashes centuries. 10th of his career, 3rd against England, and he joins a marvellous list of cricketers who've completed the time-honoured century in a session. Victor Trumper, Charlie McCartney, Doug Walters, Adam Gilchrist, David Warner, and Travis Head today at Perth Stadium. It's been an absolute stunner. 69 balls, some of the most imperious hitting you could ever dream to see. And given the circumstances, a low-scoring test match, It does not get better than this, Simon Katich.
Well, what a difference a night's sleep makes. Australia have come back today refreshed and rejuvenated, and Travis Head has pretty much led the charge with Mitchell Starc. Both of them have been superb, but this man this afternoon has completely changed the complexion of this test match, opening the batting as well, under pressure, magnificent.
Atkinson bowls, Labuschagne leaves, not to mention the series, the psychological blow that Travis Head has. I mean, it's sledgehammer stuff.
Yep.
It's brute force. It's such a punish. How on earth are they going to recover for Brisbane, Baz?
Well, last night we went to bed saying, oh, England have Australia under the cosh. They've roughed them up. I think what Travis Head has done to them in the last couple of hours is worse. He might have just hit them out of the series. That's just how good this has been.
Atkinson to Labuschagne, couple of slips. Bowls here, Labuschagne plays it into the onside. He's on 19. He's doing a good job, Marnus Labuschagne.
You called it one of the greatest Ashes stunts. I think it's one of the greatest test stunts. You put it into perspective in the context of the game, in a low-scoring game which is going to finish in 2 days, for him to have never opened in Australia in a test match before, to walk out and make 100 of 69 balls with all the pressure in the world, all the stock from England. You saw how the fast bowlers walked out as well today. It's just one of the most extraordinary things you'll see in sport.
I mean, there is recency bias, but I share your view, Baz. It's incredible. Bowling here is Atkinson, and Labuschagne into the onside, keeps the strike, unless they take two, but they won't. They'll be happy enough here. Australia require a further 58 runs for victory at 1 for 147. Heads there on 100, not out. That's on the Capital.com scoreboard. Fast, smart, seamless.
Did you know Steve Smith has an oat milk brand?
No.
Yeah, it's Aussie made with Aussie oats and no seed oils.
OMG, what's it called?
Well, that's it.
Huh?
OMG oat milk goodness for everyday Aussie champions. Get yours in the fridge at Woolworths.
Hi, Jamie Dury here. The days of getting home on a hot day to a hot house are over, with My Dear Air Conditioners giving you up to a 7-star energy rating. Request a quote from your local AC installer or visit the My Dear website to learn more. T's and C's apply.
SEN Test Cricket for Octet. Smart business finance. I mean, Kat, these are the conversations, right? Is this one of the greatest tons ever in Test history? 149 years of it. It feels that way at the moment.
Well, when you look back to the start of the innings, and he faced the very first ball of this innings, Australia were under pressure because of what happened yesterday. We saw how well England bowled, and new ball on this surface. You know, he gets knocked over in the first couple of overs. We might be having a completely different discussion now at this time of the day, where Australia might be in trouble, England are on top. But he's completely transformed this test match. When no one else has looked like getting near 100, he's done it in ease. 69 balls.
Archer to Labuschagne. Field remains spread for him. Ducks the short one that's inevitably coming.
Imagine if he'd done it in 6-7.
You can tell Kat's got kids in school. We got a letter home from the head teacher saying, no more of that.
Oh, really?
You won.
I stuck one in there. But, I mean, go back to 4 years. It was a different kind of 100. It was this 100 that set the tone for Australia and that Ashes series as well. He's just become the...
It's like the heart of the situation. Think about the World Cup final, Brisbane and Hobart in the previous Ashes, two spicy ones. The World Test Championship final, where he came in when Australia were in a real spot of bother. He's just got this knack. Harder it is, the better he is.
And when you see that panning of the cameras to the dressing room, I don't think there was anyone grinning and cheering better than Bo Webster, because he knows what the ramifications are.
Archer into Labuschagne. He goes leg side this time, and he slaps through the offside. Marnus Labuschagne's turn to get busy. The huge gap, makes the most of it, moves to 24 with authority. 1 for 151. 54 to go. There's a question on the text about the extra half an hour. Well, there are 40 minutes until we have to call off play in theory. They'll finish this before then. They won't need the extra half an hour.
They don't want it.
Tommy Morris has got all the numbers for us. Bring it on.
Travis Head now has the most sixes in an Ashes innings for an opener in history. 4. No Ashes opener has ever hit more than 3 sixes in an innings.
Tommy Morris, Cobram Estate, Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil. I'll get you to find the quickest test matches ever as well, wherever that. Going to be in the frame for it. Archer bowls here, Labuschagne ducks. So we'll come back to you here. You got that there, Tommy? Give me 1 second.
No worries. We'll keep moving on with Baz.
Been obsessed with Travis.
No, that's fine. It's fine.
69 balls, the equal third quickest for an Australian.
Equal third quickest. So we've got Gilchrist,
Gregory,
equal
with David Warner.
Beautiful.
Also in Perth, David Warner.
Yes.
At the Wacker.
I mean, if Travis Head wasn't already a cult hero in Australia, I don't know where this innings is going to take him.
Most popular bloke in the country, I reckon, Simon. He's Archer. Labuschagne jumping around the crease. He goes full after that, T20 style, and he's worked around the corner as if he knew this was going to happen all along. Gets one to Ben Duckett at backward square. 25 for Labuschagne at 1 for 152.
What a remarkable 2 days. I don't think I've ever seen anything like it in Test cricket across 2 days.
It feels different. We had a 2-dayer a couple of summers ago, didn't we? But it didn't feel like this does.
That
was a pitch where the divots were affecting the... It's not been that pitch, has it?
But not where both teams have felt like they've been on top and then out of it and then back on top.
I mean, just after lunch, Australia were in massive trouble. I was saying to Brody before. A lead of 105, 9 wickets in hand with 2 blokes in the middle of a partnership. At that point, it was on 65. England have thrown away so many opportunities under Stokes and McCullum, and this will go on that list right at the very top.
Yep.
53 to win, 2 left in the set for Archer. Nowhere near it at his quickest right now. Langeren bowls to Head, he works him just round the corner, 1 foot in the air, and he literally walks the single. He never so much as breaks into a jog until about 3 metres to go. 101 from 70, 1 for 153. Tommy?
Yeah, so assuming Australia continue on the way they are, it will be the second quickest Test match on these shores in Test history.
And was the quickest the one we were referring to a minute ago?
The one in Sydney?
Not the one in...
Hobart?
The one in Brisbane.
Brisbane 2022, possibly. Nevertheless, I mean, it gives you a sense of what an outlier it is in a way, but we're seeing more and more of this, aren't we? Test cricket is getting quicker. Archer bowls and Labuschagne pulls, had short leg to beat, quick single, head to the danger end, direct hit, which will be of some interest, but he looks home to the naked eye. He doesn't seem concerned either. They'll probably go upstairs. That's what they do these days. Umpire at square leg. We'll send them up there now. 1 for 153. Let's go through the process here.
At the wicketkeeper person, can I have the side on replay, please?
Umpire holds stock at square leg. Third umpire for Imar. 1-3 Imar.
Just watching Travis Head walk that last single reminded me of Ahmedabad, November 19th. World Cup final after he got to 100.
Has made his ground comfortably
satisfied. He has made his ground. We'll go to a quick break
for
now.
The next one is
confirmation coming. They're already in their spots. On the Capital.com scoreboard, fast, smart, fearless. Australia 52 to win.
At AIA, we're for the doers. Whatever you love doing, we'll help you do more of it. More cricket, more family time, more fun. AIA. Health insurance, life insurance, financial advice. Do it for life.
Looking for your next fishing weapon? Bar Crusher is Australia's leading fishing boat builder and lead the industry in design excellence and quality. For the most advanced plate aluminium fishing boats or to build your dream boat online, visit barcrusher.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Octet Smart Business Finance. It's going to be Gus Atkinson, 1 for 35 from his 7 overs, in keeping with the figures, in fact, probably better than the figures of most of his colleagues.
It's been carnage today. There's not many of them that are going under 6 and over. And remarkable, really, when you look at the bowling figures from yesterday. It's like watching 2 different games.
Yeah.
What a difference the night makes. It's remarkable.
Everything that Tommy gives me is for Marshall Batteries Roadside Rescue. Atkinson's got the short leg catching. The rest is spread. Bowls here, Labuschagne pulls. Out to the leg side, where he'll bisect the 2 fielders. That's some shot. Still enough time for the fine leg, Harry Brook, to go behind the deep backward square and cut it off in the nick of time and get the throw in and keep it to 2. Labuschagne up to 28, 1 for 156.
So we're sitting at 130 overs now, and it was 109 overs Australia versus South Africa in 1932. Got it. So that's the quickest Test match on balls in Australia. So this will be number 2.
Wow. I mean, Simon, it's not a new thing. We've seen a number of Test matches end rapidly in the last few years. The dynamic is changing between bat and ball, isn't it? As Atkinson bowls here, Labuschagne makes room, gives him the offside to aim at, and then swats it away like a cross-court forehand for 1. 29 for him, 1 for 157 for Australia. Their target's 205.
Well, even just the fact that, Australia on top, bowling England out for 172. After England were on top, in a period there just before lunch. So it swings Australia's way due to some indiscriminate shots and some very good bowling from Mitchell Starc. And then by the end of play last night, England are well on top. Yeah. Australia have squandered a chance where, they could have really battered England out of the game, and then England get back into it. And then today, it's gone the other way around. England were well on top, 1 for 99 at lunch, and then have absolutely imploded.
Atkinson in, bowls here, short again, head, spoons it up into the onside. Work to do for Joe Root, doesn't get to the contest. He was on his heels there at mid-wicket. Needed to be charging in, but not quite, such as the discombobulation that head prompts. He's 102, 1 for 158 with the single.
And I know when I asked Brody before, having been in that dressing room and played under this regime, what the talk will be when it doesn't go to plan, and he said they'll double down and go even harder. But that thinking is flawed.
Yeah.
Because it's exactly why they're in this position in the first place.
Completely. That doesn't make any sense.
They could have put Australia away with some disciplined batting and a couple of partnerships, and Australia would have been out of it.
Atkinson in for Labuschagne. Labuschagne, slower ball, picks it up, works at the deep backward square with a pull shot. He's 30, 1 for 159.
And the other reason it's flawed is because you look at their attack. They've got some talent out there, but they don't have the durability to back up the next day. And so if you're going to bat quick and then make your bowlers bowl every day of a test, these guys are going to break down. History shows that in the numbers and the amount of tests they played in the last 5 years.
Baz, we heard a bit about, the second coming of Bazball. I know they don't use that term themselves, but the second coming was meant to be the more mature, refined version of it. And the available evidence, they've gone backwards. Atkinson bowls and head misses a ball with pace off that bounces twice before reaching Jamie Smith.
But Bazball with brains, they won differently at Lords against India.
Yep.
They traditional test cricket.
Which was a great win, by the way. It was a great test win because they were willing to show some candour. They were willing to... Nathan Lyons padded up as night watchman, if you're wondering.
Yeah, Todd Greenburg made that call.
Works, but anyway.
he's overridden Steve Smith. Said Nathan Lyons got to come out and be night watchman and make sure it goes to day 3.
Most broadcasters as well, I reckon.
Yeah, same with Channel 7.
How that works when there's so much time left in the day. Anyway, Atkinson bowls here, head whipping into the onside, the deep backward square for another easy single. He'll keep the strike. That's 6 runs from the over. 1 for 160. That's on the Sharkbite scoreboard. Plumbing perfected. Sharkbite max. Head 103, Labuschagne 30, 45 to go.
Looking for your next fishing weapon? Bar Crusher is Australia's leading fishing boat builder and lead the industry in design excellence and quality. For the most advanced plate aluminium fishing boats or to build your dream boat online, visit barcrusher.com.au.
At Capital.com, we know markets don't wait. They bounce, crash and soar, sometimes before the first innings is over. Markets move fast, so should you. Capital.com, a trading platform without delays. Refer to Capital.com Australia's PDS and TMD, AFSL 513393.
Tom's got another good one, he tells me, for Cobram Estate, Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil.
Well, I'll let the audience be the judge of that. I like this. Travis Head, 100 off 69 balls, the fastest test century in the 4th innings of a test.
Beautiful.
Oh, nice.
Who's man of the match? Starc or Head?
They have done joint men of the match before. It's not without
Can't sit on the
precedent.
fence.
They have done it. I'm just making the point. They have done it before.
I think
On a handful of occasions it has happened. It would be worthy this week. 5 back for Archer's short ball. Bowls to Head. It's Fuller and whips a wideish mid on where Joe Root will do the fielding, no run. I mean, it's not without precedent. I would go for joint because I think Stark's too good not to give it to him.
It is, particularly...
It's an all-timer.
This is a good wicket too. Like Australia aren't 1 for 160 for no reason. It's a good track.
Yeah.
We've been saying that for 2 days. Everyone thought it was spiced up and juicy. There's nothing wrong with this wicket.
Saw all this ridiculous nonsense on social media last night, Bharat, saying, if this test match were played elsewhere, you'd be... I mean, this
rubbish.
It's garbage.
Yeah, it is. People just aren't watching the sport.
Travis Head batting way wide of leg stump, waiting for Archer, goes across the stumps and deflects it with panache to deep third. Easy as you like. 104 for him. Like watching a one-day international from 1997. 1 for 161.
Now, if the speed of Test cricket's going to be like this moving forward, do we turn it into 3 innings tests? Turn it into 5 days?
Don't give England ideas. If they're batting like this in 2 innings, imagine what they'll do with 3.
Well, we turned T20 into 100 balls in England.
Yeah.
Anyway, I digress.
There is something new called Test T20s.
Don't even mention it. That's banned from this network. Archer runs in, bowling to Labuschagne. 44 away from the target. Labuschagne makes room, then down the leg side, gets out the way, but through to Smith.
But just going back to England, I would get it if they played a lot of funky shots and got out. It was just pure stubbornness that, no, we will keep driving on the up outside off stump. It was more ego than anything else. I would understand if they were getting out to ramps and trying all sorts of different shots.
You're spot on. This is all built around ego. This whole game plan is ego. It's about saying, I'm better than you, I'm going to smack you every ball. It doesn't work like that in Test cricket, in these sorts of conditions.
Here's Archer, Langer end, bowls to Labuschagne. He has the periscope up, but he gets it away when he's ducking, so it's through to Smith again.
And if you don't learn from your mistakes in this game, and that's credit to Australia, they learnt lessons from yesterday beautifully in the space of 24 hours because they got exposed yesterday with the lack of footwork against shorter pitch bowling and back foot play. They've come out today proactive, ready for it, and guess what? They've ambushed this England attack, which was all over them 24 hours ago.
Kat, you spend a lot of time in England as well. I mean, what do you think they're going to say? What do you think we're going to hear from Ben Stokes tonight? 2 balls left, Archer bowls and Labuschagne ducks.
I think there's varying beliefs in the England game about this. I really think there's an underlying disappointment with some of this hierarchy because it doesn't work, it doesn't fit for every player in England. And I think it's put some players offside in that country because not everyone plays this format or this style of cricket, but they could actually be good at this format because they play a bit more traditionally. So I think there'll be, if this doesn't go to plan and Australia hammer them here, there'll be changes.
Archer to finish the over. Labuschagne this time takes on the short ball, down to third man, doesn't make it to Atkinson. They get through for 1. Could have got to Atkinson, but he was on his heels, I reckon. Labuschagne keeps the strike. He's 31, heads on 104. 43 to go. Gerard Whateley will take you through to the finish at 1 for 162. That's on the Shark Bite scoreboard. Plumbing perfected. Shark Bite Max.
Since Ray White opened their door over 120 years ago, they've helped their clients open thousands of doors of their own. When you're ready to open the door to commercial real estate, no one's better than Ray White Commercial. Learn more. Visit raywhitecommercial.com.
G'day, Flem here. If Program Commercial Painting were a test bowler, they'd take every painting maintenance job's wicket. Repaints, bowled. Graffiti, caught behind. From schools to local businesses, hospitals and beyond, get them bowling for you. Visit programcommercialpainting.com.au.
It has been a genuinely astounding 2 hours of cricket to fit in with an outrageous 2 days of cricket. We are now in the final phase. Australia needs 43 runs for victory with 9 wickets in hand. Marnus Labuschagne is 31. He has the strike. Gus Atkinson is bowling to him, and Marnus swats it through the onside, Roger Federer style, and slaps it to the boundary for 4. There is no shot that won't be played. 1 for 166. Damien Fleming, welcome in.
Yeah, I think I picked this early in the day, Gerard. Had a feeling Travis had to do something special. No one could write this script. No one.
You wouldn't dare.
I thought this could be all over today, but it would be with Australia collapsing.
39 runs from victory. Atkinson to Labuschagne, who pulls gently out to deep square for a single. 1 for 166.
And Bazball has fizzed ball after almost an unlosable test match at lunch. But this has just been exhilarating, Kato. He's such an incredible player, isn't he? 60 test matches coming in, 10 man of the matches. Chuck in another one.
Well, is he yours for this or is it joint?
Sorry, fast bowling cartel. Mitchell Starc.
Yeah, you just burnt Starkey there.
Honourable mention.
Just quick to jump ship from your cartel.
Yep. Without Starkey yesterday, game over.
They are spread all over the countryside, the field. There's been no fencing Travis head in. He jumps at a ball that he doesn't play at, and it's called a wide. It's the only way they've been able to get it past him in recent times is to bowl wides. A 93-run partnership between these two.
And the other thing too is you wonder how much confidence this gives Marnus. Just freeing up and getting a few in the middle, and His footwork looks so much better, and momentum. Jake Weatherald getting runs, looking good.
Well, it's scoreboard pressure, isn't it? Runs on the board.
Atkinson to head, smack, straight down the ground. It's raw. And it is joyous around Perth Stadium. He's 108, and there are people who will never forget this session of cricket.
Well, no doubt that Test cricket's alive and well, Gerard. Massive build-up. You couldn't have predicted this. First Test done and dusted in 2 days. The ebbs and flows and the roller coaster ride it's been, but what an amazing start to this series.
33 to win, heads 108. He's jumping across his stumps. He's prodded it up. He's just cleared Cass and picks up another boundary. So he ran right, then he came back left, and then he jumped in the air and he pogoed it just over the field for 4.
He's that good. Get him up here. He's commentating while he's batting. He's called it as it's midway to the fielder. Get up, get over him. And it did. Down to third man for 4.
100-run partnership in 85 balls, 75 minutes. Heads 112 from 77. 29 to go. Atkinson to him. Head, that's a go. That's a wide as well. This is as good a mental disintegration as Steve Waugh ever inflicted on an opponent. I think we'll leave here and 5-0 is right in play.
I just want to watch the way the English walk off as well. Like, it's just unbelievable for them to come back from this when they had their best opportunity to beat a full-strength Australian team in Perth and gave it away.
It jumps down the pitch, flicks it to the leg side. It lands safely in front of mid-wicket. It takes a single, 113, 178 on the board, 27 to go.
And what I love is Bazball is inspired by Travis Head's batting 4 years ago. You know, Stokes, once McCullum come, why can't we all do this? But he's shown how to play Bazball right in front of him, hasn't he? There's less risk. He knows where he wants to score. He knows how to upset the bowlers. This has been a Trav Ball masterpiece.
Yep. And does he continue on pink ball test at the Gabba now?
Opening?
Yeah.
Oh, no, without.
Yeah.
What?
There'd be a national uprising.
Yeah.
I know. It's not at the top of the order now. Labuschagne sees the last ball of the over and he just slogs it out to deep mid-wicket. It pitches and runs for 4. There's nothing dainty or crafty about it anymore. It is blunt force trauma. 1 for 184. That went for $1 million. That over. SEN Test cricket for Octet Smart Business Finance.
Don't get caught out by skills shortages. Build a great team with MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. Offering local advice and ongoing support, they'll make sure your investment pays off. So speak to the experts at MEGT.com.au. Apprentice Connect Australia providers are an Australian government-funded initiative.
Looking for your next fishing weapon? Bar Crusher is Australia's leading fishing boat builder and lead the industry in design excellence and quality. For the most advanced plate aluminium fishing boats or to build your dream boat online, visit barcrusher.com.au.
The Shark Bite scoreboard. Plumbing perfected. Shark Bite Max. 1 for 182. Heads 113 from 78. Brett's got the idea. This is the best thing I've ever seen. Like ever. Pass has been brought back into the attack from the Langer stand-in. Bowls to Head, who swings up near the shoulders. Got it off the toe of the bat. It trickles away to mid-on. Coach sent me a message a little earlier on. An old hand told me when I came to coaching that if you were getting beaten in one position, don't move a player there who has been doing well elsewhere. Move one with talent who wasn't doing well. Might solve the problem and lift the player I moved. He said, don't want to speak too soon, but Travis Head, that was when he was 30. He's 113. Cast bowls to him. Head slogs out to deep mid-wickets for more. That boundary is on the horizon and he threatens to clear it.
What is he now? 117 runs off 80 balls. And that one made a massive sound off his bat. And it's fair to say, as they run in, they're not sure whether Trav's going to hit him for 4 or 6.
Yep, that's really the only
They're just
question.
going to get met, and the only dot ball ends up a wide.
19 to win. Head backs away, knocks it into the turf, puts it through cover, pierces the infield for a couple. He ran around like he was clearing a base and looping back for his second. He's 121.
I know he's got the 100 in the session, but what about the team score? Nearly 200 in the session. 1 for 188.
This is the 27th over, Cat. They were chasing 205.
Casts around the wicket, bowls, head, lifts him up to deep mid-wickets. Fly, my pretty. It bounces over the rope for 4. 13 to go.
That is right arm. Thank you very much to Big Trav. 123 off 82, and that was batter. Swing batter. Wow. Right out of the screws.
I think we've just seen King Charles. He's here to knight Travis Head.
Yes.
13 to go. And that's actually a good strategy. Cast pulled out 2 strides away. That's the first time an Englishman has not been punished hitting the crease in 45 minutes.
And the reason I say King Charles is here to knight him, Gerard, is because he's killed Bazball. King Charles wants the end of it. He doesn't want to see Bazball anymore. He's had enough of this. Absolute rubbish. Travis Head's just smashed it in one day.
There's places on psychiatrists' couches and gambling helplines for the English. Cast bowls, head hits. Now it's high. Will he be caught at deep mid-wickets? He will. And so it ends for Travis Head. Gather round, people, gather round. A hug with Marnus Labuschagne. Brutal and glorious. Soon to be victorious. An unforgettable innings from Travis Head. Instant folklore. And congratulated as such as he strides away. They stand around the country for Sir Trav. Could there be anything more Australian than that? And a big embrace with his captain as well. Travis Head's opus here in Perth. 123 from 83 balls, 16 fours and 4 sixes in a defining knock, I suspect not just for this first test, but for an Ashes series that was billed as the most anticipated in a generation. Do you know what? It was better that way. Don't hit the winning runs when everything gets mixed up. Take your exit, take your bow, and take the standing ovation.
It was good to see a few of the English players go and shake his hand. I don't think it was any of the bowlers, though, Gerard. But, yeah, I mean, the embrace from Marnus, the crowd upstanding, you know, and Trav raising his bat. Look at him, the 360 celebration to this massive Perth Stadium crowd. Stephen Smith coming on, the incoming batsman, high five and a big hug. But Travis Head is such a unique cricketer. And he's had so many match-winning hundreds in that 60-test career, none bigger than this. This is his masterpiece.
You've seen more in cricket than I have, but I've never heard a crowd while a fly ball is in the air all wishing it to find turf and booing before it was taken.
It was a serious catch.
Oh, Smith is in. It's a bounce from Cast. There's 13 to win. And the end of a successful over. 13 to win. Today's crowd is 49,983. And in years to come, it'll be 490,980 who are here. They'll all claim to have been here this Saturday in Perth.
Yeah, I think another factor here is, debating where the Perth Stadium test fits. I think it's a ominous, let's get it the first test match of the summer. I think I was hearing from the Western Australian Cricket Association, up to 30% of the crowd that come yesterday have never come before to a test match. So I hope you enjoyed yourself, particularly today too, and come and pack it out each year.
What a remarkable experience for everyone that's come the last 2 days.
A new stadium. This is only the 6th test match here. You build your moments of folklore along the way. Why does test cricket belong here? Well, remember the day Travis Head did that?
Well, I was floating around the crowd and, what they were talking about, Gilchrist's 100. So everyone remembers that.
Joe Root to the gallows. Back goes Labuschagne. Off the under edge. Can't find a run. Triples off the square.
This is the white flag now, isn't it? Joe Root's just making sure the quicks don't get injured in the last little period of play now.
Labuschagne plays back, clips the ball to square, hustles through for the first. Smith says no. One little piece of the action.
And I think he's a fan favourite here, but Adam Gilchrist's 100 against England might be second down to Big Travs.
Comfortably.
The significance of this.
So the Wacker had these chapters through time, and this is a new stadium. It's built as a multi-purpose. It's more football ground than cricket ground, and it's got.
But it's a good stadium for cricket.
That's right. Smith forward, plays to mid-on, takes a single to Stokes, heaves at the non-striker's end.
There's no bad seats everywhere you go. It's been well built. But I think this is the one that hopefully will keep the legend going and keep these capacity crowds.
Labuschagne down the pitch, slaps the ball through, long off for 4. 7 to win. Well, Marnus can get himself a cheeky half-century here.
Well, the other thing that's noticeable there, Gerard, is that Jofra Archer's at mid-off, and he was moving probably worse than Usman Khawaja. And he's only played 2 days of a test. Imagine what he's going to be moving like on day 5 if it's been hot. Rigor mortis is setting.
Stokes' hands to his eyes. The damage that this might do. Root to Labuschagne from his pads straight to mid-wicket. Pope Fields, no run.
There was a nice moment, though, when Travis Head was walking off after being dismissed. To Ben Stokes' credit, he ran up and congratulated him, which is not easy to do after he's just pumped him everywhere.
Last ball, Roots over. Labuschagne trumps down the pitch, goes big, into the stands. A half-century for Marnus. He's been Robin, and he draws the scores to level. Holds his blade to the crowd. It's raucous moment after raucous moment here in Perth. Australia just rolling them out. And Steve Smith will have the honour. Hasn't lost a test match when he's deputised for Pat Cummins during this reign. Only ever lost 2 test matches as captain on home soil. And this is one they will all cherish. Cast for the final moment. Bowls to Smith. It's a bouncer. It would have been called a wide if it wasn't for the match winner. But best to let them sort it themselves.
Wow, we've got a lot of time between this test match and the Brisbane test, but for England, where do they go from here? Like, such a great chance to go 1-0 up, dominate the day, dominated up until lunch today, and just let it go. There's going to be a lot of scars from this.
Bowles in. And Bowles to Steve Smith, who clips him away for victory. Simply astounding. Wow. Australia win in 2 days in Perth. They hunt down the English. A chase of 205 in a session. Powered by Travis Head. Finished by Steve Smith. Australia 1-0 up. And a story to tell for generations. The margin of victory is 8 wickets. The box score will never do justice to what has transpired.
Absolute phenomenal entertainment those last 2 days of Test cricket. Is it Test cricket? It's changed. It's a completely different game to the one we used to see and know and play, Flem.
Yeah, it needs a different word.
It's not the same. It's just remarkable the way the players go about it now. And there's times where it infuriates us because of, you know, the lack of discipline at times and guys throwing their wickets away. But today, the absolute sheer enjoyment from watching Travis Head go about his business and seeing England under so much pressure when they were on top of this test for the bulk of it yesterday and today. It just goes to show how remarkable this game is, and you can never count Australia out of it.
It's standing ovation from the Australian fans who have witnessed it. Broad smiles. How far this game moved from lunch on day 2 when England seemed to have Australia at their mercy. And now they have been pummeled senseless. In the final session of the day. Victory in some of the numbers here in 29 overs, Kat, at 7.2 and over. 28.2 overs, 2 for 205.
And England bowlers today, they haven't been able to back up. As soon as Australia got through that first sort of 5 to 10 over period, they were found wanting. Tactically, they just kept going back to the same plan of banging it in short, and Australia ambushed them today. They thought it could work again. It worked yesterday when Australia were a little bit indiscriminate with the way they batted late in the day to Ben Stokes, but they made amends today. Quick learners, and credit to the character they showed. And the one that's led from the front, who deserves a lot of credit, Mitchell Starc, you know, set the tone again today. Crawley for a duck, brilliant return catch, such athleticism. And then the game gets opened up after lunch. Brilliant from Boland. He fought back beautifully. Testament to his character after he got mauled yesterday. But Starc and Boland and young Doggett on debut, he did a good job as well, backing them up. And then that man Head, well, he is a game changer.
Yeah, it's just absolutely remarkable. It was like, and well done to Jake Weatherall too, coming out on a pair. The running between the wickets between those left-handers. He's only 2 innings into his Test career, Jake Weatherall. He's already had 2 opening partners. But no doubt the way that Travis Head played helped Jake Weatherall. But it was like they were batting on a different pitch, wasn't it? Once they settled in after about 10 minutes, the dream was alive. And by the time that Weatherall got out, you felt like Australia were just in an unlosable position. Whether they were going to win tonight, that was debatable. But you could see Travis Head, once he got his fill, once he got going, he was always going to finish it tonight. There's some stunts getting shared around quite rightly. Travis Head's got one. There'll be one going to Mitchell Starc. But what a great feeling. Brendan Doggett, Jake Weatherall on debut. They're going to be able to sing the song. And for the first time, taking it full time off Nathan Lyon will be Alex Carey.
All right, we're going to head down to Marnus Labuschagne here, who embraces with Bharat Sundaresan. Adam Collins, if you've got us, it's all yours.
I believe I do, Marnus Labuschagne. Goodness gracious me. Try and sum the last couple of hours of your life up, please.
Oh, geez, I can't even sum up. The last 2 days just been ridiculous. Up the roller coaster, just everything, the drama, you know, obviously with Uzi's back spasm, then, you know, the tea chat, who's going to open, what are we going to do? You know, was it Gazza or was it, you know, we were going to throw something, and Healy just wanted it out there. He said, like, what are we going to do? Send Gazza in there? What's he going to do? And he just went out there and just put on an absolute masterclass.
It'll be an innings that's spoken of forever, and it all begins with Travis Head saying, nah, don't send out the spinner, I want this.
Oh, that's it. That's exactly how it is. And, you know, it just felt like there when it was going, I felt the same feeling as we did in the World Cup final, as in, just stay there, try and give him as much strike and as rhythm as he's got while he's hot. And then, you just build off that as a player. And, I was able to just get rhythm as well and then, build a great partnership there. I don't know how many we put on, but it was, unbelievable.
117, I think it was. I mean, you're in the slipstream of Travis Head. You've done it a couple of times, as you say. Sum up having the best vantage point in the ground, in the world, for arguably one of the greatest test innings ever played.
Well, both, potentially. I mean, if there was a camera on my face, it would be like I'm on the couch watching it, I'm like yelling stuff out. It's just loud. I'm like, that's unbelievable. I'm just yelling stuff all the time and cheering. I'm going, that's outrageous, Heady. And just, it's just unbelievable. So, I mean, I'm glad I don't have the mic on because you just hear me be a clown. But just to watch that pure ball striking, that clarity, and even when they went to different plans, he took different options. It was awesome.
You've been seeing him do this since you were playing under-12s cricket against him, Manas. But does it feel like every time he does something like that, it just is even more extraordinary than the last?
I mean, that innings there, in the context, was pretty ridiculous, really. Like 200 runs can be a tricky chase. The wicket was quite nice. I mean, I only batted out there when we sort of had the momentum, so you kind of just keep going. But my goodness, the ball striking and you just put them under pressure. They didn't really know where to go. They tried different options and, one for the ages.
And what is he saying? I mean, is he saying anything at all? Even when he gets to that milestone, he has his own little celebration, but
he just keeps saying to me, watch the ball, this next ball. And I'm like, mate, that's an outrageous shot. Or I'm going on like I'm just a spectator at the other end just going, mate, that is outrageous. It was awesome.
All right, time to reflect on your performance. Back in the test team, half century, unbeaten there at the end. You must be so proud of not just getting back here, but playing a major role in a test match that's been talked up for months, if not years.
Yeah, I think, to get back here, the things I did and had to really, like I said to you before, I felt it was needed to be dropped so I could clear my mind and get my game in order. And then to start the season in Shield cricket the way I have and one-day cricket, any game that I've played, I've just tried to take that into the game. And, it's nice to be able to top off that sort of comeback game, not with 9 or 40. Although, that was really close. Steve and I were really close to getting that game where we needed it to be. But then to come out and play a different type of innings, to put the pressure back on and get 50 off 50, I don't know how many balls, but
Manan, just a peek behind the curtain for everyone. You sent me some clips of you batting a few months back and you said, I am back. I mean, what were you feeling in that moment and why do you think you're back to be batting the way you were all those years ago?
I think when I played at my best, it's always been great mental clarity. The technique has differed over years and right now I think my technique's in its best order. I feel like I can score offside, I can score leg side, I can play the short ball well. I've got, a lot of options with my technique. But I think that mental clarity is the key and it's something that I probably didn't have, when you were in the whirlpool of missing out and under pressure. I just felt like, I got my technique in order and then the rest sort of just came with.
Being involved in such a stunning win, I mean, surely has to go down as one of the best you've been involved in all cricket. What it might do to the opposition, what England might feel after this. I mean, this is a brutal blow for them, surely.
Yeah, I mean, like I said last year, it's a 5-test match series. So, as amazing as this win is, we know last year we were on the wrong side of this win and, regathered, focused and got the job done in Adelaide and then at the MCG. So as much as I'd like to say, it is a blow, I've seen teams come back from so many blows. I mean, we came back from Headingley and there's no more brutal blow, than that Headingley-Stokes innings to come back at Old Trafford and win.
Marnus Labuschagne, you have a lot to be proud of. The presentation's about to start in a tick. Enjoy tonight. Congratulations.
Thank you, guys. Thank you very much.
Up to you, Gerard.
Let's get ridiculous, hey? Travis said, it's got to be me. And out he went.
And out he went and created his own story. Amazing. Just amazing. Let's join the presentation.
NRMA first test match here in Perth of this Ashes series. NRMA Insurance are proud to sponsor this series between Australia and England. And they would like to recognise the player of the match. Travis Head, obviously outstanding with his 123 off 83 deliveries, but for his 10 wickets in the match and the third time doing so, including 7 for 58 career best figures, the player of the match is Mitch Starc. You've got a big old smile on your face there, but I imagine you probably can't believe what you've just seen with the batting.
Yep, pretty much sums it up. Travis Head, you take the game on like that and come up trumps. That was something to watch,
And also, especially after that unbelievable performance from yourself in the first innings, you wouldn't have imagined to come back as soon as you did in the second innings. But you provided wickets once again. You set the tone once again. What was important for you on this wicket?
I think it was quite a helter-skelter 2 days for both sides, but I think there's a lot made outside both groups heading into the series, and if we just stick to our guns and do what we do really well as a group. We saw today Scotty Boland come into his own there. Brendan Doggett on debut was fantastic, and then Travis Head today was something else. So I think you can't go home not happy with the entertainment you've seen across 2 days.
At the same time, we've got to talk about your own performance, Mitch. No Cummins, no Hazelwood. It's been spoken about a lot, but you really stepped up. 7 wickets in that first innings. That must have just been a big relief and a weight off your shoulders in terms of, being able to take the attack to England.
Yeah, I was actually pretty calm the whole week. It's probably, I think the first time I haven't had Josh or Pat there for a while, but Scotty's been around a long time. I've known Doggy a long time, and he's been fantastic. So, I was the old head in the group this week, but it didn't change my role at all. It's been the same way for near on 15 years. So, if I could just do what I've mostly done all right across the years, it keeps in good stead. So, really pleased to play that role.
Well, you played brilliantly. Well done once again, and all the best in the next test.
Thanks, Ish. Cheers. Thank you.
Mitch Starc, the player of the match. Now I'd like to welcome up the England captain, Ben Stokes. Ben, I imagine there's a lot going through your mind right now. Can you just make sense of what's just happened?
Yeah, a little bit shell-shocked there. I think that innings from Travis Head was pretty phenomenal. As you say, it's quite raw, quite fresh at the moment, but that was some knock.
At the same time, you were 99 ahead, 1 wicket down at lunch. So does that feel quite deflating?
Oh, look, I guess you look at the way that the game, eked out. It seems the guys who seem to have success out there with the bat in hand were the guys who seem to be really brave and take the game on. I guess if we were to be look back on that, it's almost on wickets like this, never think you've got enough. If you find yourself in a position where you're the guy who's managed to get in, try and give yourself the best chance of going on. But look, as you've seen, anyone who tried to sort of stay around there and try and occupy the crease with a lot of time didn't really seem to have too much success. But look, that knock from Travis has knocked the wind out of us there.
Well, you see the way he played. You lost 9 for 100 in that second session. Do you have to question the application?
No, I guess, as I said before, the guys who found success out on that wicket were the ones who looked to take the bowlers on and put their best ball under pressure. There certainly was a lot of assistance there when the bowlers put the ball in the right area, and the guys who were able to be brave enough to knock the bowlers off the lengths were the ones who seemed to find success on that.
When it comes to Travis Head, obviously you went with a clear plan to him. In hindsight, would you have gone with that plan again?
I think we tried 3 or 4 different plans at him, and when he was going like a train, those plans can change quite quickly because those runs were coming down quickly. When he's going like that, I've seen Travis play a lot of knocks like that, whether it be in Test cricket or in white ball cricket, and he's very hard to stop.
Some positives for you. That yesterday we saw that the fast bowlers coming in hot and that they were bowling with some real aggression. So that must give you some confidence going into the next test.
Yeah, definitely. The way in which we bowled yesterday was simply phenomenal. You know, we had
checking that you're okay to record the rest of this.
A lot happened on day one. It was at 19 wickets fell, so yeah, it was a good day for the bowlers, and obviously, look, this is a very tough one to get the series going when we felt we were in control of the game and we were coming out there to bowl in that fourth innings. But look, we've got 4 more games here. We'll obviously let this sink in. It obviously hurts extremely. But then we've got to, get our head rounds and move on to Brisbane and then hit the ground running there.
I imagine you want Brisbane to come a bit quicker. You've got a bit of time off now to really think about what happened here. Yeah, we do. We've got a long time before that game starts, and we'll be working hard going away and putting all the hard graft that we always do into to get into Brisbane and coming away with the result we want there. Thanks, Ben, and all the best in that next test. Thank you. Cheers. Thanks. Now I'd like to welcome up the Australian captain, Steve Smith. 1-0 up in the series.
Yeah, good start, wasn't it? 2-dayer, which we love as a team when you're on the right side of it. But today was just incredible, wasn't it? That innings from Travis Head was out of this world. He just played some outrageous shots, and even when he shanked it, it seemed to hit it in the gap. So, it's one of those days when you're on, and he made the most of it and, got us home. He said it was a captain-coach decision. At what point were you thinking of using him to open? About the tea time when we ran off. We were thinking of a few discussions and stuff, and probably didn't quite like how it worked in the first innings, and Travis was like, I want to do it. So I was like, mate, go for your life. Who else was on your mind? Nathan Lyon was actually talked about, to be honest with you. But no, I think we made the right decision in the end. Trav, that was just incredible to witness. Yeah, how does that rank for you in terms of knocks you've seen from him? My gosh, I think it's right up there with knocks I've seen from anyone. Fourth innings, albeit day 2. Wicket was probably almost at its best to bat at the end there. But look, the way he just went about his business, played some really nice shots early, got into his stuff, and when they went the short plan, he played the way he wanted to. He hit it into the gaps that he wanted to hit into, and he was kind of toying with them, I suppose. So. Yeah, and I thought Marnus did a wonderful job at the other end as well. Took it on, scored at a good rate. Those two just worked really well together, and so good to get that win. Talk about Travis Head, but what about Mitchell Starc coming into this Test match? A couple of unfortunate injuries for you, probably scratching your head a little bit. Mitch Starc delivers once again. He was unbelievable. 2 of the big 3 out. A lot on his shoulders as leader of the attack, and he bowled beautifully. I think even in the first innings, the ball was it was a terrible cricket ball that we had, and the boys were struggling to get the seam up straight. It was going off its axis, and the way he bowled to take 7 in the first innings was incredible. And then I think all of our bowlers today, they backed it up beautifully. We had a better ball. We were getting the ball in the right areas and getting a bit of movement. Scott Boland, I thought, bowled exceptionally well today. His lengths were magnificent, and Starkey did what he's done for a long time. Just bowled like a genius and created many chances. A couple of debutants for you. How do they go for you? No, I thought Doggy did really well. He got a couple of key wickets. Obviously, Brookie in the first innings, who was playing really nicely, and a couple in this innings as well. So, he's obviously young in terms of Test cricket. He's played a lot of cricket and knows how he wants to go about his business in first-class cricket. And he brought it out here. He had some good plans. He's versatile the way he can bowl, and I thought he did a good job. And Jake, I thought, rough start, obviously getting a duck in the first innings, but the way he came out with Trav today was outstanding. I think when you're chasing 200, you want to get off to a really nice start and sort of settle the nerves, and the partnership he had with Trav up top was amazing and really set us up for the rest of the innings. 1-0 up in the series, and we spoke to Pat Cummins earlier. He said he's a chance to play in the next test. Do you have him back even if he's not at full fitness? I hope so. He's obviously an absolute weapon. He's the skipper, and he's arguably the best bowler in the world. So of course you want him back. So we'll wait and see. I think we've got 2 weeks now before the next game almost. Proud of the boys for this week's effort. It was an amazing game, and great to be 1-0 up in the Ashes this year. Just last one on the atmosphere here in Perth. Sensational. It was a great crowd, plenty of noise out there, and created a great vibe. So thanks for coming along, and hopefully see you at the next couple of games. Congratulations once again, Steve. All the best for the next test. So that concludes
Steve Smith, the winning captain, the player of the match, Mitch Starc, and a shell-shocked England captain Ben Stokes. Let's move into our post-game.
The post-match show. For Isuzu, everyday life doesn't have to be everyday at all. Love how you live in the Isuzu MU-X. And Sonos. This summer, feel the sound of every play with Sonos. Learn more at sonos.com.
Like, Smith's not easily moved to superlatives, but swept up in all of it is, genius and brilliance and all that was happening on it. It's dripping in emotion, this win, isn't it?
I think the word outrageous stands out. We heard Marnus Labuschagne in the interview with Bharat say it about 6 times, and then I think Steve Smith might have alluded to it as well. It just was quite remarkable, the ball striking and the consistency of it. And the thing is, we've come to know and expect that it happens when Australia's under pressure in big games, and he just does it time and time again.
Is he our greatest match winner in Test cricket history, maybe besides Sir Donald Bradman? This ratio, and he would have been second in the man of match for this one, and he only got up by
we'll look back
fast
one
bowler.
day and go, we should have given him player of the match. But
and we played so much with Adam Gilchrist. Wow, this is... And Smithy got asked, Isha just saying, is this his best innings? Well, he just said, I don't think I've seen a better one by anyone.
Yeah.
So unique. Been interesting, under the McDonald and Smith-Cummins leadership that he's been able to grow, and thank God he has, because this could be the last element of his career that puts him to a new level, that he's an opening batsman in Australia as well. He's been a match winner opening in subcontinent conditions. If he backs it up here and helps Jakey Weatherald start his career, his legacy will just go further and further up. Truly astonishing. Could not pick that happening throughout this today, even at tea. And how random it was. Smithy didn't even know at tea who his opening batsman was. But he put his hand up and he backed himself, and he's much loved by the public too, because, he's got a bit of David Boone about him and he celebrates hard, and so he should tonight, because that set up, could be a dominating summer for Australia that at lunch looked like that. How are we going to battle back into this series?
So he is our player of the day for Drinkwise. You won't miss a moment if you drink wise. We'd theorised, and so you'd raised Alex Carey, and the team was thinking about Nathan Lyon, and they end up with Travis Head. It's all part of the folklore of the story that will grow as the years go on.
Yeah, look, wonderful decision in the end, because, the way that he went about it, at the start of that innings, there was tension, and they hit Travis and Jake Weatherald hard early with Archer and Atkinson. But at the end of the day, they dismantled that England team within the first 10 overs. And that just changed the whole complexion of the match. Once you get runs on the board and scoring in a quick fashion like they did, in a controlled and measured fashion, it deflates the opposition, because the bowlers are bowling their best balls, and it doesn't matter what they bowl, because they're getting defended, left, or scored easily off, and then they start to lose heart as to how they're going to go about it next, and they just look clueless in the end.
Yeah, I'm only thinking this as I go, but it's interesting. I keep saying, and we know that Bazball is inspired by Travis Head and his batting and what he did, last series against him. And he's not a run-making machine. I don't expect him to average in the high 50s and all that, but he is a pure match winner, which he did in those series, 2 match-winning hundreds. But this is instinctive. This is the way he's been encouraged to play, but it's the way he plays. Whereas with Bazball, they're being told to play with freedom, score off every ball, but it's less instinctive as instructive. So it's a different type of batting. So Travis Head's batting here, you'd never say it was reckless. You'd just say, he hits in different angles, he hits with confidence, but it's the way he's played in the last 4 or 5 years. But with those 3 dismissals to Boland, wide, short of a length deliveries, getting out to those, they are low percentage shots that I don't think will win over a long period of time. So that's where I'm thinking that the instinctiveness of Travis Head's been encouraged, and we're benefiting from that. Whereas for the Bazball instruction, I don't think it's totally natural for all their batsmen, and it's left them with a heavy defeat today.
It's an excellent theory. Choose to drink wise. This is our post-game wrap for Sonos. This summer, feel the sound of every play with Sonos. Learn more at sonos.com. And for Isuzu, everyday life doesn't have to be every day at all. Love how you live in the Isuzu MUX. So shell-shocked was the phrase that Ben Stokes used. He's inflicted shell shock on oppositions before. So when we spoke to Stuart Broad, Kat, and he said what they will do is they will double down. How much harder can a team go that has been bowled out in 33 overs and 35 overs and squandered a position of absolute strength to have lost a test match 2 sessions later?
If they double down, it's flawed and it's stubborn. And it's not admitting what they got wrong. And Ben Stokes in that presser there with Isha, he couldn't answer that question because he knew there were players in his team that let that team down. But to his credit, he obviously shielded them from that criticism. But they know that they can't keep playing like that because it happened. We talked about it before the series started. They squandered the series against India in the same fashion a couple of months ago. They were all over India. India were gone. Harry Brook was on 100. He was pumping them everywhere. Then he loses the bat, goes out to square leg. He gets out, and then they lose 6 for 70, and they lose a test. It was unlosable. They were home, in the home conditions. Same here. They had Australia on the ropes. All they had to do was get through probably 10 overs. We talked about it in the lunch break. Yeah. They had to get through 10 overs to get the ball into that 30-over period. And then Mitchell Starc was nearly on his knees because he'd bowled so well. And he's got a young guy on debut, and then he had a guy, Boland, who'd struggled on day one, and they gave him a chance to get back in the test match with indiscriminate shots. So if you're ruthless, you don't give your opponent that opportunity. And England did that, and once again, they've made the same mistakes over and over. It's dumb if you keep making the same mistakes over and over.
What was the definition word they used? Was it unrelenting? It wasn't ruthlessness, was it? It was unrelenting. You know, that worried me a bit. I went, oh my God. They're starting to use terminology that the Australian team used to do. When you get on top, you are unrelenting. So they did that for a session, and they were everything opposing that today. So when you feel like they're on top, you can break them. They are not unrelenting. They're flighty, and they're vulnerable, and a little bit, I would say, yippy. You cannot get confidence out of that loss. That's got to be scars there.
So the 5 overs after lunch, England lose 4 for 18. Boland takes 3 wickets in 11 balls of his, and in all there are 4 wickets in 19 balls once Starc chimes in as well.
So if you're unrelenting, and they did a good job with Boland yesterday, so much so that I said before that it's a big day for Boland, because if he gets taken down again, if Cummins comes in, what are we doing with our bowling lineup? So, if you're thinking team philosophy and unrelenting, if Boland is wicketless in that spell, you might not see him again for the series. Yeah. And now he's full of confidence now. He's got confidence. You bring Cummins, Starc, and then Boland as your top 3, then Australia's starting to look unrelenting with the ball.
The only other thing I'd say, though, is that we saw it last year after Australia lost here and we were critical of the way they played. The modern game, they just forget about it and move on to the next chapter and don't really dwell on it too much. So they might well do that. They'll have 1,000 beers tonight and forget and just go, let's keep going, boys, and go again. Yes. And that, in a way, might do the trick because it worked for Australia last year. They didn't dwell on it too much and they didn't worry about too much of the criticism that was coming their way. So that's what it seems to be the way with a lot of these teams in the modern game.
Well, if they can do that as a team and individually, that's a pretty good philosophy to have. But how long can you keep that confidence up when you're getting poor performances? So where do you draw the confidence from? By throwing away unlosable test matches, by getting knocked over for duck, playing a bad shot. Next time the ball's their second ball in Brisbane, do you play that similar shot? You certainly don't let a lot of balls go and wait for them to bowl to your strengths. So it sounds good, and if they can just tune out, have a few beers, play a bit of golf, and go, no, we can win the next test. Good on them, but I'll be struggling to see that they can provide 11 cricketers that'll have that philosophy.
Yeah. So under Stokes as captain, they won 10 of their first 11 tests. They're 12-12 since. They're a flip of the coin team. They're a flukers team in the way they play their cricket. And Kat's right. They gamble and they gamble and they gamble and they gamble, and you end up 50-50.
How did they lose that test?
Yeah, in such time.
I don't understand how they could lose that test.
That's their true nature.
It is, but the positive for them is they got Australia into some vulnerable positions, and they've got some serious talent in their team. There's some serious talent in that England team. They got themselves into that position. They've got to be better at absolutely nailing it and burying teams when they get the chance. And that's the issue they've got. They've got to decide when the moment is to say, no, pull the reins back. We're turning this 50 partnership into a 100 partnership, and then we're going to turn it into 150 partnership, and we're going to bury them. And they're not doing that. Harry Brook's not doing it. He's too good to be playing the way he did today. And same with Joe Root. Joe Root's better than that. He knows he's been to these shores that many times now, and he keeps making the same mistakes.
I just don't understand how I don't know if they can bury a team for the whole Test match. I think an innings, a session, definitely they're shown early on that they chased and buried teams that way. But with this philosophy, I just think, particularly the longer the Test goes, I just think they'll get worse.
Our post-game show for Sonos, feel the sound of every play, and for Isuzu, love how you feel in the Isuzu MUX. Our task is not the player of the match, it's just the player of the day, so that's a little bit easier, isn't it? For Ray White commercial, you can do the honours, Flem.
Sometimes people go for the obvious one in these ones, but I'm going to go Travis Head.
Okay, well done.
Okay, do I need to explain?
No, I don't think you do. RWC Ray White's commercial.
Simon was very good with the mic.
Ream is steady, hot and strong, but you can take the heat out of this summer in a corporate box at the Ashes. Hurry, register now for your chance to win at iCanWin.com.au. Just before we finish, each of you will... Our schedules actually fill up rather than thin down once Test matches finish early, so you'll get asked this question repeatedly from now to night one in Brisbane. Who will open the batting for Australia at the Gabba?
Travis Head and Jake Weatherald.
Same with me. You cannot change that. That was exhilarating, and it helped, and good signs from Jake Weatherald that we can actually have a two-pronged attack, because he's a very fluent scorer.
Yep.
And give him time to bat together.
Yep. As in crisis came the answer, didn't it? After so long searching around. Kudos to those
we need to reflect on these 2 days.
Yeah. Kudos to those who have been sending it through for a couple of years, just pleading for Travis Head as the answer. He is the answer. It's the first thing Australia ruled out. They wanted their match winner at 5. Well, you can still have your match winner at 1, it turns out.
And maybe also found a traditional opener too in Jake Weatherall.
Yep. What a 2 days.
I'm still stunned.
Yeah.
I will be for the next couple of days, I think.
Yeah. I was thinking through the rapid-fire Test matches we've seen, is the Gabba was because of a substandard pitch, and we've seen some remarkable things, but nothing like that.
That was unique.
With those wild
generally they're pitch-related that forces that.
Or chronically one-sided.
Yeah.
And this what, like the fluctuations in this.
Yeah, but England were ahead for most of the game.
Yes. Think how far ahead they were at lunch today.
Yeah. That was only 5 hours ago.
5 hours ago. All right, get thee to a bar, hey? This has been our post-game show for Sonos. This summer, feel the sound of every play with Sonos. Learn more at sonos.com. And for Isuzu, every day, life doesn't feel like every day at all. Love how you live in the Isuzu MUX. The match scores will never do justice to this. England 172 and 164. Australia 132 and 2 for 205. Australia win the first Ashes Test by 8 wickets. We sign off from Perth Stadium. We'll be back with you at the Gabba when that is ready to begin. We sign off with the Tasman Butchers' sizzling moments from today's play. Bounding in, line edges straight to gully. Duckett takes the catch. Australia all out for 132. Cast does the business with his 3rd wicket. Australia trailing by 40 runs at what notionally is the halfway mark of the Test match early on day 2.
Left arm over bowls here, Crawley. Back to him and he's bowling. He's taken it. It's a brilliant corner bowled. Stark again in the first over of an innings. Crawley can't believe it. He's bagged a pair.
Yesterday, Doggett back cuts beautifully for 4. He's been sweating on it, got the length, got the width.
Doggett up, bowling to Duckett over the wicket. Drives straight, drives beautifully. He's a real cricketer, Ben Duckett. Duckett waits, Boland delivers. And he gets hit on the pad, shoutfully before, on the knee roll and given. Such a big moment as we round out the session here. Hasn't hit the stumps too. No, pitching outside leg.
Quite in the outfield either. Edging, second slip, taken low down by Smith. Boland's made the breakthrough. Boland to Pope, big drive, edge, caught behind. Boland has gone bang bang after lunch. Last ball of a successful over. Brooke edges, caught for a slip. Boland's doing the business. 2 in the over. Brooke gone for naught. Stark is with Root. Yeah! Gerard perishes. Stark strikes immediately.
Bowls here. Stokes edging and taking a second slip. He gets Stokes for the second time in 2 days.
All points of the compass. It's the ball down the leg side. Carey thinks he's clipped it. The umpire disagrees.
Okay, I can see a spike as the ball has just gone past the bat. Thank you.
Well, he got there in the end.
Leaps in now, Mitchell Stark. It is short, and it's pulled away over front leg for 6. He helped it along its way. Bowl start. Stark bowls. That's pulled away again. Has it gone far enough? It has. It's nothing more than a short arm jab.
He gets to test himself at the international level. Weatherall turns to leg. He's away. Through backward square. Pass to head. Oh, he rides it, lifts it up over the keeper, clears the rope. I fancy 6. Pass bowls to head, back cuts furiously. Oh, what a shot that is.
Pass bowls, Weatherall pulls. Oh, it balloons up in the air. Off a leading edge corner cover. Just when Australia were bossing this, Weatherall's fallen. Her name remains. Bowls here. Travis Head, full and whipped. And the applause you hear is because he's already reached 50.
Stokes is bowling to Heads, who's playing wide of his body and out through extra cover for 4. Loops around the wicket. Head pulls. It's aerial. It lands safely out at wide mid-wicket and runs to the boundary for 4. 2 boundaries in a row. Head drives. He beats mid off. 3 in a row. Head pulls out into the deep again. Head will get to the boundary. 4 fours in the over.
And Mac, they're a 5-man back, head facing. And he's flaying him, going leg side. It's going to be 4 more. He's crunched it. Atkinson, what does he do? He goes short again. Head helps it down to 5 leg. Has it gone all the way? Oh, you better believe it has. 4 more. Atkinson bowls to him on 95 and he goes out through the offside. Over cover. He's got plenty of it. And it runs away for 4 again. On the way and Head goes back and plays it through to backward point for a single. And it completes what is truly one of the greatest Ashes centuries.
Cass rolls in and bows to Steve Smith, who clips him away for victory. Simply astounding. Wow. Australia win in 2 days in Perth. They hunt down the English. A chase of 205 in a session. Powered by Travis Head. Finished by Steve Smith. Australia 1-0 up. And a story to tell for generations.
Sizzling moments. Eat better meat with Tasman Butchers, the meat specialists, offering top quality fresh cuts for your family. The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Start your next innings with a career that gives you more. Search Police Careers, Victoria Police, and Oldham Construction Lawyers, your experts in construction law, ensuring you're never caught out when pressure builds.